Chapter 1: Divorcing the Female CEO. A charming voice rang in Li Han's ear. A smile played on his lips as he looked at the soft body in his arms. This perfect woman was absolutely insane last night. This was the craziest he'd done in the last 6 months. Luckily, he's physically strong, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Mu Qingyu slowly opened her eyes. First, she saw the man's strong chest, and then her rosy face slowly lifted up. She saw the man's half-smiling lips and his eyes staring intently at her. She bit her thin lips, a blush flashing across her face. Li Han smiled and said, "You're awake? Yesterday you..." "Shut up." Mu Qingyu blushed even more and quickly stopped Li Han from speaking. Li Han was very obedient and shut up. But his eyes seemed to say everything. He lowered his head, buried his face in the woman's hair, and then slowly leaned close to her fair, jade-like neck, giving her a gentle kiss. Mu Qingyu tensed up immediately. Even though she had been intimate with Li Han hundreds of times in the past 6 months, her heart still raced every time he kissed her. No, don't do this. It's so early in the morning. We still need to divorce." For some reason, a hint of reluctance flashed in Mu Qingyu's eyes when the word divorce was mentioned. But she quickly suppressed it. She knew that wasn't her true feeling, but merely an illusion created by the current ambiguous situation. She has to divorce Li Han. Because the two were only in a marriage of convenience. To avoid the various blind dates her family arranged for her, she found Li Han and agreed to a 3-year marriage. For 3 years, no, 2.5 years, the two of them treated each other with utmost respect, keeping to themselves in each other's distance. Although Li Han liked her very much, she was not moved at all. She knew she would never fall for any man in her life. Ever since her mother was accidentally pushed down the stairs and died when she was a child, she vowed to live a solitary life and never spend her life with a man. She will dedicate her life to her career. They thought nothing would happen between them during the agreement period. But Li Han, that scoundrel, for some reason, underwent a complete personality change 6 months ago. He kept teasing her, attacking her, and gradually invading her forbidden territory. Finally, one day while the two were drinking and watching a movie, they ended up sleeping together in a daze. She gave all her first times to Li Han. First kiss, first time. Even after that, she remained the aloof female CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions. However, occasionally, when drunk after social engagements, he and Li Han would indulge themselves recklessly. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of resentment and bit Li Han's firm shoulder with her pink lips. Li Han felt a slight pain, but did not blame him. A handsome, carefree face was full of smiles, and his long, narrow eyes, which seemed to look at the dog with deep affection, glanced at the woman's pink earlobe. He gently nibbled on Mu Qingyu's earlobe, then said in a very magnetic voice, "Woman, are you provoking me? Is this the prelude to firing?" His voice rang in Mu Qingyu's ears, and Mu Qingyu's face flushed red as she suddenly realized something. "No, it's not." Before she could finish speaking, Li Han's lips were already pressed against hers. Two perfect bodies were intertwined in a wanton way. And so, 2 hours passed. Bad guy, scoundrel, shameless. Mu Qingyu was embraced from behind by Li Han, and she kept cursing at the man, but the word she used to curse sounded incredibly pleasant to Li Han. "Keep scolding me, scold me as much as you want, I love to hear it." Li Han held her tightly. His strong chest pressed against Mu Qingyu's snow-white back, as if trying to merge her into his body. But he knew that their relationship was over today. He knew that Mu Qingyu had a mental illness. She had already explained this to him from the day they agreed to the marriage. She will never like men or fall in love with anyone in her life. In fact, Li Han had tried to change her, but the final result was unsatisfactory. After 6 months of probing, we finally knew it was time for a result. I wish I could live a second life and have a stable home. It seems that fate is not giving him this opportunity. Since that's the case, why not live more freely after the divorce? He actually came from another time. He traveled from another world to the Blue Star China and inhabited the body of someone with the same name as him. The original Li Han had liked Mu Qingyu since college and had secretly loved her for a long time, eventually leading to this arranged marriage. But he was also very content, and after marriage he took great care of Mu Qingyu and was very mindful of boundaries. Just 6 months ago, he suffered a sudden heart attack due to health reasons, and Li Han from another world followed. Driven by the original owner's obsession, he launched a fierce offensive against Mu Qingyu. The two eventually went to bed together. However, he knew that Mu Qingyu's heart was not with him. Just then, Mu Qingyu's phone rang. She picked it up casually and answered the call. Li Han felt inexplicably unhappy because he saw the caller ID on her phone. Xin Hao Yu. This person is Mu Qingyu's childhood friend. I went abroad 3 years ago and only recently returned. Currently working at New Kinjio Company. Hello. Mu Qingyu answered the phone. Li Han lost interest and got up to put on his clothes. Mu Qingyu felt a void behind her as the warm body disappeared from her side, leaving her stunned. Qingyu, what's wrong? And nothing. Mu Qingyu looked at Li Han's inverted triangle-shaped upper body covered by a white t-shirt, and said nothing. Qingyu, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. And I have something important to tell you. Xin Haoyu's voice rang in Mu Qingyu's ear. Li Han had already left the room by then. What is it? Mu Qingyu watched Li Han leave, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. You'll know when you get there. Okay, send me the address. She hung up the phone shortly after and got up. The thin blanket slid off her perfect body. Long, beautiful legs, a slender waist, and a shapely figure. Exquisite features and skin as white as jade. It is so beautiful it is beyond description. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the northern part of the city, and had countless suitors over the years. But no one knew that she had been married for 3 years. But today they are getting a divorce. Soon after, she dressed neatly and resumed her usual aloof and powerful CEO persona. She sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast that Li Han had made for her. This was something she was used to, and she didn't pay much attention to it. After the two ate breakfast in silence, Li Han cleared away the dishes. At the same time, the kitchen was clean, spotless. He glanced at it with satisfaction, then slowly walked upstairs. Li Han, come on, what are you going to do? Mu Qingyu was taken aback, wondering what Li Han was doing upstairs. Li Han said, wait a moment. He then returned to the room he had lived in for 3 years and packed his belongings into his suitcase. When Mu Qingyu saw him carrying his suitcase down the villa stairs, her heart skipped a beat. What are you going to do? Hearing her question, Li Han smiled and said, of course I'm leaving. After the divorce is finalized, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. We had a marriage of convenience, and there were no property disputes. So, naturally, I have to leave. Li Han spoke slowly. Mu Qingyu mumbled something, but ultimately said nothing. However, she only felt pain in her heart. After holding it in for a long time, she finally blurted it out. Let's go then. Chapter 2 Jiangqingli. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Han and Mu Qingyu walked out slowly. The two of them each held a red booklet with 3 large characters clearly visible on it. Divorce certificate. Mu Qingyu didn't know how she felt. She felt she should be happy. But at this moment, I felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on my heart. Li Han put the divorce certificate in his pocket and spread his hands out. Come on, let's give each other one last hug? His face was beaming with a carefree smile, so dazzling in the sunlight that Mu Qingyu dared not look directly at him. Humph, you scoundrel! Although she snorted coldly, she still hugged Li Han tightly. Her rosy cheeks pressed against Li Han's chest, listening to his firm and powerful heartbeat, and for some reason, her eyes reddened. I really hate to part with you. Li Han's voice made Mu Qingyu feel even worse. How about we get a hotel room and do it a few more times? Upon hearing Li Han's words, Mu Qingyu's emotions, which had just surged up, came to an abrupt halt. She pinched Li Han's waist and said fiercely, you filthy scoundrel, you wicked devil! Who wants to book a room with you? You wish. Let me go. Li Han felt helpless, but hugged him even tighter. Feeling his embrace, Mu Qingyu did not resist. The two hugged for several minutes before separating. Mu Qingyu was about to say something when a cough suddenly came. Li Han turned his head and saw an equally stunningly beautiful woman standing there, arms crossed, looking at the two of them with amusement. When Mu Qingyu saw this person, her face immediately darkened. Jiangqingli, what are you doing here? Her voice was icy cold, unlike the woman who had called her a scoundrel before. Jiangqingli straddled her long, slender legs, which were encased in ultra-thin black stockings, drawing the attention of men around her who were either getting married or getting divorced. Then came a cry of pain. Jiangqingli wore a tight-fitting bodycon skirt and a professional white shirt, an outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure. She came to Li Han's side and grabbed his arm. Mooching you, you've already divorced Li Han. What business is it of yours to tell me what to do? Li Han, come on, let me treat you to dinner. As she spoke, she took Li Han's hand and led him in another direction. Just as Mu Qingyu was about to ask him to stay, a joyful voice suddenly came from not far away. Qingyu, what are you doing here? What a coincidence! Qin Haoyu was dressed in a well-tailored suit, looking incredibly handsome. He walked quickly to Mu Qingyu, his face full of affection. I was planning to look for you, but I didn't expect to run into you. Don't you think this is an incredible coincidence? Today I booked the Lumingtai restaurant in the north of the city. He spoke with deep affection, but Mu Qingyu didn't hear a single word. Her gaze was fixed on Li Han, who was being dragged into a top-of-the-line sports car by Jiang Qingli. Her heart ached at that moment. Qingyu? Xin Haoyu noticed that something was wrong with her expression and quickly added. What? Mu Qingyu came to her senses, the blush on her beautiful face faded, and she returned to her usual cool and aloof demeanor. A hint of greed flashed in Xin Haoyu's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. I told you I made a reservation at the restaurant in Lumingtai tonight, and I even bought you your favorite milk tea. Xin Haoyu kept talking. Mu Qingyu listened at first, but soon her mind wandered again. Okay, I understand. I'm going home for a bit. You can go back first. Also, I stopped drinking milk tea a long time ago, so please don't buy it anymore. As Mu Qingyu spoke, she walked towards her car. But Xin Haoyu suddenly stepped forward and said, Qingyu, can I go to your house? Then we can go to Lumingtai together, which will save me the trouble of making another trip. Mu Qingyu looked at him and said calmly. It's not convenient at home right now, maybe later. With that, she walked away. To be honest, when Xin Haoyu suggested going to her house, she felt a strong sense of resistance and a bit of impatience. But she suppressed them all. Something that could evoke such strong emotions in me. It can only be that bad guy. She looked very unhappy and drove off. Xin Haoyu watched Mu Qingyu leave, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Mu Qingyu, you are mine, and you will never escape my grasp in this lifetime. If you agree to this tonight, and with the alcohol on my side, I'll definitely get you. Xin Haoyu's original deep affection has vanished. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intense possessiveness and a hidden meaning. He wants to completely possess Mu Qingyu. He wanted her to please him from beneath him. It also includes the career she worked so hard to build. All of this will be a complete success tonight. He has confidence in himself. Over the years, there has never been another man by Mu Qingyu's side. He is the only one. Doesn't this prove his position in Mu Qingyu's heart? He knew that Mu Qingyu definitely liked him. Therefore, he was determined to win. Unfortunately, he arrived too late and missed the moment when Mu Qingyu and Li Han embraced. I didn't see the heartbroken look in Mu Qingyu's eyes when she saw Li Han being picked up by another woman. On the way, Li Han sat in the passenger seat of Jiang Qingli's luxury supercar. A faint, feminine fragrance emanated from Jiang Qingli. This woman is really beautiful. Moreover, it possesses a vibrant and radiant beauty, much like that of a peony. The story of how I met her is rather absurd. One day, Li Han went out. As I passed a coffee shop, I saw Jiang Qingli run out quickly. The moment Jiang Qingli saw Li Han upon leaving the house, she went straight to him without saying a word and took his arm. And he said proudly to one of the men who had chased after him, "This is my boyfriend, Peng Yuyan. Give up. Peng Yuyan is the god of hell." Li Han was certain that there were no celebrities in this world like those in the previous world. And this name is most likely something this woman made up. At that moment, Li Han saw that the man's face turned black and white in turns, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. He roared, "Jiang Qingli, you are my fiancé. How dare you flirt with other men?" Upon hearing this, Li Han understood the general outline of the person. He wanted to withdraw his hand. He didn't want to get involved in this Mary Sue plot. But the next second, Jiang Qingli launched a sneak attack. She kissed his lips. She was inexperienced, but still wanted a French kiss. Ultimately, the only word to describe it is tragic. Li Han's lip was bitten until it bled. If only she knew even a little bit about kissing. Li Han was helpless at the time. Jiang Qingli relented, looked apologetically at Li Han, and then gave him a hint with her eyes. "Quick, pretend to be my boyfriend." Li Han knew that no amount of explanation would help at the time. That kiss cemented his identity as her boyfriend. So, he looked at the man whose face had turned rainbow-colored and laughed. Hello, I am my darling's boyfriend, Peng Yuyan. Instantly, Jiang Qingli felt as if she had been electrocuted. That one "my darling" made her turn her head sharply. These 4 words would make her feel disgusted if they were spoken to by anyone else. But what Li Han said? Why does it sound so beautiful? Yes, she knows Li Han. The selection of Li Han was not a random choice. But Li Han was unaware of this. All he knew was that after he said those words, the man opposite him pointed his finger and remained silent for a long time, fuming. Then he left hastily, saying, "You just wait. What kind of ridiculous husband is he? He's currently breaking the plot." Li Han felt helpless. That's how the two met. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye, hasn't it? The two had met a few times by chance. Li Han was also puzzled. Was the apple of the eye of the Zheng family, one of the 4 major families in Beicheng, really that free every day? One day they'd be in a high-end hotel, the next they'd be at a small street stall on the outskirts of the city. Even next to the men's restroom in the park. Li Han never understood why she would appear next to the men's restroom. Does she perhaps have some kind of fetish? Where would you like to go? Do you have a place to stay? My house is very big, it can easily accommodate you, do you want to come over? Jiang Qingli said with a smile. Li Han adjusted the backrest of his chair and lay comfortably inside the sports car. Go to your house? That's not appropriate. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? Li Han smiled wickedly and said casually. Okay, then I can pretend to be asleep, whatever you want. Jiang Qingli said coquettishly. Damn, this vixen. Li Han thought to himself. If he weren't driving, he would have tasted the saltiness. Chapter 3: The Consequences of Provoking Li Han. You haven't replied to me yet. Shall we go home together? Jiang Qingli said casually. But Li Han was unaware that at that moment, her slender, white fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, and her heart was pounding. You want me to go? Li Han leaned slightly towards her, his handsome face full of smiles. Who misses you? They just pity you because you have no parents and no home. Jiang Qingli tilted her cute head back and said stubbornly. She would never say she wanted to. Oh, then I won't go. It's been a long time since I've been alone, so I'll enjoy my single life. Li Han closed his eyes and stopped talking about the topic. Jiang Qingli was rebuffed and cursed herself for being so stubborn. But she had already said it, and to go back on her word would make her seem like such a fickle woman. Moreover, why should he feel like he's being eager to come to his home? Fine, I won't go. She muttered with her cute little mouth. Ha? Li Han didn't hear what she said. It's nothing. Since you're not coming to my house, then, where would you like to stay? Do you have any money on you right now? Li Han was slightly taken aback, then realized that he really didn't have any money. Just as Jiang Qingli said, he was an orphan. After leaving the orphanage, he earned all his tuition fees on his own and was admitted to Beicheng University, where he met Mu Qingyu. During his university years, he fell in love with Mu Qingyu. However, due to the difference in their social status, he did not dare to pursue Mu Qingyu, but he wrote her hundreds of anonymous love letters. He thought that after graduation, he would never cross paths with Mu Qingyu again. However, as graduation approached, Mu Qingyu said she wanted to have a marriage of convenience with him. After getting married, he became a full-time stay-at-home husband. They took good care of Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu usually takes care of his food, clothing and daily necessities, and he only has money for groceries. Now that they're divorced, they're naturally penniless. Seemingly aware of Li Han's current predicament, Jiang Qingli scoffed. Mu Qingyu is really heartless and ungrateful. She didn't even give you any money after the divorce. Such a large corporation, and they still owe you a few $100,000. Jiang Qingli's words were full of sarcasm, but Li Han did not reply. In fact, Mu Qingyu gave him money, but not in cash, so she can't come up with it now. Jiang Qingli and Mu Qingyu have a grudge. Both are powerful female CEOs in their respective fields, and their companies are roughly the same size. Moreover, their businesses overlapped, and they both competed with each other for business. Over time, they developed a grudge against each other. However, compared to Mu Qingyu's self-made success, Jiang Qingli, relying on the resources of the Zheng family in Beicheng, always seemed to be at a disadvantage compared to Mu Qingyu. Therefore, Jiang Qingli was not satisfied. She wanted to do better in every aspect and then surpass Mu Qingyu. At this moment, Jiang Qingli took out a gold credit card from her small bag. Although it's not a black card, it still has a credit limit of 5 million. Take it and spend it however you like. Jiang Qingli was in a great mood. In this respect, Mu Qingyu is at a disadvantage. He was someone who had been with her for 3 years, and now that they're divorced, he just ignores her like this. He's so cold-blooded. She knew about Mu Qingyu's fake divorce. After all, the person who knows you best is your opponent. However, she never revealed this information to anyone. Mu Qingyu was also puzzled by this, but ultimately she didn't know why. Li Han looked at the card and didn't refuse. 5 million? That's a bit low. Li Han said jokingly. Then wait for me, I'll get you a larger one in a while. Jiang Qingli didn't care about Li Han's shamelessness at all. What does it mean to be a kept man? That's it. Li Han smiled slightly and put the card away. In the afternoon, Li Han rented an apartment. It's only a little over 40 square meters, but it has everything you need. When Jiang Qingli saw it, she looked disgusted. You thought 5 million wasn't enough, and this is all you rented? Does this amount to 10,000 yuan a month? Jiang Qingli entered the room, where a large bed was right at the entrance. Although the decoration is okay, it still looks really cramped. 2,300 yuan a month is not bad. I live alone and don't have high requirements for food and accommodation. He really doesn't ask for much. Having food and shelter is good enough. Because he had enjoyed all the best things in this world in his previous life, he only wanted peace and quiet and to live as he pleased in this life. Fish whenever you want. Drink if you want to. To be free and unrestrained is his dream. For a moment, he recalled his previous life. Earth, 2078. A massive global live broadcast is underway. This is a rare, if not the only, global live broadcast of a death penalty execution in the century. That heinous man is about to be executed. He grinned, looking through the camera at the billions of living beings opposite him. The world will be at peace from now on. There will be no more war, no more famine. Because I'm going to die. After he said those words, he was executed by firing squad. Blood was everywhere, and he died with a smile. As he said, the world became more peaceful after his death. Many countries have begun to develop and prosper. Especially in that great eastern country, due to his death, trillions of dollars suddenly poured into all walks of life, and the whole country was thriving. The wars overseas have ceased. Groups of inexplicable rebels helped the weak nation defend its homeland and property. The suffering in the world has decreased. The original drugs, which were very expensive, suddenly became cheaper, making them available to ordinary people. The world is indeed becoming a better place. And all of this was because of the death of a source of all evil. People thanked God for finally sending this heinous villain to hell. But they didn't know that. This is the whale fall of a colossal whale after its death. He absorbed all the evil in the world, ultimately bearing the bitter consequences alone, and returned the good to the world. Does Li Han regret it? He has no regrets whatsoever. From age 10 to 50. He devoted almost all his energy to spreading his influence across the globe. During this period, he abandoned all his hobbies and barely even touched women. He has fulfilled his long-cherished wish, and now he should enjoy this life to the fullest. Hello? Jiang Qingli's shark shout woke Li Han from his daze. What's wrong? Li Han sat on the double sofa. After Jiang Qingli called out, she sat down directly. The sofa in the apartment was small, and the two of them were almost pressed together. Let's go somewhere else. This place is too small and not suitable for you. Jiang Qingli looked around, her face showing great dissatisfaction. She didn't like it here, and she didn't like Li Han living here either. It's great, with food and lodging provided. I won't change it. Li Han said softly. At the same time, his eyes glanced at Jiang Qingli's long, beautiful legs covered in ultra-thin black stockings. This woman, isn't she afraid at all of doing bad things? Okay, but give me a key. Jiang Qingli noticed Li Han's gaze, blushed, and said. Why should I give you the key? I'm coming, Jiang Qingli said matter-of-factly. Get lost. What are you doing here? Hee hee, what do you think? Jiang Qingli laughed, a laugh that was so alluring it went straight to the bone, making Li Han's whole body tremble. At the same time, Jiang Qingli deliberately placed her right leg lightly on Li Han's leg. Are you going to give it to me or not? She leaned down and whispered in Li Han's ear, her warm breath constantly brushing against his temples. Li Han glanced at her, a smile appearing in his eyes. Then, he wrapped one arm around Jiang Qingli's slender waist and picked her up in his arms. He placed her entirely on his lap. Next, Li Han kissed her lips hard. Jiang Qingli was shocked. She only wanted to tease Li Han. How did things turn out so badly? She symbolically pushed Li Han a few times with her arms before giving up. Because she was captivated by the kiss. She slowly closed her eyes, completely conquered by Li Han's domineering and passionate kiss. For a short time, I forgot how absurd this scene was. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck, her body soft and hot beyond belief. 2 or 3 minutes passed before the two separated. Jiang Qingli was panting heavily, her little head resting against Li Han's chest. Bad guy, scoundrel. She scolded softly, but her voice was incredibly sweet. Li Han pinched her chin and lifted her small face. It seems like you're the one flirting with me. As a man, it would be a bit unreasonable not to respond at all. You scoundrel, Jiang Qingli said coquettishly. Hey, if you keep swearing, I'll eat you up today. Come on then if you dare. Ugh. The second kiss came faster and more urgently. But Jiang Qingli liked it very much. Chapter 4 Mu Qingyu is confessed to. In the end, Li Han did not eat Jiang Qingli. Although he said he wanted to live a carefree life and be a playboy. However, I also feel that the two of them haven't reached that point yet. If he were a beast who controlled the eldest brother, he would have directly pushed Jiang Qingli down and rubbed her against him. But he's not that kind of person. Jiang Qingli's behavior left him somewhat puzzled. He was 100% certain that this woman was a virgin. But she is very open with herself. She was kissed and hugged, but she didn't care at all. Li Han didn't understand, but he didn't ask. If he had such a beautiful woman to hug and kiss, he would have been ecstatic, right? Shortly after, the two left the apartment. Jiang Qingli's face still had a lingering blush, and she kept turning back to look at Li Han. She seemed both annoyed and angry, yet she possessed a captivating charm. Every time they made eye contact, Li Han would give her a flirtatious brow raise. At the same time, his eyes fell on her rosy lips. The meaning is obvious. If you look at me again, I'll kiss it until it's bruised and battered. Jiang Qingli pouted and led him into the car. Jiang Qingli said that to celebrate his escape from the sea of suffering, she would treat him to dinner at the most luxurious restaurant in Beicheng. Li Han did not refuse. If you're going to be a kept man, you should be prepared to accept it. He was kissed so much by Jiang Qingli this afternoon, what's wrong with him eating and drinking a little? If Jiang Qingli knew what he was thinking, she would definitely call him shameless. But before dinner, Jiang Qingli took him to the mall to buy several sets of clothes that fit him. Li Han was wearing a pair of casual, wide-leg trousers with a flowing drape, and a white asymmetrical shirt on top, with one side casually tucked into the trousers and the other side hanging down naturally. An expensive custom-made belt perfectly accentuated his waist and abdomen. The jacket is a simple black casual suit. At that moment, he was incredibly handsome. Jiang Qingli was stunned. How can there be such a handsome man in this world who makes me lose my mind? He was already handsome, but he didn't like to dress up. Now, just by changing his clothes, he became even more handsome. That's so unreasonable. What kind of succubus is this? The saleswomen at the high-end clothing store stared blankly at Li Han. Their eyes were glazed over, and they wanted nothing more than to devour Li Han. Jiang Qingli was displeased. This is hers. So she angrily paid quickly, then left the mall with Li Han. Li Han felt a little smug. Compared to his unremarkable life in the previous one, his appearance in this life was a gift from heaven. After placing the other purchased items in the sports car, Jiang Qingli prepared to take Li Han to the restaurant they had booked. Suddenly, she grabbed Li Han's arm again and said in a sweet voice, Li Han, I've been driving all day, I'm so tired. Can you drive next? Li Han did not refuse her coquettishness. He got into the driver's seat and started driving. He is used to driving with one hand, and likes to rest his other hand on it, casually fiddling with it. But this casual scene made Jiang Qingli's heart race even faster. She took out her phone and secretly took a picture of Li Han's profile. Jiang Qingli pursed her lips as she looked at the photos on her phone. Real men are damn handsome. It's absolutely perfect from every angle. She then sent the photo to Mu Qingyu. Your ex-husband is so handsome, I love him. She sent the message instantly and then stopped paying attention. Then I started admiring Li Han's profile. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qingyu's face suddenly turned cold as she looked at the photo, and at the same time, her heart felt as if it were being squeezed by something. suffocation, pain. She gripped the phone with both hands, her knuckles turning white. The man sitting opposite her saw this and thought she was sick, so he quickly asked her softly. Qingyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Qingyu looked up, revealing a forced smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It's nothing, I just thought about some things. Then she lowered her head again. Looking at the perfect profile in the photo, I subconsciously clicked to save it. She clearly doesn't care. She could never like men. Why does it hurt so much to see him with another woman now? Soon after, Li Han and Jiang Qingli arrived at the restaurant. Looming Tai, not a bad name. Li Han smiled slightly. Right? This is one of the most famous restaurants in Beicheng. A meal here can cost over 100,000 yuan. Jiang Qingli took his arm and said with a smile. Li Han nodded, not intimidated by the tens of thousands. The two walked slowly inside and arrived at their reserved spot. Jiang Qingli waved her hand and ordered 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine in the area, the kind that cost over 10,000 yuan a bottle. The remaining food was therefore of little importance. In short, it was delicious, but also expensive. Soon after, the food and wine were served, and the two began to eat facing each other. Jiang Qingli ate very elegantly. After all, she received higher education from a young age and had mastered these basic etiquettes. However, to her surprise, Li Han, who was opposite her, was in no way inferior to her. Every move he made perfectly embodied what it means to be a young nobleman. She has a graceful demeanor and proper manners. Those who don't know him would assume he's an outstanding heir cultivated by some family. But Jiang Qingli knew that he was just an orphan. From childhood to adulthood, being able to eat my fill was a blessing. How could I have time to learn these things? Suddenly, he thought of the 3 years that Li Han and Mu Qingyu had been married. Could it be that he mastered all these etiquettes in just 3 years? That woman, Mu Qingyu, still has the leisure to teach Li Han these things? Jiang Qingli pondered this over and over, but could only conclude that this idea was the most appropriate. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine where Li Han could have learned these things. But no matter how he learned it, it didn't stop him from being as elegant as a prince in a fairy tale at this moment. She was mesmerized by what she saw. Li Han looked at Jiang Qingli, whose eyes were sparkling with affection, and reached out to pinch her soft cheek. Why are you looking at me? Let's eat. Well, with just one sentence, the atmosphere was completely ruined. Jiang Qingli rolled her eyes. Can you shut up? What a great atmosphere, you ruined it all the moment you opened your mouth. As she spoke, she huffed and puffed as she began to cut her steak, then took a big bite. Li Han laughed. The two ate like that for an hour. While eating dessert and drinking, Li Han looked in one direction. A familiar figure appeared before my eyes. He saw his ex-wife, Mu Qingyu, having a candlelight dinner with Jin Haoyu not far away, smiling radiantly. At the same time, he noticed that many waiters and violinists were quietly approaching them from not far away. Each of the waiters was holding a bouquet of roses. Even a fool could see what was about to happen. Jiang Qingli turned around and also saw this scene. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. This Mu Qingyu, she really can't forget her childhood friend. I hastily married you to avoid an arranged marriage with my family. If his childhood friend hadn't gone abroad, he might not have married you. Moreover, there will absolutely be no agreement. I bet 3 years from now, the kids will be old enough to run errands, right? Li Han, you're just a stand-in. Jiang Qingli said that on purpose. She wanted to completely erase Mu Qingyu from Li Han's heart. She knew how much Li Han admired Qingyu. Only by cutting this woman away from his heart, piece by piece, can she slowly capture his body and soul. She felt that getting Li Han's body would be very easy. But what she wanted even more was Li Han's heart. Upon hearing this, Li Han merely raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no emotion. This surprised Jiang Qingli. You're not angry? Chapter 5 Don't touch me. Li Han turned to look at her, no longer paying attention to Mu Qingyu. Angry? Why? He wasn't angry at all. He felt a bit stifled, knowing it was the original owner's obsession at work. He himself had no romantic feelings for Mu Qingyu. If I had to say I like it, I would say I do like it to some extent. That liking was simply an appreciation of Mu Qingyu's body. Mu Qingyu's body is absolutely beautiful. Those long legs, that slender waist, that pert bottom, that fullness. Every part is exquisitely crafted to the perfect size. Even the description of a cartoonish figure is insufficient. It is simply the most perfect creation of God. In the past 6 months, he and she have made love hundreds of times, but he is never satisfied. He wanted more. But Mu Qingyu couldn't give him more. Her mental illness is at play. Li Han had thought about spending his life with her. Feelings can be cultivated over time. His lonely death in his previous life made him yearn for a stable family. However, after 6 months, he failed. Therefore, he decisively let go. This was a respectable outcome for both of them, and he felt no burden. After leaving, I actually felt more free. As for family, who says there has to be only one mistress of the house? Jiang Qingli is also good, she's currently within his target range. After listening to Li Han's words, Jiang Qingli looked intently into his eyes. I tried to discern any pretending in his expression, but I didn't. Li Han seemed genuinely unconcerned. Jiang Qingli was very happy. Li Han completely gave up on Mu Qingyu. Hee, that's good. Now, let's watch the show. This Mu Qingyu keeps telling you that she has psychological problems, now let's see how she agrees to this childhood friend. If she really had a psychological problem, she should have rejected everyone. Li Han neither agreed nor disagreed with her words. Soon after, the group of waiters and violinists surrounded Mu Qingyu and Qin Haoyu across from her. The violinist began to play soft music. Qin Haoyu suddenly stood up, holding a ring box in his hand, and knelt on one knee in front of Mu Qingyu. He opened the ring box, inside which was a valuable diamond ring. He said with deep emotion, "Wanqing, I like you. I've liked you since I was little. Although I've been away for 3 years, I've been thinking about you all these years. Your beauty, your smile, every time you look back. So, will you be my girlfriend? Let me spend my whole life protecting you." Qin Haoyu uttered what he thought were heartfelt words, but he wasn't flustered at all. He had felt since he was a child that Mu Qingyu liked him. Moreover, it's the kind of liking that goes deep into your bones. Therefore, he believed that Mu Qingyu would be deeply moved and immediately agree to his request. The waiters holding roses and some onlookers around were all shouting in unison. Together! 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 Under such pressure, even if they don't particularly like someone, many girls will agree to the offer out of politeness. But Mu Qingyu didn't care about any of that. Mu Qingyu's previously calm expression gradually turned cold. She coldly surveyed the people around her and shouted, "Shut up!" In an instant, the aura of a superior emanated from me. The surrounding waiters all fell silent, took a slight step back, and looked somewhat frightened. This woman has such a powerful aura. It's so cold. Mu Qingyu stood up and looked at Qin Haoyu with a pair of cold, penetrating eyes. "Qin Haoyu, you know perfectly well that I have a mental illness, that I will never like men, and that I will never get married. What are you doing right now?" Qin Haoyu was shocked, and he panicked. He didn't expect Mu Qingyu to reject him, and so disrespectfully at that. He did know that Mu Qingyu had a mental illness, but he had never taken it seriously since childhood, always thinking that Mu Qingyu was joking. After all, Mu Qingyu usually treated him very gently and kindly. "Qingyu, I like you. Don't you like me? We grew up together, we know each other well, and we'll spend our lives together in the future. How wonderful is that? Do you feel pressured by what I'm doing? You all need to get out of here." He dismissed the surrounding waiters and violinists, then said again, "Wanqing, there's no one here now, can you say yes? I want to give you a home, I want to." Mu Qingyu looked at him coldly. His expression didn't brighten at all, instead, it became even colder. "Qin Haoyu, our relationship can only go as far as friendship. Don't even think about anything else. Do you understand?" With that, she turned to leave. But suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. The figure looked at him and Qin Haoyu with a faint smile on its lips and a hint of mockery in its eyes. Her previously cold expression instantly crumbled. My heart skipped a beat. Li Han. She wanted to call out the name, but she didn't. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had, Li Han stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Qingli quickly caught up, took his arm, and looked at Mu Qingyu defiantly. Mu Qingyu's eyes were practically spitting fire. Jiang Qingli is so shameless. She wanted to yell at Jiang Qingli to let her go. But then she thought about how she had already divorced Li Han, so what right did she have to do that? And why did she do that? Her heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that she wouldn't like anyone. But her body always reacted before her reason could elicit any response. Her heart would race when she saw Li Han. Seeing him being linked arms with another woman would break her heart. She took a deep breath. She felt that these were definitely not her own emotions. It's just a withdrawal reaction. Yes, withdrawal symptoms. Li Han and she had been together for 3 years, and even though they were like cats and dogs, they still had some bond. But that's not liking, not love, it's just something that can be quickly discarded. That's what Mu Qingyu thinks. So she closed her eyes tightly, and then opened them again. She suppressed her complex emotions. Li Han and Jiang Qingli also passed by her. Li Han didn't stop, but glanced at Mu Qingyu and Qin Haoyu with an interesting look. Then he and Jiang Qingli left the restaurant. Mu Qingyu, who had already composed herself, was struck dumb at this moment. Li Han didn't say anything, but it seemed like he said a lot. Did he misunderstand himself? She didn't agree. She could no longer suppress her instincts, and her eyes reddened. She chased after him frantically, but it was too late. The elevator has already gone down. Li Han, she murmured. Qin Haoyu was somewhat puzzled by what he saw. He didn't know Li Han, but judging from the current situation, Mu Qingyu and Li Han seemed to have something going on. His face immediately darkened. But he quickly concealed it, and went to Mu Qingyu's side, wanting to pat her shoulder to comfort her. However, before his hand could even touch Mu Qingyu suddenly jumped several meters away, her eyes filled with anger and her face showing panic. Don't touch me. Chapter 6. You didn't eat. Qin Haoyu stood there, stunned. Why is Mu Qingyu reacting so strongly? I've said it before, I have a mental illness, and I never touch men. It makes me feel disgusted and gives me physical nausea. What exactly are you doing? Mu Qingyu shouted angrily. Qin Haoyu parted his lips slightly, hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Mu Qingyu ignored him and turned to get off the elevator. However, recalling those words from earlier, she suddenly remembered her intimate encounters with Li Han. Li Han, except for. Indeed, she didn't know when her body stopped resisting Li Han. She once thought her illness was cured, but she still felt very uncomfortable when she got close to other men. At that time, she knew that she only did not have a physical aversion to Li Han. Stepping out of the elevator, she hurried forward to catch up, only to see Li Han driving away with Jiang Qingli in his car. How free and unrestrained that profile view through the car window looked at that moment. Mu Qingyu bit her lip and remained silent. Shortly after, she also drove away. Qin Haoyu paid the bill, which totaled over 300,000 yuan. He was already struggling financially, and this situation only made things worse. He had thought that he could win over Mu Qingyu today and then use some means to extract more benefits from her, instead of just becoming a small employee under her. He liked Mu Qingyu and knew she had a mental illness. But no matter what, she had to get Mu Qingyu. Only by obtaining her can one gain greater benefits and thus resolve their predicament. Mu Qingyu, you just wait. And what is the relationship between Li Han and Mu Qingyu? Don't let me find out anything, or I won't let you off the hook. Li Han returned to his small apartment. After making a few more disdainful complaints, Jiang Qingli handed him the car keys. Before leaving, he said, "Here's the car. Drive it as you like. If you can't afford the gas, just let me know." Then he was casually picked up by his own bodyguards. Li Han certainly wouldn't refuse. With a face like that, he deserves to be a kept man. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. In this world, he sleeps very well. He can fall asleep the moment his head hits the pillow. Unlike his previous life, he was a modern-day Prime Minister Chao. They're practically sleeping with their eyes open. He feels that he has no pressure now and that this kind of life is very good. The next day, he got up early. He sleeps well and needs very little sleep each day. Just 4 or 5 hours is enough for him to feel refreshed. After breakfast, he practiced a set of boxing techniques in a park not far from his apartment building. This martial arts style is from another world. It's amazing. In addition to improving physical health, it can also prolong life. He learned it from a legendary figure in the martial arts world. However, after coming to this world, he discovered a significant difference when he practiced this martial art again. The boxing style has 18 forms. Every time he practices, he feels a surge of heat and power throughout his body. 3 months ago, he even felt a slight burning sensation in his lower abdomen after each practice session. After stopping the exercise, the burning sensation spreads throughout the body, feeling extremely comfortable. After 6 months of practice, his overall abilities reached a terrifying level. Don't let his current slim appearance fool you. His punch is 5 or 6 times stronger than that of a strong man. Needless to say, his speed is comparable to that of the world's top-tier runners. In his previous life, he practiced for more than 10 years to achieve the results he has today. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that a certain kind of energy exists in this world, which is higher than that in the previous world. After finishing a set, he was covered in sweat, but felt very comfortable. It takes half an hour to complete one session, and he now does it twice a day. It wasn't that he didn't want to practice more, but after 2 rounds, he could clearly feel his body was going to overload, and continuing to practice would only hurt his body. After a short rest, he continued playing. Another half hour later, today's practice came to an end. Clap, clap, clap. As he finished his routine, he suddenly heard a round of applause. His face was covered in sweat as he turned his head to look over. He then saw a stunningly beautiful woman wearing shark pants on her lower body and a striped, loose-fitting long-sleeved sports top looking at him with admiration. This woman is very beautiful, on par with Jiang Qingli. Her long, slender legs were encased in form-fitting shark print pants, perfectly accentuating her rounded hips. Although she was wearing a loose sports top, her graceful figure could still be vaguely seen. She wore no makeup, and her hair was simply tied in a high ponytail. But it's so captivating that you can't take your eyes off it. Her delicate features were harmonious and perfect, and a beauty mark at the corner of her left eye added an alluring touch to her. Li Han was amazed by her beauty, and when she saw Li Han's face, a strange light flashed in her eyes. This man was the most handsome she had ever seen, without a doubt. What kind of punch is that? It looks really powerful. The woman walked over slowly with her long legs. Li Han laughed and said, "It was taught to me by a traveling doctor from my hometown. It can only strengthen the body." The woman nodded, walked up to him, extended her long, slender, fair hand, and looked up with a bright smile. "Su Yuran, it's a pleasure to meet you." Li Han reached out and grasped her hand. How to describe this hand? Li Han really wanted to hold it in his hands for a while. So tender, so smooth. It's soft and boneless when you hold it in your hand, it feels like cotton, cool and comfortable. Li Han, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Yuran looked at him with a smile, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Aren't you going to let go? Li Han seemed not to hear, huh? Su Yuran squeezed his strong, powerful hand, as if to remind him. Oh, look at the mess this has made. Li Han pretended to just realize what was happening, then squeezed her little hand again before reluctantly leaving. A blush rose on Su Yuran's face, and she said softly, "You look quite respectable, but I never expected you to be such a rogue." Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately objected. "Hey, don't you dare slander me, Li. I just noticed that you don't look well, so I took your pulse." He spoke with such righteous indignation, as if he were doing it for your own good, which made Su Yuran want to laugh even more. So, as long as you're handsome, even if you act like a hooligan, beautiful women won't mind. But if you're ugly, you can't blame the other party for reporting you to the authorities. Then take her pulse, what did you find? Her pink lips parted slightly, and her breath was as sweet as orchids. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the small mole at the corner of her eye also lifted up slightly. Li Han admitted that she was impressed by that charming little face. He was tempted. Excitement also stirred. I was in too much of a rush just now and didn't notice anything. How about I take your pulse again for a proper check? Li Hantian said shamelessly, with a wanton smile on her face. Su Yuran chuckled. This guy takes advantage of others and still acts so serious and shameless. That's really interesting. Okay, then you can take my pulse properly. As she spoke, she stretched out her fair and slender hand again. Li Han took it and felt the touch of that soft, boneless little hand. How wonderful. It took a full 10 minutes. He touched it for 10 minutes. Ultimately, they felt that any longer would be excessive. He reluctantly let go of her hand. Did you find anything? Su Yuran asked with a smile. Li Han nodded solemnly and said, "You haven't eaten." Puff. Chapter 7. Li Han, save me. You spent 10 minutes and came up with this result? Su Yuran was about to die laughing. How can this person be so shameless? They clearly wanted to take advantage of me, but they pretended to be profound and mysterious. Yeah, I haven't eaten either. Want to eat together? Li Hantian said shamelessly. He didn't eat any of that stuff. He ate 3 baskets of xiaolongbao soup dumplings. But now I am indeed hungry again. Practicing this health-preserving boxing style is very physically demanding, and he needs to have a meal after each session. Okay, what do you want to eat? It's on me, Su Yuran said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she saw Li Han's expression turn serious, and then he moved closer to her. The masculine aura wafted over her, making Su Yuran's cheeks flush. What's wrong? She took a small step back. Li Han narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yuran, saying, Are you going to take care of me as a sugar daddy sugar baby? Su Yuran chuckled again, thinking, what's wrong with this guy's thought process? Is buying me breakfast the start of a sugar daddy arrangement? That would be far too cheap for him. Yes, what's your price range? Su Yuran did not deny it, but instead joked about it. Li Han actually thought about it seriously for a moment and said, Just take care of my breakfast. Su Yuran was taken aback, then laughed and said, That's too cheap for you. How about this, I'll take care of you for a year. Li Han laughed, Okay. Since it's a sugar daddy arrangement, and you've already paid me, I have to fulfill my obligations. After saying that, he leaned forward and suddenly wrapped his arms around Su Yuran's slender waist. She let out a soft cry and pressed her entire body against Li Han's chest. At this moment, Li Han's body was still burning with heat, and that heat made Su Yuran feel hot all over. She widened her eyes and glared angrily at Li Han. This guy is so bold. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Kissing, hugging, even smut, I'm all for it. Li Han lowered his head and stared directly at the woman in his arms. It's hard to imagine that this was the first time the two had met. Su Yuran's face was flushed red. She was both ashamed and angry, and kept patting Li Han's chest with her small hands. You pervert, let me go. I was just kidding. Who wants to kiss you, who wants to hug you, who wants to, Let go of me. Her coquettish voice was very pleasant to hear. Li Han not only didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter. At the same time, he glanced slightly in several directions around him. Seeing that there was no movement from those directions, he looked at Su Yuran again. The slender waist and firm, fleshy shape satisfied his urge to touch her. If he weren't afraid of completely angering the woman, he would have loved to move his large hand down to feel what it was like to see her rounded breasts encased in sharkskin pants. That one do, you said you'd take care of me. I have to be responsible and dedicated. Even if you give me a house, a car, a credit card, and then make me a lover 7 times a night, I will not hesitate. Li Han's voice rang out again, his hot breath caressing Su Yuran's cheek. She couldn't help but tense up. This feeling made her feel extremely uncomfortable, yet also strangely. You scoundrel, let me go. I was just kidding. If you keep hugging me, I'll call someone to beat you up. Su Yuran's threat had no deterrent effect, but Li Han felt that since it was their first meeting, it was enough to leave it at that. So he let go. Su Yuran breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason felt a little empty. Li Han's chest feels so comfortable to hold. Su Yuran, what are you thinking? A blush flashed across Su Yuran's face again. Let's go have breakfast. Li Ho reached out his large hand and smoothed her slightly messy high ponytail before walking forward first. Su Yuran watched his retreating figure and pouted her pink lips. You filthy scoundrel. The two arrived at a steamed bun shop. Su Yuran had already taken off her top and tied it around her waist, covering her curvaceous figure. But the beauty of her upper body was also revealed. She was wearing a regular tank top. Sitting opposite Li Han at this moment, Li Han was deeply shocked. What are you looking at, you scoundrel? Su Yuran knew exactly what Li Han was looking at, and said angrily. Li Han smiled without saying a word, then stopped looking. The two ate and chatted. Li Han learned that Su Yuran was a resident of the upscale villa area near the apartment. It seems this woman is either a young, wealthy woman, or Li Han does not believe it is the second type. In his previous life, he had met too many people, so he had a lot of experience in judging people. After having breakfast, the two left the breakfast shop. Before Li Han left, he asked her, Would you like to exchange contact information? Su Yuran shook her head. If we meet again in the future, we'll add you again. Amid Li Han's somewhat bewildered gaze, she swayed her high ponytail and skipped away, clearly in a good mood. She found Li Han's embarrassed expression amusing. At the same time, she knew that Li Han lived here, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to run into him again later. This is a master tactic, a feigned retreat to lure the enemy in. Li Han smiled. He then returned to his apartment, washed up, and left again. He is currently a free agent and doesn't even have a job. He wasn't going to just rely on this job, he wanted to find a decent one and get by. But he hadn't decided what to do, so he just wandered around the streets. He and Mu Qingyu graduated from the same university, both being top students at Beichin University, one of China's top-tier universities. After graduation, he and Mu Qingyu entered into a marriage of convenience. The agreement included his responsibilities as a full-time stay-at-home husband. It also specifies the benefits that can be obtained. When the engagement ends, he will receive 1% of the shares in Mu Qingyu Company. Don't underestimate this 1%. Although Li Han didn't know how much net profit Mu Qingyu's company made each year, it was still a company with assets worth tens of billions. The annual net profit must be at least several hundred million. Then multiply several hundred million by the dividend ratio, and then multiply by 1%. At the very least, there will be at least $1 million in dividends every year. What you should know is that he didn't have to do anything, and the money came easily to him. If Mu Qingyu doesn't buy back his shares and the company can operate well for decades, then he can say that he will be set for life. However, right now, he only owns shares but cannot receive dividends. He won't receive them until at least after the Chinese New Year next year. So during this time, he still needs to find a job. It's not about earning a pittance, it's just that staying there all the time would be very boring. He studied financial management in college, but he never had any practical experience and wasted 3 years of his life. He can rely almost entirely on his academic qualifications. His professional skills are no longer reliable. In one day, he visited several companies, and almost all of them rejected him, given his blank resume. Li Han wasn't discouraged, he'd just keep searching. It was in the afternoon, close to 5 p.m. He ate the Jinbingguozi Chinese crepe he had bought for a full $8 as he walked home. He didn't drive a car, thinking that it wasn't as convenient as an electric car, and he was thinking of getting an electric car after a while. Just as he arrived at the apartment entrance, he received a call from Jiang Qingli. He answered the phone, and Jiang Qingli's urgent cries for help came from the other end. Li Han, save me. Chapter 8: Jiang Qingli's Regret. Li Han frowned. Something seemed off about her voice. He quickly asked, "Where are you?" Jiang Qingli's voice came again, her voice sweet and seductive. "I'm at Nightfall Bar, come quick." As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the phone hung up. Li Han frowned slightly. He then quickly drove to the parking space and got into Jiang Qingli's sports car. It then sped away at an incredibly high speed and with a high degree of maneuverability, circling around multiple corners. This scene was witnessed by Su Yuran, who had just returned home. He saw Li Han get into the car, so he knew that Li Han was driving. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling with excitement at this moment. Good driving skills. Driving such an expensive sports car, yet living in a cheap apartment. Who exactly are you? She blushed slightly as she recalled Li Han's unreasonable hug that morning. She did indeed take the initiative to approach Li Han. Firstly, Li Han was indeed outstanding in appearance, and secondly, his boxing skills piqued Su Yuran's interest. I never expected this guy to be so incredibly audacious. He actually dared to hug her. That's not even the most infuriating thing. What's most infuriating is, surprisingly, I wasn't angry. If it were any other man, she would probably have ordered his men to tear him to pieces by now. But the truth is, she didn't resist Li Han. She herself found it hard to believe that the first time in her life she had intimate contact with a man other than her father, she had only met him once. With a blush on her face, she slowly returned home. Li Han drove quickly to the Nightfall Bar. With a screech, the sports car tires screeched violently against the ground. He ignored where the sports car was parked and quickly entered the bar. This bar has 2 floors and is extremely large. The place was bustling with activity, with an estimated number of several hundred people inside. Where else could you find someone like that? He could only go to the front desk and say Jiang Qingli's name. "Miss Qingli? She's one of the investors in our bar." "May I ask who you are?" That's what the girl at the bar said. Li Han frowned, feeling that things weren't quite as he had thought. "I'm her friend. She said she was drunk and asked me to pick her up." Li Han reacted quickly, waved the car keys in his hand, and pointed to the surveillance camera at the bar. At that moment, the surveillance footage showed one of the sports cars heading straight towards him. The girl at the bar recognized the sports car and knew it belonged to Jiang Qingli, so she said, "Miss Qingli is currently in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there." Those who could be acquainted with Jiang Qingli were either rich or powerful, so she dared not be negligent and quickly led Li Han upstairs. It's just a bit strange that Miss Qingli never lets any men over when she holds gatherings here, not even into the private rooms. Is this an exception today? But if it's this handsome guy, then making an exception would be normal. Pushing open the door to the private room, Li Han saw several young women playing drinking games. At the center, naturally, is Jiang Qingli. She had drunk too much, her face was flushed, and although her hair was a little messy, she exuded a charming and alluring aura. Seeing that she was all right, Li Han felt relieved. Then his expression became increasingly calm. He looked at Jiang Qingli and remained silent. Everyone present turned their heads when they heard the door open. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Li Han. Qingli, is this the young master you found for us? So handsome. I love it. Hey little brother, come here quickly, let me give you some good pain. Several women couldn't control themselves and stood up, trying to pull Li Han away. But then Jiang Qingli let out a delicate shout. Get out of here, he's mine. As she spoke, she staggered with drunken steps to Li Han's side and hugged him tightly. Then she raised her rosy little face and looked at Li Han. Hey, Li Han, you're here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Li Han looked down at the woman. To be honest, she's very attractive right now. Any other man would probably be unable to resist and would want to pin this beauty down on his body right now. But Li Han remained calm. It's not that he doesn't like beautiful women. On the contrary, he liked it very much, especially since he had been holding back for so long in his previous life. However, he didn't like Jiang Qingli's current style. He tricked himself into coming to the bar with those ambiguous words, and then saw her completely drunk. He was nobody to her, and her last bit of patience had run out. He pulled Jiang Qingli's hand away, then placed the car keys and black card into her palm. He said in a very cold voice, "You keep playing, I have to go." With that, he ignored Jiang Qingli's puzzled expression and quickly left the private room. Jiang Qingli was stunned. She didn't understand what was happening. But she saw clearly Li Han's indifferent expression. Her heart clenched. What did I do wrong? Jiang Qingli was extremely flustered. Her cronies quickly stepped forward. Qingli, this pretty boy you're keeping is no good. He's actually giving you attitude. Why don't you give yourself to me, and I'll teach you a lesson? Yeah, me too. Several women laughed so hard they were shaking. Jiang Qingli's already chaotic mind was instantly engulfed in anger. She turned around and slapped each of the men who had spoken. Get lost, and don't ever come looking for me again. With that, she quickly left the private room and caught up with Li Han. Several women covered their faces and looked at each other in bewilderment. However, they dared not get angry. Jiang Qingli was the apple of the eye of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families in Beicheng. If they offended her, they could forget about having a foothold in Beicheng. They might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. Li Han walked unhurriedly around the sports car, took out his phone, and prepared to scan a shared bicycle. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps caught up, accompanied by Jiang Qingli's panicked shouts. Li Han, wait for me. Li Han turned his head and saw Jiang Qingli quickly approaching him, reeking of alcohol. She was initially a little drunk, but by now she was almost completely sober. She looked at Li Han with red eyes. Li Han, what's wrong with you? Why did you give me back the car keys and card? I gave them all to you, I didn't intend to ask for them back. You can use them as you please. Jiang Qingli spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Li Han looked at her and smiled slightly. It's all right, no need. I've been looking for a job these past few days and I can earn money. Once I receive dividends from Mooching US company next year, I won't have to worry about money in the future. I appreciate your kindness. I'll pay you back the money for the apartment rent, the clothes you bought me, and the meals you treated me to in a while. I've realized we're not from the same world, so it's better to have less interaction. Give me my money back? We're not from the same world? Jiang Qingli looked dazed. She's not stupid after all, like Mooching you, she runs a company worth billions. Judging from Li Han's reaction, she roughly guessed what was going on. I'm sorry, Li Han, I didn't mean to lie to you. I just wanted to see if you cared about me. I'm sorry, I really won't do it again. Can you forgive me this time? Her eyes held hope, wishing Li Han would give her a definite answer. Li Han replied, Why are you apologizing to me? We have no relationship, and you didn't do anything wrong. That's it for now, I'm going home. I still need to look for a job tomorrow. You should leave soon too. After all, it's a bar. No matter how clean it is, it's still a bar. As he spoke, he turned to turn around. But Jiang Qingli suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks quickly. Li Han, I really know I was wrong, please don't ignore me, okay? I will never lie to you again. Li Han looked at the girl in his arms and sighed. He said, You lied to me, you're using me to erode your trust in me. Furthermore, judging from your behavior in bars, you probably frequent bars, which doesn't quite align with my views. Birds of a feather flock together. You should find friends who are right for you, not me. Jiang Qingli was stunned again upon hearing this. She understood what Li Han meant. He doesn't like girls who hang out in bars. She quickly looked up and swore. Li Han, I don't come to bars often either. And even if I come, I'll only be with women, and it'll always be within my own business. I have never blacked out from drinking, and I have never had intimate contact with other men. You have to believe me, okay? I'm never coming here again. Chapter 9 Mu Qingyu regrets it. As Jiang Qingli spoke, she began to cry. She regretted it. She regretted lying to Li Han in order to get him to come over. He also regretted hanging out with other girls in the bar. Li Han must really hate girls like that, right? The thought that Li Han would think of her as an unclean girl broke her heart. She is very clean, but how can you prove it? Li Han said calmly. You really don't need to explain so much to me. I'm nobody to you, why are you telling me all this? After all, we've only known each other for a month. Okay, let go, I'm going home. Li Han has his own principles. I hadn't seen Jiang Qingli much before, so I didn't know much about her private life. Now that he has seen some of it, he finds it hard to accept. Since he's been given a second chance at life, he has the choice of how to live it. So, his attitude towards women was also very simple. Beautiful and clean. If Jiang Qingli spends her days in bars, then of course he won't bother with her. Snakes can be divided into venomous and non-venomous types. However, when people see a snake, they will choose to run away without distinguishing whether it is poisonous or not. I don't. Jiang Qingli hugged him even tighter. At the same time, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What a stupid thing she did. She likes Li Han. However, she likes him, yet she doesn't care about her private life. This made her extremely regretful. Helpless, Li Han quickly hailed a taxi using his phone. 3 or 4 minutes later, the ride-hailing car arrived, and Li Han pried her hands off. My taxi has arrived. You should go home early too. With that, he got into a ride-hailing car and drove away quickly. Jiang Qingli tried to catch up, but she couldn't keep up with Li Han's speed at all. As she watched the ride-hailing car drive away into the distance, she cried even louder. Li Han, I was wrong. I will never come to a bar again. After returning home and washing up, Li Han lay on the bed and started scrolling through his phone. He didn't care about Jiang Qingli's matter. To him, Jiang Qingli was just an insignificant ripple in his life, fleeting and insignificant. There's nothing to care about. He was scrolling through his phone in bed when a WeChat message suddenly came in. To his surprise, the person who sent him the message was Mu Qingyu. Li Han, are you free tomorrow? Since the annulment of the engagement was relatively peaceful, Li Han did not block her. He just didn't know why she wanted to see him. Speak if you have something to say. He replied with a single sentence. Unexpectedly, the other party replied instantly. My mother's death anniversary is in a couple of days, can you come with me? My dad is going too. He doesn't know that you and I are divorced. If he did, he would definitely arrange blind dates for me. I don't want to go on blind dates. Li Han frowned as he looked at the lines of text. He later learned some things about Mu Qingyu. They also knew the origin of her illness. When Mu Qingyu was in junior high school, her mother and father had a big fight, and later her father accidentally pushed her mother down the stairs. Her mother hit her head on the floor, suffered a brain hemorrhage, and became a vegetable. He passed away suddenly after lying in a hospital bed for more than half a year. Since then, she has suffered from this psychological condition, resisting physical contact with men. I feel uncomfortable all over when I get close to a man, and a great sense of crisis rises in my heart. After graduating from university, her father arranged several blind dates for her. Unable to bear the harassment any longer, she finally decided to end her father's absurd manipulation through a marriage of convenience. The outcome was good for her for 3 years. Her father did not interfere with her life again. If they knew she was divorced, they would probably introduce her to potential blind dates. Li Han pursed his lips and said, "We are already divorced, mooching you. Find another man, it's none of my business." After saying that, he ignored her. Although he still really wanted to sleep with Mooching Yu, Li Han didn't want to get involved in her messy affairs. On the other side, Mooching Xue held her phone, eagerly awaiting Li Han's reply. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Looking at the empty villa, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. "I used to live alone, but it wasn't like this back then." Seeing the area where Li Han once lived brought a pang of sadness to her heart. She told herself it was just withdrawal symptoms and that it would be fine in a few days. She could control her body, but not her mind. She would always think of Li Han. "I remember how gentle he was to me, how he was always by my side. I even recall those countless charges." The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. A feeling of regret even welled up in my heart. They were already married and had a relationship. Why do you have to get a divorce? She did feel some regret. It would be better to extend the agreement for a few more years, so that I can continue to fool my father. In fact, if they have a child, they might be able to fool the situation for even longer. Once the child goes to college, the father probably won't introduce any more potential partners to her, so she can get a divorce then. If people knew about her idea, they would be absolutely shocked. "No, you two have slept together, have children, and your children are in college. You're telling me this is a marriage of convenience?" But she still didn't realize the problem with her thinking. With a lot of emotions building up inside her, she finally mustered up the courage to use the excuse of visiting the grave to see Li Han one more time. She didn't want to do anything, she just wanted to see him. Perhaps after seeing it, your withdrawal symptoms will gradually subside. You will gradually return to normal. Li Han's presence will also fade from her life. So she sent those messages to Li Han. She eagerly awaited a positive answer from Li Han. But upon seeing Li Han's resolute 2 lines of text, her face suddenly turned pale. "Divorce. Find another man. It has nothing to do with me." These words pierced her heart like knives. After staring for a long time, she seemed to want to look through the screen at Li Han's face. Unbeknownst to her, her face was pale and her eyes were bloodshot. A full hour passed before she finally put down her phone. He curled up on the sofa, staring blankly into the darkness. She was sleepy. But she couldn't sleep. She didn't know why. She endured this for 2 or 3 hours, until it was past midnight. She still couldn't sleep. Finally, she stood up, felt her way in the dark, and went to Li Han's room. As soon as I opened the door, I smelled a familiar scent. It was a subtle, complex flavor. It has a masculine scent, the aroma of laundry fragrance, and it's complicated, but also reassuring. Almost unconsciously, she ended up in Li Han's former bed. She lay down on the bed, hugging the blanket that still smelled of Li Han, and fell into a deep sleep in less than a minute. Even after falling asleep, a faint smile remained on her lips. Chapter 10. I like you so much. Li Han doesn't need much sleep. 4 or 5 hours is usually enough. So I don't usually go to bed very early. He fell asleep promptly at midnight. She fell asleep within minutes. But an hour later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he suddenly opened his eyes. She rolled off the bed, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. He heard some strange noises right at his doorstep. In his previous life, he almost never slept soundly. Even though his sleep quality has improved in this life, this sense of vigilance remains. And it will continue to accompany him throughout his life. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Upon reaching the door, he looked through the peephole and saw what was happening in the corridor. There was a drunken, obese man with a lewd grin on his face, looking down at the doorway. Through the door, he vaguely heard the man say, "Beauty. Come home with me." "How much?" His words were fragmented, but you could piece together what he wanted to say. It's not uncommon for apartment buildings to be used as escort services, so Li Han frowned slightly but didn't pay much attention. But suddenly, an angry voice rang out. "Get lost. Your mother's the one who's a prostitute. You fat pig." That sound. Is it Jiang Qingli? Although it wasn't very clear, Li Han could still recognize her voice immediately. Why is she here? About what happened tonight? Why would the daughter of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate owner do these things? Li Han muttered to himself. Just then, he heard the fat man roar. Fuck your bitch, I'm going to fuck you to death today. She's a prostitute but wants to maintain a virtuous image. Come with me. As he spoke, the fat man, who looked to weigh 200 pounds, was about to get his hands on him. Click. Suddenly, the door opposite him burst open. A figure suddenly rushed out, a strong and powerful long leg raised high, and kicked the fat man in the chest. The corridor was only 2 or 3 meters wide. After taking a few steps back, the fat man crashed solidly into the wall with a thud. The foot that was about to kick him landed hard on his chest. Li Han used his legs to firmly press the fat man against the wall. He leaned forward slightly, resting one hand on his knee, looking down at the fat man with a chilling gaze. In his previous life, he was known for committing numerous evils. However, there are also many things that are his bottom line, things he would never do, and his subordinates are not allowed to violate. One of them is rape. This fat man clearly crossed his bottom line. Who are you? What do you want? The fat man's face turned pale, and the effects of the alcohol had dissipated considerably. That kick almost sent him to see his great-grandmother. He naturally saw Li Han's abilities, so he only dared to ask that one question. You live here? Li Han didn't answer him, but asked a question instead. Yes. Get out of here tomorrow, I don't want to see you again. Li Han suddenly exerted force with his waist and abdomen, causing his foot, which was pressing against the fat man's chest, to sink down halfway. A tooth-grinding sound rang out. That was the sound of the fat man's ribs struggling desperately. If Li Han had used even a fraction more force, those ribs would have definitely broken. Ah! The fat man was in excruciating pain, so he nodded hastily. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll move out right away, I won't wait until tomorrow. Li Han snorted and loosened his grip on his leg. Get out! The fat guy quickly got out of there, not daring to even glance at Li Han again. The foot that stepped on him just now felt like a huge boulder weighing a ton. Despite his physique, he had absolutely no ability to fight back. This person is a monster. Watching him run away, Li Han turned around and saw Jiang Qingli staring at him in shock. How could Jiang Qingli not be shocked? That was a huge fat man weighing over 200 pounds, and Li Han actually kicked him so hard? Shocked, she felt even more enamored with Li Han. Seeing Li Han turn around, she quickly moved forward. She embraced Li Han with her delicate body. Li Han, thank you. You saved me again. I owe you even more. Li Han felt his pajamas were soaked with some kind of liquid, guessing that Jiang Qingli had cried again. Li Han found her words slightly strange. What does again mean? Was pretending to be her boyfriend last time a lifesaver for her? He looked around and then said, let's go inside and talk. Jiang Qingli followed Li Han into the apartment, and Li Han closed the door. Li Han sat on the bed, while Jiang Qingli sat on the sofa. She raised her slightly pale face, her eyes bloodshot. When did you arrive? Why didn't you knock? Li Han asked. Jiang Qingli bit her lip. After you left the bar, I followed you here. I arrived shortly after you went home. As she spoke, she lowered her head, her expression troubled and pitiful, and said, I'm afraid that if I knock on the door you'll get annoyed with me. I want to wait until you get a good night's sleep, and then I'll ask for your forgiveness tomorrow. Li Han pondered for a moment after hearing this. It's been at least 4 or 5 hours since I came back from the bar. He didn't go out during that time, and Jiang Qingli just sat at the door the whole time. Even if he were hard-hearted, he couldn't help but soften a little at this moment. I've already said it, you really did nothing wrong. It was my personal fault, and you don't need to ask for my forgiveness. You are a wealthy heiress, and you should be able to do whatever you want. Li Han sighed and said. Jiang Qingli suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Li Han seriously. No. I will do what you want. I'm sorry, I didn't take your feelings into consideration. You don't like girls who hang out in bars, so I'll never go there again in my life. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Even if. As she spoke, her face flushed. They were both adults, how could Li Han not understand what the other half of her sentence was? He smacked Jiang Qingli on the head. He said irritably, no matter what, you shouldn't put yourself in danger, understand? Whether it's at the bar or just now. Jiang Qingli was hit on the head by Li Han. She covered her head with her hands, looking pitifully at Li Han. She had been feeling a little resentful, but hearing Li Han's words warmed her heart. Is he concerned about me? That's great. Li Han only showed a little concern, and she was immediately satisfied. She got up from the sofa, quickly sat on the bed, and then hugged Li Han's arm, shaking it back and forth. I'll do whatever you say. I'll definitely take good care of myself from now on and won't put myself in danger again. So, have you forgiven me? Seeing that she repeatedly asked him to forgive her, Li Han felt helpless and finally nodded. Jiang Qingli's face immediately lit up with joy, and all her previous worries vanished. But suddenly she found herself sitting on a soft, large bed with Li Han. Her pretty face flushed red, and she murmured, "What I said just now, it all stands." Li Han turned his head and looked at the pretty girl. He knew that if he took this woman now, she really wouldn't resist. However, Li Han needed a reason. Why? Why is she so eager to do this for me? Is it really just because I'm handsome? Li Han lifted her chin and kneaded it repeatedly with 2 fingers. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli, have you thought this through? If that kind of thing really happens, it will be too late for you to regret it. Jiang Qingli tilted her head back, her eyes filled with adoration. I have no regrets. Why? We've only known each other for a month, Li Han asked. I like you. I like you so much. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, I'm a jerk. Li Han gazed into Jiang Qingli's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. This was actually Jiang Qingli's most serious and bold confession. Her gaze was intense, and it didn't seem like she was faking it. She seems to really like herself. To be honest, this is quite sudden. Li Han's soul transmigrated into this world. Although he retained the original owner's memories, he was not actually very integrated with this world. Suddenly, an extremely beautiful girl spoke to me with such certainty. I like you so much. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. He leaned down gently and whispered his lips in her ear. Jiang Qingli's face grew increasingly flushed, and her whole body stiffened. She was so nervous and excited that she even forgot to breathe. She thought Li Han was about to do that with her right now. Li Han's warm breath gently caressed her cheeks and ears, making her heart race. I have something to tell you. If you can't accept it, it's best if we end things here. Jiang Qingli was puzzled upon hearing Li Han's words. She asked, almost in a daze. What? Li Han looked at her cute pink earlobes and said directly. My future will not be limited to just one woman. Actually, I could have taken your body first and then told you all this, but I disdain to do so. The choice is yours. If you can accept our relationship, you can continue. If you can't, don't compromise. Find someone who loves you wholeheartedly. Jiang Qingli was completely stunned. Her rosy little face was filled with shock. She leaned back slightly, placing her hands on Li Han's chest, showing a sense of resistance. Li Han knew that she still cared about these things. I'd say no girl wouldn't care, right? So, this is not bad either. Although he wanted to be a scumbag, he also wanted to be a scumbag who was clear and transparent about how he treated his woman. If you win them over, then tell them they are not your only lover. This is cruel to them. They are either depressed because they are with a scumbag. Either they had no choice but to accept this relationship because they had lost their innocence. Li Han didn't like this approach. Because, objectively speaking, this constitutes a form of emotional coercion against these women. Using emotions, morality, and sexual relationships to coerce a girl into accepting this kind of relationship against her will. That's why he told Jiang Qingli all this. Li Han stood up and moved a little further away from her. He exuded an air of aloofness. Let's go, I'll see you off. Li Han knew her choice, so he got up and prepared to open the door. But just as I reached the door, I heard footsteps. Then, his waist was encircled by a pair of jade-like arms. This was followed by Jiang Qingli's trembling voice. Li Han, please don't treat me like this. I swear, I will love you well for the rest of my life. Can't we be together forever? I really like you, and I don't want to take you away from other women. As she spoke, she suddenly started crying again. In fact, Jiang Qingli is not usually like this. She is similar to Mu Qingyu, usually aloof and dignified. But now, it's like an abandoned puppy, whimpering pitifully. Li Han looked at the hand on his waist and abdomen. I'm sorry, I'm a jerk. I'll walk you downstairs, then you can drive home. I need to look for a job tomorrow. Li Han's voice was flat, without any inflection. With every word he spoke, he could feel Jiang Qingli's soft body tremble. Jiang Qingli seemed to be going through a huge psychological struggle. I see. Jiang Qingli finally let go of her hand. Li Han opened the door and led the silent Jiang Qingli downstairs. Arriving at the sports car that had been returned to Jiang Qingli, Li Han put one hand in his pocket and smiled. Don't be so discouraged, this is a good thing for you. Stay away from a jerk, it's far more worthwhile than making billions. Good night. With that, he turned and prepared to go upstairs. Jiang Qingli bit her pink lips, watching Li Han, who was about to go upstairs. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Li Han's words today have caused her great pain. At the same time, he grew to hate Mu Qingyu even more. It's her. She's the one who turned Li Han into this. Li Han must have been unable to get the love he wanted, and in the end, he no longer believed in love and just wanted to be a scumbag. She wanted to correct Li Han, but she knew she couldn't do it for the time being. Mu Qingyu must have hurt him deeply. Li Han had already opened the apartment door and stepped inside. Jiang Qingli suddenly ran over and shouted, Li Han, wait! Just as Li Han was about to enter the gate, he turned around and saw Jiang Qingli running towards him. However, when going up the steps, if you are not careful, you may trip over the steps and fall down. She runs very fast. If she falls, she'll definitely get seriously injured. Without saying a word, Li Han rushed over and hugged her tightly in his arms. Because a great deal of force was used, it even appeared to be lifting. Jiang Qingli was holding Li Han's shoulder, while Li Han was hugging her leg. Feeling strong arms steadily supporting her, Jiang Qingli's panic in the instant before she fell completely disappeared. Then, without saying a word, she lowered her head. She sealed Li Han's lips with her small mouth. She took it almost greedily. She used her soft, fragrant tongue to relentlessly attack Li Han's jaw. Li Han was stunned, but quickly recovered, pressed down on her neck, and responded passionately. The kiss lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, leaving Jiang Qingli breathless. Their lips parted, and they looked at each other. Jiang Qingli looked down at Li Han, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Can you give me a week? Li Han naturally understood what she meant. Li Han gently put her down and rubbed her little head. Yes, no problem. After he finished speaking, Jiang Qingli smiled faintly, leaned forward again, and gently kissed the corner of Li Han's mouth. I'm leaving, no need to see me off. This time, she really left. Li Han watched her sports car drive away, smacked his lips, and returned to his apartment. But a burning desire stirred within me. That brat, she came to tease him in the middle of the night, and now he's wide awake. Back in my apartment, I had just lain down when I heard the sounds of a fierce battle coming from next door again. He looked at the ceiling and silently named a plant. The next morning, Li Han still couldn't overcome his biological clock and woke up before 6 o'clock. He slept for a little over 3 hours after Jiang Qingli left. But I'm not sleepy at all. He lingered in bed for a while. For some reason, I suddenly remembered the time I spent living with Mu Qingyu. Back then, he always lived in a room by himself. For the first 2.5 years, Mu Qingyu never entered his room. Later, Mu Qingyu got drunk and had sex with him, which led to her entering his room. But they never woke up in the same bed together, except for the night before their divorce. After each sexual encounter, Mu Qingyu would return to her room. It's as if all those tender moments were just an illusion. She was always drunk, yet she could always find her room perfectly sober. The next day, when he met Li Han, he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. Ultimately, Li Han came to the following conclusion. She definitely changed after getting drunk, which shows that she has poor behavior when drunk. Once she regains her senses, her reason will firmly control her. Therefore, it's almost impossible to be intimate with her. Therefore, there was no point in Li Han continuing the argument. After lingering in bed for a while, he got up, washed up, and went out for breakfast. He returned to the park and began practicing his boxing. I did it twice in a row, my whole body was soaked in sweat, and I felt stronger than ever before, with the heat flowing through my body even more vigorously. Just as he finished his final move, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar rang out. Why do I feel like you're even more amazing than yesterday? Do you know how to fight? Would you like to be my bodyguard? It costs 50,000 per month, and all kinds of insurance are included. Chapter 12. Be Su Yuran's bodyguard. Li Han turned around and saw Su Yuran dressed similarly to yesterday. Her long, shapely legs encased in sharkskin pants made him feel incredibly aroused every time he saw them. Especially since he had just finished practicing his health-preserving boxing technique. When his young energy was at its peak, this woman appeared. This is truly torturous, Li Han thought to himself. Su Yuran blushed slightly as she looked into Li Han's intense gaze. Then, with a haughty air, she raised her head and glanced at Li Han with her beautiful eyes. So, how about it, want to come? Li Han wiped his sweat. How did you know I was looking for a job? Su Yuran replied, I don't know, but I believe the price I offer will definitely tempt you. She saw Li Han drive a sports car yesterday and assumed he was some rich kid. But then I saw him walking back that night, and since he lives in this apartment, I guess he borrowed the car. These days, there are so many people renting cars to pick up girls. But the thought that Li Han might be renting a car to pick up girls made her a little unhappy. Li Han stared directly at her. This woman was truly stunning. She has a small face, delicate features, and fair skin. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure with a graceful and shapely appearance. She is simply a rare beauty. Especially with that smug look on her face, she's absolutely adorable. He couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Su Yuran panicked and took a half step back, her arrogance turning into embarrassment and anger. Why are you standing so close when you're supposed to be talking, she said, feigning anger. Li Han chuckled, I've been nearsighted since I was little. My parents taught me to be polite when talking to people and to look them in the eye, so I can only get close to them. That's pure nonsense. He was an orphan and had never met his parents. Su Yuran knew he was talking nonsense and snorted. Rogue. Li Han approached again, and Su Yuran was about to back away when a pair of large hands grabbed her slender waist, causing her to collide with Li Han. Her exquisite curves perfectly fit Li Han's slender yet incredibly strong and powerful physique. Li Han was so hot that it was frightening, making Su Yuran feel like she was leaning against a giant heater. If it weren't for the dampness of her sweat, she would have felt very comfortable. Pooh. She was immediately startled by her own thoughts. You scoundrel, let me go. You're covered in sweat and you stink. Suyu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the shameless madman in front of her. Twice now. How could he be so shameless? Li Han looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms. It smells so good. The faint scent of jasmine can only be smelled when you get very close. Jasmine is elegant and refined, exuding a cool and noble aura. This beauty must usually have a dignified and unapproachable demeanor. In Li Han's arms, she was now so beautiful and alluring that one longed to pluck her. Does it smell bad? Li Han lowered his head. Smell it carefully. I don't think it smells bad at all. He was telling the truth. That health-preserving boxing method has very powerful effects. In addition to strengthening the body, it can also expel impurities and toxins from the body. Except for the first 2 months when I would smell bad after each practice session, there was almost no smell afterwards. Su Yuran knew, of course. She is very clean and can't stand even the slightest smell. But when Li Han, who was sweating profusely, hugged her, she didn't smell anything unpleasant except for the dampness. The man even exuded an indescribable aura that made her blush and feel intoxicated. Rogue. You still haven't said whether you'll be my bodyguard or not. Su Yuran, with Li Han's arms around her waist, knew she couldn't break free, so she could only ask again with a hint of annoyance. Anyone who knows her well would probably be stunned at this moment. Su Yuran was being held by the man, and instead of being angry, she even asked him to be her bodyguard. Is this reasonable? Li Han held her and sat on a bench nearby, letting Su Yuran sit on his lap. Su Yuran cried out and wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck. Li Han had one arm around her waist, and the other hand was on her long legs, which were covered in smooth sharkskin pants, gently caressing them. Su Yuran glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed, then slapped away his restless hand. This guy is even more of a scoundrel than I imagined. But. Su Yuran just couldn't get angry at all. If she hadn't been sure she hadn't eaten anything wrong, she would have thought she'd been drugged these past 2 days. Otherwise, why would she be so indulgent towards this man? This stinky man touched almost every inch of her body. Just missing. She dared not think about it anymore. Her face flushed red, making her look incredibly cute. Li Han looked at her and chuckled softly. What do you do? Why do you need me to be your bodyguard? Su Yuran pouted and said. I'm a gangster, dare to come? She looked at Li Han with a defiant gaze. Li Han's gaze sharpened slightly, and his previously playful eyes became extremely profound. Who understands this stuff better than him? In his previous life, if he hadn't ruined his own health, he would never have been publicly executed. He was even confident that he could clean himself up completely within a few years. But he was truly beyond saving. Years of overwork had left him with various hidden injuries. If it weren't for his health-preserving martial arts, he might have died 10 years ago. Before he died, he planned many more things. His subordinates called it 100 secret orders that changed the world. These secret orders began to be carried out one by one after his death. His terrifying wealth will be used in the areas he plans, his subordinates will shine in all walks of life, and his military force will aid the oppressed people of the world. As someone who's involved in the underworld, he is a thorn in the side of many countries, but in the eyes of many people at the bottom of society. He is God, he is light. They are the only ferrymen who can carry them ashore when they are in despair. He felt it was all worth it. Hearing Su Yuran say that she was a member of the underworld, Li Han thought a lot. He has no intention of getting involved in the underworld in his life. They really had enough fun in their previous life. But thinking that being her bodyguard was different from being a gangster, he didn't have to worry about various matters. He only needed to protect her. And most importantly, bodyguards, huh? Wouldn't that require close quarters protection? As for how close they are, don't ask. Seeing the change in Li Han's gaze, Su Yuran couldn't help but feel that this man had become even more mysterious. But he remained silent for a long time, which made me think that he didn't want to be my bodyguard. Just as she was about to say something, Li Han spoke, his deep eyes disappearing and his carefree demeanor returning. Okay, I agree, but I also want some other benefits. He looked at Su Yuran with a wicked grin. Su Yuran felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. Something was off about this guy's gaze. What? Li Han looked down at her sexy little mouth and said, I want to kiss you once a day. Su Yuran was stunned, then her anger flared. Pa, you filthy scoundrel. You're delusional. I won't let you kiss me. You. Before she could finish speaking, Li Han's domineering lips pressed against her delicate, thin lips. Li Han didn't want to. But that woman's delicate lips when she's angry are so alluring. He couldn't control himself. Su Yuran's eyes widened, and her whole body went limp. Li Han's kiss was domineering, as if he wanted to devour her. Her entire little mouth was being sucked and played with by Li Han. Finally, something soft pried open her jaw. No. She wanted to resist, but her body was too weak and limp. At the same time, that unprecedented and wonderful feeling made her gradually forget everything. Slowly, she closed her eyes and fell into Li Han's trap. Chapter 13. Thin-skinned, soft persimmons. Huff, huff. Li Han kissed her for several minutes before finally letting go. Su Yuran took deep breaths of the fresh air. She slumped limply onto Li Han. Rogue, pervert, villain. I'm angry. Su Yuran rested her head on Li Han's shoulder and bit Li Han's neck with her silver teeth. Li Han felt a slight pain, but it quickly disappeared. Suddenly, he gently bit her earlobe. I've received today's wages. Don't forget tomorrow. Su Yuran was so angry at his words that she punched him several times. Then she stood up, staring straight at him, her face flushed crimson, her eyes practically spitting fire. Her first kiss was stolen by this guy? She felt that biting him once wasn't enough to vent her anger, and she wanted to bite him again. But Li Han didn't give her a chance. He stood up and gently placed her on the ground. From now on, I will be your bodyguard. Besides protecting your personal safety, I'm also very good at warming your bed. Li Han lowered his head and said with a wicked smile. Su Yuran stomped on his instep and said angrily. Who wants you to warm my bed, you filthy scoundrel? I'll remember you. How dare you force a kiss on me? I'll make you pay sooner or later. She said this in a huff, crossing her arms, looking quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Li Han feigned fear. Oh, you hold a grudge so much? No way, I'll take a taxi and get away from this city today. As he spoke, he looked as if he was about to flee. Su Yuran suddenly grabbed him, her face filled with anxiety. You pervert, you're not allowed to leave. I've already let you kiss me. If you still want to leave, I'll. As she spoke, she felt a little wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. This man has been so lewd towards me, and now he wants to just walk away? What a jerk. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Li Han felt a sudden softening in his heart. This girl is so funny. She looks aloof and a bit arrogant, but she's really a soft persimmon with thin skin. You can see her softness with just a gentle poke. He looked troubled again and said, but I'm afraid of your retaliation. You said you're a gangster. What if you throw me into the river or fill me with cement pillars? He spoke with such sorrow that anyone who didn't know better would think he had been subjected to a terrible injustice. Su Yuran panicked and quickly said, I was just joking. I won't get revenge on you, but you're too much of a scoundrel. Next time, you're not allowed to kiss me. As she spoke, she turned her head away, her eyes still moist. Li Han felt he couldn't tease Su Yuran anymore. He felt she was going to be driven crazy by his teasing. So he gently pulled Su Yuran into his arms, lowered his head to inhale the soft fragrance of her neck, and whispered, Okay, then I won't leave. I'll be your bodyguard. But I can't not kiss you, it's part of my salary. But next time I kiss you, I'll give you a heads up. As Li Han gently embraced Su Yuran, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. She didn't know where this feeling came from. Her father is alive and well, and she doesn't lack fatherly love. But this sense of security is completely different from what my father gave me. She liked it very much. So she wrapped her arms around Li Han's waist and rested her face against his chest. You filthy scoundrel. She spoke almost in a murmur, without resisting Li Han's words. After embracing for a while, the two went to have breakfast together. Li Han went home, took a shower, and then went out. At the entrance of the apartment building, a domestically produced luxury car with extremely high protection levels was parked. Li Han stretched as soon as he stepped out of the apartment. His lazy eyes casually glanced at the surrounding locations, a smile playing on his lips. This girl seems to be quite an extraordinary person. He has so many hidden guards around him, and they are all experts. It seems that being her bodyguard is quite stressful. Li Han muttered to himself. Just then, the window of the luxury car slowly rolled down, revealing Su Yuran's bright face. She gave a soft hum, a smile playing on her lips. You pervert, get in the car. Li Han strode down the steps. I'm here. He walked a few steps to the luxury car, and with practiced ease, pulled open the hidden door handle and opened the door. This made Su Yuran, who was about to open the car door, freeze in shock. She stared in astonishment at Li Han as he got into the car, and said, How did you know how to open the car door? Li Han smiled without saying a word. Su Yuran became increasingly curious about this man. This bulletproof vehicle is custom-made, costing tens of millions of yuan. It can withstand the impact of small-caliber missiles fired by a single soldier, and its glass can even withstand several bullets from a high-precision sniper rifle. It can be described as a mobile fortress. After Li Han got into the car, he could tell that it was quite expensive. He was also somewhat curious about Su Yuran. It seemed she wasn't lying. She might really be a mafia heiress. Moreover, her elders cherished her very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much money to arrange so many bodyguards and this bulletproof car for her. He then looked at the driver, who was wearing white gloves and seemed oblivious to everything around him. This guy is no simpleton either. Li Han rubbed her head and laughed. That's how it's portrayed on TV. Su Yuran blushed with embarrassment after being touched, and said angrily, Bullshit. How come I haven't seen it? Besides, those directors would never see such classified information in their lifetime. How could they film it? Humans cannot do things beyond their own understanding. She chattered away, looking quite proud. Li Han laughed. He didn't continue the topic, but asked, What do I need to do to be your bodyguard? Su Yuran frowned. She didn't know either. Before she could say anything, the driver in the front seat suddenly spoke up. Young miss, the Wang family in Beicheng is hosting a banquet tonight, and the eldest young lady wants you to attend. Ah? Su Yuran's face fell, and she said in a low voice, I don't want to go to that kind of place, it's so boring. Uncle Shui, why doesn't my sister go? The driver, Uncle Shui, smiled and glanced at Li Han through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with wariness. Miss has been quite busy lately and hasn't been able to get away. Your father is also overseas, so you are the only one who can handle these kinds of international business matters. Besides, you've graduated from university, it's time for you to take charge of the family affairs. Su Yuran pouted, looking very unwilling. But there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, she said sullenly, then her eyes lit up when she suddenly saw Li Han. All right, Li Han, you're coming with me. You're my bodyguard, it's your duty. As she spoke, her soft, fragrant body leaned against Li Han. The two were very close, and Li Han could even smell her faint fragrance. You can also feel her soft body. Uncle Shui's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but it quickly returned to calm. In fact, as the young lady's personal butler, he was in charge of all the bodyguards around Su Yuran. He already knew about Li Han and the young lady's affair. Yesterday, he and his guards were about to approach when Su Yuran secretly gestured to stop them. Knowing something is one thing, but seeing it is another. Su Yuran was someone he had watched grow up, and now that he was treating this unknown brat like this, he felt like his own cabbage had been eaten by a pig. If he's like this, what would happen if that father, who's madly in love with his daughter, knew? Water God dared not even think about it. The head of the family is currently handling important matters overseas, and he plans to keep it a secret for the young lady for a while. Let's see how things develop between this young man and this young lady. If this kid wrongs the young lady, there's a construction site that's short of a cement pillar, and he thinks Li Han would be a good fit. Li Han noticed the fierce glint in Shu Weibo's eyes and the complex expression that followed. He ignored it. He nodded and said, "Of course, you are my employer, I will go wherever you go." Su Yuran smiled, a very happy smile. She rarely laughs normally, but when she's with this jerk, she doesn't even know how many times she's laughed. The other person was a complete jerk, but he could still stir her heartstrings. And he's really handsome, so handsome that he gives her a physical reaction. "Come on, I'll take you to buy clothes." "Uncle Shui, start the car." Chapter 14. Attending the banquet. As night falls, the real nightlife begins. The open-air banquet area of a 7-star hotel owned by the Wang family was now filled with many celebrities from the northern city. Almost all the top talents and business owners from various fields in Beijing attended. Li Han, dressed in a high-end black suit, followed beside Su Yuran, who was wearing a light purple dress. His suit is worth over 100,000 yuan. Although it wasn't custom-made, the materials and tailoring were top-notch. He's a natural clothes hanger. He's 1.87 meters tall, looks slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, he looked less like a bodyguard and more like a young nobleman from a wealthy family. Su Yuran, who was standing in front of her, was also dressed very beautifully today. The light purple dress is very well designed. It's clearly the work of a master. The dress wasn't off the shoulder, it only revealed a section of her snow-white neck. The skirt hem reached her calves, revealing a section of her slender, snow-white calves. Those adorable little feet were barefoot, wearing crystal high-heeled sandals that matched the color scheme of the dress. She wore light makeup and her hair was still in a high ponytail, but the ends were slightly curled, making her look a bit playful and cute. She looked like a beautiful little elf from a fairy tale. Her arrival attracted a lot of attention. Many people made no attempt to conceal the desire in their eyes, yet they were also wary of the power behind this woman. She is the apple of the eye of the Su family, one of the 4 prominent families in Beijing. Anyone who dares to have designs on her will be drowned in the river tomorrow. The history of the Su family is filled with blood and tears. Even now, the Su family firmly controls a large portion of the underground forces in the entire northern city. However, in recent years they have gradually cleaned up their image and begun to relinquish power, leading to a trend of the underground forces dividing the world into 3. Su Yuran, arm in arm with Li Han, strolled through the banquet. "Li Han, this is delicious." Su Yuran picked up a delicate pastry, placed it in front of Li Han, and said with a smile. Li Han looked helpless. "I'm your bodyguard. What employer gives their bodyguard food?" Su Yuran pouted and snorted. Then they searched through the dazzling array of food, and if they found anything delicious, they would bring it back to Li Han. Li Han compromised. However, he also noticed that Su Yuran's attitude towards him had changed since he kissed her. When Su Yuran first met him, she was probably curious and appreciative, but she didn't have any other thoughts. But the second time, he hugged, kissed her, which seemed to change Su Yuran's attitude. Li Han couldn't help but sigh. This physical appearance is really useful. Winning over a girl couldn't be easier. She was born with succubus-like attributes. If I had this body in my previous life, many things would have been much easier. For example, seducing a rich woman to raise funds for him, or seducing the daughter of the world's largest arms dealer. Soon after, all the guests arrived. Li Han and Su Yuran were in a corner, their feelings of secretiveness very strong. While everyone else was discussing national affairs and business plans, they were the only ones talking about. "This is delicious. This is delicious too. Wow, that tastes delicious." The main point is, since we're already here. During the process, there were 2 incidents that caused chaos at the scene. It was the arrival of 2 women. Li Han knew both of these women. One is Mu Qingyu, and the other is Jiang Qingli. The two entered one after the other. The sight of them was a feast for the eyes of many people present, and they all approached them like hungry wolves. These are two female CEOs who run companies worth billions. If you can get along well with either of them, or even become boyfriend and girlfriend, it would be extremely beneficial for your future development. Moreover, both of them are top-tier beauties, and just thinking about winning their favor is exhilarating. Unfortunately, the two of them were both incredibly cold, and neither of them paid any attention to the other. But when they saw Li Han, their usually cold expressions all changed. Mu Qingyu wanted to step forward, her face showing joy and hesitation, but in the end she didn't dare to. Jiang Qingli was in a similar state. She bit her thin lips and stared at Su Yuran, who was eating and drinking with Li Han, with a very unfriendly expression. Li Han has already told her that he is a scumbag. But isn't this too fast? How did you manage to hook up with such a beautiful girl in just one day? Moreover, the other party is the apple of the Su family's eye. That bastard, how could he be so sharp? Neither of them chose to approach at that moment. They wanted to wait until the banquet officially began before communicating with Li Han. Soon after, the head of the Wang family of Beijing took the stage. After exchanging pleasantries, the banquet began. Mu Qingyu and Jiang Qingli walked towards Li Han almost simultaneously. However, the two of them were stopped by different people. Mu Qingyu was stopped by Qin Haoyu, while Jiang Qingli was stopped by Wang Hong, the only son of the Wang family. Qingyu, can we have a drink together? It's been so long since we had a proper chat. Do you know, I'm abroad. Qin Haoyu, dressed in a high-end custom-made outfit and with slicked back hair, looked at Mu Qingyu with deep affection. But Mu Qingyu was very annoyed. She doesn't want to talk to Qin Haoyu right now. But since he's a childhood friend, I can't refuse to give him face in this situation. So he could only glance at Li Han from time to time, his eyes filled with longing and anxiety as he tried to fool Qin Haoyu. She didn't know why she was like this. She wanted to rush over. She wanted to stand beside Li Han. She didn't want to see other girls around Li Han. She didn't want to see Jiang Qingli before, or Su Yuran now. But then she wondered, what was her own identity? The two no longer have any contact. On the other side, Jiang Qingli looked at the man in front of her with disgust. Miss Jiang, you must have heard that my father has discussed with your father the idea of you marrying me. Although there's no result yet, I think your father will definitely agree. Our Wang family, although not as powerful as your Jiang family, is still a top family in Beijing with assets of hundreds of billions. We are worthy of you. Wang Hong was very proud, and his eyes were full of possessiveness when he looked at Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli spat. My own bastard father. They arranged blind dates and arranged marriages for her one after another. She had no idea how many times she had been referred to as someone's fiancé. That old man, does he really want to get married off so badly? Now they're trying to arrange a marriage with the Wang family again. They really don't treat her like a daughter. If she didn't have some ability now, she probably would have been sold by her father long ago. Outsiders call her the apple of the Jiang family's eye, but only she knows that she's nothing but a load of rubbish. She was nothing more than a commodity that could be sacrificed at any time. Jiang Qingli glanced at the women's watch on her wrist and said, You go to bed quite early. Wang Hong was puzzled. You're always daydreaming. Even a dog wouldn't marry you. It's as thick as a vat but not as tall as a vat. Once you remove the buttocks, it's all waste. From afar it looks like a mobile sofa, up close it looks like a succulent in bloom. Where did you get the courage to ask me to marry you? Pa! Get lost. Wang Hang's face immediately turned a deep purplish red. He hadn't actually had much contact with Jiang Qingli, but he had a very good impression of her. There's no way around it, this woman is just too beautiful. Moreover, she has a top-notch figure. He has been with many women, and his ability to analyze her figure based on her usual clothing is absolutely rare. If you put a woman like that in bed, it would be incredibly enjoyable. Recently, the Wang family and the Jiang family had a project to cooperate on, and he begged his father to use this opportunity to arrange a marriage between them. But there has been no result. But he couldn't wait any longer, so he went to Jiang Qingli's door to tell her that she would definitely become his woman. Unexpectedly, he was scolded mercilessly by Jiang Qingli. How can this woman have such a sharp tongue? Actually, Wang Hong isn't ugly at all, he's quite handsome. But that depends on who you're comparing yourself to. In Jiang Qingli's eyes, this guy wasn't even as good as one of Li Han's armpit hairs. He even dared to show off in front of her at this moment. That's just asking for death. Jiang Qingli, you just wait. Wait until your father agrees, then you'll see how I deal with you. Wang Hong said something harsh and then left. Jiang Qingli snorted disdainfully. That damned eunuch, all he does is spout threats. She ignored him, lifted her skirt, and quickly headed towards Li Han. But then they suddenly discovered that Li Han and Su Yuran had disappeared. Where did you go? She was very anxious. Although I told Li Han I'd give her a week, I didn't say I wouldn't communicate with him at all during that week. Kissing and hugging is still okay, right? She searched for them and finally spotted them on a tiered observation deck at the banquet. The two sat very close together, half lying on the steps, looking up at the sky. He looked utterly bored and listless, like a lazy bum lying around doing nothing. Li Han, this is so boring, when can we leave? Su Yuran swung her snow-white legs and said boredly. Li Han replied indifferently, go if you want to. But that won't do. My sister is watching me. If I leave early, she'll definitely punish me. Does your sister not love you that much? She forces you to attend this kind of banquet. No, that's not it. My sister loves me very much. She just wants me to grow up quickly. Over the years, my sister has been helping our father with all sorts of things, and she must be very tired. She definitely hopes that I can help her. But I feel that I don't have that talent. I don't like fighting, and I don't like doing business. Hearing her soft voice, Li Han smiled and asked. So what do you want to do? Su Yuran got excited when this was mentioned. I love sports, I love running, I love extreme sports. Anyway, I like anything that makes my heart race. As she spoke, she actually glanced at Li Han. Her heart started racing. Chapter 15. Let go of Mu Qingyu, don't you know she's sick? Li Han never expected that Su Yuran, this delicate and soft girl, would actually like extreme sports. This surprised him. He laughed and asked, what extreme sports do you like, or what do you want to do? Su Yuran's eyes lit up. She quickly added, bungee jumping, skydiving, high-speed driving on winding roads, desert off-roading. Su Yuran counted them one by one on her fingers. The little one looks extremely cute, like a preschooler talking about their favorite thing, as if they don't even have enough fingers to count it all. In short, there are so many things I want to try. Su Yuran looked at Li Han, her eyes shining. Li Han, will you come with me? Li Han nodded affirmatively. I'm your bodyguard now, of course. Su Yuran was taken aback. She bit her thin lips, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. What if you weren't my bodyguard? Li Han knew what she meant. So he reached out and pinched her rosy cheek. It felt so good. Of course I'd like to. Su Yuran smiled. She was laughing very happily and brightly. She stretched out her fair and soft little hand. Li Han reached out and patted her on the shoulder. But Li Han had 3 words left unsaid. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. That is, we need to pay more. Not far away, Jiang Qingli watched the two chatting happily, her expression somewhat displeased. The two were sitting very close together, and their conversation seemed to be exchanging glances. Her heart ached. Scumbag, just as you said. Jiang Qingli stopped approaching and turned away, somewhat annoyed. At this point, she knew that Li Han was not joking. To be honest, she found it hard to accept. Even though she loved Li Han very much, she didn't want to share his love with other women. The banquet ended shortly afterward. Li Han and Su Yuran walked out of the hotel together. Su Yuran got into the car first. Li Han was about to get in when a familiar female voice called out to him. Li Han, wait a minute. Li Han turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. A woman with a slender figure and delicate features walked briskly over, wearing sexy high heels. It was Mu Qingyu. She came to Li Han, slightly out of breath from walking so fast. Her chest, hidden beneath the conservative evening gown, trembled with each breath. What's wrong? Li Han frowned slightly. Su Yuran, who was inside the car, also poked her head out and looked at the two of them curiously. She knew Mu Qingyu, but she never expected that Li Han and Mu Qingyu would have any connection. Could it be that he borrowed the sports car just to woo Mu Qingyu? She smiled knowingly, like someone enjoying watching a melon seed. Mu Qingyu calmed her breathing, her incredibly beautiful eyes fixed on Li Han. She thought she would be calm when she saw him again. But she was wrong. From the moment she first saw Li Han at the banquet, her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know why, but she wanted to get closer to Li Han as soon as possible. Even if you say nothing and do nothing. Could you reconsider what I said yesterday? I can pay you a salary. Mu Qingyu still maintained her aloof demeanor, but there was a hint of pleading in her eyes. She really didn't want her father to know that she was divorced. If he finds out, I'll probably be set up on blind dates and arranged marriages by him. This troubled her greatly. It must be said that, in a sense, she and Jiang Qingli were both rivals and kindred spirits. They were all daughters of noble families, yet they had no freedom of marriage. In their parents' eyes, they enjoy the generous resources provided by their families, so where do they get the courage to talk about freedom? Li Han looked at her with a calm expression. It was bland, as if I were looking at a stranger. This caused Mu Qingyu great pain. In the past, when Li Han looked at her, his eyes were always so gentle, always filled with a burning love that she dared not look directly at. But now, it's as calm as a deep pool, without any ripples. Oh? How much are you willing to pay? Li Han was still interested in money. After all, he doesn't have much money on him right now. Seeing his interest, Mu Qingyu became quite excited. She stretched out her fair hand, held up 2 fingers, but after thinking for a moment, she changed it to 3. 30 million for a day with me, how about it? Li Han was also surprised to hear this number. It's not too little, it's too much. 30 million? That's a number that most people wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives, but I only need 1 day. You're really going all out. In that case, deal. Li Han extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu smiled, and she gladly extended her fair hand to shake hands with Li Han. Just then, a furious roar rang out. Let go of Mu Qingyu. Don't you know she's sick? Qin Haoyu ran over quickly, shouting angrily as he ran. Li Han looked over and recognized him as Mu Qingyu's childhood friend. The other party didn't know him before, because they had been abroad for more than 3 years and had no idea that Li Han existed. But Li Han knew him because Mu Qingyu had told him about this childhood friend. Before Qin Haoyu even reached them, Li Han voluntarily let go of his hand. Mu Qingyu looked at Li Han's well-defined hands with a hint of reluctance. She liked Li Han's hands. It's very beautiful. Especially. Touching her skin always evokes an irresistible heat and excitement in her. And there's that slight tingling sensation. She likes them all. She hadn't had enough time to hold on when Qin Haoyu, this huge third wheel, arrived, making her extremely annoyed. Qin Haoyu approached and observed Mu Qingyu's expression. Seeing her cold expression and a hint of anger in her eyes, she knew that Mu Qingyu was angry because someone had touched her hand. He pointed at Li Han and angrily cursed. Li Han, you bastard, how dare you molest Qingyu? I'm telling you, right now, immediately, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I'll make you disappear from North City tomorrow. When Qin Haoyu first met Li Han, he had already investigated Li Han. Knowing that the other person was just an orphan from the bottom of society. Therefore, bullying Li Han was no problem for him. Li Han looked at the guy with amusement, his long, handsome eyes narrowing slightly. He knew a little about this guy's background. His father and Mu Qingyu's father were good friends. Later, after Mu Qingyu's father became wealthy, he gave Qin Haoyu's father some help, enabling him to also become a multi-millionaire. Thanks to this relationship, he and Mu Qingyu had met many times since they were young. His family itself wasn't very capable, and he couldn't actually make Li Han disappear, as he claimed. But since Mu Qingyu is here, he has to put on an act. However, little did he know that his attempt to show off had backfired spectacularly. When it comes to burying people, who in the entire northern city can compare to the Su family? Su Yuran, who was originally just observing, started thinking about many unpleasant things when she heard words like 30 million and a day. Is it really that expensive to hire Li Han for a whole day? Now, hearing this clown angrily curse Li Han and even tell him to kneel down, her face immediately turned even more pale. The only person who could make Li Han kneel down was himself. What right did anyone else have? She pushed open the car door and stood beside Li Han with a gloomy expression. Uncle Shui also got out of the car and looked at Qin Haoyu with an unfriendly expression from the front of the car. He reached into his robes, where they were bulging as if there was something inside. Who do you think you are, daring to make Li Han kneel down? Are you looking for death? Su Yuran was no longer the gentle and arrogant person she was in front of Li Ran. At this moment, she was as cold as an iceberg, and a chilling aura emanated from her. Qin Haoyu felt her oppressive aura and couldn't help but stiffen, taking a half step back. This woman is fucking terrifying. He gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. Su Yuran's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, "Speak! Are you mute?" A sharp shout startled Qin Haoyu, making him tremble all over. However, in order to maintain his image, he still spoke firmly. Who are you? Mind your own business. As he spoke, he straightened his chest and stood in front of Mu Qingyu. She seemed to have developed a resistance to Su Yuran's oppressive aura. He was only momentarily frightened, but now that Mu Qingyu was behind him, he was not afraid of anything. The Mu family is a top-tier family in Beichang. As I'll be the son-in-law of the Mu family in the future, I can't afford to lose face now. He didn't know Su Yuran. He only managed to get into this place today because of Mu Qingyu's connections, in order to make connections with some high-ranking figures. Su Yuran is the core of the core figures in the entire Beichang, and since he didn't make any special appearances today, he naturally didn't recognize her. Who am I, ha? I'd like to ask you who you are that Mu Qingyu would use a nobody like you to protect her? Su Yuran gave a cold laugh. Qin Haoyu looked at her. This beautiful, aloof woman was no less attractive than Mu Qingyu. That would be great if I could also gain favor. He said, I am Mu Qingyu's fiancé. I advise you to leave quickly. This kid's affairs are none of your business. When he said that, many people in the audience were stunned. Some people panicked. Mu Qingyu suddenly looked at Li Han, her eyes filled with anxiety. Li Han, I'm not. Chapter 16 Ordinary and Confident. Li Han, let me explain. He is not my fiancé, you know that, I have told you that. I don't like him. Mu Qingyu bypassed Qin Haoyu and came to Li Han, hurriedly explaining. She didn't know why she needed to explain to Li Han. But she didn't want Li Han to misunderstand she didn't have a boyfriend or fiancé. Li Han looked at her, but didn't really care. Mu Qingyu and she are already divorced, so it has nothing to do with him. The fact that she said, I don't like him, is quite interesting. It was after a fierce battle, and Mu Qingyu, slightly tipsy and flushed, talked about Qin Haoyu. Li Han asked her if she liked Qin Haoyu. She said unequivocally that she didn't like it. In fact, I felt a bit of aversion to it since 3 years ago. From that moment on, Qin Haoyu made no attempt to hide his lust for Mu Qingyu. Li Han waved his hand and said, You don't need to explain to me, this has nothing to do with me. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Mu Qingyu became even more anxious, her pretty face turning deathly pale. She glared fiercely at Qin Haoyu. That's a real menace. Can't you just die? Li Han misunderstood everything. She cursed Qin Haoyu in her heart. Li Han, it's true, everything he said is a lie, you have to believe me. I actually. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Haoyu, who was surprised, spoke up. Qingyu, why are you explaining to him? Who is he? What is your relationship with him? You've been single all these years, haven't you? You've been waiting for me, haven't you? I know you have a mental illness, but isn't that just an excuse you make up to keep those men away? Now that I'm back, please stop pretending, okay? He spoke with deep affection. Everyone present stared at the man in shock. Ordinary, yet confident. This is a perfect description of him. Li Han burst out laughing. Where does this guy get his confidence from? How could you possibly think that Mu Qingyu's illness was a facade? And it was all an act for him? What makes Qin Haoyu so special? In terms of appearance, Li Han believed that he was a galaxy behind him. In terms of assets, his family was only slightly above average middle class. In terms of ability, he only managed to become a minor manager in the multi-billion-dollar group thanks to Mu Qingyu. What makes him so confident? Su Yuran also shook her head slightly. She regretted it. I regret arguing with an idiot. It's really unfair that we shouldn't buy him some melon seeds instead of bullying him. Mu Qingyu really wants to find a knife right now. Stab this bastard to death. Does he know what he's saying? This will only make Li Han misunderstand even more. Her illness was not faked. She only allowed Li Han to touch her, and only he could touch her. Her face turned ashen with anger, and she wanted to say something, but Li Han had already spoken. He said calmly, Mu Qingyu, take care of your own affairs. As for what you mentioned, 30 million, make the payment first, then we'll get started. He glanced at Mu Qingyu and Qin Haoyu, and continued. I'm not interested in your love-hate relationship. Please don't put on this kind of act in front of me again, okay? It's very interesting, but also very annoying. With that, he took Su Yuran's hand and got into the car. Before getting into the car, Su Yuran glanced at Qin Haoyu, a cold glint in her eyes. This person dared to threaten her. He'll get what's coming to him sooner or later. Mu Qingyu watched as Li Han grabbed Su Yuren's hand and got into the car, and felt a pang of pain in her heart. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down her cheeks without her realizing it. Li Han, she murmured to herself. But the car had already driven away. Qin Haoyu stepped forward, wanting to hug her and comfort her. He thought Mu Qingyu was angered by Li Han, and this was his chance to show off. Roll! Mu Qingyu roared, then grabbed a flower pot next to her and smashed it. With a crack, the flower pot fell to the ground, and Qin Haoyu fled in a disheveled state. Qingyu, what did I do wrong? Tell me, I'll change, okay? I really love you so much, please stop doing this, okay? I know I've been abroad for 3 years without any news, and I've made you angry. I apologize, Qin Haoyu continued to speak arrogantly and self-righteously. But Mu Qingyu no longer wanted to see him. She turned and walked quickly away, got into her car, and left the scene. Qin Haoyu watched the departing car, his eyes filled with uncertain emotions. Mu Qingyu, you really don't know what's good for you. You wait until I get my hands on you. And this Li Han, who exactly is he? I'll make you pay. Mu Qingyu sat in the car, her face cold, her eyes filled with anger and regret. She regretted it. She shouldn't have divorced Li Han. Otherwise, why would he be holding someone else's hand? How could I possibly be on the opposite side of myself today? The female driver glanced at her boss through the rearview mirror, pursed her lips, and focused on driving, afraid of incurring bad luck. Mu Qingyu usually has a cold and aloof demeanor, which is very intimidating. Now, when she gets angry, she's even more frightening. Mu Qingyu returned home, opened the door, changed into a silk nightgown, took out her phone, and dialed her best friend's number. No, come keep me company, I'm so sad. Hearing her pitiful tone, the person on the other end panicked and said they would be there right away. Half an hour later, a petite and very cute girl arrived in front of Mu Qingyu's villa. I rang the doorbell, and the door was opened in less than half a minute. Lin Yinhua looked at Mu Qingyu, whose face was already flushed, and felt helpless. Why are you already drinking before I even arrived? With a resentful expression, Mu Qingyu hugged Lin Yinhua, a petite girl who was a head shorter than her. Lin Yinhua is her best friend. The two met in college and are now as close as sisters. Lin Yinhua is from the Lin family of Beicheng. Although the Lin family is not one of the 4 major families, its influence is still very strong. He wields immense influence in both military and political circles, so he keeps a low profile to avoid risks. The Lin family is also known as the hidden 5th family. In terms of overall influence, the Lin family is even superior to the Mu, Su, Wang, and Zhang families. No, I'm so sad. Li Han doesn't want me anymore. Qin Haoyu deliberately said those things to upset him today, he must be very sad. Mu Qingyu, unlike her usual aloof demeanor, was now like a little girl, pouring out her troubles to Lin Yinhua. Alright, let me in and tell me properly. Lin Yinua's adorable face, still bearing a hint of baby fat, revealed a touch of helplessness. She helped Mu Qingyu into the villa and closed the door behind her. After she entered the room, she subconsciously looked at a certain spot, but then suddenly remembered something. He's gone. A complex emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. When Mu Qingyu and I arrived at the living room, a table of foreign liquors had already been set up, and a beer wall had been set up on the other side. Damn, big sister. Is today a life or death situation? Mu Qingyu ignored her by this time, the coffee table was already full of bullet glasses. She took out a bottle of vintage whiskey and filled the glasses with it. Drink! Chapter 17 My Best Friend's Thoughts. No, my heart really hurts, and I don't know why. Every time I see Li Han with other women, my heart aches. Moreover, ever since he left, I've felt like nothing's right. What happened to me? Mu Qingyu sat on the blanket under the sofa, leaning against the soft sofa. Most of her slip dress had fallen off, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her skin. She was holding a bottle of whiskey, which she had already drunk most of by herself. Lin Yinhua, on the other side, was also sitting on a blanket, holding a beer in her hand. Her cute little face was flushed, but her eyes were clear. Lin Yinhua looked at Mu Qingyu. This was the first time she had ever seen her best friend lose her composure like this. In the past, no matter what, Mu Qingyu could always maintain her aloofness. But at this moment, she was like a little girl who had lost something important. They look very pitiful. Lin Yinhua took a sip of beer, looked at Mu Qingyu seriously, and asked, "Have you ever thought about something?" Mu Qingyu looked up, her slightly reddened eyes filled with questions. "What is it?" she asked. Lin Yinhua straightened up and said, "You've fallen for Li Han." The world seemed to stand still. Mu Qingyu's body stiffened instantly, her eyes widened, and she remained motionless. Her thoughts were racing, and her mind was in turmoil. She had thought about many things, but this was the one thing she hadn't considered. Because of an illness she developed as a child, she believed that she could never like a man. Even after having intimate contact with Li Han, she didn't believe it was love. Instead. Yes, what is it? She doesn't consider herself a promiscuous girl. She could have rejected Li Han when she was drunk that time. But she didn't. She let things unfold as they would, and eventually slept with him. After that, she repeatedly took advantage of being drunk to have sex with him. After she sobers up, she will use the excuse of drunken promiscuity to numb herself. But I never imagined that it was a deep-seated affection. Lin Yinhua, observing Mu Qingyu's constantly changing expression, roughly understood what she was thinking. She continued. Is it because you feel like something is missing after Li Han left? The house suddenly felt empty and huge, and I would often see traces of his life in some corner? Do you find yourself thinking about him unconsciously before going to sleep? Lin Yinhua described many symptoms that perfectly matched Mu Qingyu's current condition. She looked at Lin Yinhua with a confused expression. But I thought it was just a withdrawal reaction. After all, he lived with me for 3 years. When I was little, if I lost one of my favorite dolls, I would feel the same way. Lin Yinhua shook her head. Whether it's a withdrawal reaction or not, time will tell. Then, she glanced at the empty villa and felt a little disappointed. Actually, she has a secret. She fell in love with Li Han before Mu Qingyu did. Moreover, he was born many years earlier than Mu Qingyu. She, Li Han, and Mu Qingyu attended the same university and were in the same graduating class. During a school-wide assembly, Li Han helped her when she sprained her ankle, and she developed feelings for him at that time. But later, she and Mu Qingyu became good friends. They also discovered that the person Li Han liked was actually Mu Qingyu. She was heartbroken, but she decided not to compete with her best friend. But she always held on to the hope that one day Li Han would stop liking Mu Qingyu, so she could pursue Li Han. However, after graduating from university, she completely gave up hope. Because Mu Qingyu and Li Han got married. Upon hearing of their divorce, she felt not only heartache for her best friend but also an undisguised joy. If Li Han becomes single again, wouldn't she have a chance? Moreover, Mu Qingyu doesn't like Li Han, so she doesn't feel any burden. However, seeing Mu Qingyu in pain now, she was in a dilemma again. Mu Qingyu actually fell in love with Li Han. What was she supposed to do? After listening to her best friend's analysis, Mu Qingyu felt deeply melancholy. But the word like always lingered in her heart. Looking back on the days since the divorce, her behavior is something she herself doesn't understand. She has never been in a relationship, so she doesn't know what liking someone means. Now, things are gradually becoming clearer for her. The two drank and chatted until midnight. The wine on the coffee table was almost all gone, and a lot of beer was consumed as well. The two best friends went upstairs in a daze and slept together. And the room they slept in turned out to be Li Han's room. Only here can Mu Qingyu fall asleep. Lin Yinhua was held by Mu Qingyu like an octopus, covered with a blanket that carried the faint scent of a man. She looked at Mu Qingyu's sleeping face. Muttering to myself. Qingyu, this time, I don't want to give it to you anymore. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Han did indeed become Su Yuran's personal bodyguard. He also moved into Su Yuran's villa. We just moved in today. He doesn't have many things, so it's not a hassle. Su Yuran was wearing a cute cartoon pajama set and fluffy doll slippers. Cute, round, and fair toes are peeking out. You scoundrel, this room is yours from now on. How about it? Isn't it big? Let me tell you, besides my room, this is the best. And it's diagonally opposite my room, so if anything happens, you can get to my room in the shortest amount of time. Su Yuran led Li Han into the room she had given him, and proudly put his hands on his hips. Li Han glanced at it and saw that it was indeed very large, and the bed was also very large. This is just one room, which is over 100 square meters, with a separate bathroom and living room. This room is equivalent to an average person's apartment. He was certainly satisfied. If you can live comfortably in an apartment, then this is even more comfortable. He threw his luggage in. Then he suddenly grabbed Su Yuran. Hey, you pervert. Su Yuran was caught off guard by Li Han's behavior and cried out in surprise. Click. Li Han lightly lifted the door shut. He picked up Su Yuran and sat her on the sofa. Su Yuran sat on his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, her face flushed. She was a little annoyed. This is her home, how dare this guy be so bold? Li Han lowered his head, looking at Su Yuran's delicate face with a half smile. You said I can get to your room as quickly as possible, does that include other times as well? For example, when I want to kiss you. Li Han lowered his head again, wanting to kiss her. Su Yuran turned her face away and said angrily, You jerk, that's not true. Put me down, or I'll get angry. She was as angry as a pufferfish, cute but not intimidating at all. Li Han suddenly lowered his head and pecked her delicious little lips. You. Su Yuran wanted to say something. Li Han gave him another kiss. Mix. Li Han gave him another kiss. Put. Li Han gave him another kiss. After a dozen or so blows, Su Yuran was numb. So she puffed out her cheeks, widened her beautiful eyes, and stared at Li Han. Li Han knew he couldn't bully him anymore, this guy was about to explode. So, he gently placed her on the sofa beside him. Su Yuran looked at him angrily, and slowly her eyes filled with tears. Bastard, bastard. Who are you to me? Why are you bullying me like this? Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Why? She actually cried. Li Han was stunned, then shook his head helplessly. They went a bit too far with the bullying. He gently put his arm around Su Yuran's shoulder, pulled her into his embrace, and said softly. I'm sorry, you're too cute, I couldn't help myself. How about you retaliate? Today, I'll do anything you want with me. Even if it means repaying him with my body. Su Yuran was initially a little angry, but upon hearing Li Han's words, she pouted, her eyes filled with annoyance. Is this guy trying to comfort someone? Shameless. I don't want you to repay me with your body. But you said it yourself, you'd do anything with me today? She raised her moist eyes and looked at Li Han pitifully. Li Han reached out and wiped away the tears on her soft face, saying, Of course. Let's go for a race. Chapter 18 The Bet. There is a mountain outside the North City called Panlong Mountain. Due to the complex road conditions, it was developed into a mountain racetrack. This is a place frequented by street racers. However, due to the dangerous terrain, accidents often occur. Su Yuran had been here before, but she never really made a splash. I drove around smoothly for one round and then left. Today, she wants to do something exciting. She lent Li Han a sports car, and she also drove one herself. They arrived together at the foot of Panlong Mountain. By this time, the market that had been opened up below had already attracted quite a few people. A dazzling array of expensive sports cars and racing cars can be seen everywhere. Meanwhile, a huge screen stood not far away, displaying a dense array of data. Li Han glanced at it. It was a leaderboard, recording the highest records of the challengers. The top-ranked person was named Su Yuyu. Just by looking at the name, Li Han knew what was going on. Your sister is that amazing? Su Yuran changed into a racing suit, her eyes filled with pride. Of course, my sister has held the record for 2 years now, and no one has broken it yet. I don't want to break my sister's record, I just want to get into the leaderboard. Li Han glanced at the bottom of the leaderboard. That's the number 100. Your standards are really low, Li Han said with a smile. Su Yuran glared at him angrily. If you're so capable, why don't you try making it onto the list? Those are the top experts in the entire northern city. Some rich kids even hire people to run for them just to get on the list. Li Han said, You're still letting people run errands for you? Isn't that unfair? Su Yuran curled her lip. This isn't an official competition, so the organizers don't have any restrictions. Besides, they can earn a commission from it, so why wouldn't they? Li Han nodded. Just then, a sweet and cheerful female voice came from afar. Li Han. Li Han turned his head and saw Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli was dressed in casual clothes, a light blue dress with a light green shawl draped over her shoulders, making her look very elegant. When she saw Li Han, she quickly walked over. She was accompanied by a handsome young man dressed in a racing suit. Li Han, what brings you here? Jiang Qingli was overjoyed and came to Li Han's side, grabbing his arm tightly. She hasn't seen or contacted Li Han since that banquet. Because she was really conflicted. Whether or not she can accept what Li Han said. But the longer time went on, the more she missed Li Han. Now it has even reached the point of being driven mad by longing. The moment she saw Li Han, all her other thoughts vanished. All she wanted to do was go to him and hug him. Li Han felt the softness beneath her thin fabric and smiled slightly. I'm Su Yuren's bodyguard now. She's coming to race, so of course I have to protect her. Jiang Qingli was taken aback and looked at Su Yuran, who had puffed out her cheeks. Hello, Ms. Su. Su Yuran was furious. Good? What's so good about it? Woman, what are you doing with your hands? Why are you grabbing Li Han and rubbing your chest against him? I'm so angry. She quickly grabbed Li Han's other hand and said in an annoyed tone. Ms. Jiang, well, you're all right. But don't you think your behavior is inappropriate? Didn't you see your boyfriend was furious? Su Yuran gestured with her eyes to the boy following Jiang Qingli. The boy's face had turned ashen. He watched helplessly as his goddess so intimately clung to another man's arm. He pursued Jiang Qingli for several years, but never even touched her hand. What right does this man have? Jiang Qingli sighed softly upon hearing Su Yuran's jealous words. Sure enough, this young lady from the Su family also had feelings for Li Han. She raised her pretty little face, her eyes filled with tenderness, and looked at Li Han. Li Han, he's not my boyfriend, he's just a simp. Li Han looked at the boy, sized him up, and said, I can tell. To be honest, this guy exudes an air of wealth. He must come from a well-off family. He simply followed behind Jiang Qingli with a fawning demeanor, making it difficult for outsiders to discern his true status. Is it okay for a simp to be ranked after a dog? The two were speaking softly, so the boy on the other side didn't hear them. He just felt that Li Han's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Who are you? He asked in a cold voice. Li Han chuckled, Li Han, Su Yuran's bodyguard, and who are you? The boy was even more annoyed when he heard that the other person was just a bodyguard. So what if he's a little tall, a little handsome, and a little roguish? What's there to like about it? He felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw Jiang Qingli holding Li Han's arm. He can't accept it. The perfect goddess he had been pursuing was now embracing a man, and her face was full of tenderness. This is what he has always longed for. My name is Zhou Nantong, and our Zhou family is quite influential in Beicheng. What right do you, a mere bodyguard, have to speak to me? He was also in charge. I hate Li Han. They're not even going to act anymore. As soon as she said those words, Jiang Qingli's eyes turned cold and her face darkened instantly. Su Yuran looked the same way. Just as the two women were about to scold him, Li Han smiled. He didn't care at all about the jealousy and rivalry between boys and girls. He merely glanced at the other person's clothing and said, Here comes to challenge us? Zhou Nantong raised his head and said arrogantly, I'm here to break my own record. See that? 98th place. This time, I'm going to break into the top 90. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Qingli, hoping to see admiration for him in her eyes. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything. Li Han said, Shall we have a competition? Upon hearing this, Zhou Nantong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Li Han to make this request. He immediately perked up. Of course. But just having a competition isn't very interesting. How about we place some bets? Zhou Nantong stared intently at Li Han. Li Han knew he was going to say that, and that was exactly what he meant. Go ahead, Li Han replied. Zhou Nantong pretended to ponder for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Qingli, who was no longer looking at him. If you lose, you leave Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli immediately perked up, her fair face filled with anger as she pointed at Zhou Nan Passage. Zhou Nantong, what do you take me for? It's none of your business how I am. Get out. She was indeed very angry. She was also worried that Li Han might actually agree. Nantong's driving skills were quite good this week, and he won many places in the amateur competition. Li Han is definitely no match for him. He comes from an ordinary family. When did he ever get involved in racing? Zhou Nantong's face darkened even more after being scolded by Jiang Qingli. But he did not back down. He looked directly at Li Han and raised his head. So, do you dare to accept? He eagerly awaited Li Han's answer, a smug smile playing on his lips. Li Han nodded. Sure, but how can you be so sure I'll lose? What if you do lose? Upon hearing this, Zhou Nantong scoffed. How could he possibly lose? Being able to enter the rankings already shows a professional level of skill. He didn't believe this guy could surpass him. However, he still said, If I lose, you can also make one request. Li Han nodded, then let's keep the same conditions as you. If you lose, stay away from Jiang Qingli. Can. Zhou Nantong nodded. Hearing Li Han's conditions, Jiang Qingli, who was standing to the side, had a look of worry mixed with a hint of joy in her eyes. Li Han only agreed to help him get rid of the quack doctor. But can he really do it? She wanted to persuade Li Han again, but she felt Li Han gently squeeze her delicate little hand and look at her very seriously. For some reason, she was no longer worried. Su Yuran, on the other side, heard about the bet between the two and looked on with envy. She also longed to be protected by Li Han like that one day. Shortly after, 3 racing cars of different colors stopped at the starting line. Li Han was driving a silver-gray car, which Su Yuran had lent him, and Jiang Qingli was sitting in the passenger seat. Li Han didn't want her to come up. Although he was confident that nothing would go wrong, what if he scared the girl? Later, unable to resist her persistent pleading, Li Han finally agreed. The other two were Zhou Nantong's golden yellow and Su Yuran's bright red. Zhou Nantong rolled down the car window and looked at Li Han with envy. Because Jiang Qingli was sitting in the passenger seat. He made a throat-slitting gesture at Li Han and sneered. Li Han glanced at it but didn't respond. Such provocation was too childish. He simply turned on the walkie-talkie, looked at Su Yuran, who was eager to try on the other side, and said, "Yuran, drive slowly, don't rush. I'll get the record for you." Chapter 19 Li Han's Speed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran looked past Jiang Qingli and at Li Han. He raised a bright white thumb, his eyes full of seriousness. Shortly after, the countdown began in front of the lane. Panlongshan Road is a one-way road, and the departure interval of each batch of vehicles is controlled, so there is no need to worry about collisions or rear-end collisions. Jiang Qingli gripped the handlebars, nervously watching the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the last digit disappeared, the red light turned green. The two vehicles shot out suddenly. They were Zhou Nantong's car and Su Yuran's car, respectively. Li Han's car started slowly, and he even turned on the music. Jiang Qingli, who was standing to the side, did not feel any intense push on her back. She looked at Li Han with a questioning expression on her delicate face. "Li Han, what are you doing? Aren't we going to chase them?" As she spoke, a strange suspicion crept into her mind. Is Li Han deliberately trying to lose so he can get rid of me? If that's the case. Her eyes inexplicably reddened. But before she could think about it further, she heard Li Han say, "I didn't start too fast because I was afraid of scaring you. It's okay, I'll catch up in a bit." Li Han drove the car with a confident expression. As he said, although he started slowly, his speed increased rapidly. With constant coordination of hands and feet, the car's speed soared to an alarming number in a very short time. Jiang Qingli soon also felt the sense of speed. That speed was something she had never experienced before. She glanced at the speedometer. It had already exceeded 120 miles per hour. She stared at Li Han in shock, at a speed exceeding 100 km/h on Panlong Mountain Road. That's insane. She gripped the handle, feeling not fear but rather excitement. She wasn't afraid of getting into trouble with Li Han at this moment. She was enjoying this kind of madness. The reason why so many people challenge the Panlong Mountain Trail is because of its complexity. It is 48 kilometers long and has hundreds of curves of varying sizes. The current record is Su Yuyu's 27 minutes and 35 seconds. Her score was almost a precipitous lead, exceeding the second-place finisher by more than 2 points. Li Han's silver-gray sports car continued to increase its speed, like a silver lightning bolt. In addition to the leaderboard, there is a high-definition electronic screen at the foot of the mountain, displaying real-time footage from hundreds of surveillance cameras. At this time, many people gathered below to take on the challenge or for recreation. A person dressed in racing gear watched the scene with utter astonishment. "Holy crap, this guy's speed must be over 140 km/h, right? What if we drive on the highway? This is Panlong Mountain Road, isn't he afraid of falling off?" Attracted by his shocked exclamation, many people looked at the screen. Indeed, a silver-gray car was spotted speeding past one surveillance camera after another. Each monitor displays real-time speed data. Every time the silver-gray sports car appeared, the speed below increased. The last time it appeared, its speed had soared to 152 km/h. This speed would be commonplace on a highway or an open straight road, and no one would notice. But this is Panlong Mountain Road, with an elevation difference of nearly 1,000 meters between the upper and lower sections, and the road is winding and tortuous. Anyone who dares to drive at that speed is either a top expert or a madman. The number of spectators grew, including many professional drivers who had come to challenge the car several times before. When they saw the silver-gray lightning, their eyes were filled with shock. The layman might just be watching the spectacle, but they could tell that the silver-gray driver was a master. And he's a top-tier expert. Every move he made was terrifyingly precise. It was as if a sophisticated instrument was controlling the car. Although there were no maneuvers involving navigating drainage ditches, the handling of each bend was textbook perfect. That's a pro. Record it quickly, we need to review it carefully later and learn how he drove. Don't worry, it's been recorded by the authorities. This guy is amazing. Is he some world-class driver? A group of people started discussing it. Li Han, whom they were discussing, was about to do something big. Overtake. He had already overtaken Su Yuran and was now closely following behind Zhou Nantong. Zhou Nantong naturally noticed it, and stared in horror at the silver-gray sports car that was biting him and eating his taillights. How is this possible? He started so slowly, while I made no mistakes at all and was faster than before. How could he possibly catch up with me? His beliefs were on the verge of collapse. Because this is too outrageous. In his eyes, it was no different from seeing a ghost. But right now, he has no solution. Because he had reached his limit. He knew he couldn't control the car no matter how fast it went. However, this is not Li Han's limit. After experiencing a kilometer of slipstream, Li Han saw a relatively gentle curve ahead and smoothly shifted gears and accelerated. He stayed close to the side of Zhou Nantong's sports car, and when Zhou Nantong slowed down due to a sharp turn, he drove around him at full speed. Squeak! Zhou Nantong hadn't expected him to be so reckless and was afraid of colliding with him and causing a car accident, so he had no choice but to step on the brakes. That one slam on the brakes meant he was no longer qualified to overtake. He watched the silver-gray sports car disappear into the distance, his eyes filled with gloom. He lost. We lost completely and utterly, without any chance to retaliate. This person was an absolute master, completely overwhelming him and leaving him with no chance to fight back. He couldn't help but sigh and started to give up. He even overtook Su Yuran, who was just strolling around, not long after he was overtaken because of his excessive laziness. When Su Yuran overtook him, she honked her horn twice in a mocking manner. The sound from the horn was exactly like two not-so-clear Chinese characters. Su Yuran is in a mixed mood right now. The good thing is that she knows Li Han has surpassed Zhou Nantong, which means he is a very good driver. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the passenger seat and didn't get to experience Li Han's driving skills. But she secretly vowed that she would definitely ask Li Han to take her out next time. On the other side. After surpassing Zhou Nantong, Li Han felt neither sadness nor joy. However, the car's speed was still increasing. It has already broken through the 160 mark. On the other side, Jiang Qingli gripped the handles with both hands, occasionally letting out a sharp cry. Li Han, you're so handsome. Li Han. Li Han. Jiang Qingli's heart was pounding faster than the car was going, and she kept calling out Li Han's name. Li Han smiled and glanced at the excited girl every now and then. At this moment, she no longer cared about her image. Her face was flushed, and even her fair neck was blushing. This was the first time in her life she had ever experienced something so exciting. She was captivated by the feeling of life and death, speed and passion, tension and excitement constantly intertwined. And so, Li Han did not slow down at all, navigated around one bend after another, and finally crossed the finish line. The timer next to the finish line stopped instantly when he crossed it. 26 minutes and 13 seconds. Chapter 20. Su Yuran is angry. As the silver-gray sports car slowly came to a stop, hundreds of people had already gathered around it. They cheered enthusiastically, and some even bought tens of thousands of yuan worth of champagne at their own expense, opening more than a dozen bottles after Li Han and Jiang Qingli got out of the car. Meanwhile, brilliant fireworks lit up the area around the market. This is a celebration for the champion. Li Han smiled and turned to look at Jiang Qingli. But he found her eyes fixed on him, and the next second she suddenly jumped onto him. She kissed him from above. The kiss was very intense. This made the surrounding crowd even more excited. Handsome men and beautiful women, champagne and sports cars. This extravagant atmosphere sets the stage for tonight's night. The two kissed for a long time before Jiang Qingli reluctantly let go. Her face was flushed, but her eyes were filled with determination. Li Han, I will never give up on you in this lifetime. Hearing her resolute words, Li Han looked directly at her and said, Have you thought it through? Jiang Qingli nodded affirmatively. Life is only a few decades long. What's the point if you're not with the people you love? Even if you are not the only one. But as long as I can be by his side, that's enough. Li Han gently kissed her on the lips and put her down. Don't rush. Maybe you're just too excited and nervous, experiencing the suspension bridge effect, which is why you made this decision. Wait until you calm down before making a decision. Jiang Qingli shook her head. No, I'm very sure. Her bright eyes seemed to want to completely imprint Li Han into her heart. Her eyes were filled with nothing but him. Li Han sensed it. He pinched her delicate little face. Whatever you want. Soon after, Su Yuran and Zhou Nantung's cars also returned one after another. Zhou Nantung's face was gloomy, and he left the lively scene without saying a word. As for the so-called bet, he had no face to even mention it. Li Han is just teasing idiots. And he was that fool. Su Yuran looked at the leaderboard and saw that her name was ranked ahead of her sister's, her eyes filled with excitement. Li Han, you're amazing. Her eyes were full of stars. She originally thought Li Han was a decent driver. But looking at it now, it's more than just okay. It's incredibly powerful. She walked through the crowd and saw Li Han and Jiang Qingli holding hands. The two were leaning against the silver-gray sports car, while many drivers around them were asking Li Han all sorts of questions. Li Han was waiting for Su Yuran anyway, so he answered their questions one by one. But this thing is just like studying. Simply memorizing formulas is not enough. You also need to be able to apply them flexibly in actual operations. When Su Yuran saw Jiang Qingli holding Li Han's hand and looking at her like a timid, submissive woman, she immediately felt displeased. So she squeezed through the crowd, came to Li Han's other side, and grabbed his other arm. Li Han, you're amazing. Su Yuran's appearance once again ignited the surrounding audience. Two such stunning beauties are being so intimate with Li Han? It's absolutely infuriating. What makes him so special? Is it because he's handsome? Is it okay for him to drive? By his. Some of the people around were gritting their teeth in anger. But there was nothing they could do about Li Han. Li Han smiled at Su Yuran and said, "You're pretty good too. It's impressive that you managed to finish." Su Yuran chuckled after receiving Li Han's praise. Shortly after, the three drove back to the northern city. The three of them met at a restaurant and had dinner together. Li Han went to the toilet during that time. The previously harmonious atmosphere between the two women instantly turned icy. Li Han is mine. Su Yuran spoke first. Jiang Qingli snorted coldly. Su Yuran, how long have you known Li Han? I've known him for over 10 years, and I've liked him for over 10 years. What makes you think he would abandon me for you? In terms of beauty, family background, and whatever else, we are almost no different. So, what makes you think Li Han is yours? With each sentence Jiang Qingli spoke, Su Yuran's face darkened further. She is in a very bad mood right now. Because she originally thought that Li Han was only close to her. However, at this moment, there is another Jiang Qingli. This created a strong sense of crisis. She didn't want Li Han to be taken away by another woman. Although she had only known Li Han for a short time, she had almost already decided that she was in love with him. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she was actually smitten with Li Han the first time she saw him. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to strike up a conversation. Afterwards, she would not stand idly by when Li Han repeatedly crossed the line. Although she wasn't as strong as her sister, she still had the ability to protect herself. She could refuse Li Han's hugs and forceful kisses if she wanted to. But she didn't, which says a lot. Su Yuran glared at Jiang Qingli. No matter what you say, I will not give up. Moreover, he is now my bodyguard, and we recently signed a contract. He'll always be by my side. It's only a matter of time before I win him over. That's why I advise you to give up. She spoke with great confidence. She certainly has the qualifications. Both in terms of appearance and family background, he can be considered one of the top in the country. Winning over a man is a piece of cake. Jiang Qingli looked at her for a while and then suddenly smiled. His laughter was strange. Okay, whatever you say. This smile left Su Yuran completely baffled. Jiang Qingli, who had just been at loggerheads with her, had suddenly changed her demeanor. That smiling face didn't seem like the Jiang Qingli who had just been fighting with her for the man. You've given up? Su Yuran asked in astonishment. Give up what? Jiang Qingli asked, taking a bite of her steak. Li Han. Su Yuran's voice was much louder, her small fists clenched and placed on the table, her body leaning slightly forward. Jiang Qingli smiled again, giving up is impossible, but you may know some things soon. She didn't plan to tell Su Yuran about Li Han's womanizing ways. Li Han will tell her personally. Jiang Qingli felt that Su Yuran would definitely not agree, given her personality. Moreover, she was taken advantage of by Li Han, and she might even hate him in the future. That would actually benefit her in the end. Su Yuran didn't know why she looked like this. But seeing Li Han return from not far away, she stopped asking. Li Han returned to the dining table and sat between the two women. The three of them ate dinner chatting and laughing, and Li Han didn't notice the subtle emotions between the two women. After finishing their meal, Su Yuran was about to take Li Han home. But just as she got into the car and was about to greet Li Han, she saw Jiang Qingli gently hug Li Han and then very proactively offer her a sweet kiss. Jiang Qingli. Su Yuran was furious. She abruptly got out of the car, trying to pull the two apart. However, Jiang Qingli only tried it briefly this time and soon left Li Han's embrace. Li Han, remember to miss me. Jiang Qingli drifted away, deliberately raising an eyebrow at Su Yuran before leaving. This infuriated Su Yuran. With its cheeks puffed out, it turned into a little pufferfish again. She turned around and glared at Li Han. Li Han, what exactly is your relationship with her? Why did you kiss her? You already kissed me, why did you kiss her too? Isn't having me enough? As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Li Han looked at her and shook his head slightly. Okay, another one has been made to cry. Li Han gently took her hand and smiled. She's like you and me. So, of course I won't refuse. Li Han truly embodies the term scumbag. This infuriated Su Yuran. You scumbag. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Su Yuran couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She glared at Li Han, her inner pain intensifying. At this moment, Uncle Shui also got off the car. He looked at Li Han with cold eyes. That kid is definitely unreliable. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to get rid of the other party. He dares to upset the young lady, he's got a death wish. Li Han sensed a killing intent, glanced at Uncle Shui briefly, and then paid no more attention. He leaned down slightly, looking at Su Yuran with sincere eyes. I admit I'm a jerk. I don't plan to hang myself on just one woman in the future. I will give my woman the love she deserves, but not all of it. That statement should be cold enough, shouldn't it? So, from now on, we can maintain only an employment relationship. I apologize for my previous inappropriate behavior. Li Han's words perfectly illustrated the fickleness and irresponsibility of a scumbag. Su Yuran remained silent. Now that Li Han has laid his cards on the table, what else can she say? She silently returned to the car and slammed the door shut. Uncle Shui wanted to step forward and give Li Han a good beating, but Su Yuran's cold voice came. Uncle Shui, let's go home. Chapter 21 Mooching You, amateurish yet playful. Li Han did not return to the place where he had only stayed for a few days. If he goes back now, Su Yuran probably won't open the door for him. So he returned to the apartment where he hadn't yet vacated the lease. I had a good, restful sleep. The next morning, Li Han practiced his health-preserving boxing as usual. Su Yuran was not seen. He knew that Su Yuran had a habit of jogging every morning and would always pass by this small park. If he hasn't seen him now, it's highly likely that the other party is deliberately avoiding him. Li Han understood. Now that everything has been laid bare, he will accept whatever decision the other party makes. That's what he got. He wanted to be a compassionate person. At 8 o'clock, a phone call came in. It is Mooching You. Li Han, where are you? I'm going to pay respects to my mother today. I'll come pick you up. Mooching You's voice was strange. Unlike its usual cold and aloof tone, this one is gentle and melodious. Li Han had to admit that he was captivated by the voice. Thinking of Mooching You with her flushed face during their time together, her voice even more alluring than this, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips into a smile. Although this woman could no longer marry him, Li Han still longed for some physical intimacy with her. She is so beautiful and alluring. Li Han replied with a few words, and soon after, Mooching You personally drove up to the apartment. Li Han got into the passenger seat, and the car sped away. Unbeknownst to him, behind a small tree not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman in sharkskin pants was watching him drive away in the shadows. You damned Li Han. How many of you do you have? It's been so long since yesterday, and you haven't even called me once. You know I'm angry, but you still won't comfort me. Don't you know I'm easy to please? This person was none other than Su Yuran. She watched Li Han leave with a resentful look in her eyes, her face full of grievance. She looked like a young wife who had been abandoned. I'm ignoring you now. Let's see when you call me. With that, she hurried home. She changed her clothes and drove away. On the way, Mu Qingyu drove, glancing occasionally at the casually seated man beside her. Since that day when she was drinking and chatting with her best friend, she gradually realized her own feelings. She likes Li Han. Her body knew she liked Li Han before her heart did. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so accepting of it, and wouldn't have enjoyed it so much. But now, the empty house and his departure are causing her great distress. I have to work very late every day to stop myself from thinking about him. But even in the dead of night, he was still the only thing on her mind. Only when I hug the blanket that smells of him can I barely fall asleep. Li Han, have you had breakfast? Want to eat together? Mu Qingyu asked. His voice carried a concern he had never shown before. This puzzled Li Han. Given Mu Qingyu's personality, she probably wouldn't care whether she had eaten breakfast or not, nor would she use that tone. Has this woman taken the wrong medicine? He shook his head. You've already eaten. Haven't you? Mu Qingyu whispered, I've already eaten. Then let's just go. Li Han put his hands behind his head and leaned back. To be honest, he had never actually sat in Mu Qingyu's passenger seat. When they agreed to marry, he would drive whenever they went out, with Mu Qingyu sitting in the back. They looked exactly like a driver and a female boss. Sitting together like this is quite a novel experience these days. He glanced at Mu Qingyu casually today. She wasn't wearing business attire instead, she was dressed in a high-end black women's suit that had been custom-made somewhere. The skirt reached her knees, and as she was driving, it rolled up slightly, revealing half of her thigh. A pair of slender, shapely legs were covered with a thin layer of black stockings. The clothes were simple, but they looked incredibly alluring on Mu Qingyu. Especially because she was focused on driving, her upper body leaned slightly forward, which accentuated the curve of her hips. It's absolutely perfect. Li Han glanced at him frequently. Mu Qingyu noticed it, of course. Li Han still really liked her body. This made her very happy. As long as Li Han doesn't ignore her, things will be easier. Moreover, Li Han used to like her very much, and although she divorced him, it may have hurt her feelings. But she was certain that Li Han still had feelings for her. However, because he realized it too late, he never reciprocated this affection. She now knows her own feelings, and she wants to give Li Han an explanation. Even if, she turned around and pursued Li Han instead. Ideas that were originally impossible in her mind now seemed perfectly natural. In the past, let alone asking her to pursue boys, she was extremely averse to even boys pursuing her. The car was driving steadily, and Mu Qingyu deliberately slowed down. But in the end, we went to a funeral supply store and bought some flowers and other items for tomb sweeping. When we left, Li Han took over driving. Li Han habitually drives with one hand, but this time he used his left hand. He gently placed his other hand on the armrest between the driver and passenger seats. His slender hands hung limply at his sides. As he drove, he felt a strange sensation coming from his fingertips. He looked down and was immediately shocked. Holy crap! That woman! When did you learn this? Suddenly, Mu Qingyu pulled her long skirt up even higher, revealing almost her entire pair of stunningly beautiful legs encased in black stockings. She moved closer to the center console. And Li Han's fingers would inadvertently touch her leg. This. Li Han was stunned. Is that correct? What on earth is wrong with Mu Qingyu? Based on his memory, he was quite certain that Mu Qingyu did not like him. He even believed that Mu Qingyu sleeping with him was a form of giving up. The first time, under the influence of alcohol, she slept with him. Each time after that, she got drunk, almost unconscious, and then had sex with him. Mu Qingyu was already 25 years old. After being awakened for the first time, she also developed desires as a woman, which Li Han understood. Mu Qingyu's decisive divorce further proves that she has no feelings for him. But what is she doing now? Seducing herself? Could it be that they want to use me for something? But now that I'm just a commoner, what use am I? He's just a bit handsome, tall, and has a bit of Almost everything else is useless. Why would she seduce me? After thinking for a while, Li Han glanced at Mu Qingyu, who had turned her head away and pretended to look at the scenery outside the window. The woman's face was flushed with embarrassment, and her ears and neck were bright red. This shows that she did all of this on purpose. It's already been wiped clean, so why put up with it? Get started! Li Han roared inwardly. Then his right hand directly covered Mu Qingyu's smooth, delicate, soft, and slender thigh. With a snap, Mu Qingyu shuddered. But she bit her thin lips and didn't turn around. Her eyes were filled with shame, yet she still didn't turn around. It was as if nothing had happened. Li Han's large, slender hands, with their distinct knuckles, caressed her legs back and forth. A tingling, electric-like sensation surged through my heart. Li Han smiled gently as he looked at her. This woman is clearly incompetent, but she's incredibly bold. That's really interesting. Chapter 22. He is my husband. Li Han groped his way along the road as he drove towards Yunshan Cemetery in the north of the city. Upon arriving at the cemetery entrance, Li Han released his hand. Mu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was still thinking about how to get Li Han to let go. Having maintained this facade for so long, reminding Li Han to let go now would be incredibly embarrassing, as the feeling of having one's pretense exposed would be utterly humiliating. Fortunately, Li Han took his hand away voluntarily. She quickly pulled her skirt down until it covered her knees, leaving only her calves exposed. Li Han smiled slightly. Shortly after, he drove his car into the parking lot. Mu Qingyu and I got out of the car carrying our things. Several people met them from a short distance away. Hey, old dang, you're still alive? Li Han greeted the middle-aged man in a casual manner. The middle-aged man had his hair slicked back and was wearing a black suit. His hair was half black and half white. Although he was over 40, he was still very handsome. In fact, with age, his handsomeness had gained a charming mature charm. This person was none other than Mu Qingyu's father, Mu Tianhua, who was also the current head of the Mu family in Beichang. Hearing Li Han's words, Mu Tianhua was furious. He had only met this kid a few times, and the first few times the kid had been very polite to him. But I don't know when it started, I became increasingly rude to myself. However, it must be said that he actually prefers the later Li Han to the former. Bold, unrestrained, and free-spirited. Just like when he was young. He glared at Li Han. You brat, don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Get over here right now. Li Han walked over with a smile. There were a few other people standing next to him, one of whom Li Han recognized. Xin Haoyu. This guy has a really thick skin. He's everywhere. At this moment, he followed behind another middle-aged man, looking at Li Han with cold eyes. Li Han glanced at him and responded with a lip-read message. KNM. Extreme foul mouth, extreme enjoyment. Xin Haoyu's face darkened further. He immediately pointed at Li Han and shouted at Mu Tianhua. Uncle Mu, who is this guy? What gives him the right to come and sweep Aunt Chen's grave? He overheard Mu Tianhua's conversation with Li Han. But I don't understand it at all. Mu Tianhua gave him a strange look. You don't know? Xin Haoyu was taken aback. Know what? Mu Tianhua nodded thoughtfully and smiled. You'll find out for yourself in a moment. This made Xin Haoyu very uncomfortable. The feeling of being on tenterhooks was extremely unpleasant. However, he couldn't do anything to Mu Tianhua, so he could only glare at Li Han, intending to stare Li Han to death. Li Han and Mu Qingyu walked over. Mu Tianhua looked at his daughter cautiously and said softly. Qingyu, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest for a bit before going up to sweep your mother's grave? Mu Qingyu looked at the man coldly. No need, I'm not tired. With that, she took the lead and walked upstairs. Li Han followed him, passing by Mu Tianhua, giving him a once-over and clicking his tongue twice. You son of a bitch. Mu Tianhua cursed. Simp. Li Han shook his head and followed Mu Qingyu. Mu Tianhua was furious with him, but there was nothing he could do, as his young lady only favored this boy. Besides, he's quite to my liking now, so I wasn't really angry. So he quickly followed. Xin Haoyu was completely numb by now the conversation he had just heard. What kind of dialogue is this between deities? He glanced at his father beside him. Xin Haoyu's father, Qin Shanghai, also looked rather unwell at this moment. Qin Shanghai was a short, stocky, middle-aged man who looked honest and kind. He looked at his son and said, I have a feeling something's wrong. This kid seems to have some kind of relationship with Mu Qingyu. Because Mu Qingyu and Li Han's marriage was completely secret, apart from a few close relatives, no one else knew about it. Moreover, due to Mu Qingyu's deliberate efforts to suppress the news, no more than 10 people in the entire Beicheng knew that she was married. Jiang Qingli only found out about this news after she spent a lot of effort and used her own imagination. Given the connections and capabilities of the Qin family father and son, it would be impossible for them to know. The father and son, their faces grim, followed Mu Tianhua ahead. Soon after, a group of people arrived at a tombstone halfway up the mountain. The tombstone had a picture of a woman with a very beautiful smile on it. This person was Mu Qingyu's deceased mother. Looking at her mother's black and white photo, Mu Qingyu's eyes reddened again. She knelt down, stroked her mother's tombstone, and said sadly, "Mom, your daughter has come to see you." The voice lacked its usual coldness, becoming soft and weak, which softened Li Han's heart. Mu Tianhua looked at his daughter from behind, then at the photo of his wife on the tombstone. There was no love in his eyes, only a complex emotion. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. Then, Li Han took out a clean towel, dampened it with water, and handed one to Mu Qingyu and Mu Tianhua, and together they prepared to wipe the tombstone. He was about to step forward when Qin Haoyu grabbed him. "Li Han! What are you doing up there? You're no one to Aunt Chen." Li Han looked at him and grinned. He was about to say something when Mu Qingyu on the other side coldly said, "He is my mother's son-in-law and my husband. Is that enough?" Upon hearing Mu Qingyu's words, the Qin father and son froze on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. If anyone else had said these things, they would never have believed them. But what Mu Qingyu said was the truth. Mu Qingyu would never stoop to telling such a lie, and they all knew that. What's more, lying for a man. "Qingyu, didn't you say you had an illness?" Qin Haoyu stared at Mu Qingyu, his eyes blazing with fury as he spoke. He is furious. He felt like he'd been tricked. I was tricked by that scoundrel Mu Qingyu and Li Han. What mental illness? What inability to touch men? That's all bullshit. Mu Qingyu continued to look at him coldly. "This is my mother's grave. Don't make me kick you out." This statement is already quite cold-blooded and clear. If Qin Haoyu says anything more irrelevant, Mu Qingyu wouldn't mind having them kicked out. Qin Hai, who was standing nearby, pulled his son aside and gave him a look. "Tell him to stop making trouble." However, the way he looked at the Mu family father and daughter changed slightly. There was a deep, enigmatic thought hidden in his eyes. After cleaning Mu Qingyu's mother's tombstone, Li Han and Mu Tianhua lit candles, placed offerings of fruit, and poured wine. Li Han bowed in return and said some nonsensical things. Say things like, "I will take care of Qingyu for the rest of my life," or "I will not let her suffer any injustice." Now that they are both divorced, this is something only ghosts would believe. But Mu Qingyu, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She knew Li Han was lying, but she wanted those words to be true. She knew that this road was probably not easy to travel. Soon after, the group of people who had finished sweeping the tombs left one after another. Mu Tianhua was the last to leave. He turned sideways to look at the tombstone of his nominal wife. His eyes held both a hint of coldness and a hint of relief. Over the years, in order to cure her illness, I have introduced her to so many outstanding men, but she has not been interested in any of them. But she ended up falling for Li Han herself. You must have felt the way your daughter looked at Li Han, right? Just like you did more than 20 years ago. I don't think she'll end up alone. You should be grateful. Because of your betrayal, I accidentally injured you, leaving you in a vegetative state, and caused our daughter to develop mental illness. Now that she has the antidote, let's leave it at that. But I'd better not find that man or his son. They are my disgrace in this world. Chapter 23: The Incompetent Qin Haoyu. Li Han promised to accompany Mu Qingyu in putting on an act in front of her father. He thought that visiting the grave would be the end of it, but just as he was about to leave, Mu Qingyu stepped forward and grabbed him. Li Han looked at her. "Well, I'm going to have dinner at home later." After Mu Qingyu finished speaking, she gently bit her lip, a slightly alluring blush rising on her face, her eyes filled with hope. That little expression is absolutely irresistible. Li Han sighed inwardly, wondering who the hell taught her this. But he still frowned slightly and said, "This wasn't mentioned before." Mu Qingyu pouted, "You promised to act with me, and you'd act for a whole day." Realizing her tone was harsh, she quickly pleaded softly, "Just for today, okay?" Li Han suppressed the emotions that had just risen in his heart. After thinking about it, I decided to endure it for the sake of 30 million. Anyway, it was just a meal, and he was hungry too. He nodded slightly and prepared to get into the car. But at that moment, a shrewish figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Mu Qingyu's passenger door. He looked at Li Han and said, "Uncle Mu needs to see you. You can ride in the same car as him. My dad left first, so I'm taking Qingyu's car." He spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if things had to be done the way he said. Li Han, unconcerned, slowly walked towards Mu Tianhua's car. But as soon as he took a step, he heard Mu Qingyu say coldly, "Roll." Li Han turned his head and saw that Mu Qingyu's originally gentle and charming expression had turned cold. She yelled "Get out" at Qin Haoyu, who was opening the car door and about to get into the passenger seat. Is there going to be a show? Li Han stopped in his tracks. He still knows his childhood friends to some extent, even though they've been married for 3 years. The relationship was neither good nor bad in the past. They're a little better than ordinary friends, but nowhere near as good friends. 3 years ago, Qin Haoyu made a high-profile confession to her. It embarrassed her in front of the entire school. Mu Tianhua's attempt to matchmake Mu Qingyu only made her more unhappy. She originally wanted to give Qin Haoyu a good warning, but Qin Haoyu suddenly went abroad and disappeared for 3 years. Over the course of 3 years, the initial dislike for Qin Haoyu had gradually faded. Now, he's actually getting more and more arrogant. Mu Qingyu, of course, didn't hold back. Qin Haoyu stood frozen in place. He had originally planned to inquire about Mu Qingyu and Li Han's marriage on the way. If possible, persuade her to divorce her husband and marry him. Even if it's impossible for now, he wants to find a way to make Mu Qingyu hate Li Han. At the banquet that day, he saw Li Han standing with another woman, and they were behaving intimately. If he spreads even a few rumors, Mu Qingyu will definitely be furious and divorce him. But he didn't know that he didn't even need to spread rumors, the two had already divorced. Moreover, why would Li Han and Su Yuran need to spread rumors? "Qingyu, I just want to talk to you about something. It's been 3 years since I last saw you. What happened to you? You've changed. Are you still the Qingyu who used to call me Brother Haoyu when we met as children?" With eyes full of sadness and tenderness, Qin Haoyu tried to appeal to Mu Qingyu's emotions and awaken her memories. However, Mu Qingyu's eyes grew even colder upon hearing her words. "Brother Haoyu?" In her memory, she had only called him that before she was 7 or 8 years old. That was when they first met, and Mu Qingyu was forced to call him that by her mother. She never called him that again after that. How many years has it been? I don't want to say it a second time, understand? Mu Qingyu stared directly at him, the oppressive aura of a female CEO washing over her. Qin Haoyu swallowed hard and finally let go of the doorknob. Mu Qingyu looked at Li Han, and her original coldness instantly vanished, replaced by tenderness in her eyes. This transformation is so remarkable that even masters of Sichuan opera face-changing would have to become her students. Li Han, get in the car, sit in the front passenger seat. From now on, my front passenger seat is only for you. Her voice was terrifyingly soft. Li Han felt a strong urge to join in. The anger in Qin Haoyu's eyes was already bursting forth. When had he ever seen Mu Qingyu with this face before? It's absolutely irresistible. He was blinded by jealousy and anger, and roared. "Li Han, Uncle Mu wants you to go over there. Do you dare disobey him?" At that moment, he looked like a clown. It jumps around aimlessly, but poses no threat whatsoever. Li Han chuckled, slowly walked up to him, lowered his eyes, and stared at him. When have I ever listened to him? Also, Mu Tianhua hasn't said anything, and you're jumping around like this, trying to show off? Oh, by the way, the person you like doesn't like you back, right? I'm so sorry, I'm different. I don't make women like me. Li Han stretched out his hand and spun it around. It really is as easy as pie. As he spoke, he revealed a sly smile. On the other side, Mu Qingyu listened to his lewd words and gave him a reproachful look, but she wasn't angry. Li Han is right. It seems really simple that women like him. Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli, 2 women who were almost no different from herself. Aren't they all eyeing Li Han? Qin Haoyu was furious. He no longer cared about any manners and punched Li Han in the face. Li Han, watch out. Upon seeing this, Mu Qingyu cried out in alarm and prepared to go around the front of the car to protect Li Han. But she had only taken half a step when she saw. Li Han gripped Qin Haoyu's fist with one hand, remaining completely still. At the same time, Li Han applied slight pressure with his palm, and Qin Haoyu cried out in surprise. He felt as if his fist was being clamped tightly by a pair of pliers. Let go. Qin Haoyu gripped his wrist, trying to break free from Li Han's grasp. But it was all in vain. Li Han smiled and gave him a disdainful look. That's it? You're trying to fight like other people? Seeing you want more look on your face, should I give you a little more pressure? As he spoke, Li Han increased the pressure on his hand even more. Qin Haoyu's face turned pale instantly, and large beads of sweat poured down his face. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I'm sorry, please let me go. I truly know I was wrong, and I'll never do it again. Li Han scoffed at his spineless appearance. He released her hand, turned back and raised an eyebrow at Mu Qingyu. Let's go. He opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing that he was not only unharmed but had also easily taught Qin Haoyu a lesson, Mu Qingyu's eyes filled with admiration. This was an emotion she had never experienced before. But now, it appeared right before her eyes. But she didn't care at all. What's wrong with a woman admiring her man? A man who doesn't inspire his partner's admiration is a failure, okay? She happily got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and drove off. Neither of them paid any attention to Qin Haoyu, who was writhing in pain behind them like a dead dog. Li Han used considerable force. Qin Haoyu's knuckles must have been dislocated or broken in several places. This was already considered a very light touch from him. With a little more force, Qin Haoyu's hand might be completely crushed. In the car, Mu Qingyu pulled her skirt up a little more. However, since it was the driver's seat this time, it wasn't convenient for her, so she didn't raise it that high. Li Han saw him move closer to her. His head was almost touching Mu Qingyu's shoulder as he stared at her stunning profile. Mu Qingyu, you're acting very strange today. Feeling guilty, Mu Qingyu pretended to be very busy driving. What? She stammered. Li Han's words didn't make sense, and of course she knew what they meant. But at this point, she had to pretend to be stupid. You woman, you're really dishonest. You really want me to touch your leg? Or perhaps, want to sleep with me? Chapter 24. I want to remarry. Li Han's words made Mu Qingyu's face turn red instantly. Who wants to sleep with you? Don't talk nonsense. We're driving, be serious. Her mind was in turmoil at that moment. I met with Li Han today, and she certainly had a lot of ideas. For example, remarriage. But she was the one who initiated the divorce, and Li Han must have been heartbroken. He certainly wouldn't agree to it easily. But she realized her own feelings. She liked Li Han. I like it very, very much. So she came up with a crooked and unorthodox idea. Since they've already slept together, then doing it again should. Is everything alright? Then, in bed, she brought up the topic of remarrying him. If they don't agree, then try a few more times. That's why she's been so seductive today. She wants to see Li Han's attitude. The result was very good. Li Han still had desires for her. This also shows that he definitely still likes her. Then the plan can proceed as scheduled. Li Han, of course, had no idea about her ulterior motives. His thoughts were simpler than Mu Qingyu's. He really wanted to sleep with this woman. She was so beautiful that he wanted to admire every inch of her skin. Even so, Mu Qingyu's actions today really baffled him. This woman clearly doesn't like me, so why is she doing all this? Either she has another purpose, or she's just thirsty. Seeing her flustered little face, Li Han didn't tease her. After all, he was driving. He didn't touch Mu Qingyu's thigh either. He didn't know Mu Qingyu's driving skills. If she got distracted by his touch, it would be terrible if they crashed and she died. Seeing that Li Han did not make a move, Mu Qingyu was somewhat disappointed. She didn't do anything else, and drove all the way to her old home. That is, where Mu Tianhua is currently living. After her mother died, she started living in the school dormitory. Later, when she went to university and entered the workforce, she almost never came back. During holidays, they would only come back for a meal and then leave. They never stayed overnight. Even when taking Li Han back to his parents' home, they only met with Mu Tianhua once before leaving. My whole body resisted this place. This is a large private estate, featuring artificial mountains, an artificial lake, a golf course, and more. In short, it was extremely extravagant. Li Han transmigrated here and only came once. He thought to himself that Mu Tianhua was a man who knew how to enjoy life. But I wasn't too surprised. After all, compared to his previous life, he was somewhat lacking. In his previous life, although he was not extravagant or arrogant, he couldn't resist the urge of some of his subordinates to show off. Upon entering, Mu Tianhua returned before them, wearing an apron and cooking. Seeing the two return side by side, a look of relief appeared on his old face. That's wonderful. The daughter is so beautiful, and the son-in-law is just as wonderful. They're a perfect match. He was genuinely happy for his daughter. He genuinely wanted to kill Li Han. When a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, how can he possibly find one he likes? Xiaoyu, Li Han, you two go upstairs and rest for a bit. Dad will cook for you today, so please try my cooking. Mu Tianhua smiled like a kind old father. This face hardly resembles that of the powerful chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He's a total doting father to his daughter. But Mu Qingyu didn't care at all. With a cold expression, she took Li Han's hand and went upstairs. The two arrived at Mu Qingyu's former boudoir. As I pushed open the door, a faint fragrance wafted out. Mu Qingyu was taken aback. She hadn't opened this door in a long time. She had a housekeeper, so her old room didn't get dusty, which was to her surprise. But the familiar scent was still there, which surprised her. This used to be her favorite fragrance, but unfortunately it was discontinued and she has never been able to find it again. She was very surprised that she could still smell it. What's wrong? Does it smell bad? Li Han asked. No, this used to be my favorite scent, but the fragrance company went out of business and I haven't been able to find anything similar since. Mu Qingyu's eyes were filled with melancholy. Scents can also evoke memories. This smell accompanied her from childhood until her mother passed away. So she thought about it a lot. Li Han noticed her low spirits and said softly. Your father found this for you himself, didn't he? Mu Qingyu remained non-committal, and Li Han said nothing more. This was also his first time entering this room. So he looked around. I saw many traces of Mu Qingyu's childhood. For example, there are photos of her as a child on the table, as well as hair clips from when she was little. The bed sheets and blankets are still a lovely pink. Nowadays, such vibrant colors are rarely seen in her room. It's all black, white, and gray, which isn't bad for the eyes, but it also gives off a somber and gloomy vibe. Li Han could imagine the painful struggle that had taken place between pink and black, white, gray. He couldn't bring himself to say useless platitudes like "it's all in the past" or "I understand." So he chose not to speak. Sometimes, silence is more effective than speech. Moreover, he has neither the position nor the reason to say more now. Once Mu Qingyu settles the debt with him, the two will have no further relationship. Mu Qingyu knew this, so she paid a deposit of 10 million, and the remaining 20 million would be transferred only after the matter was completely settled. Li Han looked around but didn't find anything particularly interesting. So I prepared to go downstairs. But suddenly, Mu Qingyu said, Li Han, I have something I want to show you. As she spoke, she blocked Li Han's path. They acted as if they were afraid Li Han would leave. Li Han was a little puzzled and asked, what? Mu Qingyu was just saying it casually. Her main purpose was actually to prevent Li Han from leaving. Finally, she bit her lip, quickly moved closer to Li Han, raised her head, and pressed her thin, tender lips to Li Han's lips. In fact, Li Han saw through her intention, but he did not dodge. Bullshit. If he were to avoid such a delicate and beautiful woman, would he even be a man? Mu Qingyu's kissing skills are alright, she and Li Han can go toe-to-toe. After all, I've had hands-on experience with him. Li Han wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist, then gently hooked the door shut with his foot. He then pressed Mu Qingyu down onto the pink bed. He and Mu Qingyu kissed passionately until the world seemed to spin. An elderly father who was cooking downstairs suddenly heard the door close and took 2 steps to look into his daughter's room. His eyes narrowed slightly. I felt both relieved and annoyed. Damn it, my good cabbage has been eaten by pigs. He then returned to the kitchen and continued cooking. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyu almost cooked some dishes in her room as well. Li Han kissed Mu Qingyu, his hands also becoming restless, roaming all over her body. And he skillfully unbuttoned her clothes. But then he suddenly stopped. Their lips parted, Mu Qingyu's face flushed, her eyes still brimming with lingering desire. Actually, she didn't intend for anything to happen between her and Li Han at this time and place, but faced with Li Han's passionate and intense kisses, she couldn't resist. The highway was about to open, but Li Han stopped it again, which puzzled her. What's wrong? She mumbled. Li Han pressed her down, gazing at her stunningly beautiful face. What exactly do you want to do? Mu Qingyu wrapped her arms around the man's strong waist. She looked directly at Li Han and finally revealed her purpose. I want to remarry. Chapter 25 Tonight, can we not leave? To be honest, Li Han had considered many possibilities, but remarriage was the one he had never thought about. Because there is no reason to it. His marriage with Mu Qingyu was filled with the stench of money and constraints from beginning to end. Although he once liked Mu Qingyu had no feelings for him at all. As mentioned before, Mu Qingyu sleeping with him was merely a result of his relentless pressure or infatuation. Except for the first time, every subsequent time was driven by her primal instincts when she was drunk. This most likely has nothing to do with liking or loving someone. It's just a primal human instinct. Therefore, Li Han couldn't understand why Mu Qingyu was now proposing to remarry. He really couldn't understand it. So he asked, why? Mu Qingyu calmed down and looked directly at Li Han's handsome face. How long had she longed for this face? She had never denied Li Han's handsomeness before. It was the kind of handsomeness that struck straight to the heart and was impossible to ignore. Now, when she looks at Li Han, she's filled with a strong filter of love, thinking his face is so handsome it's almost unfair. In response to Li Han's question, she slowly began to speak. I like you a lot. Mu Qingyu's extremely beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Han, as if trying to see into his heart. Upon hearing the word like, Li Han hesitated for a moment. This woman doesn't seem to be joking. But why? After 3 years of marriage, she made no move. Now she's divorced and tells me she likes me? Are you kidding me? Li Han slowly said, I'm sorry, remarriage is impossible. When Mu Qingyu heard this, she knew it was reasonable, but her heart still ached terribly. Why? She asked. Li Han looked directly at her. For no reason, I will never get married again in this lifetime. As you can see, Zhang Qingli, Su Yuran, and other women may fall in love with me in the future, or I may fall in love with them. So, you should know what I'm talking about. Li Han practically had the word scumbag written all over his head, so how could Mu Qingyu not understand? Suddenly, her eyes reddened. Large tears welled up in her eyes. Li Han thought his affection had upset her, but what she said next caught him off guard. I'm sorry, Li Han, I'm so sorry. I'm the one who made you like this. I must have broken your heart for you to act this way. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, she hugged Li Han tightly, rested her head on his chest, and burst into tears. Li Han was dumbfounded. What kind of development was this? He's going to be a jerk, so why is this woman giving him an out? Since I'm sorry, how about we take a nap? Li Han said, taking advantage of the chaos. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyu wiped her tears against his chest. She stared at Li Han with her red, tear-filled eyes and said, Li Han, I don't want to be with other women. Understand? As Li Han spoke, he stood up and straightened his clothes. It was as if nothing had happened. Mu Qingyu lay on the bed, her face full of astonishment. Although I'm a jerk, I don't like to force things. If you don't want to, of course I won't force you. Li Han told the truth. Mu Qingyu bit her lip, feeling extremely conflicted. Her biggest wish, of course, is to remarry Li Han. However, it seems that Li Han has given up on that idea. What should we do then? She didn't want to leave Li Han either. So she lay on the bed and whispered. I'd like to think about it. But even though we can't sleep, we can do something else. As she spoke, her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she burrowed into the blankets. What? Li Han was taken aback. What exactly did this woman watch that she shouldn't have? In the past, he was always the one to take the initiative in bed, but today Mu Qingyu kept taking the lead, which left him unsure of how to respond. But, since we've already come this far, right? He went back to bed, snuggled under the covers, and held Mu Qingyu's fragrant and soft body in his arms. It felt so good. Li Han gently pressed his lips against Mu Qingyu's fair nape, his passionate breath making Mu Qingyu feel weak all over. What else are you referring to? Mu Qingyu had her back to Li Han, and her whole body was burning hot. And nothing, it's just sleeping, nothing at all. I'm tired from sweeping the tombs today, let's take a rest. As she spoke, she closed her eyes. But her long eyelashes were trembling, which showed that she was very unsettled. Li Han was speechless. Is this how you test your cadres? Which cadre cannot withstand the test? Cough. That works too. Mu Qingyu's body curves were too perfect. At this moment, Li Han was holding her, and the two of them were pressed very closely together. This feeling is really quite comfortable. In the past, after each passionate encounter with Mu Qingyu, Li Han would enjoy the moment of peace that came with love. Unfortunately, Mu Qingyu would always leave quickly, making his enjoyment last only a short time. But this time, he was satisfied. Holding Mu Qingyu's body, he slept soundly. I slept for almost 3 hours straight. Until there was a knock on the door, Mu Tianhua's voice came through. Stop being so lovey-dovey, let's eat. The old father's voice revealed his helplessness. Mu Qingyu was still asleep, and she made a soft, kitten-like whimpering sound, which softened Li Han's heart. He replied, "We'll go down right away." After that, there was no sound. Li Han held Mu Qingyu in his arms, looking at her beautiful profile and her tightly closed eyes. At this moment, she curled up in his arms like a kitten, her two soft, white hands tightly gripping the shirt on his chest. Li Han couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her delicate, thin lips. Mu Qingyu let out a soft, delicate voice. Li Han kissed him again. Mu Qingyu seemed to sense it. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she woke up. Seeing Li Han's ambiguous smile, she was first confused, then embarrassed. Li Han, Before she could say anything, Li Han kissed her on the lips. She quickly responded to Li Han. She wrapped her arms around Li Han's waist and tilted her head back. They kissed for 2 or 3 minutes before separating. You bad guy, you scoundrel. Mu Qingyu nestled against Li Han's chest and said coquettishly. She might be cursing, but she knew she liked it. She liked it very much. Li Han patted her back and looked down to smell the pleasant scent in her hair. Get up, Mu Tianhua is calling us for breakfast. Both of them addressed Mu Tianhua in the same way. No one called him father or dad. Calling him old deng was Li Han's last line. Mu Qingyu was somewhat reluctant to leave, but she still got out of bed. After the meal, as usual, she would leave. But this time she didn't want to leave. It wasn't because of Mu Tianhua, but because she wanted to spend more time with Li Han. Soon after, the two went downstairs and sat down at the dining table with Mu Tianhua. Li Han looked at the table full of food and was quite surprised. There were 3 people eating, and we prepared more than a dozen dishes. What is old Deng trying to do? Do you want to stuff them to death? But I must say, the food that old Deng cooked was indeed delicious. During the meal, Li Han was only focused on eating, while Mu Qingyu sat beside him, frequently and attentively serving him food. The elderly father on the other side watched the scene, crushing several of his chopsticks in his hand. But she still forced a smile and tried to communicate with her daughter by finding various topics to talk about. But while she smiled brightly when facing Li Han, she turned to face her father with a cold expression, only replying with no more than 2 words. The meal was finished quickly. Li Han didn't rush to leave, but sat on the sofa and leisurely watched TV. At this moment, Mu Qingyu came to his side and grabbed his arm. The little head nestled close to his ear. Can you stay tonight? Chapter 26. Su Yuran in danger. Damn, they're doing this again? Li Han turned around and stared at her. Don't push your luck. I spent so much time with you today, I feel like I've already exceeded my obligations. Mu Qingyu panicked, and she quickly added. I just want to spend one night with you. I can help you. She didn't say anything. But Li Han will not fall for it again. What? If you don't give me a clear answer, I won't fall for it this time. He had already been fooled once that afternoon, but this time he learned his lesson. Mu Qingyu's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She bit her thin lips and finally uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Li Han was immediately stunned. Well, it's nothing. As a dutiful employee, it's always my duty to help the boss solve problems. Mu Qingyu glared at him reproachfully and gently bit his neck. Bad man. Why did I have to say such embarrassing things? Still want to do that kind of thing? The old father watched the interaction between the 2 children from the shadows not far away and sighed silently. Finally, he put on his clothes and said to the 2 of them. I'm going fishing with my old friend, and we'll fish all night. You, do as you please. With that, he left. Isn't the meaning obvious? The entire battlefield is entrusted to the 2 of them. Although Mu Qingyu was indifferent to her father, she felt that he was incredibly great at this moment. Li Han is the same. That old Deng has some sense. However, plans can't keep up with changes. 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as Li Han was about to return to his room with Mu Qingyu, his phone rang. He glanced at his phone. It was Uncle Shui. Li Han frowned. Uncle Shui wouldn't call him for no reason. There must be something he wanted to say. Hello, he answered the phone. Is the young lady with you? Uncle Shui's seemingly calm voice was tinged with a hint of panic. He's not here. What's wrong? Li Han suddenly stood up and asked. The young lady is missing. Li Han's heart tightened. Although Su Yuran and he had a falling out. However, Li Han couldn't ignore the danger she was in. Seeing his nervous expression, Mu Qingyu quickly asked. What happens? Li Han didn't explain, but simply held out his hand to her and said, Can I borrow your car? Without saying a word, Mu Qingyu took out a bunch of her father's car keys. Li Han grabbed one at random and headed towards the garage. Mu Qingyu wanted to go with him, but Li Han stopped her. Stay home and wait for me to come back. With that, he quickly walked away. Those last 4 words sent a shiver down Mu Qingyu's spine. Wait for me to come back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Mu Qingyu bit her lip in response. Li Han drove a limited edition sports car owned by Mu Tianhua on the wide roads of Beicheng. During this time, he was on the phone with Uncle Shui. I learned some information. Su Yuran's last known location was Panlong Mountain. After that, there was no trace of them. The Su family has conducted a thorough search of the mountain, but they have not found any trace of him yet. When Li Han arrived at Panlong Mountain, everything at the foot of the mountain was brought to a halt, and only the Su family remained. Upon arriving before the water god, Li Han asked. Still haven't found it? Uncle Shui stared at him, his eyes blazing with anger. But he still managed to suppress it. We couldn't find it, but we found the young lady's car, but there was no one inside. Li Han replied coldly, Take me to where her car is. Then, Uncle Shui led him to Su Yuran's car, and Li Han looked at the vehicle. I checked it very carefully. The fuel tank and brake discs have been tampered with, and the door handles also show signs of being forcibly pulled. Li Han meticulously investigated every clue. Uncle Shui, on the other hand, was shocked. The Su family discovered these details only after a long investigation. So this kid figured it out after just 2 glances? Moreover, there are many things they haven't noticed. I originally thought Li Han was just a pretty boy, but now it seems he's actually quite capable. Li Han finally concluded. Su Yuran must have fled to the north. The 2 people chasing her were one fat and one thin. The fat one was about 1.85 meters tall, and the thin one. Previously, Uncle Shui was only surprised by Li Han's meticulous observation. After Li Han revealed this information, he was already horrified. Who exactly is this guy? Is this a scene from a play? However, Li Han ignored his shock and reached out his hand to Uncle Shui. What? Uncle Shui was stunned. A gun, Li said coldly. Uncle Shui looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. But in the end, he still chose to take out the gun, asking, Do you know how to use it? Li Han snatched the pistol from his hand, and after just a moment's hesitation, he had a general idea of the basic information. The gun wasn't chambered. Li Han gripped it with one hand, then used his waist to move his shoulder, forcefully pushing downwards. Click. With a crisp click, the pistol was chambered. Uncle Shui was so amused by what he saw that he cocked the gun with one hand? He had initially doubted whether Li Han would actually use this thing, but now he no longer had any doubts. To be able to fire a gun so easily with one hand, one must be a skilled marksman. Go ahead, but be careful. Water God gave a solemn instruction, he said. Li Han nodded, and then disappeared into Panlong Mountain like a cheetah. In the darkness, by the faint moonlight, he followed the clues and slowly found Su Yuran's route. At the same time, we can roughly judge her condition along the way. The 2 men who were pursuing her were probably just mediocre. Su Yuran's various maneuvers exhausted him, while Su Yuran herself, though unable to fight head-on, had excellent stamina. Li Han was not surprised by this. It's normal for Su Yuran to have good physical strength, given that she runs and does outdoor sports regularly. He hadn't expected those 2 assassins to be so weak. Could he be a 5-star assassin? He moved through the rugged mountains and forests, his figure as elusive as a ghost, moving at incredible speed. It took less than half an hour to find the target. Before it was developed, Panlong Mountain was extremely rugged and dangerous, with many cliffs and precipices. Li Han arrived at a cliff with a drop of tens of meters. On the cliff, two figures kept looking down. The tall figure was still shouting. "Miss Su, please come up. As long as you come with us, we won't hurt you. What you're doing is too dangerous. What if you fall? We just want to take you to see someone, not to take your life." While he was shouting, Li Han had already quietly crept up behind the two of them. He knocked the skinny figure unconscious with the butt of his gun, and before the tall figure could react, he executed a rear naked choke, gripping his neck tightly. In less than 3 seconds, the man passed out. Li Han arrived at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Then you see a delicate figure, curled up on a raised platform. It looks very pitiful, and it's also very dangerous. She buried her head in her knees, her voice trembling slightly. "Get out of here. I won't go with you. I know you want to use me to blackmail my sister, but I won't let you succeed." Her voice already sounded like she was about to cry. This made Li Han feel pity. "Su Yuran, it's me, I'm here. Chapter 27. Nowhere to return in my heart." Li Han's voice, seemingly the most beautiful sound in the world, made Su Yuran suddenly look up. Their eyes met, and Su Yuran, who hadn't cried yet, suddenly had tears welling up in her eyes. "Li Han, you big bad guy. Why did you take so long to get here?" Seeing that she was a little agitated, Li Han was afraid she would fall, so he quickly said, don't cry, and don't move. Wait a moment, I'll bring you up." Li Han's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Su Yuran really stopped crying. She curled up, her eyes red as she looked up. Even though she couldn't see Li Han, she felt very at ease. Without realizing it, a slight smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Li Han searched around and finally found some very resilient vines. After securing the vines, he began to climb down. The cliff has a very high drop, but there are still many protrusions that can be climbed. With Li Han's current physical condition, there is almost no difference between him and those on the ground. Not long after, Li Han arrived at Su Yuran's side. Li Han saw that her slender calves were covered in blood, clearly indicating that she had been injured when she came down. His eyes turned slightly cold. Although Su Yuran and he have not established any relationship. However, seeing that she was injured, Li Han was also a little angry. He gently tied the vines around Su Yuran's body, scooped her up, and carried her on his back. Su Yuran hugged Li Han tightly, a sense of security welling up inside her. Can it work? Su Yu is a very good rock climber, which is why she was able to climb down from there. I know very well how difficult it would be to climb up there with someone else. Li Han turned to look at her. Don't you trust your man? Su Yuran's originally pale face immediately turned red. But she didn't argue. Instead, she gripped Li Han even tighter. If we're going to die, let's die together. Don't worry, we won't die. Li Han saw through her thoughts, offered a word of comfort, and then, like a monkey, quickly climbed upwards. In the end, he brought Su Yuran back to the top of the cliff without any major incident. Okay, get down now. Li Han spoke to Su Yuran, who was dressed like a sloth. I don't. Su Yuran hugged him even tighter, burying her face in Li Han's back like a spoiled child. Li Han said with a hint of helplessness. Take off the vines off your body, then you can hug me. Su Yuran thought for a moment and nodded. As Li Han helped her remove the vines from her body, Su Yuran clung tightly to Li Han's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Soon after, Li Han completely untied the vines. Su Yuran suddenly jumped up and hugged Li Han tightly from the front. Li Han was startled and quickly supported her with both hands. Unfortunately, his large hands were supporting Su Yuran's round buttocks. Li Han had long wanted to test his skills, but he had no time to think about that right now. He knew Su Yuran was frightened, so he let her be. Su Yuran also felt the two hot palms on her buttocks. Her pretty face flushed, but she didn't say anything. Li Han, you bad guy. If it weren't for you, would I have encountered this situation? You have to compensate me. Su Yuran pressed her small face against Li Han's neck, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Li Han asked, how will you compensate me? Su Yuran thought for a moment and said, from now on, could you only stay with me? She didn't dare use any bolder words and ultimately chose the word accompany. But Li Han knew what she meant. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Su Yuran is currently at her lowest point emotionally, and he doesn't want to upset her further. What's in it for me? Li Han deliberately changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran blushed, tilted her head slightly, and whispered in Li Han's ear. I'll let you kiss me, once a day. Li Han laughed, not enough. Ha? Su Yuren's face turned even redder. Then what else do you want to do? I can't do anything else with you. If I do, my sister and my dad will kill you. Li Han nodded. Are Su Yuren's sister and father really that cruel? But on second thought, it makes perfect sense. Although I don't know much about Su Yuran. However, judging from her food, clothing, daily necessities, and the bodyguards around her, it is clear that she is very much loved by her family. The fact that he hadn't been killed despite repeatedly bullying Su Yuran these past few days was most likely because Su Yuran had specifically instructed him to do so. Even her sister and father may not know she exists. Otherwise, how could he live such a peaceful life with his sister and daughter being kissed and hugged by him? Then kiss me once in the morning and once at night. Li Han lowered his demands. Su Yuran hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. Her face was now alarmingly red, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She rested her head on Li Han's shoulder and murmured softly. Then, promise me, you won't find other women. Hearing her babbling voice, Li Han sighed softly. His heart has nowhere to go, so how could he possibly place it on one person with peace of mind? So whether it's Jiang Qingli, Su Yuran, or Mu Qingyu, their hopes were destined to be dashed. Perhaps one day, he will find a place where his soul can find peace. However, by then these women may have already been deeply hurt by him and left him with hatred. Not long after, Uncle Shui led his men to find Li Han. Seeing the little girl clinging to Li Han like a koala, he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. In the end, he didn't ask any more questions, but only inquired about Su Yuren's injuries. Li Han said, I've seen it. It's just a superficial injury, nothing serious. I'll just need to apply some medicine when I get back. He turned to look at the two unconscious figures on the ground and asked Uncle Shui. What are you going to do with them? The water god's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was in his 50s, with gray hair and a thin build. But only a few people know that he is a ruthless person. He served in China's top special forces, and after retiring, he worked as a private bodyguard and later as a mercenary overseas. He has at least 80 or 100 lives under his command. He had practically watched Su Yuran grow up, but today she almost died here. Aside from hating himself for his negligence and blaming Li Han, all he felt was rage at the two unconscious people. Uncle Shui took the gun from Li Han and said coldly, You don't need to worry about it anymore, they're definitely not going to have an easy time anyway. Moreover, the people behind them will also pay the price. Li Han nodded. These things had nothing to do with him. So he picked up Su Yuran, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and prepared to walk back. At this moment, Shui Bo said, I will send 2 people to follow you. Li Han laughed and said, No need. You just need to keep watch in secret. I'll be fine as long as I'm by her side. Uncle Shui's eyes narrowed. This kid saw through those guards long ago? Who exactly is he? In the end, Uncle Shui did not ask these questions, keeping his doubts to himself. He spoke, his voice extremely cold. All right. But if anything happens to the young lady again, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Han chuckled lightly, then turned and left. Upon arriving at the highway, medical personnel and vehicles were already prepared. Fearing that the medical staff might disturb Su Yuran, Li Han took the medical kit and personally applied the medicine to Su Yuran in the car. Then he drove Su Yuran back to the city. He drove very smoothly the whole way, and Su Yuran didn't experience any bumps. Then, he picked Su Yuran up in his arms and slowly walked into the villa. Su Yuran slowly woke up. First, there was confusion in his eyes, then wariness. Li Han. I'm here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Yuran collapsed to the ground. We're home. You were injured today, so don't take a shower yet. Get some sleep. Li Han said softly. Su Yuran lay in his arms and softly hummed in agreement. In the distant Panlong mountain, Uncle Shui looked at the bloodstains at his feet and 2 newly filled pits. He threw away the white gloves that were stained with blood. He took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered shortly afterward. Uncle Shui, what happened? A gentle male voice came from the other end. The water god spoke respectfully. Mr. Su, the young lady was injured today. Uncle Shui recounted everything that had happened that day. After a long silence, the person on the other end finally asked. Handle it however you see fit. Besides, who is this Li Han? Water god thought for a moment and said. An orphan, without father or mother, with a completely clean background. But the abilities he displayed today seem to be more than just simple. Moreover, the young lady is currently quite dependent on him. Just as Uncle Shui finished speaking, a cracking sound came from the other side, as if something had been broken. The gentle voice changed tone. That kid, he didn't do anything to Ran, did he? Uncle Shui gritted his teeth. What did you do? It should be said that there are still some things left to do. But he didn't say it. He was absolutely loyal, but he also sided with Su Yuran. Su Yuran is a girl and has the right to pursue her own happiness, even if it may be painful. If President Su gets involved, there's a 99% chance that the person Su Yuran is infatuated with will die a violent death. Uncle Shui knew very well how much he, as the eldest son, cherished his youngest daughter. In his mind, only a legendary immortal could meet the standards of a son-in-law. He would find fault with anyone else who had even the slightest flaw. If he knew that Su Yuran and Li Han were kissing and hugging. Li Han will not see tomorrow's sun. It's nothing, everything is normal. The person on the other end breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, keep a close eye on this kid. If he dares to cross the line, kill him on the spot. Forget it, don't kill her yet. Let's see how Ran reacts. But remember, you must keep a close eye on this kid and not let him take advantage of Ran. The call ended shortly afterward. Uncle Shui looked into the distance and sighed. Miss, this is all I can do for you. Chapter 28, the first time they slept in each other's arms after the divorce. Li Han was at Su Yuran's villa at the time. Su Yuran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It's not that I'm scared because of what happened today, but my mind is in a mess. The source of the chaos is Li Han. She recalled what she had said to Li Han, I only want you to be with me. Did Li Han agree? He didn't seem to give a clear answer. Stinky Li Han. You always provoke me. Su Yuran nestled in the blankets, muttering to herself. Slowly, she fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Li Han was standing at the door at that moment. Only after hearing her steady breathing did he slowly leave. Now his hearing is also extraordinary. He can clearly hear Su Yuran's faint breathing, even through the door. With people arranged by the Su family protecting the villa, Li Han was no longer worried. He took out his phone, and several messages had already arrived on WeChat. They were all sent by Mu Qingyu. Li Han, when are you coming back? I'm a little scared. Li Han, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Li Han. There were about a dozen, with each one spaced no more than 10 minutes apart. Li Han looked at the content on his phone, his expression slightly complicated. This woman seems to have changed a lot since her divorce. Perhaps it's because she said she likes herself that she acts this way. The Mu Qingyu of the past would never have sent him these things. Over the past 3 years, the two of them have sent no more than 100 messages on WeChat. Mu Qingyu posted so many messages all at once today. Moreover, the longing contained in those words almost overflowed the screen, completely different from the cold and detached words of the past. Never mind, let's go take a look. As Li Han spoke, he turned off his phone and walked out of the villa. I hailed a taxi and headed to the Mu family manor. Mu Qingyu had already changed into a light nightgown. She lay in bed, turned to her side, staring intently at her phone screen. There has been no response to the message sent to Li Han. Her delicate face was filled with panic. Li Han isn't going to stay, is he? If that's the case, then it's very likely that we won't be able to have any further contact with him. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyu felt her eyes sting. She felt increasingly regretful about her previous decision to insist on divorce. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from downstairs. She assumed it was her father returning from fishing and ignored it. But the footsteps did not stop. They walked step by step up to the second floor and finally stopped at her door. She froze, her expression immediately becoming tense. Who? She grabbed the aromatherapy bottle on the bedside table and said coldly. It's me. Li Han's calm voice reached her ears, instantly shattering her initial tension. She quickly put down the aromatherapy bottle, her fair feet barely touching the ground, and hurried to the door. Unlocked the door and rushed forward without hesitation. A pair of fair, jade-like arms wrapped tightly around Li Han's waist, her head resting on his chest. Li Han looked down at the woman in his arms. She was wearing a thin nightgown, and as he looked down, he could see the woman's perfect body curves. That smooth, jade-like back was without a single flaw. Li Han reached out and gently embraced her. I'm sorry, something urgent came up and I couldn't reply to your message right away, Li Han said softly. Mu Qingyu shook her head in his arms and whispered. It's alright, it's good that you're back. Actually, she was quite concerned about why Li Han didn't reply to her. But when Li Han appeared, all the grievances and anxieties vanished. All she wanted to do was hold Li Han. She felt like she was going crazy. Even if she already knew she liked Li Han, shouldn't she have been more reserved? Where is the aloof and noble Mu Qingyu from before? At this moment, Mu Qingyu had two conflicting thoughts in her mind. One told her to remain aloof and noble as usual, while the other told her to let go of everything and boldly reveal herself and her feelings when facing Li Han. Ultimately, her body provided the answer. Every time she hugged Li Han, she felt immense joy. That tingling, comforting, and intoxicating feeling is a physiological liking ingrained in one's very bones. Without any thought, the body is already speaking. I like you. Suddenly, Li Han picked her up, closed the door, and placed Mu Qingyu on the bed. I'm going to take a shower, I'm covered in mud. With that, he went into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of rushing water began. Mu Qingyu hid under the soft, thin blanket, clutching it with both hands, only half of her head showing. Her beautiful eyes were filled with spring water, and she looked shyly and timidly towards the bathroom. She was still muttering to herself. Why did he go to take a shower? You're not going to, with me, are you? Should I give it to him? Her mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through her head. Finally, an answer was reached. Give up. That's right, it's just giving up. She planned to pretend to be asleep, in case Li Han did anything. Let's pretend we didn't notice. Yes, that's it. She forcefully suppressed the pounding in her heart, turned to the side, and closed her eyes tightly. More than 10 minutes later, Li Han walked out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed. He had already changed into the men's pajamas that Mu Qingyu had prepared for him in advance. He walked to the bedside, looked at Mu Qingyu who was pretending to be asleep, and found it quite amusing. With his abilities, how could he not see that Mu Qingyu was pretending to be asleep? He pulled back a corner of the blanket and crawled inside, fully clothed. Li Han clearly felt Mu Qingyu's burning hot body suddenly tremble and then tense up. He covered her with the blanket, gently embraced Mu Qingyu's burning body, and casually turned off the indoor lights. Mu Qingyu's heart was beating faster and faster. She thought Li Han was going to do that. But suddenly a deep, magnetic voice rang in her ear. Your best friend posted on her WeChat moments that you haven't been sleeping well lately. Today is the anniversary of your mother's death. Get a good night's sleep. Good night. Li Han's gentle, magnetic voice slowly rang in her ear, and Mu Qingyu's originally tense body gradually softened. At the same time, I was also deeply moved. It turns out that Li Han still cares about her. Otherwise, why would he pay special attention to Lin Inua's posts on WeChat moments? At that moment, she couldn't help but feel very grateful to her best friend. Okay, good night. Mu Qingyu nodded gently and turned her head slightly to the side. In the darkness, she gently touched Li Han's lips with the corner of her own. This time, Li Han didn't make a move. Instead, he held her tightly in his arms. Soon after, the two entered a dream together. In the middle of the night, a figure tiptoed back to the Mu family manor. He went up to the second floor, knelt by Mu Qingyu's door, and listened to the sounds inside. There was nothing. Li Han opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips in the darkness. Is this old man's father-in-law a pervert? Eavesdropping on your daughter's private conversations? Mu Tianhua, who was outside the door, did not hear any noise and knew that the two were already asleep, so he tiptoed downstairs again and returned to his room. He was also carrying a bucket. It was filled with nothing but water. His dream was to become a pilot, and now he has achieved it. Chapter 29. Then, could you spend more time with me? The next day, Li Han woke up. It was only a little past 5 in the morning. He was covered with a pink blanket, with only his head sticking out. Li Han gently pulled the blanket down a little and saw Mu Qingyu hugging him like a koala. Her hands and feet were draped over his body, her little head rested on his arm, her cheek pressed against his chest, and her breathing was even. Her little face was flushed, and she was incredibly cute. Li Han tidied up the blankets, leaving room for her to ventilate. He held her like that and slowly closed his eyes. Actually, he had already had enough sleep. But if he didn't spend more time with the beauty in his arms, it would seem like he lacked romantic understanding. Moreover, Mu Qingyu was sleeping very soundly, which clearly indicates that her sleep quality has not been very good recently. And so, another 2 hours passed. During this time, Li Han heard cooking sounds downstairs, and then heard Mu Tianhua sneaking upstairs and then tiptoeing away from home. At this moment, Mu Qingyu let out a soft groan and slowly woke up. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Li Han's mocking gaze. This scene felt like a return to the day of the divorce. However, the way Li Han looked at her back then was different from how he does now. Morning. Mu Qingyu's face was flushed as she greeted him softly. Nothing happened last night, but it was the first time she had truly slept in the arms of a man. Moreover, with Li Han right beside her, she felt incredibly safe and slept soundly. Li Han lowered his head, and his hot breath made Mu Qingyu's face turn even redder. It's so early in the morning, the time is perfect, shall we do something fun? Li Han smiled. Mu Qingyu knew exactly what she was talking about. She whispered, "No, that's not a good idea." Hearing her say that, Li Han became even more emboldened. He tightly embraced Mu Qingyu's slender waist, feeling her amazing curves as he moved downwards. To Mu Qingyu's surprise, Li Han gently kissed her, his large hands roaming freely over her body. No, it wasn't brushed. Mu Qingyu wanted to say that she hadn't brushed her teeth and was afraid her breath would smell bad. But Li Han didn't care about that. Once he started kissing her, he couldn't stop. Moreover, Mu Qingyu's mouth is sweet. Where is the strange smell coming from? Feeling Li Han's domineering kiss, Mu Qingyu slowly closed her eyes and began to respond. Actually, she is happy now. I feel very happy, both physically and mentally. Seeing the man she loves right beside her in the early morning makes her incredibly happy. The two kissed, and their pajamas were taken off at some point. At this moment, Mu Qingyu couldn't care less about anything else. She wanted to give it to Li Han, and she also wanted Li Han. Li Han shared the same thought. He gently kissed Mu Qingyu's neck, then moved downwards. Just as they were about to cross the line, their phone rang. The sudden ringing of a cell phone shattered their romantic atmosphere. Li Han frowned and picked up his phone. He doesn't have a wide social circle. He only has a few people in his phone contacts. He doesn't usually use any random apps, so strangers rarely call him. The lust in Mu Qingyu's eyes had subsided considerably. She held Li Han and watched him pick up his phone. Su Yuran? Li Han murmured when he saw the incoming call, and then answered the phone. Hey! You filthy scoundrel, where are you? Why aren't you protecting me at my house? You promised to be my bodyguard. You're so irresponsible. Don't you know I'm in danger right now? And. Su Yuran's voice came through the phone, questioning him. She was initially angry, but her words became increasingly aggrieved. Finally, his voice even cracked a little. After repeating it several times, she finally uttered the sentence. And. I miss you. Listening to the girl's affectionate voice, and looking at Mu Qingyu in his arms, Li Han felt a sudden pang of guilt. Being a scumbag is really not easy. There will always be a deep-seated self-reproach. I'll be back in a bit. You eat your breakfast properly, Li Han said. Then hurry up. Su Yuran replied softly. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. At this moment, Li Han looked at Mu Qingyu and saw that the lust in her eyes had disappeared, and she was even slightly indifferent. He didn't explain, and just got up. When he finished dressing, Mu Qingyu was still in bed, quietly watching him as if trying to see through him completely. I've fulfilled my promise for one day. Please transfer the remaining money to me at a later time. Remember to eat the breakfast that old Deng worked so hard to make. I'm leaving now. Li Han's behavior certainly made him seem like a heartless scumbag. He got dressed, opened the door, said what he was saying, and then walked out. Asshole. After he left, Mu Qingyu muttered a curse under her breath. She heard Su Yuran and Li Han's conversation, and heard it very clearly. Even if she were slow to notice, she could still hear the adoration in Su Yuran's sweet voice. What's most infuriating is that Li Han didn't hide anything from her at all, and was being all lovey-dovey with other women right in front of her. What a scumbag! Mu Qingyu wrapped herself in the blanket that still retained a trace of Li Han's body warmth, her beautiful eyes somewhat unfocused. Nobody knows what she's thinking. Li Han could roughly guess that Mu Qingyu would harbor resentment towards him. But he didn't care. For him, he can now choose who to cheat on, and the person being cheated on can choose to abandon him. This is all two-way. Li Han respects any decision Mu Qingyu makes. After leaving the Mu family manor, he went directly to Su Yuran's house. As soon as he opened the door, Su Yuran, who had already changed into her sportswear, ran over, grabbed his arm, and swung her neat high ponytail back and forth. She raised her little head, pouted her little nose, and gave a soft hum. "Where did you go? Why weren't you home this morning?" She got up in the morning and went to look for Li Han, but found that he was not there. They assumed he was practicing boxing in the villa. But after searching around, they still couldn't find it, so they made a phone call. Hearing Li Han's voice, which sounded like it was just waking up in the morning, she felt a little uneasy. But she didn't dare ask any further questions over the phone. "He went to see another woman," Li Han said softly. Su Yuran was stunned. She shoved Li Han away abruptly, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. "Didn't you promise me that you would only stay with me from now on? You're cheating." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she seemed about to cry again. Li Han quickly pulled her over and hugged her tightly. He whispered in his ear, "I'm not good at lying, but yesterday counts as one time. You weren't in a good state at the time, and I was afraid of upsetting you further. If you really can't accept me as I am, I can leave, or just be a bodyguard." Li Han's words were sincere. Although he might harass pretty girls, he won't be a completely shameless scoundrel. If Su Yuran were to say stop at this moment, he would absolutely not take another step forward. Su Yuran fell silent. She nestled in Li Han's arms, her shoulders trembling slightly, remaining silent for a long time. She hated it. She hated herself for having inexplicably gone up to Li Han and struck up a conversation with him that day. She was teased by him, neither resisting nor drawing clear lines early on. Until today, she realized that she had long ago imprinted this man in her mind and heart. It's only been a few days? But she just couldn't bring herself to completely sever ties with Li Han. Even when she learned that he was having an affair with another woman, besides being angry, she didn't think about leaving Li Han. Asshole. Su Yuran burst into tears, her hot tears soaking through Li Han's collar. But she did not leave Li Han's embrace. That was already her answer. Li Han couldn't help but hug the girl tightly with tenderness. In the end, it was his own fault for being a jerk. This girl was simply an innocent victim. But he also vowed in his heart that if he and Su Yuran were to truly walk together all the way. Aside from romantic relationships, Li Han would never let a girl suffer in any other aspect. Su Yuran cried for a while, then wiped her tears with Li Han's clothes. She looked up, her face flushed and her eyes red. Tears streaming down her face, she looked utterly pitiful. "Then could you spend more time with me?" Su Yuran's voice was pitiful and very endearing. Li Han lowered his head and gently touched Su Yuran's forehead with his own, saying, "Of course, now that I'm your bodyguard, I'll naturally spend more time with you." Hearing this, Su Yuran finally smiled. "Have you had breakfast?" "I haven't." "Let's go for a run together later, and then I want to watch you box." "Could you teach me? By the way, I'm free today. I want to go out and have some fun." "Where do you want to go?" Seeing Su Yuran chattering away, Li Han smiled knowingly. Compared to his previous life, this was the kind of life he wanted. With a beautiful woman by my side, life is mundane. What else is there to pursue? Chapter 30. Wang Heng's disgustingness. Jiang Qingli sat in her luxurious office. On the huge CEO's desk, there were many documents waiting for her approval. But she just stared listlessly into the distance. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky is bright. But she wasn't in a good mood. Because she hadn't seen Li Han in a long time. This guy, if I don't call him, won't he call me? Couldn't you at least ask me if I'm busy with work? Seriously, what a scumbag. Jiang Qingli muttered. She has been very busy lately. Originally, the cooperation between the Jiang family and the Wang family had nothing to do with her. But her bastard father, for some unknown reason, dumped the partnership on her and put her in full charge. The person in charge of liaison with the Wang family was none other than Wang Hong, whom they had met at the banquet that day. This guy is a complete idiot, he doesn't know anything. Jiang Qingli almost jumped up and down in anger after having an online meeting with him once. With Wang Hong involved, this project could not possibly have been successfully implemented. Therefore, she had to make a lot of preparations to mitigate the potential risks of this project. The potential profits from this project are enormous. If it is successfully implemented, it will not only bring huge benefits to the Jiang family group, but also elevate the size of my own company to a new level. So recently she has been working late into the night, thinking about how to completely eliminate or minimize the risks of Wang Heng's minting project and ensure its successful implementation. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door of the CEO's office. Enter. Jiang Qingli resumed her aloof demeanor. Her assistant came in. At this moment, the assistant looked at Jiang Qingli with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Jiang Qingli asked. The assistant walked to her desk, then leaned down and whispered. That Wang Heng is here again. I brought a lot of people this time, and a lot of roses. I asked the security guards to stop them downstairs, but I don't think they can hold them off for long. What do you think we should do? Jiang Qingli frowned, her eyes filled with annoyance. She had many suitors, and her father arranged many blind dates or marriages for her. But the only one who dared to block her company entrance was Wang Heng. These days, this guy, taking advantage of being the project manager, has been frequently harassing Jiang Qingli at her door. Jiang Qingli was tireless and had security guards stop him every time. Today was even more outrageous, they actually brought people to our door. Buying flowers again? Jiang Qingli was absolutely furious. She walked out of the company gate with her assistant, her face grim. I saw a group of men in black not far from the entrance, each holding a bouquet of roses. When they saw her leave, they all shouted in unison. Sister-in-law. Brother Wang sent you 999 roses, please check them. Please say yes to Brother Wang and become his girlfriend. Among the crowd was Wang Heng, holding a bouquet of white roses, which stood out prominently among the red roses. He specially styled his hair and put on makeup today. He just wanted Jiang Qingli to see how incredibly handsome he was. He didn't see Li Han that day, so his confidence soared. Jiang Qingli walked slowly to the main gate, where a dozen security guards stood beside her, glaring at Wang Heng and his group. Wang Heng, have you gone mad? Jiang Qingli's voice was extremely cold. As long as she's not by Li Han's side, she's usually extremely aloof. Having held a high position for many years, he naturally exudes a sense of oppression. But this sense of oppression had little effect on Wang Heng, since he also had an even more powerful father. He chuckled and handed the white rose in his hand to Jiang Qingli. Qingli, do you like them? These are roses I specially picked out for you. Each one contains my deepest love. From the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love. Please be my girlfriend. I swear, I will give it my all. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jiang Qingli say something to a security guard next to her who was holding a riot shield. The young security guard first looked uncertain, then nodded firmly. It was as if they were going to their deaths. He looked at Wang Heng, a strange glint in his eyes. Justice charges. Then the security guard shouted and rushed toward Wang Heng, who was still confessing his love, carrying a riot shield. Wang Heng had no time to react and was thrown several meters away before staggering to the ground. He and the men in black around him were stunned. Jiang Qingli. Wang Heng roared and tried to stand up. But then another voice rang out, Justice, charge. He flew several meters further. Holy crap. Justice charges. NM. Justice charges. The men in black around Wang Heng were all numb, their master seemed to be pushed further and further away. Brother Wang, are you coming back for dinner? Just then, Wang Heng shouted from afar. You bunch of useless trash, just watch me get rammed. Take him down. Then break his legs. The men in black realized what was happening, dropped the roses they were holding, and quickly chased after the security guard with menacing expressions. But the security guard seemed to have anticipated this, and he ran off with his riot shield. Wang Heng was helped up by the men in black and limped back to Jiang Qingli. His face was dark, and he looked at Jiang Qingli with great hostility. Jiang Qingli, you're amazing. You really are amazing. I'm being nice to you, but you don't appreciate it. Don't blame me for being rude. Let me tell you, Father has entrusted this project entirely to me. Unless I give my approval, this project won't get done. You wouldn't not want a projected profit of over $1 billion, would you? Wang Heng's voice had gone from feigned affection to sinister. His affection was nothing more than an act for Jiang Qingli. Women, well, they value these things a lot. Once they're in bed together, what happens after that is no longer up to her. Jiang Qingli looked at this good-for-nothing who showed his emotions on his face and snorted softly. And that's all you've got? I really think highly of you. Get lost, talking to you is a waste of my life. Jiang Qingli's eyes were cold, and she looked down on Wang Heng even more. He's just a good-for-nothing whose family has a little money. She had seen many rich kids, and most of them were not arrogant or domineering. They were actually no different from ordinary people, except that they received better education and had a wider range of contacts from a young age, making it easier for them to achieve certain things. Even if someone truly lacks talent, most people wouldn't be as eccentric as Wang Hang. Jiang Qingli said all this, but Wang Hang on the other side didn't listen to a word she said. All he knew was that his father had made him the chief person in charge of this project, which meant he would have absolute authority. If Jiang Qingli wants to cooperate with him, she has to serve him well, otherwise, he'll throw the money away and won't let Jiang Qingli earn it. Jiang Qingli, don't give me that nonsense. I'm telling you, this project is completely terminated today. If you want to win them back, you have to pay a price. Wang Han looked at Jiang Qingli with an air of superiority, as if he had her completely under his control. Jiang Qingli took a deep breath. All right, if you think you can stop, then do as you wish. See a visitor out. With that, she turned and left. Her expression was rather grim. As expected, the project ultimately collapsed completely because of Wang Hang's minting of coins. It wasted so many of her hard work over the past few days. I'd rather spend a few days with Li Han. Wang Hang's face turned ashen, but he still turned and left. On his way home, he took out his phone, dialed his father's number, and told him what had happened that day. Dad, I want Jiang Qingli to personally apologize to me. I want her to kneel down. Wang Hang's voice was harsh. The other person remained surprisingly calm, simply saying they understood. Jiang Qingli returned to her office but couldn't concentrate on her work. She grabbed her bag and left the company. He drove off, heading to find Li Han. On the way, he received a call from his father. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard my father's roar coming from the car stereo. Jiang Qingli, go apologize to that brat Wang Hung right now. Chapter 31 Father-Daughter Conflict. Jiang Qingli parked the car on the side of the road. Hearing her father's roar, her eyes reddened slightly. She was the one who was wronged, but her father didn't even ask her a question and just told her to apologize. She suppressed her grievances and anger. On what grounds? There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a cold laugh rang out. Why should I? Because you are a daughter of the Jiang family, and because all the years of luxury you have enjoyed are thanks to your family. This project involved billions of dollars, and it's completely ruined because of you. Don't you realize your mistake? Go apologize to that brat Wang Hung right now. When you two get married in the future, he will be your husband. What are you doing now? Aren't you afraid he will resent you? Listening to the cold words of this nominal father, Jiang Qingli's body grew colder and colder, and she trembled uncontrollably. In fact, she has experienced this kind of thing many times since she became an adult. But each time, she felt an overwhelming anger within her. What does her father really think of her? Goods? To the outside world, he always proclaimed that she was his most beloved daughter. Privately, however, he repeatedly tried to use her to seek personal gain. She didn't understand before, but she did after starting to run the company. This is an attempt to inflate her price in order to gain higher profits. In short, those were his dearest friends and family. You have to pay more. In the past, most of the men introduced to her were wealthy second-generation heirs who were not as well off as the Jiang family. This time it's different. This time it's Wang Hung, the future successor of the Wang family. So this time, her father didn't let her act up. Jiang Qingli wiped away the tears that had fallen unnoticed and stubbornly said, "What if I say no?" The person on the other end sneered again and said, "No? Then do you believe I can make your business, which you've built up over the years, go out of business?" Jiang Qingli gave up completely. She also saw this father for who he truly was. An apology is out of the question, and it's even more impossible for me to see him. Aren't you using me as a bargaining chip in your deal? Don't force me to destroy her with my own hands. Jiang Qingli is not a weak or easily bullied woman. She was fearless in the face of even the most formidable opponents in the business world. But today, she was facing her father. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness at that moment. Are you threatening me? Do you think this will work on me? The person on the other end was also someone who had seen a lot, so he naturally didn't take Jiang Qingli's threat seriously. What makes Jiang Qingli so special? How could they dare to challenge him? He was able to manage a company worth tens of billions. Wasn't it all thanks to his and the Jiang family group's financial support? Now that we need her, she's not happy about it. This made the man on the other side very angry. Jiang Qingli stopped talking and hung up the phone. She buried her face in the steering wheel and began to cry silently. She cried for a full 10 minutes before standing up, her eyes even more resolute and colder. She has no other thoughts now but to see Li Han. Li Han is now her only safe haven. With the roar of the engine, her sports car sped away. What is Li Han doing? Ever since Su Yuran was chased that day, he has stayed by her side almost every step of the way. Although Mu Qingyu's 30 million has already been received, he is a person who has a strong sense of contractual responsibility. Once a contract is signed, it must be obeyed. After all, it's 50,000 a month. And 2 kisses every day. He was definitely not doing it for the latter. However, Su Yuran usually hid in her room and didn't fulfill her promise to kiss him, which made Li Han feel that she had no sense of contractual responsibility. Inside Su Yuran's villa, Su Yuran was wearing tight shark pants and a strapless vest, looking quite pleasing to the eye. She was practicing the health-preserving exercises that Li Han had taught her. But after several days, she didn't feel the scorching heat that Li Han had described at all. I'm really tired. Li Han was also a little confused. He taught correctly, and Su Yuran is very talented, every movement is perfect. But I just can't feel that scorching heat. You should know that he felt it on his very first day of practice after he came into this world. After a long period of observation, Li Han came to the answer. I might be a genius. But Su Yuran didn't give up and continued to practice every day. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the villa's small garden. Li Han lay on the recliner, sipping his sweet drink, his eyes roaming freely over Su Yuran's body. Su Yuran didn't care about his gaze at all. There's nothing I can do about it, I'm used to it. That scoundrel never behaves when he's staring at her. But deep down, she was secretly pleased. Moreover, she had seen Li Han quite often. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken by Li Han's phone ringing. Li Han picked up his phone, glanced at it, and saw that it was Jiang Qingli. He answered the phone, and Jiang Qingli's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. Li Han, where are you? I miss you. Li Han frowned. This was the first time Jiang Qingli had heard him express such emotions. The Jiang Qingli of the past was bright, bold, and full of energy, but now she looks like a bullied little girl, very pitiful. I'm at Su Yuran's villa, what's wrong? Li Han asked. I really want to see you right now. Jiang Qingli's hoarse voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you. Li Han stood up and listened to the address Jiang Qingli gave him. After hanging up the phone, just as I was about to ask Su Yuran for leave, Su Yuran raised her little face, her expression full of jealousy. You're not allowed to go. You're my bodyguard, I won't let you leave, you're not allowed to leave. Li Han sighed helplessly, why are you still hoarding your food? I'll be back soon. Besides, can't a worker take a day off? Consider today my day off. He walked over, placed his large hand on Su Yuran's head, and rubbed it vigorously. Su Yuran became even angrier. He hurriedly and haphazardly shoved away Li Han's mischievous hand. He said angrily, if you dare to step out of this door, from now on. She wanted to tell him not to come back, but she didn't dare to say it. Because she believed that Li Hanjin could really do it. So what? Li Han asked. Su Yuran muttered for a long time, her face finally turning bright red. I won't let you kiss me. Li Han found it amusing and, catching Su Yuran completely off guard, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. I want to kiss you, do you think you can escape? Let's go, you little jealous brat. With that, he strode away from Su Yuran's villa. Su Yuran was furious and powerless behind him. Li Han stood at the villa entrance, looking in several directions, as if speaking to thin air. You all need to step up your defenses and make sure nothing like what happened last time happens again. If there are any more. Li Han was holding a small pebble in his hand at the moment, and he casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The pebble was moving very fast and hit a tree trunk with a loud thud. The tree trunk was smashed, leaving a deep crater. If this were a human, it would probably be fatal. The guards who were secretly observing nearby all gasped in shock when they saw this. Is this a human? They were confident that they could not withstand this blow. This was just a casual strike from Li Han. Li Han ignored them and slowly walked towards the address Jiang Qingli had given him. Half an hour later, he arrived at a magnificent 5-star hotel. He always felt that Jiang Qingli didn't want to eat with him, but rather wanted to eat him. I strode in and arrived at the hotel restaurant. Jiang Qingli had already ordered the food. When she saw Li Han, she stood up and quickly went to greet him. Li Han, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. Jiang Qingli wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck, clinging to him, her eyes full of spring-like desire. Li Han looked down at the pretty and charming girl. Even though she was happy now, there was still a lingering weariness in her eyes. What's wrong? Li Han asked, holding her in his arms. Jiang Qingli nestled her little head against his chest and gently nuzzled him. She's been working overtime these past few days, trying to get the project done, which has left her exhausted. As a result, the project may collapse because of a spoiled rich kid. And her own father was so aggressive. Her emotions were already at their limit, on the verge of snapping. But the moment she saw Li Han, she suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. When she was in his arms, she felt that all the suffering she had endured was unworthy of this moment of tenderness. It's nothing, I just missed you. Jiang Qingli said softly. Judging from her appearance, Li Han knew that she must have encountered something recently. He took her hand from behind her waist and led her to the dining table. The two ate together, and during the meal, Jiang Qingli's mood improved considerably. The two also talked for a long time. Just as Jiang Qingli was about to finish her meal and had already planned what to do next, her phone rang. The call came from her father, Jiang Yunfan. She hesitated for a moment, then left the table and answered the phone a short distance away. Li Han noticed that her face grew increasingly gloomy, and when she returned, her face was covered in frost. Li Han, I'm sorry, I have to leave for a bit. Chapter 32. Wang Han wants to hit Jiang Qingli. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Han stood up and said to Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli gritted her teeth and shook her head. She didn't want to drag Li Han into this, so she had to handle it herself. No need, I can handle it myself. Okay, then be careful. Jiang Qingli nodded and prepared to leave. Before he had taken more than a few steps, he heard Li Han's voice from behind. If you encounter something you can't solve, remember I'm here for you. Although I have no power or influence, there are still some things I can do. Li Han's voice was like a powerful tranquilizer, instantly calming Jiang Qingli's previously agitated heart. She turned around, ran to Li Han, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed him. I see. With that, she turned and left. Watching her hurried steps, Li Han's eyes narrowed slightly. With his hearing, he could hear the contents of Jiang Qingli's phone call just now. Across from them was Jiang Qingli's father. The other party threatened Jiang Qingli with words such as capital chain, supply chain, and cooperative business. Li Han didn't know what kind of business Jiang Qingli had, but she was sure that Jiang Qingli had the ability to make her suffer. This father is truly a scoundrel. Li Han ultimately chose to follow Jiang Qingli. He saw Jiang Qingli arrive at a very quiet and elegant private kitchen, where a middle-aged man with a cold expression was speaking to her at the door. Jiang Qingli and that man shared some resemblance in their features, so it was highly likely that this man was Jiang Qingli's father, Jiang Yunfan. As Li Han approached the door, he was suddenly stopped by a waitress dressed in Chinese-style clothing. Sir, our Chujiang banquet operates on a membership reservation system. Are you a member? Do you have a reservation? She spoke very politely, neither servile nor arrogant, and showed no disdain for Li Han. Li Han smiled, circled around, and left. Jiang Qingli followed her father upstairs with an icy expression. She was extremely agitated and felt a chill in her heart as she watched her father's retreating figure. She never imagined that one day she would be threatened by her father. The company I painstakingly built did indeed involve the Jiang family in many aspects. If Jiang Yunfan wanted, he could have some of Jiang Qingli's company's operations temporarily suspended. Left with no other choice, she gave in. We arrived at a private room. As soon as she entered, she saw the person who made her feel disgusted. Wang Hong. Wang Heng's father was also there. This head of the Wang family, named Wang Zhongshan, was broad-shouldered and stout, with a large head and ears, and a smiling face, resembling a Maitreya Buddha. Having been in the business world for so long, Jiang Qingli had long heard of this guy's reputation. When Wang Zhongshan went into business, he didn't rely on personal relationships or gifts, but rather on underhanded tactics, maliciously sabotaging his competitors' businesses or threatening them with their families. It is one of the typical representatives of that chaotic era. However, as the legal system became more comprehensive, his thuggish methods became unacceptable and he gradually withdrew from public life. However, old habits die hard, and even now, some of his methods in the business world are still dishonest. Wang Hong looked at Jiang Qingli and sneered. No matter how arrogant he was, he still obediently came to apologize to him by his own father. Jiang Yunfan sat down, and Jiang Qingli also wanted to sit down. But Jiang Yunfan said coldly, Did I let you sit down? I brought you here today so you could have a meal? Apologize to Wang Heng. Without any preamble, Jiang Yunfan shouted loudly. Jiang Qingli's face was pale. Wang Heng, sitting opposite her, crossed his arms and looked at her provocatively. He was so angry today that he almost died. Being assigned to be a security guard by Jiang Qingli, and traveling all the way to Chuangfei, was the worst he had ever been treated in his life. He has to get his revenge. Let Jiang Qingli know that she is not someone to be trifled with. No matter how powerful the Jiang family is, they are only on the same level as the Wang family. If it comes to a confrontation, the Wang family is not afraid of the Jiang family. The fact that Jiang Yunfan brought Jiang Qingli to apologize in person at this moment shows that. Wang Zhongshan, wanting to play peacemaker, smiled and said to Jiang Qingli. Girl, it's okay, sit down first, don't listen to your dad. He scolded Jiang Yunfan. What's the big deal? Why make things so difficult for the child? We'll all be family from now on, it's not necessary. Quickly, Qingli, sit down. Jiang Qingli did not sit down. His expression grew even more unpleasant. Wang Zhongshan's words disgusted her even more. She appeared all smiles, but a cunning and ruthless glint flashed in her narrowed eyes. As a woman, she could even sense the lewdness in his eyes. It was definitely no good. No need, just get to the point. But let me make this clear to you, an apology is impossible. If you don't want to cooperate on this project, then we won't cooperate. Such a good project was handed over to Wang Heng, that good for nothing. Even if we cooperate, we'll probably lose everything in the future. Bang! Just as Jiang Qingli finished speaking, a dull thud was heard. Jiang Yunfan's refined face was filled with anger, and his large hand slammed the solid wood dining table, making it vibrate, which showed how angry he was. He was genuinely furious. He used to ignore any blind dates he arranged for Jiang Qingli, whether she stood him up or not. But not this time. This time it's the Wang family's own son. If it works out, it will greatly benefit the Jiang family. As two of the four major families in Beicheng, the Jiang family is actually no worse than the Wang family, and they don't really need to be so eager to please each other. But only Jiang Yunfan knew that the Wang family had boarded the ship of a powerful family in the capital years ago. If he could befriend the Wang family, he could get in touch with that big shot in the capital. The Jiang family's future development will reach even greater heights. Compared to these, Jiang Qingli's romantic entanglements are simply child's play. Jiang Qingli, are you planning a rebellion? You're not going to apologize, are you? Fine, from today onwards, you don't need to worry about the company anymore. You are not to leave the house. Jiang Yunfan roared, completely ignoring Jiang Qingli's reddened eyes. This is his daughter, but at this moment she seems like a stranger. No, it was like treating an enemy. Jiang Qingli tilted her head back, trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. On what grounds? Although my company has benefited from the Jiang family's resources, I am the largest shareholder. What gives you the right to tell me to stay out of it? If you have the ability, take all my shares, or find a way to dilute my equity. Otherwise, even if I ruin the company, I won't give it to you. Jiang Yunfan, how dare you be a father to help outsiders bully your own daughter? Jiang Qingli stared directly at Jiang Yunfan, and all the anger that had been building up over the years because of Jiang Yunfan's arranged blind dates or marriages for her erupted at this moment. Previously, she only knew that her father prioritized personal gain above all else. But he still cares a little about his daughter. However, she was wrong. That's completely wrong. This person only cares about profit, not himself. Jiang Yunfan looked at Jiang Qingli with an icy expression. He really didn't expect that his daughter would dare to scold him. Just then, Wang Heng, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, laughed and stood up. He began to speak. Uncle Jiang, I have a way to continue our cooperation without Jiang Qingli having to apologize. As you know, she ordered someone to beat me today. Look. Wang Heng lifted his shirt, revealing a faint red mark on his thin, bony frame. But the red mark wasn't caused by that security guard at all. He pinched it out himself with his hands just now. The few times the security guard pushed him were not enough to cause him any harm. After confirming that Jiang Yunfan had seen it, Wang Heng put down his clothes and continued. Since Jiang Qingli hit me, then as long as I hit her back, we'll call it even, how about that? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Even Wang Heng's father glanced at his son. This kid is indeed not very smart. Although Jiang Yunfan is currently adopting a very humble attitude, he would never allow anyone to lay a hand on his daughter. That would be a loss of face for Jiang Yunfan himself. Even if Jiang Yunfan wanted to cooperate with the Wang family, he would never do something that would lower his status. Jiang Yunfan did not agree, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This anger wasn't from the other party wanting to hit his daughter, but from the fact that Wang Hong, a junior, didn't take him seriously. However, Jiang Qingli, who was standing to the side, looked at Wang Hong and said, "Can." Chapter 33 Li Han's killing intent. What? Jiang Yunfan stood up angrily, thinking he had misheard. His own daughter actually accepted this condition? If this were before, she would definitely have gotten into a fight with Wang Hong, right? What's wrong with me today? Qingli, you. Jiang Yunfan stared at Jiang Qingli, unsure of what to say. Jiang Qingli didn't look at him, but instead looked at Wang Hong. Go ahead and do it. Her eyes held a hint of loneliness and desolation. These three grown men were now hunting her down. Among them was her father. She was completely disappointed in Jiang Yunfan. At the same time, she secretly decided that from this day forward, she would gradually remove the people and shares of the Jiang group from the company. Although they had been doing this before, they hadn't done it so openly because of Jiang Yunfan. She doesn't care about any of that now. She knew this would be a major blow, but as long as her company survived, she was confident it would grow even stronger than before. She looked at Wang Hong. This guy was just a eunuch and a daddy's boy. After being kicked out of the company, she actually cried and went to her father to complain. As a result, things have escalated to this point. She looked down on Wang Hong. She also vowed that she would make the Wang family pay back 100-fold for the humiliation she suffered today. Wang Hong walked up to Jiang Qingli with a smile. He looked at Jiang Qingli defiantly, his eyes filled with the arrogance of a victor. It seemed like he was saying to Jiang Qingli, "Aren't you arrogant? Now I'm just like a dog, getting beaten up by myself." Actually, he didn't want to slap Jiang Qingli's face, he wanted to slap her somewhere else. He glanced at it, which made Jiang Qingli frown. She knew what the other person was thinking. But as long as he dares to do that. She dared to stab Wang Hong to death on the spot. He even cut up the basket. Wang Hong wasn't completely stupid, he knew that if he spanked Jiang Qingli, the situation would change. However, it's not bad to be proven wrong. Now that this door has been opened, Jiang Qingli will only slowly become his plaything. What a load of bull. The Jiang family is nothing special. Wang Hong raised his hand and waved it a few times in front of Jiang Qingli's fair face, wanting to see the fear in her eyes. However, Jiang Qingli kept her eyes fixed on him the whole time. There was no fear in their eyes, only a stark chill. It was as if they wanted to devour him alive. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan, who was not far away, spoke up, his voice also somewhat cold. Wang Hong, let's just drop this matter. Qingli is a stubborn girl, you're a grown man, please be more tolerant of her. After all, we'll still have to. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his son raise his hand and slap Jiang Qingli hard across the face. Smack! The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire luxury private room. Then came deathly silence. Jiang Qingli's head was knocked to the side, and an unhealthy blush quickly appeared on her face. She licked her lips, her gums were broken, and there was a bloody taste. She turned her head and looked at Wang Hong. Shall we continue? His voice was cold, and his eyes were like knives, making Wang Hong feel a chill run down his spine. Enough! Jiang Yunfan stood up, walked to his daughter's side, and looked cold. He looked at Wang Hong, then at Wang Zhongshan. I don't want anyone else besides us to know about this. Old Wang, although our two families are going to cooperate, we should still show some consideration for each other in everything we do. My daughter bullied your son, and your son fought back. This matter ends here. As he spoke, he stared at Wang Hong, exuding an aura of authority that made Wang Heng's breath catch in his throat. Also, Lao Wang, you've raised your son quite well. He's a man of courage. He's got guts, he even dares to hit women. His words made Wang Zhongshan's face darken. Jiang Yunfan is indirectly insulting him and his son. But he has to endure it. He glanced at his good-for-nothing son. Hitting a woman, that's all the pettiness he has. How can I possibly give him the company in the future? Just as he stood up, about to apologize to Jiang Yunfan with a forced smile. Suddenly, I heard a commotion. Sir, where did you come from? We are a members-only private organization. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Amidst the commotion, the door to the private room was pushed open. A young man strode in. Two flustered waiters followed behind him. Wow, it's so lively here? Li Han walked over slowly. Jiang Qingli had her back to him, but upon hearing his voice, she suddenly turned around. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but upon seeing Li Han, her eyes quickly welled up with tears. Two lines of tears involuntarily streamed down my face. Li Han. She ran quickly towards Li Han and hugged him tightly, so tightly that Li Han could feel her emotions at that moment. He gently stroked Jiang Qingli's head, letting her cry. His eyes, however, were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the other three people present. What kind of look was that? A god of slaughter descends to earth, a blood-soaked demon, a butcher on a mountain of corpses. Of the three people present, Zhang Yunfan and Wang Zhongshan were both worldly wise. But faced with that gaze, they were both so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat and sat down in their chairs, too scared to move. Wang Hong had never seen such a look before. Terrified, he knelt on the ground, his eyes wide, and he couldn't stop backing away. When the waiter saw Jiang Qingli hugging Li Han, he knew that she knew him, so he left the private room. However, they did not see the terrified state of the three people who followed. Jiang Qingli cried for a while before stopping. Li Han cradled her little head and saw the bright red handprint on her cheek, and his heart ached. Is this what you meant by being able to handle it myself? Li Han looked at her reproachfully, but the heartache in his eyes was almost overflowing. No matter what, Jiang Qingli was a woman who had clearly stated that she wanted to establish a relationship with him. Even without taking the final step, Li Han still considered her his woman. How can he turn a blind eye to this bullying? Li Han, it's all right, it's all over now. Jiang Qingli revealed a bright smile. Her eyes were red and swollen, she looked so pitiful. His tone was now very relaxed, and the deathly stillness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a vibrant life force. Because Li Han has arrived. Her once gloomy world has gained brighter colors. Nothing else matters, Li Han is enough. Li Han reached out and gently smoothed a few stray strands of hair from her forehead, finally getting a clear look at the handprint on her face. He lowered his head and touched Jiang Qingli's head with his forehead. Don't worry, I won't let you be bullied for nothing. As he spoke, he grabbed Jiang Qingli with one hand and walked to the other three people in the private room. He knew Zhang Yunfan was Jiang Qingli's father, so he didn't look at him. You two hit my woman, aren't you going to give me an explanation? His words stunned all three of them. Especially Zhang Yunfan. He had recovered his senses by this time, stood up, and looked at Li Han with a cold expression. Who are you? He had just witnessed Jiang Qingli and Li Han's intimate actions. Therefore, what Li Han said is very likely true. Li Han ignored Zhang Yunfan. After all, he is one of his fathers-in-law. We have to give them some face, no matter what. Li Han stared at Wang Hong, looking at his hands. You hit him? It seemed like a question, but he already had the answer. Wang Hong gradually returned to normal. After all, with his father present, who was he afraid of? It's me, so what? Who do you think you are, you bastard? How dare you act so arrogantly here? Get out of here. Wang Hong looked at Li Han's face and felt an inexplicable sense of disgust. This guy is fucking handsome. Even he, a man, had to admit it. Li Han raised a cold smile. That's good. Chapter 34 Old Deng, I've taken your daughter away. Click. Ah. A cracking sound and a cry of pain echoed throughout the private room. Wang Zhongshan suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Presumptuous. Go to hell. Li Han picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it directly at Wang Zhongshan's face. Bang. Blood and gore. All of this happened in just 3 seconds. Neither Jiang Qingli nor Zhang Yunfan reacted. Jiang Qingli quickly grabbed Li Han, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Li Han, never mind. Li Han squeezed her fair and delicate hand. He turned to look at her and said, it's nothing. As he spoke, he released Jiang Qingli's hand and slowly squatted down. His foot was still grinding against Wang Heng's wrist, and as he squatted down, it rotated little by little. Ah! Let go! It's broken, it's broken! You idiot, let me go! I'm going to kill you! Wang Heng is used to being arrogant. When has he ever suffered such harm and humiliation? However, is Li Han the kind of person who was afraid of threats? He reached out and pinched the fingers that were being stepped on. Crack! He crushed the first joint of his index finger. Ah! My hand! Li Han's hand moved upwards again, pinching the second knuckle of his index finger. Crack! It broke again. Ah! Let go! My hand! At this moment, Wang Han was no longer arrogant at all. Looking at Li Han was like looking at a demon. Wang Zhongshan, his face covered in blood, quickly went to his son's side. Seeing Li Han smiling as if he were playing with a fun toy, he was instantly paralyzed. He was a ruthless man in his youth, he had beaten people and even killed them. However, at this moment, Li Han gave him that kind of aura. This guy doesn't care about human life at all. Moreover, he thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of torture and killing. This guy is a complete madman. Crack! Ah! Wang Heng's entire index finger was crushed by Li Han. Young brother, how about we leave it at that for today? Look, you've punished my son too. Let's leave Jiang Qingli and my son's matter behind. Our Wang family won't cause you any trouble, how about that? Wang Zhongshan had, after all, been a wanderer for many years. He's not stupid to be able to support a group worth hundreds of billions. There are only two possibilities for why Li Han dares to be so arrogant. First, he was dressed in white and showed no fear. He was content with his lot and had no family to worry about. If he died, he would just be a roadside corpse. He had nothing to fear. Secondly, he has connections, and he's not afraid of the Wang family at all. Wang Zhongshan dared not gamble on either one. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily back down. We'll make a plan after we find out more about Li Han's background. Li Han glanced at him, then gently pinched Wang Heng's middle finger. Crack! Wang Han cried out in pain again, and then completely fainted from the agony. Li Han clicked his tongue, what a spineless bastard, fainting already. He stood up and removed his foot from Wang Heng's wrist. He stared directly at Wang Zhongshan. Alright, the son's accounts are settled, now it's your turn. Wang Zhongshan felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at. This guy wasn't even letting him off the hook. Young man, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Does this have to be done so drastically? Wang Zhongshan suppressed his emotions and began to regain his previous indifferent demeanor. After all, he's a seasoned veteran, he still has that much composure. Is it absolutely true? I have something even more amazing, want to give it a try? Wang Zhongshan's pupils contracted slightly. But he wouldn't be intimidated by such a low-level tactic. However, the next second, Li Han's phone rang. It's Su Yuran. Li Han was slightly taken aback when he saw it, and then answered the phone. Li Han, why haven't you come back yet? I feel my boxing skills have improved. Can you take a look? Su Yuran's sweet, delicate voice came from inside. Li Han smiled slightly and said, I have something to do, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, then hurry up. Okay. Li Han nodded. By the way, I have something to ask you. What? What is the relationship between your Su family and the Wang family? Su Yuran, on the other end of the line, was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the information she had come across over the years. She began, it's not very good, but it's not very bad either. There's some overlap in our projects. Li Han nodded and then said, if the Su family wants to kill Wang Zhongshan's son, are they confident they can succeed? Su Yuran froze, then her face turned cold. Did he upset you? I'll send men right now to kill him. No one from the Wang family dares to bully me. Su Yuran's angry voice came through the receiver, clear and distinct in the deathly silent private room. Wang Zhongshan was also stunned at this moment. He gleaned several pieces of information from the phone call. First, Li Han knows Su Yuran, the young lady of the Su family. Secondly, Li Han is very important to the other party, even to the point of offending him. And there is one more crucial piece of known information. The head of the Su family cherished his two daughters very much. If his daughter really wanted to kill his son, given his personality, he really would do it. Unlike himself, the head of the Su family truly rose to power through the underworld, and the number of lives he had taken was countless. Now they've gone all the way to America to expand their market. In that place, guns are legal, and organized crime is rampant. What if the other side hired an assassin to come to the country? He really had no idea what to do. It's nothing, just a joke, Li Han said with a smile. Su Yuran was relieved and said, come back quickly, I'm afraid someone will bully you. Li Han smiled. He's the bodyguard, okay? Why is Su Yuran afraid that something will happen to him? So cute. Is this some kind of attempt to hide a Han Chinese in a golden house? Yes, very soon. After hanging up the phone, Li Han looked at Wang Zhongshan again. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan's gaze towards Li Han had changed. It's complicated, and I'm even a little wary of it. No wonder they're so ruthless. So they were from the Su family. Only a pack of mad dogs would dare to be so reckless. But how could the Jiang family's daughter have any connection with the Su family? Young man, so you're from the Su family? Look at this, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. If you had told me about your relationship with Miss Qingli earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. In that case, this meal will serve as my apology. I will also apologize to Brother Jiang. My son has been a troublemaker since he was a child, and it is my fault as his father. And this project, I feel that only Qingli in the entire North City can handle it well. How about I hand it over to you from now on? Qingli, what do you think? Should we just let this go? Wang Zhongshan is a remarkable person. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and changing one's stance according to the wind, are all his specialties. His face was covered in blood, yet he still had a forced smile on his face as he apologized to the three people. Although I was cursing under my breath, I had to get this sorted out today. Otherwise, if the Jiang and Su families joined forces, even with the support of the capital, he would have no way to deal with these local bullies. Therefore, we must not escalate the situation. Even if it means my son has to suffer a little for now, I have to let this matter rest for the time being. Li Han didn't want Wang Zhongshan to have an easy time. But at this moment, Jiang Qingli grabbed him again, the handprint on her little face still visible, which made Li Han's heart ache. Li Han, let's just forget about it. Her eyes were filled with emotion and pleading. She didn't want things to escalate any further. However, Li Han today stirred something deep within her heart. That was the feeling of being tenderly cared for. Li Han's methods were extremely cruel, but she found them incredibly cool. Li Han nodded, put his arm around her thin shoulders, and said, I'll do whatever you say. Jiang Qingli smiled gently, then turned to look at Wang Zhongshan, her expression suddenly turning cold. Uncle Wang, since we don't have any proof, why don't we finalize the project now? Wang Zhongshan looked at her, then at Li Han. He finally nodded. She knew Jiang Qingli's capabilities and trusting this project to her would be a good deal. The reason I handed it over to my son was so that he could figure out how to control Jiang Qingli. But I never expected that this idiot would be so incompetent. Shortly after, Jiang Qingli and Li Han came out. Zhang Yunfan was behind him. Zhang Yunfan looked unwell. He hadn't lashed out earlier. But seeing his daughter affectionately linking arms with Li Han, his expression darkened even more. He suddenly said to Li Han, Kid, I don't care who you are, stay away from my daughter from now on. You and she are from different worlds, and you can't be together. However, neither of the two people in front of him paid any attention to him and simply walked away. You bastards, did you even hear me? Zhang Yunfan's face twisted with anger. However, in order to maintain his image, he did not rush up to stop the two. Unfortunately, the two of them still ignored him. When they arrived at Jiang Qingli's car, Jiang Qingli sat directly in the passenger seat. Li Han opened the driver's side door and looked at his father, whose face was contorted with rage. He deliberately shook his leg in a sleazy manner, his face covered in a greasy smile. Old Deng, I'm taking your daughter with me. Chapter 35. Li Han and Jiang Qingli's first encounter. Zhang Yunfan was furious when he saw his daughter's car being driven away by that blonde guy. He quickly made a phone call and ordered his men to investigate who this Li Han was. At the same time, his brows began to furrow. He originally thought that he could use his daughter to further cooperate with the Wang family. However, it seems that this path is not feasible at present. He needs to think of another way. Zhang Yunfan was about to leave when the Wang family father and son came out. He quickly stepped forward and helped the two of them to the hospital. Regardless of the circumstances, it's still necessary to at least show some basic courtesy and social etiquette. Li Han drove Jiang Qingli to the nearest hospital. After getting some medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain, he was tricked into going to Jiang Qingli's home by her coquettish charm. As soon as they entered Jiang Qingli's home, Jiang Qingli jumped onto Li Han. The little head rubbed against Li Han's neck vigorously. Suck. A single, epic gulp left Jiang Qingli completely satisfied. All the grievances I felt today have vanished like smoke. The scent emanating from Li Han was intoxicating to her. It wasn't like the smell of tobacco mixed with expensive perfume that my father had. It was a faint, indescribable scent. It's not exactly a men's fragrance, but it smells really good. She liked it very much. Li Han chuckled and hugged her as they lay down on the huge sofa. You seem like a pervert right now. Li Han's head rested on the edge of the sofa, and Jiang Qingli lay on top of him, using the side of her face that hadn't been hit to rest on Li Han's chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. Hearing Li Han's teasing, Jiang Qingli blushed. But instead of offering any explanation, he took another puff. Ah, that feels so good. It still tastes the same, authentic. At the same time, a look of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. More than a decade ago, she had hugged Li Han in the same way. At that time, she had just started junior high school and was a troubled girl. They're always either fighting or skipping class. Later, he accidentally got into a conflict with girls from another class and was cornered in an alley. The group consisted of both men and women, and they wanted to strip her naked and take nude photos of her. Those boys even wanted to do something even more outrageous. At that time, she was already prepared to fight to the death. But suddenly a figure appeared, breaking the deadlock. He was a handsome boy wearing a red school uniform. The red school uniform belongs to the middle school next door. Her school's uniform is blue. Li Han was very nervous in front of these energetic young men and women. But he had to step forward. If she hadn't stood up, the girl inside might have been bullied terribly. The end result was that Li Han was brutally beaten up by that group of people. Jiang Qingli seized the opportunity to pull him away and run out of the alley. The two dared not stop and ran for a very, very long time. Finally, the two fell into the roadside bushes, and Jiang Qingli lay on top of Li Han. She looked at Li Han, and at that moment, her heart seemed to skip a few beats. The young man's heroic act of rescuing her was enough to move her at the time. What's more, he's so handsome. Jiang Qingli wanted to get to know him, but before they could exchange more than a few words, Li Han blushed, stood up, and hurriedly left. The shy Li Han was always imprinted in Jiang Qingli's heart. She later went to the neighboring school to look for Li Han, but heard that he had transferred schools and that something had happened to him. From that point on, she had no further contact with Li Han. It wasn't until recently, during her time pretending to be a couple with Li Han, that she met him again. Later, she learned that Li Han was Mu Qingyu's contract husband. I almost laughed out of anger. She already knew that Mu Qingyu was getting married. However, they never bothered to investigate the details of Mu Qingyu's marriage partner. All I know is that the other person's name is Li Han, but I don't know what he looks like. After the incident of pretending to be her boyfriend, she learned Li Han's name and then connected Mu Qingyu's husband with the person she had liked since childhood. In the end, it turned out to be just one person. But she never told Li Han any of this. Li Han, let's do it. Jiang Qingli, lying on top of Li Han, suddenly spoke. The voice was soft, yet very firm. She wanted to give herself completely to Li Han. In fact, she had this idea for a long time, but she lacked the opportunity and atmosphere before. She felt the atmosphere was great today. Li Han once again rescued the damsel in distress, and now was the perfect time to repay him with his body. Li Han pinched her ear and said in an annoyed tone, "Do you want to see what you look like now? It looks like a fathead fish. I don't want to do that kind of thing with an ugly person." His tone was full of disdain, which made Jiang Qingli look up suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with shame and anger. What is a fathead fish? What is an ugly monster? Li Han, you big bad guy. As she spoke, Jiang Qingli bit Li Han's neck. But she only took a small bite, and then it turned into sucking. Before long, a hickey appeared on Li Han's neck. Stamp it. Jiang Qingli raised her head and smiled mischievously. From now on, you're mine. How could Li Han allow her to be so arrogant? He turned around and pinned her to the sofa, planting hickeys on her fair neck. And there were several of them. Jiang Qingli felt hot all over from his kisses and pecks. At this moment, she really wanted something to happen between her and Li Han. However, she also understood the meaning behind Li Han's joking words. Her cheeks are still swollen, so it's definitely not good for her to do those things now. She didn't insist any further. However, she still played some naughty games with Li Han. You kiss me, I'll kiss you. Li Han even started using facial cleanser. Half an hour later, Li Han carried Jiang Qingli to the big bed. She was so tired that she was drifting off to sleep. Jiang Qingli held Li Han's hand. Li Han, don't go. Her almost delirious voice made Li Han sigh. There's nothing we can do. He's a man who's both soft and hard. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Yuran. In the end, he was bombarded with dozens of messages from Su Yuran, and the final sentence: "Don't spend too much time with wild women, come back early." Li Han felt a pang of guilt again. Damn, being a scumbag is really not easy. He put down his phone, turned around, lifted the covers on the bed, and embraced Jiang Qingli. "I'm not leaving." Jiang Qingli was still in a daze, but she knew that Li Han had not left. She held Li Han in her arms and fell asleep peacefully. Li Han held the fragrant and soft Jiang Qingli in his arms, feeling very calm inside. His eyes, however, were somewhat cold. The Wang family will surely have a follow-up to what happened today. This is a feeling he really dislikes. In your previous life, you must do things thoroughly to avoid future troubles. Now that he's dressed in white, it won't be easy for him to take down the Wang family. But he also had to find a way to stop being all alone. He sighed softly. He really didn't want to be involved in society anymore. However, it seems that to live a stable life in this world, one still needs to rely on some skills to make a living. Gradually, he fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already night. Jiang Qingli was still asleep. Li Han glanced at her face through the dim light. The swelling has gone down a lot. I estimate it won't be noticeable tomorrow. Li Han slowly got up and went to the kitchen. He was a little hungry, and Jiang Qingli hadn't eaten either, so he decided to make some food. He was a good cook in both of his worlds. Now, he has combined the strengths of both institutions, making his culinary skills even more exquisite. I wouldn't dare say he's a chef for state banquets, but he should be more than capable of being a hotel chef. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and he had prepared 4 dishes. Just as the last dish was served, he sensed something unusual happening in the villa. Jiang Qingli's villa is very large, and she usually lives alone. The villa has a huge lawn that is maintained by someone every now and then. At that moment, several furtive figures appeared on the lawn. They slowly made their way towards the villa. Li Han's face was cold. We arrived at the floor-to-ceiling window. And so, we faced those people head-on. Question mark. The leader looked completely bewildered. Wasn't it said that there was only one woman here? Why is there a tall man here? Then this task will require extra payment. They did not stop. Li Han opened the French doors of the French windows, walked out of the villa, and came to the lawn. Brothers, take him down first, then take that woman away. The group was all dressed in black jackets, baseball caps, and black face masks. The leader, wearing a baseball cap with a tiger on it, whispered instructions to the others. The people behind him rushed towards Li Han, their eyes fixed on him menacingly. The northern part of the city seems to be far more chaotic than I imagined. Li Han said softly. Chapter 36. My name is Xiaozhan. 1 minute later. Li Han looked at the people groaning in pain all over the courtyard. He remained calm, as if he had done something insignificant. And that is indeed the case. Everything he had experienced before was thrilling and terrifying. Now, facing a group of people beating each other up, it's really a trivial matter. He crouched down in front of the man wearing a baseball cap embroidered with a tiger's head and whispered. Who sent you? In this situation, Li Han expected the other party to at least put on a tough front. Only by using a few subtle tactics will the other party give a truthful answer. But as soon as he finished asking the question, he heard the other person say. Brother, you finally asked. Our boss sent us. The man was wailing, his voice filled with sorrow. Li Han had a puzzled expression on his face. Are local gangs really this sensible? Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Han asked. If you had said so earlier, you could have avoided getting beaten up. You didn't ask. I've seen how skilled you are, and I've wanted to be honest with you for a long time, but you haven't given me a chance. With a few quick blows, all my brothers fell down. The person wearing the tiger head baseball cap must be a young man. His voice was clear and bright, and his tone conveyed both the helplessness of being brutally beaten by Li Han and the admiration for Li Han's skills. If the atmosphere weren't so inappropriate, he would have shouted. Mom, I saw a martial arts master. Li Han was also speechless. Is being fast also a drawback? Sorry, I couldn't stop myself. Li Han helped him up. The other people who had fallen to the ground also stood up despite the pain, looked at each other, and didn't dare to move. Li Han looked at the tiger head baseball cap and pointed at him. He immediately took off his mask, revealing an excessively young face. He looks to be only 18 or 19 years old. Li Han frowned. Is he already out in the workforce at this age? Because of their naivety, they are easily manipulated. What's your name? Li Han asked. Big brother, my name is Xiaozhan, the Xiaoan. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold. Xiaozhan, wearing a tiger head baseball cap, looked excited. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he still felt immense admiration for Li Han. From now on, name your son Xiaoyan, Li Han remarked instinctively. Xiaozhan was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean? Fine. Oh. Li Han looked at him and asked seriously. What is your boss's purpose in sending you here? Seeing the coldness on Li Han's face, Xiaozhan dared not continue his joking manner and quickly said. I don't know the specifics. He just told us to invite Miss Jiang into the gang and not to touch her, and then he didn't say anything else. He gave us a total of 5,000 yuan in bonuses for this mission. If I had known there was such an expert as you, I wouldn't have come even for 50 million. Xiaozhan continued, looking miserable. It's obvious he's a chatterbox. That's in line with the temperament of a young hoodlum at his age. He's not very capable, but he's very smooth talking. Li Han frowned and looked at everyone. You guys go, Xiaozhan stays behind and will take me to find your boss later. The others, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, endured the pain and hurriedly left. Xiaozhan, however, was delighted. He approached Li Han, but his movements were too forceful, which aggravated the wound Li Han had inflicted, causing him to hiss. Ouch, this doesn't hurt. He grimaced and endured the pain. Only after the pain subsided did he stare at Li Han, his handsome face filled with reverence. Big brother, can I follow you? I think you're awesome. Much better than our damn boss. You have no idea, that guy takes advantage of his gang's influence and harasses the girls in the bar all day long. He drugged many young girls, it's infuriating. And those young girls, what are they doing coming to a bar like ours? Don't they know how chaotic it is? Besides, Xiaozhan is a real chatterbox. Li Han felt his ears ringing. Ignoring the other person, she turned around, opened the French doors, slammed them shut, locked them, and drew the curtains. Xiaozhan stood miserably in front of the French windows, looking like an abandoned puppy. But he didn't leave, he just sat on the lawn, waiting for Li Han to come out. This scene looks even more like a puppy. Indoor. Li Han arrived at Jiang Qingli's bedroom, and coincidentally, Jiang Qingli had just woken up. Just now, she opened her eyes and didn't see Li Han. She thought he was gone and panicked. But not long after, Li Han appeared at the door. She got out of bed, her bare white feet dangling, and came to Li Han, hugging him tightly. They said nothing and did nothing. Okay, I didn't leave. I just went to cook for you. Are you hungry? Come on, let's go get something to eat. Li Han pulled Jiang Qingli to the restaurant. Jiang Qingli's eyes lit up as she looked at the delicious-looking dishes on the table. He took the rice that Li Han served him and started eating it ravenously. Wow, Li Han, your cooking is amazing. Jiang Qingli was really hungry. Before long, he ate himself into the shape of a pufferfish. At the same time, she also realized for the first time that Li Han was such a good cook. She couldn't help but wonder, Li Han must have cooked for Mu Qingyu every day before, right? I'm so envious. But I won't let Li Han make it for me every day. I'm going to learn to cook so I can cook for Li Han every day. That's what makes a good woman. Mu Qingyu is nothing. Li Han was unaware of Jiang Qingli's ulterior motives. After having dinner with her, Jiang Qingli volunteered to wash the dishes. Once everything had settled down, Li Han spoke. Okay, I'm leaving now. Huh? You're not staying with me tonight? Jiang Qingli's face showed reluctance, but also hope. Li Han shook his head. There are some things to do. Jiang Qingli pouted, but ultimately did not choose to force Li Han to stay. She hugged Li Han for a while, then gently kissed him and said, You bastard, remember to call me. I think about you every day. Hearing the woman's plaintive voice, Li Han patted her head and said, Yes, I will. He then left Jiang Qingli's villa. Xiaozhan followed behind him. Led by Xiaozhan, Li Han arrived at a bar outside the Third Ring Road in the northern part of the city. This bar is called Yego Bar, which is the headquarters of the Wild Dog Gang, the gang Xiaozhan belongs to. On the way, Li Han heard Xiaozhan introduce the Wild Dog Gang. Ultimately, Li Han came to this conclusion. A group of street urchins. They have absolutely no connection with legitimate gangs. Upon entering the bar, one is greeted by a scene of chaos. The clouds drifting in the upper layers, the blaring of cheap stereos, the cacophony of voices from men and women in colorful clothes. Li Han felt very unwell. He genuinely dislikes places like this. Although Xiao Zhan was young, he had a good ability to read people's expressions and notice the disgust in Li Han's eyes. He quickly led Li Han toward the manager's office deep inside the bar. Knock knock. He knocked on the manager's office door. There was no response from inside, but Li Han, with his excellent hearing, could hear a faint voice through the door. Who are you? Where is my husband? Chapter 37. Who's in favor, and who's opposed? The sound made Li Han frown. Because the voice didn't sound like someone who was conscious, it sounded like someone who had been drugged or intoxicated. Having spent many years navigating the darkness, he had encountered similar situations before. He instantly guessed what was happening inside. Bang! To Xiao Zhan's astonishment, Li Han kicked open the door to the manager's office. The commotion went unnoticed by the men and women on the dance floor, but it startled the people inside the manager's office. Fuck your mother, which beast are you? As Li Han walked in, he heard an angry shout. Then, on the manager's desk, a beautiful girl was lying with her upper and lower body spread apart. The girl was completely red, muttering incoherent words, clearly having lost all self-control. In front of the girl's crotch stood a man whose pants had been taken off. The man was in his 40s, short in stature, with several books under his feet, and his waist was barely level with the table. When Li Han came in, he suddenly pulled up his pants. He picked up a short knife hidden in the sofa, strode towards Li Han, his face full of anger. Damn it, who are you with? You want to die? He pointed the knife at Li Han, but Li Han was completely unafraid. Li Han's face was cold as he stared intently at the man. His eyes were filled with barely suppressed murderous intent. As he has said before, he is most disgusted by people who violate women. He considered it a form of cowardice. That's a despicable tactic of trying to satisfy one's base desires through a shortcut when one is clearly worthless. Even if you spend some money? Of course, Li Han was also aware of men's inherent weaknesses. Once men gain power, wealth, or are no longer bound by the law, their inherent flaws will be fully exposed. Li Han is different. He has no money or power, but he still wants to be a scumbag. Cough. However, he is clearly a scumbag, and every girl will know Li Han's behavior. If you're unhappy, you'll naturally leave. Are you the leader of the wild dog gang? Li Han didn't answer the other person's question, but just stared at them coldly. The other person was taken aback, then frowned. I'm Chan Ho Nam, and you are? Li Han sighed softly. What a waste of this name. At this moment, Xiao Zhan walked in. He could already see the situation inside from outside the door. But he didn't dare come in. Normally, the boss's tyranny made him afraid to provoke the other party. After much thought, he gradually gained courage. Upon entering, I suddenly saw the face of the girl on the desk. Sister Xiaoyun? His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chan Ho Nam before quickly stepping forward. He approached the girl, dressed her, and tried to wake her up. But they couldn't wake him up at all. Moreover, the girl's hands kept wandering over Xiao Zhan's body, clearly showing signs of being infatuated. Xiao Zhan held her, his eyes filled with coldness. He stared at Chan Ho Nam. Chan Ho Nam, you're a fucking beast. CNMD. Chen Haonan's face darkened when he saw that even his underlings dared to insult him. Xiao Zhan, how dare you insult me? Who gave you the audacity? And what about the task I gave you? Is this how you fucking do things? Chen Haonan put on a stern face, still trying to act like the boss. But Xiao Zhan no longer had any fear of him. This is a complete scumbag. He's finally seen through him. He failed to get into university after high school and started working in society. Joining the Wild Dogs gang and watching the brothers eat, drink, and have fun all day long, while others were quite afraid of me, felt really good at the time. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. Many of the brothers in the gang have no moral bottom line. Especially this leader, he's the worst of the worst. Seeing that even his friendly waitress, Sister Xiaoyun, had been harmed by Chen Haonan, he could no longer contain his anger. Chan Ho Nam, don't give me that nonsense. You think you're worthy of being a boss? Today, I'm going to kill you. Enraged, Xiao Zhan placed Xiaoyun on the sofa, then grabbed an ashtray and was about to smash it at Chen Haonan. However, Chan Ho Nam had a knife in his hand. Before Xiao Zhan could even lower the ashtray, he saw Chen Haonan's knife already gleaming as it slashed towards him. His eyes narrowed instantly, but he gritted his teeth and did not dodge or stop. He wanted to make Chan Ho Nam pay the price, even if it meant he himself would suffer greatly. However, at that moment, a loud bang was suddenly heard. Xiao Zhan's ashtray missed its target. Because he saw that Chan Ho Nam was hit by a bolt of lightning, and he flew out sideways. The knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Holy crap! Xiao Zhan stared in shock, his mouth agape. He had witnessed Li Han's strength and thought that was Li Han's full power. Little did they know that Li Han had already released high when he attacked them. The kick he gave Chan Ho Nam was almost out of control. Chan Ho Nam was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a loud thud. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious. A large section of his chest had caved in on the side, clearly indicating that his ribs had been broken. Xiao Zhan swallowed. Is this even human? Brother, you're awesome. Xiao Zhan said sincerely. Li Han shook his head, said nothing, walked to Chen Haonan's side, picked him up with one hand, and threw him to the ground. He turned to look at Xiao Zhan. Do you want to be the boss? Xiao Zhan was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Was this guy going to take him alone? With Li Han's abilities, I'm sure I'll take off. He nodded quickly. Big brother, I'll follow you from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Seeing him so excited, like a lapdog, Li Han shook his head helplessly. You're not following me, you're starting your own business. I won't interfere in your affairs, you can develop things however you want. I might need your help occasionally. And I will also give you some help, this is a deal. Hearing Li Han's words, Xiao Zhan calmed down. He understood what Li Han meant. To put it bluntly, the other party just wanted to use him as a cover. If something happens, it won't affect Li Han. Normally, only those in high positions of power would have people willingly or under duress to act as their undercover agents. However, Xiao Zhan was willing. He was willing to be Li Han's black glove. I do. Xiao Zhan said decisively. Li Han nodded. It was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although I don't want to be involved in the underworld, I still need to support some forces. Both black and white should be included. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, it will be really difficult to handle. Alright, then the Wild Dog Gang will be your first stepping stone. Li Han said. Shortly afterward, Wild Dog Bar was emptied out. In the center of the huge dance floor sat a young man, none other than Xiao Zhan. A man lying in front of him, looking like a dead dog, and a tall man wearing a black mask and baseball cap standing behind him. Xiao Zhan looked at all the Wild Dog Gang members below the stage, his body trembling slightly. Li Han, disguised, patted him on the shoulder. Having mustered his courage, Xiao Zhan addressed the crowd below. Today, the Wild Dog Gang has officially changed hands. I am the new leader, Xiao Zhan. Who's in favor, and who's opposed? Chapter 38, Is Mu Qingyu's alcohol tolerance very low? In Su Yuran's home, Li Han was comfortably lying on the sofa. Su Yuran, standing to the side, looked at the stacks of documents with a bitter expression. This was sent to her by her sister, Su Yuyu, yesterday. They told her to quickly learn about the Su family's businesses so she could start working as soon as possible. Su Yuran looked at the documents with a bitter expression. Li Han, what does this mean? Li Han, what is KPI? Li Han. Su Yuran kept asking Li Han a question, which gave Li Han a headache. But I still answered her. These are indeed minor issues for him. Although he used to be involved in the underworld, he managed to make it big and later started his own company, even a top international company. Naturally, they know how to manage a company. Once, Su Yuran asked a question casually, and after hearing Li Han's professional answer, she couldn't stop. At the same time, she became even more curious about Li Han. Is there anything this man can't do? Soon after, the two had lunch together. The relationship between the two at this moment did not resemble that of a bodyguard and an employer at all. They actually looked like a young couple. Their constant nagging and clinging left Uncle Shui quite exasperated. He used to take care of Su Yuran indoors, but now he spends his time sunbathing outside the villa. He doesn't want to be so old and have to eat dog food from people in their 20s. Li Han, the underworld has been quite interesting lately. My sister told me that a new force has emerged in the last few days. What's it called? Heavenly Kings Association? That name sounds imposing, but it's also a bit childish. Their boss is very capable, he took over several low-level gangs in just a few days. Moreover, I heard that the discipline within the association is very strict. My sister said that there must be a master behind it guiding us. Also, I heard that the leader of the Wild Dog Gang, the predecessor of the Heavenly King Society, died in a car accident, and it was a terrible death. At the dinner table, Su Yuran kept talking to Li Han about the interesting things she had recently discovered. Li Han simply listened with a smile. As for the Heavenly King Society that Su Yuran mentioned, no one knew more about it than him. That was the gang founded by Xiao Zhan. He helped win several battles and established a series of rules. For example, one should avoid gambling, prostitution, drugs, high-interest loans, and online loans. When Xiao Zhan heard this, everyone was stunned. He understands not being allowed to gamble or do drugs, but if they're not allowed to touch anything else, what's the point of this organized crime group? Goodness, they're a triad on the surface, but behind the scenes they do all sorts of positive things? However, Li Han also gave him some pointers on how the gray industry operates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan admired Li Han even more. It turns out that you can make a lot of money in the underworld without touching those things. These are all things Li Han had mastered in his previous life. Teaching them to Xiao Zhan now is also a way to test his abilities. He followed Su Yuran for a while, and would play chess and chat with Uncle Shui whenever he had free time. Therefore, he has recently gained some understanding of the underground forces in Beicheng. In short, an old ship in a new era. This ship was going to sink sooner or later, which is why the Su family wanted to go ashore. The various gray market business models that Li Han proposed to Xiao Zhan are the aircraft carriers of the new era. As long as Xiao Zhan can figure out how to play the game, he will be virtually unstoppable in the future underworld. Moreover, as long as one doesn't actually do anything that violates national interests, it will be very easy to get out of trouble in the future. After finishing her meal, Su Yuran went straight to take a nap. Li Han then received a phone call. The caller was someone he hadn't expected. She is Mu Qingyu's best friend, Lin Yinhua. Li Han recalled the petite beauty who dribbled past him and couldn't help but wonder why she had called him. When the call connected, Lin Yinhua's soft, sweet voice came through. Li Han? Is something the matter? Well. Qingyu is drunk, could you come pick her up? Hearing her soft, sweet voice, Li Han frowned slightly. Mu Qingyu and I are already divorced. In fact, Mu Qingyu had already expressed her feelings to him on the day she visited the grave. However, Li Han explained his scumbag tendencies to her, but she did not respond. He wanted to avoid provoking her. Moreover, compared to Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli, he felt that Mu Qingyu was a bit more difficult to deal with. She has a cool and aloof personality, and sometimes you don't even know what she's thinking. I know, but we're in a very far place. None of us drove. Please come and pick us up. I'll treat you to dinner. Hearing Lin Yinua's pleading voice, Li Han sighed. Li Han had a pretty good impression of Lin Yinhua. She comes from a good family, is very gentle, and speaks softly. The key point is that she is very big. Li Han found it hard to imagine how someone as short as 1.5 meters could possibly lift her up. Moreover, she has a very slim waist and well-proportioned legs. That makes absolutely no sense. She has a figure straight out of a comic book. Okay, give me the address. Shortly after, Li Han went out. He borrowed a car from Uncle Shui and drove to his destination. As Lin Yinhua said, it is indeed a bit far. We're almost out of town. It was already past 3 p.m. when we arrived. This place resembled a farmhouse. He parked his car at the entrance and had just stepped inside when he heard sounds coming from inside. Xin Haoyu, who sent you? I'm here to pick up Qingyu. She's drunk, and I'm worried about her. It's none of your business, I've already called for help. Lin Yinhua, Qingyu, and I grew up together. It's okay for me to pick her up, right? What's it to you? Li Han looked into the courtyard and saw Lin Yinhua standing in a starfish position at the door of a room, her face full of anger. The room behind her must be where Mu Qingyu, who was drunk, was sitting. However, Li Han was somewhat puzzled by Qin Haoyu, who was sitting opposite Lin Yinhua. What's this guy doing here? He walked in slowly. Lin Yinhua immediately spotted Li Han, and a look of joy appeared on her cute little face. The surprise in his eyes was impossible to suppress. She hadn't seen Li Han in a long time. How come he's become handsome again? Lin Yinhua blushed and quickly suppressed the thoughts that couldn't pass censorship in her mind. Li Han, you finally arrived. Li Han walked over. Suddenly, he looked at the room behind Lin Yinhua. He had just heard footsteps inside, but they disappeared after he spoke. He was puzzled, thinking he was hallucinating. Qin Haoyu's face darkened when he saw Li Han. Today, he came here specifically with mooching you. This farmhouse restaurant is a highly regarded establishment in the northern part of the city, surrounded by farmland, an inland river, and woodlands. People who enjoy camping and picnics like to come to this area. He knew in advance that mooching you and Lininua had arranged to visit this place. So I secretly followed him, hoping to create some chance encounters. He then discovered that mooching you seemed to be drunk, leaving only Lininua. He was overjoyed. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to strike? So he rushed forward, using an excuse to try and take mooching you away. Lininua and mooching you are best friends, so naturally they know Chinhaoyu. At the same time, she was well aware of Chinhaoyu's ill intentions and knew she couldn't let him take mooching you away. All we can do is pray that Li Han arrives soon. Fortunately, Li Han arrived in time. What are you doing here? Chinhaoyu asked coldly. Li Hanchi was puzzled. Why was this guy like a leech? Besides, he probably doesn't know about his divorce from mooching you, right? How dare he ask himself why he came? Young Master Chin, shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm here to pick up my wife. What are you doing now? Chinhaoyu's face darkened, and he was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Compared to Li Han, his status is indeed insufficient. Li Han chuckled and followed Lininua into the room. This is my own room in a farmhouse courtyard. It's clean and tidy. At this moment, mooching you was lying on the bed, her face flushed, and her breath reeked of alcohol. Li Han was helpless. She has such a low alcohol tolerance, yet she always gets drunk. Li Han picked her up in a princess carry, and mooching you seemed to sense it, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He stepped out of the room, followed by Lininua with a strange expression on her face. Is your alcohol tolerance that bad? She watched Li Han's retreating figure with a half-smile. As the three of them passed by Chinhaoyu, who had a gloomy expression, Li Han deliberately stopped for a moment. Young Master Chin, don't you have a wife? Why are you always thinking about my wife? Did any of your ancestors have the surname Chow? Chapter 39 Mooching Yu's Decision. Chinhaoyu's face turned red and white as Li Han criticized him. Before he could even speak, Li Han had already turned and left. Looking at mooching you being carried on Li Han's back, his face darkened. What kind of bullshit mental illness is this? That's just an excuse mooching you made to avoid contact with him. Now he has seen mooching you for who she truly is. However, having harbored feelings for mooching you since childhood, he was unwilling to give up so easily. Moreover, he had other requests of mooching you. He took out his phone and made a call. Buy me some things, I need them recently. Li Han placed mooching you in the back seat of the car, and Lininua also sat in the back seat, comforting the drunk mooching you. The car started, and Li Han drove slowly towards mooching you's house. Mooching you was being held by Lininua, her face slightly flushed. She secretly opened her eyes and saw Lininua's helpless expression. Well, didn't you notice? Mooching you communicated with Lininua through her eyes. Lininua shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. Today I did come out to have some fun with mooching you, but mooching you suddenly thought of something and we discussed a plan. Mooching you pretended to be drunk and then seduced Li Han. When Lininua heard about this plan, she felt like she was hearing a fantasy. She knew that mooching you liked Li Han now. But I never expected her to go to this extent. While marveling at her best friend's transformation, she also felt a growing sense of unease. Li Han drove the two beautiful women to mooching you's villa. Li Han carried mooching you to the villa entrance and subconsciously placed his hand on the fingerprint lock. Beep. Welcome home, master. As the familiar electronic voice rang out, Li Han paused slightly. Then he muttered to himself, "You're really careless. Why don't you hurry up and change the combination lock? Aren't you afraid I'll have ulterior motives?" With that, he carried mooching you into the room. What he didn't know was that mooching you had her eyes closed, but she had many thoughts on her mind. She never even considered changing the locks and password. Even after her divorce from Li Han, and before she was certain of her feelings for him, she never considered changing her mind. Because deep down, she always believed that Li Han could always come into this place. Only after she figured out her own feelings did she realize why. Because this is her and Li Han's home, and Li Han is the only male head of the household here. The door lock won't be changed, and her heart will only be unlocked by Li Han. As they walked into the entryway, Lininua behind them opened the shoe cabinet and skillfully took out a pair of men's slippers. The slippers were bought for him by mooching you. They were expensive and very comfortable, and he wore them for 3 years. They didn't take it with them when they left. Li Han was slightly taken aback, but didn't think much of it since Mu Qingyu hadn't thrown it away yet. After putting it on, he escorted Mu Qingyu upstairs. "Inua, please take care of Mu Qingyu. I'm leaving." After letting go of Mu Qingyu, Li Han prepared to leave. Although everything around him was so familiar, he had no connection to this place now. However, before he could even go downstairs, he heard footsteps and was suddenly embraced by a soft, delicate body from behind. "Li Han. I want to drink some hangover soup." A woman's sweet voice came from behind, and her hot breath made Li Han turn around to look at Mu Qingyu. "As expected of you, you always act like a hooligan when you're drunk." Li Han thought about those things from the past. Mu Qingyu becomes a different person every time she gets drunk. Charming and innocent, gentle and charming. Mu Qingyu would never normally use such tone of voice or make such gestures when she was drunk. Li Han really liked her when she was drunk. However, I still harbor some resentment. Because that's not the real her. Hearing Mu Qingyu hold him tightly, Li Han had no choice but to nod in the end. "Okay, I'll make you some hangover soup. You go back and lie down." He gave Lin Yinhua a look. Lin Yinhua quickly walked up the stairs, her movements were so exaggerated. It's very bouncy." Today, Lin Yinhua is wearing ordinary jeans and a tight t-shirt. She definitely did it on purpose. The tight-fitting t-shirt perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her slender waist and exaggerated, well, it's impossible to look away. Previously, she was outside wearing a coat, so it was difficult to see clearly. Now that she's inside the villa, she's taken off her coat and is running around quickly. That's absolutely terrifying. However, Li Han never had any romantic feelings for her. There's only one reason: she's Mu Qingyu's best friend. Those who are related by blood or marriage will inevitably cause trouble in the future. Therefore, he never intended to act like a hooligan towards Lin Yinhua. Upon hearing that Li Han was going to make a hangover soup, Mu Qingyu let go of his hand and pretended to be helped back to her room by Lin Yinhua. Li Han went to the kitchen. This place was once his battlefield. He personally prepared all 3 meals for Mu Qingyu every day. Mu Qingyu ate his cooking for 3 whole years. At first, I wasn't used to it, but later I got used to it. After leaving, it turned into longing. Mu Qingyu doesn't have the typical CEO's stomach problems, but eating Li Han's cooking, or cooking for others, always makes her feel completely different. Li Han skillfully turned on the stove and started cooking a hangover soup. Inside the room, the 2 best friends were also having a quiet conversation. Mu Qingyu showed no signs of drunkenness whatsoever. She sat on the bed, looking at Lin Yinhua with a nervous expression. "Yinhua, do you think, will he stay?" What should I do?" Lin Yinhua was also helpless. She said, "Just pretend you're innocent, like before. Pretend he'll feed you hangover soup, then you'll pounce on him. After that, I don't need to describe it, right? You've got it all figured out by now." As she spoke, she looked at Mu Qingyu with disdain. "In the past, whenever you wanted to do that with Li Han, you would deliberately ask me to drink with you. I pretended to be drunk when I went home, and took advantage of my drunkenness to jump around with him. What's there to be shy about now?" Hearing Lin Yinua's complaints, Mu Qingyu's face turned frighteningly red. She hugged her best friend tightly, covered her mouth, and told her to stop talking. How embarrassing. After some playful fighting, Lin Yinhua was released. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her face was flushed, and her chest felt even tighter. It looks like a rag doll that has been abused. In short, she is extremely cute. Mu Qingyu was also very uneasy at this moment. She's been thinking a lot lately. In the end, she couldn't bear the longing in her heart. She wanted to disregard the consequences just this once. I don't want to regret it now, regardless of whether I'll regret it later. Lin Yinhua looked into her determined eyes and sighed softly. If it happens today, does that mean she'll have no chance again? Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard Mu Qingyu say, "Yinhua, actually, Li Han has more than one woman besides me." Lin Yinhua was taken aback, her face showing astonishment. No, Li Han cheated on me? This was something she had never known before. However, given Mu Qingyu's personality, if Li Han cheated on her, she wouldn't be so calm and would still be eager to win him back. Mu Qingyu shook her head. He didn't cheat on me, but I broke his heart. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. After the divorce, he had affairs with several women. Jiang Qingli was one of them. But I don't want to give up. Chapter 40. Mu Qingyu went up and Mu Qingyu gave up. This is truly a shocking revelation. Lin Yinua's face was full of astonishment, and her eyes were extremely complicated. As Mu Qingyu finished recounting the story of Li Han, Jiang Qingli, and Su Yuran, her mind went completely blank. Li Han is actually involved with so many people? Wouldn't that mean one more person wouldn't make a difference, would it? This was Lin Yinua's first thought. She originally thought that if Mu Qingyu and Li Han reconciled, she would have no chance. But now it seems that even if Mu Qingyu and Li Han have a relationship again, things can never go back to the way they were before. Then I'll have a chance. However, her upbringing and values made it impossible for her to accept serving Li Han alongside other women. Therefore, she became conflicted. On one hand, there's her own set of values, and on the other hand, there's her affection for Li Han. In the end, she didn't reach any conclusion. They're like ostriches, ignoring everything. Soon after, the two heard footsteps coming upstairs. Mu Qingyu quickly hid under the covers and continued to pretend to be drunk. Lin Yinua patted her on the back. Shortly after, Li Han knocked on the door, and Lin Yinua got up to open it. When she, who was only 1.5 meters tall, saw the bowl of hot hangover soup in Li Han's hand, she was filled with envy. She had drunk Li Han's homemade hangover soup. It tastes great, and it warms you up nicely after drinking it. None of these are the main points. The most important thing is the sentiment behind it. How wonderful it would be to have a man who would lovingly cook you a hangover soup after you've had too much to drink. Lin Yinua's family is very healthy. Her parents loved each other very much, so she had a dream since she was a child, to be with her other half and live a loving and devoted life together. Li Han was the perfect goal in her mind. He's handsome, can cook, and is very responsible. She likes many of its advantages. Aside from hearing Mu Qingyu say today that Li Han had affairs with several women, she thought Li Han was a perfect partner. The hangover soup is ready, Yinua, you can feed her. Li Han prepared to hand the hangover soup to Lin Yinua. But Lin Yinua suddenly clutched her stomach. Oh dear, I'm on my period, I need to go to the bathroom. It will take at least half an hour. You should feed Qingyu. With that, she rushed out of the room and slammed the door shut behind her. Li Han was taken aback. This guy drinks alcohol even while on his period? He shook his head, not thinking about it further. Arriving at Mu Qingyu's bedside, he gently nudged Mu Qingyu, who was lying on her side. Mu Qingyu did not respond immediately, but was pushed by Li Han a second time before slowly turning around. She closed her eyes, her face was flushed, and she made soft moaning sounds. Seeing that she was still dazed, Li Han could only whisper. Mu Qingyu, get up and drink some hangover soup, otherwise your stomach will definitely feel uncomfortable tomorrow. Hearing Li Han's gentle voice, which she hadn't heard in a long time, Mu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. A huge impulse surged into my heart. She slowly opened her eyes. Then he suddenly pounced on Li Han. Li Han was startled and quickly placed the hangover soup in his hand on the bedside table, then hugged Mu Qingyu. With a spin, he sat down on Mu Qingyu's bed. Mu Qingyu opened her eyes, draped herself over Li Han, and pressed down hard, knocking Li Han onto the bed. She straddled Li Han, her face flushed, and stared straight down at him. This scene seemed somewhat familiar to Li Han. Because Mu Qingyu always looked like this when she got drunk. However, this time is a little different. The way Mu Qingyu looked at him was different from before. In the past, when I was drunk, my eyes were filled with intoxication, confusion, and avoidance. This time, there was still a hint of intoxication in his eyes, but more than that, there was an overwhelming emotion and an unwavering conviction. Looking at Li Han, Mu Qingyu could no longer control herself. She lowered her head and pressed her red lips to Li Han's, taking them wantonly. Li Han wrapped his arms around her waist and began to respond. The two kissed more and more passionately. Finally, the clothes on their bodies gradually began to be removed. A moment later, their lips parted, and Li Han looked at Mu Qingyu. Are you awake right now? Do you know what you're doing? Mu Qingyu looked at him with a dazed expression. I know with absolute certainty what I am doing. What else is there to say? Li Han mounted his horse and became a general for a time. They took up their guns and charged into battle, slaughtering the enemy until not a single one remained. He charged in and out 7 times, forcing the enemy to beg for mercy repeatedly. More than an hour later, the battle has temporarily come to an end. Mu Qingyu felt that long-lost feeling again, and now she lay in Li Han's arms, her whole body burning hot and her face flushed. Li Han held her close, his eyes filled with complex emotions. To be honest, he never expected to have this kind of relationship with Mu Qingyu again today. He wrapped his arms around Mu Qingyu's slender waist. Mu Qingyu's incredibly long legs gently hooked up and wrapped around his legs. Her fair, jade-like skin now radiated an alluring glow thanks to a thin layer of fragrant sweat. This woman is too perfect. Li Han had lost count of how many times he had praised Mu Qingyu in his heart. Honey. Suddenly, Mu Qingyu's voice rang out, sweet and seductive. This gave Li Han goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't out of fear, but rather because it was stimulated by that charming voice. He asked, "Who's speaking?" "Oh, it's me." "Humph, are you teasing me on purpose?" Mu Qingyu tilted her head back and looked at Li Han, her face full of spring-like joy, and at this moment she also had the coquettishness of a little girl. Li Han lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. The word husband that came out of Mu Qingyu's mouth was absolutely devastating. Her tone was so alluring, yet there was absolutely no hint of affectation. Li Han found it very pleasant to hear. Li Han looked helplessly at the woman in his arms. He wasn't stupid considering Mu Qingyu's behavior, he roughly guessed that she had come prepared today. "You've already thought this through?" Li Han asked. Mu Qingyu snorted, "Humph, what am I supposed to do if I don't think about it? Who told me that my heart and eyes are filled with nothing but you, my wicked husband?" She hugged Li Han even tighter. Her voice became even softer. "Actually, I've thought about ending our relationship. But I still can't control myself. I want to see you, I want to have dinner with you, watch a movie with you. I want to sleep with you, and wake up with you. I think. Even though I know you will have other women, I still can't resist my instincts. I just want you." Later I figured it out. Life is only a few decades long, and I don't want to have any regrets. She spoke in a firm voice. Li Han sighed softly and stroked her fair back. He lowered his head and gently kissed her cheek. To be honest, he didn't have any romantic feelings for Mu Qingyu. But now that she has truly become his woman, he should also share some of his affection with her. But it will take time. "As long as you don't regret it," Li Han said. Mu Qingyu looked up again, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Han. "I don't regret it, my husband." Hearing her call him husband again, Li Han felt a surge of excitement. How come I never noticed this side of Mu Qingyu before? "Husband?" Mu Qingyu called out again, noticing Li Han's unfocused gaze. Snap. A large hand slapped her delicate, rounded breasts. "Ah!" Mu Qingyu cried out in surprise, then heard Li Han grit his teeth and say, "You vixen, how come you call people so seductively now? Who taught you that?" Mu Qingyu, who was still a little sullen after being spanked, suddenly giggled upon hearing Li Han's words. "I didn't learn this from anyone else, I just wanted to call you that myself." "So you like it, honey? Then I'll call out a few more times, husband, husband, husband." Wiped it. Li Han was furious. How could he let this little darling act so arrogantly? He mounted his horse again. It went on until late at night. Chapter 41. Lininua also joined the A. Lininua lay on the sofa with lifeless eyes, like a rag doll that had been played with and broken. The soft, panting breaths that made one feel weak all over finally stopped. She picked up her phone and saw it was 11 p.m. She didn't understand. I don't understand at all. How can someone be so fierce? 7 or 8 times since this afternoon. And it always takes so long. How could Mu Qingyu possibly stand it? Lin Yinhua regretted it a little. She should have left immediately after leaving Mu Qingyu's room. Otherwise, there would be no need to listen to these decadent songs. But she couldn't resist. From the moment Mu Qingyu uttered that captivating first sound, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, completely losing control of herself. I hid by the door and listened for a long time. Until I was blushing with embarrassment. She continued listening while simultaneously calling herself a pervert and a hooligan. Li Han is really amazing. She sighed inwardly. Doing that with him would definitely be. Every time she thought of this, she would immediately stop herself from thinking about it. I can't think about it anymore. Keep thinking, keep thinking. Then you really won't be able to control yourself. Qingyu. I don't want to let you down. But I can't let go of Li Han. Lin Yinhua curled up on the sofa, muttering to herself. She recalled her first meeting with Li Han, and then recalled his gentle yet distant gaze at each other. She was completely absorbed in it. If that distance were gone, only that tenderness would remain. She had no idea how infatuated she would become with Li Han. Mu Qingyu was exhausted. After his last encounter with Li Han, his whole body went limp, like a puddle of water. She nestled in Li Han's arms, feeling utterly content. Unlike before, this fierce battle gave her immense pleasure. She didn't need to pretend to be drunk, she could boldly show her love to Li Han. You can also keep asking him for things, boldly and continuously. She couldn't control herself at all, again and again. She's like a wanton woman with unsatisfied desires. However, she really didn't want to control herself. She wants Li Han. But I read online that there are only oxen that are damaged by plowing, not fields that are damaged by plowing. Logically speaking, I should be the one with the advantage. However, in the end, Li Han acted as if nothing had happened, while he himself died from exhaustion. "Honey, I can't take it anymore, hold me while I sleep." Hearing Mu Qingyu's sweet and innocent voice, Li Han hugged her affectionately and then covered the two of them with a thin blanket. Before long, Mu Qingyu fell asleep, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Seeing that she was asleep, Li Han tiptoed out of bed. He was a little thirsty and wanted to go downstairs for a drink of water. So he put on his underwear and went to the kitchen in the dark. A large glass of water, poured into my mouth, felt incredibly refreshing. Honestly, today was really crazy. It was even crazier than the night before the divorce. Mu Qingyu was already about to roll her eyes, but she still kept asking him for things. If Li Han hadn't called a halt at the last minute, Mu Qingyu would probably still have had ideas. "She's still my woman, don't ruin yourself." After finishing his water, he returned the way he came. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out. Just as Li Han was about to make a move, he smelled a familiar scent. "It's Lin Yinhua." The girl didn't leave? Just as he was stunned, Lin Yinhua had already hugged him tightly. The petite girl's body was incredibly soft and hot, and those two, well, let's just say they were huge, reignited Li Han's anger that had just subsided. But he really didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Yinhua, so he stuck out his buttocks to hide his strange behavior. "Lin Yinhua?" Li Han had already adapted to the darkness, and with his already strong senses, he could now see things clearly in the dark. He looked down and saw Lin Yinhua hugging him tightly, her body trembling slightly from nervousness. Lin Yinhua didn't respond to him, she just held him like that. Li Han frowned. He's probably sleepwalking. Suddenly he thought of his and Mu Qingyu's performance today. Could this girl have been at the villa all afternoon? Wouldn't that be a live broadcast? Even Li Han couldn't help but blush. Lin Yinhua usually appears to be a gentle, weak, and obedient girl, but who would have thought she's actually a little lecher? Li Han shook his head helplessly. He then prepared to pick up Lin Yinhua and take her back to her room. Lin Yinhua did not resist and was held by him. She was actually conscious. She heard Li Han come downstairs and hid on the sofa, too scared to move. But looking at Li Han's silhouette in the darkness, she could no longer hold back. She also chose A. Holding Li Han, she felt her whole body burning up. This was her second close encounter with Li Han. The first time she sprained her ankle at university, Li Han carried her to the infirmary. I didn't feel anything then, but this time, the hug made me feel Li Han's well-defined muscles, his hot masculine aura, and the overwhelming male hormones. She felt like she couldn't breathe properly. When she heard Li Han call her name, she didn't dare to respond immediately. Just as she was about to say something, Li Han uttered the word sleepwalking. She thought to herself, perhaps this is an opportunity. Taking advantage of sleepwalking. And just like that, Li Han carried her to the guest room. Li Han didn't turn on the light, afraid of waking her up. He gently placed her on the bed and was just about to cover her with a blanket. Suddenly, she felt a pair of small hands wrap around her neck. A very innocent kiss was imprinted on his cheek. Then the owner of those soft lips seemed to realize that he hadn't kissed the right place, and his lips wandered over Li Han's face. He kissed her several times before finally finding Li Han's lips and pressing them against his. Li Han frowned deeply. Is this guy awake or not? If he doesn't wake up, are the dreams she's having now serious? Having found the right spot, Lin Yinhua became even bolder. She tried to pry open Li Han's teeth, but her clumsy kissing technique felt more like brushing Li Han's teeth. Li Han was at a loss. So he embraced Lin Yinhua's soft body, pressed her onto the bed, and began to respond. Lin Yinhua let out an extremely delicate voice, soft and sweet. She closed her eyes tightly, letting Li Han kiss her. This was her first kiss. I originally intended to hand it over properly to Li Han. But today she couldn't hold back anymore. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her body grew hotter and hotter. Collapse. She was wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt with a button on the chest, which was suddenly popped open. Li Han glanced down slightly, almost unable to pull himself away. Shortly after, their lips parted. Lin Yinhua was breathing heavily, but her eyes remained tightly closed. However, Li Han suddenly lay on top of her, making her tense up. Li Han bit her fair, pearl-like earlobe. A mocking voice reached Lin Yinua's ears. What, still pretending to be asleep? Chapter 42. Lin Yinhua reveals her true feelings. Lin Yinua's heart skipped a beat, and her tightly closed eyes clenched even tighter because Li Han had seen through her. Her trembling eyelashes also spoke volumes about her feelings. Don't open your eyes. Do not open your eyes. If he finds out that everything was done on purpose, then. Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. Her heart pounded, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Li Han looked at the little cutie beneath him and found it somewhat amusing. The more she pretended, the more flaws she revealed. Then, Li Han whispered in her ear. If you keep pretending to be asleep, I'm going to, he 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 he. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yinhua suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her eyes were filled with panic, like those of a frightened fawn. No, no. Lin Yinua's soft, sweet voice rang out, and a smile appeared on Li Han's lips. Let's see if you'll still pretend. He maintained his original posture, but raised his head. In the darkness, looked directly into Lin Yinua's eyes. Lin Yinua's eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness yet, so she couldn't see Li Han. But she could feel Li Han's breathing. He was very, very close to me. They were so close that if he simply lowered his head, they would kiss again. Her face flushed even more, but then she heard Li Han say, Lin Yinhua, do you know what you're doing? His voice was calm. He was genuinely curious about Lin Yinua's actions that day. Lin Yinhua sighed helplessly. Should I praise myself for my excellent disguise over the years, or should I say that Li Han has only had eyes for mooching you all these years? He was completely unaware that he harbored inappropriate feelings for her. Li Han, do you remember that girl who sprained her ankle during a university assembly in the auditorium? Lin Yinua's voice rang out, her voice very soft. Li Han was taken aback, and then began to reminisce about his university days. After thinking it over and over, he couldn't recall it at all. But by asking that question, Lin Yinhua had already given him the answer. That girl is Lin Yinhua. I'm sorry, Before Li Han could finish speaking, Lin Yinhua pressed her slender fingers against his lips, preventing him from saying anything. It's okay, we only met once. And I kept my head down the whole time. Even when you carried me to the infirmary, I didn't show my face much, so it's normal that you don't remember me. I just wanted to say that, actually, back then, I already liked you, even before Qing you. As she spoke, her voice trembled, a tremor born of nervousness and the involuntary tremor of betrayal of her best friend. Li Han hadn't expected this to happen. He felt the petite girl trembling beneath him, so he changed positions and held her sideways in his arms. Lin Yinhua nestled quietly in his arms. This was the feeling she had always dreamed of, and it had finally come true. Li Han's chest was broader and more comfortable than he had imagined. Holding Lin Yinua's small hand, Li Han thought about many things. Lin Yinhua is actually very outstanding. Unlike Mu Qingyu and Jiang Qingli, who started their own companies, she stayed on as a teacher at Beichen University. At a young age, he has already been promoted to associate professor. Many people criticized her for being promoted to associate professor at such a young age, arguing that it must have been through some kind of underhanded dealings. After all, anyone with eyes can see her assets. There is never a shortage of malicious speculation about pretty girls in this world. The more beautiful she is, the more filthy she appears in the eyes of those who cannot have her. However, Lin Yinhua ignored the rumors and relied on her own abilities to lead her students to participate in various domestic and international competitions, winning countless honors. Li Han originally had absolutely no feelings for her. But who would have thought that it was Lin Yinhua who took the initiative to flirt with him? You heard it today, didn't you? Li Han asked. Aha! At first, Lin Yinhua was puzzled by Li Han's words, but she quickly realized what he was talking about, and her face turned so red that it could drip water. So, do you think our relationship should continue? Li Han still left the choice to the girl. Li Han has not forced any of the 4 girls he has been in contact with so far: Mu Qingyu, Jiang Qingli, Su Yuran, and Lin Yinhua. Although his proactive flirting was indeed a bit underhanded, he always left the final decision to the other party. At this time, his relationship with Lin Yinhua was also like this. Lin Yinhua bit her delicate lips and remained silent. She knew that Li Han's relationships were currently in a mess. From a teacher's perspective, she should have left in time. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. But she can't let it go. But they dared not take another step forward. Li Han sensed the girl's inner conflict. So he sat up, leaned down in front of Lin Yinhua, and gently kissed her lips. Think carefully, and don't do something you'll regret. No matter what, I support your decision. Lin Yinhua nodded slightly. Li Han is still as gentle as ever. That's what she likes about Li Han. If it were any other man, he would probably want to eat himself alive right now, right? Li Han, however, was able to endure it. She felt a warmth in her heart and gently returned the kiss. Shortly after a shy kiss, Li Han got out of bed. He tucked Lin Yinhua in, said goodnight, and left. In the darkness, Lin Yinhua was content. Even without a deeper relationship developing, she was incredibly content at that moment. However, a negative emotion lingered around her. Lin Yinhua, you're a bad woman. Knowing full well that he has other women, she still chooses to be with him like this. You know it's true. Speaking of which, am I number 3? No, I should be number 5. But Li Han is so gentle, so handsome, and so considerate, who wouldn't like him? And his abs. Oh dear, Lin Yinhua, what are you thinking? Lin Yinhua muttered to herself, cursing herself while lost in her own fantasies. With such mixed emotions, she fell asleep. Li Han returned to Mu Qingyu's room. Mu Qingyu was really tired and slept soundly. But when Li Han returned to bed, Mu Qingyu almost instinctively hugged him, humming softly as she did so. Husband. Hug. Li Han gently hugged her. What about me, such a tall, aloof, and beautiful female CEO? Who is this woman? She seems a bit simple-minded. Although he was inwardly complaining, Li Han actually liked it very much. The next day, Li Han woke up early. Mu Qingyu was really exhausted the day before and was still sleeping. Li Han walked out of the room, glanced at the guest bedroom not far away, and came to the door. He heard Lin Yinua's even breathing inside. Without saying anything, he started making breakfast, practicing his boxing, and watching TV. More than 3 hours passed in a flash, and the two beautiful women upstairs came downstairs in a daze. Good morning, Li Han. Honey, what delicious food have you made? Li Han was helpless. Did I turn on some kind of switch for mooching you during those 7 times yesterday? Why are you so delicate and gentle now, like a spoiled little girl? But it must be said that Li Han found it very helpful. These are all things that you and Yinhua like to eat. Li Han nodded to Lin Yinhua. Lin Yinhua blushed, recalling the enchanting moments of the previous night. Hearing that Li Han still remembered what she liked to eat made her even more touched. Lin Yinhua often came to Mu Qingyu's place for meals, so Li Han knew her preferences. Mu Qingyu, oblivious to their affair, quickly went to the dining table and saw her husband's lovingly prepared breakfast, her eyes sparkling with delight. Honey, I love you to death. As she spoke, she jumped onto Li Han, clinging to him affectionately. Lin Yinhua watched enviously from the side. She wanted to do that too. However, current conditions do not allow it. Li Han patted Mu Qingyu's little bottom. You're being so cutesy so early in the morning. Go wash up and have breakfast after you're done. Okay, honey. 2 beautiful women went to wash up. Li Han picked up his phone and opened the chat window. He was chatting with Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli at the same time. This is a fundamental quality of a sea king. Su Yuran scolded him for leaving his post without permission for another day, while Jiang Qingli wanted him to come over and see her face. In short, I'm very busy. Chapter 43. Su Yuran begins managing the family business. When Li Han left Mu Qingyu's house, Mu Qingyu was like a clingy little thing, hanging on him for a long time before letting go. Mu Qingyu was a completely different person in front of Li Han at this moment. The once proud and aloof female CEO has become a spoiled little girl. But Li Han didn't know that in front of others, Mu Qingyu was still the same Mu Qingyu. Li Han called Su Yuran and found out her location. She wasn't at the villa today, but went to one of the Su family's properties. Platinum Club. This place is a notorious den of iniquity in the northern part of the city. Daily revenue can reach tens of millions. The Su family owns several similar businesses throughout the northern part of the city. Su Yuran doesn't usually manage these businesses and doesn't like to come here much. After all, it's too chaotic here. Men play with women, women play with men. There are also those who don't consider gender. Su Yuran didn't want to see any offensive scenes either. When she was in junior high school, she saw a rich woman who had hired a male model at a club. It was so exciting. Seeing that pile of fat roaming over the male model's body was truly disgusting to Su Yuran. From then on, she rarely came to places like that. I came here today out of necessity. The Su family is currently undergoing industrial transformation, and many of its previous industries have been neglected. The Platinum Club's accounts have been acting strangely lately. Su Yuran's older sister, Su Yuyu, also wanted to give her younger sister some training, so she sent her to inspect the Platinum Club. Although Li Han was not there, the security around her was even tighter than before. In addition to Uncle Shui and the resident bodyguards, Su Yuyu also assigned her a powerful group of bodyguards. Although both are children of the four major families, Mu Qingyu and Jiang Qingli did not have this kind of pomp and circumstance. Because of a conflict with her father, Mu Qingyu had bodyguards arranged for her by Mu Tianhua, but she dismissed them all. Jiang Qingli also has some protective forces, but they are not as strong as Su Yuran's. After all, the Su family originated from the underworld, and the head of the Su family had many enemies and knew their methods best. His two daughters' safety is his top priority. Su Yuran's previous encounter with danger is not uncommon over the years. Su Yuran herself has gotten used to it. At this moment, Su Yuran was sitting in the manager's office of the Platinum Club. On the desk, there was a small mountain of documents. A bald, middle-aged man smiled humbly. He is the general manager of the Platinum Club. Despite his swaggering influence at the Platinum Club, he's nothing but a flea when it comes to the Su family. Miss, the club's business is performing well this quarter. Total net income. Everything is currently stable and improving, and we expect revenue to continue to increase next quarter. The bald man spoke with a peaceful smile, looking like a good person. Su Yuran nodded perfunctorily, looking at the bill in her hand. Although she doesn't like to get involved in family matters, she still has talent. She's been cramming on all sorts of books lately, and with Li Han's instruction, she's learned a lot. At this point, she could clearly see all the inflows and outflows in the Platinum Club's accounts. Manager Lu, has the price of Ace of Spades increased recently? And the purchase price of imported Kagami sake glasses has also gone up a bit. I haven't heard of any fluctuations in the global glass industry recently. Regarding personnel expenses, have salaries been increased? Or have service prices been adjusted? Su Yuran looked at the bill and spoke slowly. Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were casually chatting with a friend. But Manager Lu felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this. He never expected that this young lady would be so knowledgeable about the club's procurement. He wouldn't be surprised at all if the young lady noticed these things. Since Su Yuyu took over the Su family's business, she has used her terrifying abilities to make her subordinates submit. Even their father was not as good as Su Yuyu in terms of business management. Even the head of the Su family might not notice some of the subtle tricks in this clause. But Su Yuran saw through it. Instead of stating it directly, she asked Manager Lu a question in return. I just want him to give a reasonable explanation. Although Su Yuran doesn't have much contact with the family business, she watches a lot of TV dramas and has learned some ways of managing people. Some things are not simply black and white. Manager Lu definitely embezzled funds, but we can't punish him directly. We need to warn him, but we also need to give him a chance. As long as they are not completely rotten or have reached the point where they must be sacrificed, they can still be used. Manager Lu clearly understood this principle. After all, he had embezzled quite a bit over the years while working for the Su family. Whenever the head of the family or Su Yuyu came to check the accounts, they would only give him a warning. Su Yuran discovered the accounting discrepancy, which surprised him. But there's no need to panic. So he began to explain. Su Yuran listened, nodding occasionally, seemingly agreeing with what he said. She didn't say anything more and continued looking at the bill. Half an hour later, Li Han arrived at the manager's office. He was not stopped by anyone along the way. Because from the main entrance of the Platinum Club, there were bodyguards dressed in black standing almost every 10 steps. They were Su Yuran's bodyguards, so they naturally recognized Li Han, her personal bodyguard. As Li Han pushed the door open and entered, Su Yuran looked up and glanced at him. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes, and her lips pursed almost imperceptibly as she continued to pretend to look at the reports. Manager Lu looked at him with some strangeness. Who are you? Li Han nodded to him and sat down on the sofa next to him. Miss Su's bodyguard. As he spoke, he lay down on the sofa, put his legs up on the coffee table, and started playing on his phone. Manager Lu was puzzled by his appearance. Whose bodyguards are so casual? But seeing that Su Yuran didn't seem displeased, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. Another half-hour passed before Su Yuran finally looked up. Seeing Li Han leisurely lying on the sofa, she hummed softly. She called out in a sweet voice. Li Han, come here. Li Han turned his head. What's wrong? Come here quickly. Seeing that Li Han did not comply with her, Su Yuran stomped her foot angrily. Helpless, Li Han stood up and went to her side. This scene left Manager Lu, who was standing to the side, utterly shocked. Are these bodyguard and employer? Aren't they a young couple? He closed his mouth even tighter. Li Han walked over, and Su Yuran pushed the accounts in front of him. I'm tired, can you watch it for me? As he spoke, he comfortably lay down on the boss's chair, his eyes full of cunning. Li Han clicked his tongue twice. He knew Su Yuran was up to no good. He didn't refuse, but simply sat down in the boss's chair. The executive chair was very large, but Su Yuran, being slender, only sat on half of it. Li Han plopped down on the seat, filling it completely and squeezing Su Yuran into a corner. Ouch, you're crowding me, you pervert. Su Yuran patted his shoulder with her small hand and said defiantly. Not far away, Manager Lu quickly covered his eyes. Miss, I'll go get you some food. I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned his back and left the manager's office. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he would soon be silenced. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out the door, Uncle Shui came up to him with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Whatever you saw just now, keep it to yourself, understand? Shui Bo's face was cold. Manager Lu nodded frantically. I understand, Mr. Shui. I didn't see anything. At home, everyone calls him Uncle Shui, but outside, he is the revered water lord. Manager Lu dared not offend the ruthless man who had risked his life alongside the family head. Uncle Shui nodded, signaling him to leave. Inside the manager's office, Li Han looked at the accounts. Su Yuran felt a bit cramped, but didn't want to get down, so she kept swaying back and forth until she ended up sitting on Li Han's lap. Li Han also lay down on the office chair, and Su Yuran nestled in his arms. And so, more than an hour passed quietly. Su Yuran took a nap and woke up feeling comfortable. Awake? Li Han looked at the girl with amusement. So, have you finished watching? Su Yuran rubbed her eyes, nestled against Li Han's chest, and asked. Li Han nodded, a strange glint in his eyes. Something's not right with your Platinum Club. Chapter 44. Does the Platinum Club possess contraband? Business is not going well? Where? Does this mean the accounting data is falsified? I noticed that. Su Yuran immediately perked up. Li Han shook his head and tucked a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. He just looked at Su Yuran strangely and said, Does your family's business involve contraband? Li Han didn't say it directly, but Su Yuran knew what he meant. She shook her head. Absolutely not. China is a major country in drug control. Getting involved in that is suicide. My father strictly forbids it. She thought for a moment and then said. But I heard from my sister that a few years ago there was a period when something called Xiaoyawan and laughing gas were popular. They appeared in many of the Su family's businesses, but my sister cleaned them up. As she spoke, she also had a guess in her mind. Could it be that the club has that kind of thing inside? Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily as she looked at Li Han. Seeing her expression, Li Han knew that she understood why he had asked that question. Li Han, are you saying that the Platinum Club has contraband? How did you figure that out? Through these accounts? Li Han picked up the basic ledger and pointed out some seemingly reasonable but strange things to Su Yuran. Here. The deposits and withdrawals seem reasonable, but there are some strange patterns. Purchasing or selling contraband requires a lot of money. After all, if a Platinum Club is going to do it, it can't be a small amount. So in order to fill this sudden hole or to disguise these non-normal business turnovers, it is necessary to use accounting tricks to embellish them. The person who keeps these accounts will definitely have some hidden patterns in order to avoid confusion when doing the accounting later. By using some embellishment techniques that only the other party knows, we can make it easier for him to identify the false accounts. And these? Li Han gently stroked the accounts with his fingers. At the same time, he explained to Su Yuran. Having been in the underworld for so many years, he sees through all these petty schemes clearly. Many of his subordinates had also been involved in these highly profitable transactions behind his back. He almost got into trouble because of this. Therefore, he is very familiar with this. Su Yuran's expression grew increasingly cold. She knew her family wasn't clean, but she had never done anything like forcing women into prostitution or trading contraband. This is the bottom line. However, this platinum club was playing a game of deception right under their noses. This made her very angry. I'll take care of it right away. I'll see who's just paying lip service. Su Yuran angrily tried to stand up, but Li Han grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Li Han flicked her little head helplessly. Ouch! Su Yuran covered her head, looking at Li Han with a wronged expression. Why did you hit me? Seeing her pitiful state, Li Han felt he had hit her too hard, so he rubbed her head and said apologetically. Did it hurt? I'm sorry, I'll be gentler next time. What I meant was that your sister called you and said there were problems with the accounts at the Platinum Club. So she was just talking about the accounts? Is it possible that she already knows what happened inside the club? I sent you here to keep the rats from getting nervous, but at the same time, to get them to make a move. And your sister might be conducting a major investigation in the shadows. Hearing Li Han's words, Su Yuran calmed down. She thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that what Li Han said did make sense. At the same time, her eyes shone brighter as she looked at Li Han, her admiration almost overflowing. How is Li Han so amazing? You can glean so much from just one account? Without him, I probably wouldn't have figured these things out at all. That makes sense. Maybe my sister knew she couldn't tell, so she didn't want to alert the enemy. So what should we do? Su Yuran now completely trusts Li Han. Li Han pinched her nose and said, Think about it yourself. Su Yuran snorted and got off him. Li Han's body also became a little stiff from sitting so long, so he stood up and moved around. Su Yuran pondered for a moment and then had someone call Manager Lu back. After Manager Lu returned, Su Yuran asked Li Han to leave the manager's office first. Just as I left, I heard Su Yuran scolding Manager Lu from inside. Li Han smiled slightly and deliberately left a crack in the door to accommodate Su Yuran. Many people from the club were nearby and heard the angry shouting. Before long, the news that Manager Lu had been severely scolded by Miss Su for embezzlement spread throughout the club. Feeling bored, Li Han wandered around the clubhouse. The entire Platinum Club is enormous. It's not much different from America's White Palace. There are many entertainment options: singing, dancing, swimming, massage. Each area presents different content to the guests. In almost every area, there are excellent service personnel. Suddenly, Li Han saw a swaying figure. Wang Hong? Li Han was stunned. What's this guy doing here? Judging from his demeanor, it seemed like he had been drinking, but it wasn't quite like that. Li Han understood instantly. Wang Hong also got involved with that stuff. He had a cast on his hand, yet he still came here to spend money. He's quite a character. Li Han followed him to a restroom. Then I heard him making a phone call. Damn it, I told you to bring Jiang Qingli to me, and what have you been doing all these days? Don't give me that bullshit Heavenly Kings Association nonsense, that's your business. All I care about is the result. Jiang Qingli must be in my bed. Li Han's eyes turned cold as he listened to his words. He already had a guess in his mind about the matter of Xiaozhan being assigned to invite Jiang Qingli not long ago. After all, she had a conflict with Wang Hong and his son in the morning, and someone came to find Jiang Qingli in the afternoon. No one would believe there was no connection between the two. Not long after, Wang Hong staggered back. They entered a private room, and Li Han watched his back from a short distance away. Then he took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered almost instantly. Hey, Brother Han. Xiaozhan, has the Heavenly King encountered any trouble these past 2 days? Xiaozhan was silent for a moment, then said. The expansion of our power is going smoothly, but recently several groups of people from different gangs have been trying to get close to Miss Qingli. Just like we were back then, but we've solved them all. We took over their gang along the way, but we couldn't find out who was behind it. Li Han gave a soft He said. No need to investigate that person, I know who it is. You should focus on stable development, and at the same time, as I said, send people to secretly protect Jiang Qingli and Mu Qingyu. Xiaozhan across from him had a serious expression on his face. He is not yet 20 years old, an age when he should be carefree, but due to his family background, he is very mature. Although he had mistakenly entered the underground forces for some reason, now that he was following Li Han, he felt that his future was bright. Therefore, their original nature was brought out. Even without Li Han's help, he has achieved some success in recent times, which already proves that he is capable. Don't worry, Brother Han. I've assigned the most reliable people to protect both of your wives. By the way, Brother Han, there's something I might need your help with recently. Hearing the strangeness in his voice, Li Han asked, "What is it?" Xiao Zhan said, "Recently, when we were expanding our influence, we encountered a group of tough guys and would like to ask you for help in dealing with them." A tough nut to crack? How tough? Li Han frowned. Xiao Zhan said, "They're tough. There are only about a dozen of them, and they're not actually involved in organized crime. But if we want to control that area, we can't get around them. We've sparred with them a few times in the past few days. It's clear they're well trained. That's why I've come to you for help, to resolve their issue." Li Han nodded and said, "I'll contact you when I have time." Shortly after, I hung up the phone. Li Han was also quite interested in the group of people Xiao Zhan mentioned. More than an hour later, Su Yuran finished her rant. Manager Lu walked out of the manager's office looking dejected. Although he looked miserable, he was actually relieved. When Manager Lu passed by Li Han, he glanced at him briefly and then paid no more attention to him. "Li Han, everything's taken care of, let's go." Su Yuran skipped over to Li Han's side and took his hand without any hesitation. Li Han nodded and left the Platinum Club with Su Yuran. Not long after they left, Wang Heng also strolled out of the Platinum Club. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman who got into the car with him. With a roar, his sports car sped away from the Platinum Club. We sped along the wide road. It was rush hour. Wang Heng drove the car with almost no slowing down. The red light ahead was on, but he didn't brake. A girl who looked like a college student didn't notice the sports car speeding towards her in the distance. When the green light came on, she was the first to walk onto the zebra crossing. Wang Heng looked at the girl from inside the car, a maniacal smile spreading across his face. Chapter 45: Premeditated Murder. Wang Heng gets a brutal beating. Bang! Squeak! A dull thud was heard, followed by the screech of brakes. The people passing by scattered in panic. There's been a car accident. Someone was thrown into the air. Holy crap, is this driver drunk? He's not even slowing down at a red light. Quickly, call 120. The crowd started making noise, and the traffic intersection became congested in a short time. Just then, people saw that the sports car that had hit the person seemed to move again. The vehicle began to reverse and then stopped. Then came the roar of the accelerator. Holy crap! This guy's gone mad. He wants to crash into me again. Quick, pull that girl away. Otherwise, she'll die this time. What kind of world is this? Do people dare to kill people so openly just because they drive a sports car? Boom! Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the sports car started moving instantly. The speed increased rapidly, and it covered only a few dozen meters in an instant. The girl lying on the ground, covered in blood, was in excruciating pain all over her body. Multiple abrasions and fractures left her completely immobile. She tilted her head, watching helplessly as the sports car drove straight towards her. She was terrified. Tears mixed with blood streamed down her face. She didn't understand why. Why did I have to go through all this? She is usually very kind to everyone and has never offended anyone, so why would someone want to kill her? Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from the crowd. People only saw a blurry shadow, and then the girl on the ground was carried away. The sports car lost its target and, due to a loss of control over its speed and direction, crashed into the traffic lights at the intersection with a bang. The impact was quite severe. The front of the sports car was completely dented and remained motionless. Li Han held the girl and gently placed her on the lawn. Li Han took off his white shirt, tore it into strips, and quickly used them to stop the bleeding from the girl's wounds. They also broke off some branches from the green belt to immobilize her fractured bone. Thanks. The girl's consciousness began to fade. He only saw a tall figure with his back to him, constantly tending to his wounds. Suddenly, a hurried yet pleasant female voice was heard again. Li Han, are you all right? How is she? Li Han frowned as he watched the girl's eyes gradually become glazed over. He stood up and looked at Su Yuran and Uncle Shui who had rushed over. He said to the water god, Uncle Shui, you're a good driver, hurry and get this girl to the hospital. I feel like she has internal bleeding, it's very dangerous. Uncle Shui nodded, carefully picked up the girl, and quickly walked towards Su Yuren's car. At this moment, the people around realized that it was Li Han who had saved the person, and they all praised him. Li Han nodded slightly and walked to the sports car that had crashed into the traffic light. Su Yuran followed him, her face cold. After leaving the Platinum Club, the two had dinner and were preparing to go home when they witnessed the car accident that had just taken place. The owner of this sports car was intent on committing murder. By this time, a crowd had gathered around the sports car. Their faces were filled with indignation. Murderer! Get down here right now! I want to see what kind of beast could be so utterly depraved. What a lovely young girl, hit like that. If she had been hit again, she would definitely be dead. Get off! Get off! The crowd surrounded the sports car, shouting loudly. Some people have started pulling on the car door repeatedly, and even punching it. But the people inside didn't move at all. Li Han walked over, and the crowd spontaneously made way for him. With a cold expression, he looked through the front window at the scene inside. There was a man and a woman inside. The woman's face was covered in blood, and she had already fainted. The man, slumped over the steering wheel, was slowly waking up. When he looked up, his dazed eyes met Li Han's gaze. Li Han? Wang Hong was stunned. He didn't understand how he had run into Li Han here. Just now. What was he doing just now? Suddenly, he remembered. He hit someone. No, he killed someone. Instantly, a feeling of terror welled up inside me. My previously uncontrollable thoughts calmed down. He was using illegal drugs, and his mind wasn't working properly just now. The stimulation of contraband drove him to a frenzy, making him crave even more thrilling behavior. However, he regained consciousness at this moment. He quickly took out his phone and dialed his father's number. The call was answered shortly afterward, and he said in a mournful tone, "Dad. I'm in trouble. Help me. Hurry. There are so many people around me, they want to kill me." Wang Zhongshan was at home at the time, and when he heard his son's voice, he immediately became nervous. He only has one son. If something happens to him, the Wang family line will end. Where are you? Give me your address. However, there was no response from the other party, and the call was abruptly ended. Wang Zhongshan's face was gloomy. After getting dressed, he quickly ordered someone to go find Wang Heng. At this moment, at the scene of the car accident, Li Han shattered the windshield with a single punch, leaving those around him stunned. Then, Li Han pressed Wang Heng down to unbuckle his seatbelt and dragged him out of the car. Bang! Wang Heng and Li Han were slammed hard onto the ground. He grimaced in pain and pointed at Li Han. Li Han, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me again, I won't let you get away with it. Don't think that just because you're connected to the Su and Jiang families, I can't touch you. Let me tell you, my dad knows people. Getting you in jail would be a piece of cake for him. Li Han simply watched Wang Heng quietly. He doesn't need to do anything now. Because the anger of the surrounding crowd had reached its peak. What do the Chinese people look down on the most? They are the kind of classists who think they are above all others just because they have some money and power. At this moment, Wang Heng's behavior perfectly matched this characteristic. At that moment, someone with exceptional intelligence shouted, and the anger in the room was instantly released. The law doesn't punish the masses. As long as each of us kicks him once, even if he ends up dead, we'll be fine. This one sentence completely ignited everyone's passion. Hundreds of people rushed forward and began kicking Wang Heng in a righteous manner. Li Han retired after achieving his goal. Actually, he didn't do anything. Wang Heng brought all of this upon himself. Outside the crowd, Li Han and Su Yuran stood together. Wang Heng's wailing echoed from the crowd. At first, Wang Heng was still shouting, but slowly he began to beg for mercy, and finally he fell silent. He was kicked for a full 10 minutes, leaving him covered in bruises, and eventually lost consciousness. Just then, a police car approached from a distance, its horn blaring urgently. Wang Zhongshan's car was following behind. Two sheriffs quickly entered the scene, and the one in the lead shouted angrily at everyone around him. Don't move. You are suspected of intentional assault. Who is the leader? No one spoke, they just watched him quietly. The middle-aged sheriff with thinning hair turned pale. You've gone too far. Premeditated murder in broad daylight. Do you know what punishment you'll face? The crowd remained silent. Wang Zhongshan, accompanied by a woman, approached Wang Heng. Seeing Wang Heng, who was limp, covered in injuries, and unconscious, the two felt a chill run down their spines. Hong. The woman shouted something and hugged her son. Then, she pointed angrily at everyone around her, her eyes bloodshot, and shouted, "I will make you all pay the price. You dare touch anyone from the Wang family? You're asking for death. Officer Zhao, take them all away." A series of cold laughs rippled through the crowd. There are hundreds of people here. If this sheriff has the ability, he should arrest them all. Finally, let's see how he convicts him. If this gets out of hand, it will damage the reputation of the entire North City. The police officer surnamed Zhao obviously knew this too, which is why he was so worried. But suddenly, Wang Zhongshan spotted Li Han watching the play not far away. He suddenly pointed at Li Han and said to Officer Zhao, "Officer Zhao, that man is the leader. Just take him away." Chapter 46 Going to Police Station? Cooperation. North City, Public Security Bureau. Li Han sat on the familiar bench, his hands and feet restrained. There was a bright, glaring light in front of me. A voice came from behind the lamp. "Li Han, do you know your crime?" Li Han smiled slightly and said, "What crime?" Bang! A loud, angry slam of the table was heard, followed by another voice. "You instigated the crowd to beat Wang Heng, causing him serious injury. What crime did you commit? I advise you to confess your crimes immediately, otherwise, your punishment will be doubled." Li Han listened to the voice of the Zhao surnamed security officer and shook his head slightly, saying, "You accuse me of inciting the masses? Where is the evidence? Testimony and physical evidence? I have been identified as the ringleader. What is the witness testimony and physical evidence presented by the person who made the accusation? Or is it that he can use his power to make anyone a sinner at will? So, you sheriffs, are you the people's sheriffs, or?" Before he could finish speaking, the table was slammed again. "Shut up! Do you know what you're saying? It's none of your business to tell us what to do. I advise you to confess your guilt quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The sheriff surnamed Zhao stood up, walked around the lamplight, and faced Li Han. Because the lights were so bright, Li Han could only see his dark silhouette. According to Article 247 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, judicial personnel who use torture to extract confessions from criminal suspects or defendants or use violence to coerce witness testimony shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention. According to Article 52 of the Chinese Civil Procedure Law, torture to extract confessions and the collection of evidence by means of threats, inducements, deception, or other illegal methods are strictly prohibited. No one may be forced to incriminate themselves. According to Article 56 of the Civil Procedure Law of the People's Republic of China. Officer, do you believe you comply with the laws I've mentioned? Li Han calmly looked at the dark outline. Officer Zhao was stunned. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable young man would know so much about the country's laws. His face darkened even more. Just then, the interrogation room door opened. A figure walked in, and at the same time, Li Han heard the voice of a steady middle-aged man. "Turn off the lights." When Officer Zhao saw the person who had arrived, he immediately nodded and bowed. "Yes, Director Zhou." Then, the bright headlights were switched off instantly. Li Han closed his eyes briefly, then returned to normal. Looking ahead, one could see Officer Zhao standing like a lapdog in front of a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, with a resolute face, looked coldly at Li Han. Li Han was also looking at him. At the same time, it was speculated that this might be someone hired by the Wang family? Director of the Public Security Bureau? Or Deputy Director? It's not bad, it's a pretty prestigious one. It's enough to deal with him. Only. I wonder if he has the ability to deal with the Su family. In fact, he could have avoided being arrested by Officer Zhao at the time, since Wang Zhongshan only made accusations without providing concrete evidence. But Li Han still came along. Su Yuran did not stop her. Li Han had told her beforehand. Li Han had already guessed this outcome when the crowd kicked Wang Heng. He didn't leave, then he was waiting for Wang Zhongshan. He needs to be arrested. And it must be an indication of Wang Zhongshan or his close relatives. Wang Zhongshan didn't think much about it at the time. His son was seriously injured, and even he, who is usually very deep in thought, couldn't help but panic. Therefore, Li Han was directly implicated at the time. He knew that Li Han was definitely involved in this matter. He no longer cared about the reputation of the Su and Jiang families. He wanted to make Li Han pay the price. You all go out. I want to talk to Li Han alone. Director Zhou began to speak. Officer Zhao looked troubled. Director Zhou, this is not in accordance with the rules. Director Zhou glanced at him. Oh, so you're using torture to extract confessions, and that's in accordance with regulations? In an instant, Officer Zhao was covered in sweat and quickly led another officer out of the interrogation room. Director Zhou moved a stool over and sat down in front of Li Han. Kid, are you scared? The seriousness on Director Zhou's face disappeared, replaced by a warm expression. Li Han frowned slightly, not understanding why the person in front of him was behaving this way. Of course I'm not afraid. Li Han looked at Director Zhou calmly. Director Zhou smiled appreciatively. As expected of someone from the Su family, they have guts. My name is Zhou Ping, and I am the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. He stared at Li Han. I want to become legitimate. Do you have a way to do that? Li Han looked at him, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Me? He didn't understand why Zhou Ping said that, but at least he knew that Zhou Ping was probably not the person the Wang family had hired. He might even be the opposite of the Wang family. What can I do? I'm just a bodyguard. Li Han spoke casually. Zhou Ping shook his head. No, you're not simple. As a bodyguard for the Su family, the fact that Su Yuyu personally called our bureau chief proves that your relationship with the Su family is definitely not simple. Su Yuyu? Li Han raised an eyebrow slightly. He never expected that Su Yuran would actually find her sister. That's right, it's her. I've dealt with her a few times, she's a very capable girl. But none of that matters. What I'm trying to say is that I can get you out of here unharmed. Li Han looked at Zhou Ping, who was speaking eloquently, and said, What will be the price I pay? Zhou Ping admired Li Han very much. Talking to him was never tiring. He understood everything immediately. It should not be called a cost, but rather a fair cooperation. Do you know? The North City is very chaotic, more chaotic than you can imagine. From top to bottom, inside and out, the four major families and some other forces are deeply entrenched. Without connections, it's impossible to get anything done in Beicheng. Take our Public Security Bureau for example. From top to bottom, even the newly recruited trainee police officers have already been assigned to which vassal state they belong to. And I am an outlier. Zhou Ping looked at Li Han, his expression turning cold and serious. I have no connection with any company. What I want is to give Beicheng a clean sky back. So I need partners. Li Han understood what he meant. Zhou Ping himself doesn't participate in the game, but he needs an ally who does. I am undoubtedly a good fit. Zhou Ping may not know that he has ties with 3 other families besides the Wang family. Although it involves women, it is still somewhat related. There was even the Lin family, who kept a low profile. All Li Han could say was that Zhou Ping had found himself. Zhou Ping made a fortune. After thinking it over, he ultimately chose to cooperate. Zhou Ping needs him, and he needs Zhou Ping. At this time, the Heavenly King Society was in the midst of its expansion, and having a connection with the Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was quite advantageous. Well then, it's a pleasure working together? Li Han said with a smile. It's a pleasure to work with you. Shortly after, Zhou Ping left. He did not let Li Han go. If we let him go now, it would mean he has some connection with the Su family. What Zhou Ping wanted to do was to prevent those who wanted to convict Li Han from achieving their goal. Oh, Deputy Director what's with that hurried pace? On his way back to his office, Zhou Ping saw another Deputy Director, followed by Officer Zhao. Something's up. When Deputy Director saw Zhou Ping return, his heart skipped a beat. Li Han was released? That would be disastrous. Wang Zhongshan would be furious. The task he entrusted to me to do is still unfinished. Just as he was about to lift his foot again, Zhou Ping said. I heard that the director has been having close ties with the provincial authorities lately. With the city leadership about to be reshuffled, at this time, not making mistakes is the best course of action. Don't you think so? Deputy Director was stunned. He understood what Zhou Ping meant. Now, several deputy directors of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television are eyeing that position. However, no one had any overwhelming achievements. Not making mistakes is actually the best result. Otherwise, if you get kicked off the table, you'll lose everything. Old Joe, you really do think things through. But Li Han, you. Zhou Ping looked at him and said, "You mean Li Han? I heard he saved a little girl and might be on the news tomorrow. I'm going to go see this brave young man. He's still here, so you can continue the interrogation, but remember not to go over time." With that, Zhou Ping left. Deputy Director he thought for a long time, then finally turned to Officer Zhao and said, "If there is no substantial evidence, then proceed with the process." With that, he turned around and left. How could Officer Zhao not understand these words? Just go through the motions and release them. Chapter 47 Mu Qingyu's Sneak Attack. Li Han was not interrogated again, and after another 2 hours, he was released. As soon as I stepped out of the police station, I saw 3 stunningly beautiful women standing at the entrance. Mu Qingyu, Jiang Qingli, and Su Yuran, all 3 of them were there. Li Han didn't expect these 3 women to appear here at the same time. He walked over. The 3 women stepped forward at the same time, all looking very nervous. "Honey, are you all right?" It was Mu Qingyu. Having resumed her close relationship with Li Han, she no longer hesitated to openly express her feelings and possessiveness in front of others. That husband was so incredibly sweet and seductive that it made Li Han's heart flutter. He glanced at Mu Qingyu. Her eyes did indeed hold deep concern, but there was also a hint of cunning. How could Li Han not see through her little scheme? Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli both looked at Mu Qingyu with blank expressions. What's going on? Why does she call Li Han husband? What exactly happened during this period? Li Han can hardly be considered a master of time management, but in his interactions with Mu Qingyu, Jiang Qingli, and Su Yuran were unaware of what had happened between them or how far things had progressed. Jiang Qingli was the most shocked of all. She watched Li Han and Mu Qingyu divorce step by step. When they divorced, she, Mu Qingyu's old rival, was genuinely happy for a long time. Now tell her that Li Han and Mu Qingyu have hooked up again? And they call each other even more affectionately than before the divorce? When she learned that Li Han had been detained by the Public Security Bureau, she rushed to the Public Security Bureau headquarters and quickly contacted people to prepare to get him out. But why did Mu Qingyu come too? This means that Mu Qingyu was also keeping a close eye on Li Han. At the time, Jiang Qingli didn't think much of it. At that moment, hearing the word husband made her realize something. Jiang Qingli snorted, strode forward, and grabbed Li Han. "Baby, something happened to you, why didn't you tell me? What did the Wang family do to you? If anything happens to you, I will make sure the Wang family doesn't get away with it." Jiang Qingli's face had returned to normal, and her tone was filled with concern, cold hatred, and a hint of regret. "It's all because of me that the Wang family is targeting Li Han like this. She definitely cares about Li Han, but the way she called him baby in her words was clearly directed at him. However, it must be said that her voice is extremely alluring, yet not unpleasant. Compared to those scheming, manipulative women, this voice is simply too pleasant to listen to." On the other side, Su Yuran pouted as she watched this scene. One is called husband, and the other is called baby. Should I also have a nickname for Li Han? She thought about it for a long time, but she couldn't come up with an answer. So we have to put this nickname on hold for now. Now is not the time to be jealous. She approached Li Han and said, "The videos from the public have all been collected. We also have the video footage of Wang Hong running a red light and hitting someone a second time. At the same time, I sent people to the scene to collect Wang Heng's blood sample for toxicity testing, and the results will be available soon. What should we do now?" Li Han patted Jiang Qingli's hand to reassure her. He also gave Mu Qingyu a reassuring look. He said, "Preserve the evidence first, but you can publicize my rescue efforts online. We will not release the details of the car accident for now, and we will present the evidence piece by piece when public opinion has calmed down." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhongshan and his wife made on-site accusations, and Wang Hong used illegal drugs. These 2 Wangs will be released last. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 3 women. The 3 of you are backed by the Mu family, the Su family, and the Jiang family respectively. At this time, when the Wang family is in trouble, the group's stock price in some industries are most likely to fluctuate. You need to discuss with your families whether to remain inactive or snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Regarding Wang Hong, his father will likely try to extricate him from the situation, either by sending him abroad or by obtaining a certificate of mental illness for him. It all depends on how he handles it. In short, I didn't lose anything this time, but the Wang family might suffer a loss. It has been proven that the quality of a son can affect the fortune of the family. So we'll have to educate our son properly from now on. He was usually quite serious when he spoke. But in the end, all three women sensed something was wrong, until he finished his last sentence. The three women blushed instantly and spat at Li Han. Li Han looked at the three beautiful women and felt extremely smug. Having these three stunningly beautiful women at the same time is a reward for his achievements in his previous life. Moreover, the fact that the three of them were standing together at this moment, without the legendary battleground, made him feel very good. But he also knew that this was only because he had just come out of the police station, and the three of them were concerned about him and had no time to compete for females. If it were at a different time, the atmosphere among the three of them would probably be very different. The following day, stories of Li Han's rescue began to appear online. And it quickly became a trending topic. This was the result of three women pulling strings and obstructing things from behind the scenes. Li Han only glanced at it and then ignored it. That afternoon, Li Han was sunbathing in the courtyard of Su Yuren's villa when he heard the doorbell ring. He walked to the door, glanced at the electronic screen, and his eyes suddenly widened. What did he see? Mu Qingyu and Jiang Qingli actually came to the door together. Wait, are these two female CEOs usually that free? Shouldn't this be working hours? Why would someone have time to visit others? Li Han, who is that? Su Yuran had just finished practicing her boxing and taken a shower. She was wearing loose-fitting pajamas. She asked curiously. People rarely come to her house, and those who do rarely ring the doorbell. After all, Li Han, his father, his sister, and Uncle Shui all have the keys. Li Han didn't say anything, but slowly opened the door. After the door was opened, there was a deathly silence. The three women met again. Only one night apart. Su Yuren's face darkened. Well, so these two vixens have come knocking on our door? Little sister Yuran, we've come to visit, are you not happy to see us? Jiang Qingli said, the aroma of tea filling the air. Mu Qingyu's face was cold and aloof. After glancing at Su Yu, her gaze was fixed on Li Han, and the burning desire in her eyes could not be extinguished. Li Han looked helplessly at her eyes, which seemed to want to devour him. It seems that after that night, the woman's desires grew stronger and stronger. If there were no other people around, she probably would have pinned herself down on the lawn and done something she liked. What are you doing here? Su Yuran walked over, grabbed Li Han's arm, and said nervously. She saw the gifts in their hands, but ignored them. However, Jiang Qingli is no pushover. She strode through the door, picked up the gifts, and went inside. Mu Qingyu also came in and closed the door behind her. The two were so familiar with each other, as if they were at home. This infuriated Su Yuran. She rushed into the room and shouted angrily. Jiang Qingli, this is my home. Did I let you in? Take your worthless gift, I don't need it. Jiang Qingli put down the gifts, looked around the room, and said slowly. Oh dear, we'll all be sisters from now on, why are you being so formal? Who said we're sisters? The two started arguing. Outside the door, Mu Qingyu and Li Han stood together. After only a few hours apart, Mu Qingyu's eyes were practically drooping. Li Han took the gift from her and wanted to lead her inside. However, as soon as he accepted the gift, Mu Qingyu wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fiercely. Chapter 48. Three women make a drama, but only Su Yuran is suffering. Li Han was startled and looked at the woman. That's incredibly bold. That was so exciting. I love it so much. Since he was holding gifts in both hands, he couldn't hug Mu Qingyu, so he let Mu Qingyu do as she pleased. Mu Qingyu's kissing skills were far superior to those two novices behind her. This kiss was full of affection and left a lasting impression. The two people inside were arguing so fiercely that they didn't notice that someone had already stolen the tower. Mu Qingyu knew she couldn't kiss for too long, so they separated after only a minute. But she was still clinging to Li Han, her eyes filled with coquettish charm, her breath hot, and her face flushed. Seeing her like this, Li Han's heart couldn't help but pound. To be honest, of the three women of the four women including Lin Yinhua, only this woman, with whom he had a real relationship, truly stirred his desire. Despite Mu Qingyu's usual aloofness, when she falls deeply in love, her alluring charm is irresistible to Li Han. Mu Qingyu wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck, staring at him with seductive eyes. Honey, I miss you. I want you too. Damn it, Li Han stood at attention. What's going on with Mu Qingyu? That's cheating. Flirting with him now is like hitting him with every move. What kind of indecent words are you spouting? Mooching you weren't like this before. Please restore it, hey. Li Han said helplessly. Mooching you leaned against his chest, letting out soft moans that could melt bones. No, honey, I'll stay like this from now on, but only to you. Don't you like it? How could Li Han not like it? He likes to fly, okay? He lowered his head and kissed Mooching Yu's little head, then sighed helplessly. Of course I like it. Let's go inside, it's not appropriate here. Mooching Yu hummed in agreement, released Li Han, but still kissed him on the corner of his mouth again. Inside Su Yuran's villa. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli seemed to have had a major battle. The two were lying on the sofa, one on each side, their hair disheveled and their faces flushed. Su Yuran glared fiercely at Jiang Qingli, while Jiang Qingli looked at Su Yuran with a mocking expression. Both women had messy hair, but each had a unique charm. Li Han, Jiang Qingli is bullying me. Baby, Su Yuran is bullying me too. The fact that 2 women filed complaints against him at the same time gave Li Han a major headache. He put the gift down, and Mooching Yu sat demurely on the other sofa. Li Han poured a glass of water for each of the 3 women. Looking at these 3 equally beautiful women, yet each with a completely different temperament, he felt quite satisfied. Others can have their wives and children broken apart by having a mistress, but he can still gather 3 beautiful women together. There must be something special about that. He knew that his face had a huge advantage. At this moment, Mooching Yu was sitting upright and drinking water, and in Li Han's eyes, she looked exactly like the matriarch of the main house. Mooching Yu certainly has that aura. Li Han sat down, ignoring Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli's complaints. He was simply curious as to why Mooching Yu and Jiang Qingli had come to his door today. How did you end up here? Jiang Qingli stopped joking and squeezed closer to Su Yuran. Because Li Han was sitting next to Su Yuran, she wanted to get closer as well. Su Yuran looked at him with disgust, but Jiang Qingli still hugged her tightly. Of the 3 women, Su Yuran is the most slender and petite. However, relatively speaking, she is also over 1.7 meters tall, and is definitely a top-tier, stunningly beautiful woman with a great figure. However, Mooching Yu is 1.75 meters tall, with an incredible figure. Jiang Qingli was voluptuous and alluring. Compared to the 2 of them, Su Yuran really looked like a greenhorn. Mooching Yu didn't speak, but Jiang Qingli pinched Su Yuran's little belly and said, "Hee, we each bought villas A02 and A04 respectively." What? Su Yuran was struggling against Jiang Qingli's uneasy hand. Hearing her words, he was immediately excited. Because her villa is A03. Isn't this the legendary cheese sandwich between 2 buns? Is our house about to be raided? Su Yuran's face immediately turned green. I used to think that being close to the water tower gave me an advantage, but now, my 2 rivals have also moved in. If she knew that someone had already quietly landed on the moon, I wonder if she would be even more furious. Gaia. Su Yuran began to act as Gu Yangzhe, and struggled to escape Jiang Qingli's clutches. She suddenly sat in Li Han's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck with one hand, as if afraid he would run away. He pointed his other finger at the 2 hateful women, his expression one of extreme grief and indignation. You've gone too far. Li Han is mine. In fact, as long as she doesn't see Li Han with his arm around another woman, she'll turn a blind eye. Now look what's happened, they've come to provoke her, how can she possibly tolerate this? Mooching Yu calmly drank her water. Her face was aloof, but she drank water in small sips, which Li Han found incredibly endearing. On the other side, Jiang Qingli, reclining on her beautiful couch, glanced at the furious Su Yuran with a mocking look in her eyes. 3 women make a big drama, but only Su Yuran is angry. After that 7 times, Mooching Yu had already made up her mind. She loved Li Han. She loved him so much that she could accept that Li Han had other women. She knew that this was wrong in the eyes of the world. But she really could accept it. She was content as long as she was by Li Han's side. Of course, whenever she thinks about how she was such a fool to divorce Li Han, she still feels annoyed and wants to slap herself a few times. Jiang Qingli on the other side actually had similar thoughts to her. The one reacting most strongly right now is the young girl, Su Yuran. Li Han patted Su Yuran on the shoulder and said, "Don't be angry, getting angry will cause nodules to form. Why can't we talk things out properly?" Su Yuran turned around angrily, glaring at Li Han. "It's all your fault, you're such a womanizer. You bad guy." As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. Helpless, Li Han hugged her and patted her like he was comforting a child. After crying for a few minutes, Su Yuren's emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing that she was much better, Jiang Qingli suggested, "Let's have a get-together today to celebrate my move with that girl named Mu Qingyu." Jiang Qingli did not forget that she and Mu Qingyu were still business rivals. However, since both of them have recently become involved with Li Han, she didn't want to put Li Han in a difficult position, so her hostility was relatively weaker. Not long after, at Su Yuren's home, the four people sat on a comfortable blanket, with various delicious dishes laid out on the coffee table. They are all high-end food items delivered to customers, along with a considerable amount of expensive alcoholic beverages. Li Han sat in the center, leaning against the edge of the sofa. On the left is Su Yuran, and on the right is Jiang Qingli. Mu Qingyu's face was cold and aloof, but her eyes held a hint of resentment. She failed to secure a key position. However, she discovered some fun and exciting things. Su Yuren's coffee table is very large, like a table, and at this moment it is covered with an opaque tablecloth. Li Han's lower body was completely hidden under the coffee table. Just as the group was chatting and drinking, he suddenly widened his eyes and stared straight at Mu Qingyu across from him. However, Mu Qingyu showed no signs of anything amiss. She raised her glass and said to Jiang Qingli, "Jiang Qingli, let me toast you. How about we put our grudges aside for now?" Jiang Qingli snorted, raised her wineglass, and without replying, drank it down in one gulp. "This means you agree." Mu Qingyu also drank it all in one gulp. But Li Han's face was full of black lines. "Hey, can you move your foot away from me? You're playing with fire, woman." Chapter 49 Drinking Games. Li Han looked at Mu Qingyu, whose face was cold and aloof. "Pack. Keep pretending. How come this woman knows so many things now?" Li Han recalled the time when he and Mu Qingyu had their passionate encounter. Her pair of jade-like feet were indeed eye-catching. Fair and flawless, with a perfect arch, soles without a trace of calluses, and toes as round as pearls. For certain people with a particular kind of psychic fetish, those are sacred objects. Even for Li Han, it held a fatal allure. Now, those feet were touching and groping, making Li Han's heart itch. That woman is no good. I never knew she had this side to her. You really underestimated her. Li Han secretly reached under the tablecloth and pinched Mu Qingyu's small foot. Suddenly grabbed, Mu Qingyu's calm expression froze. However, Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran, disliking each other, started drinking contests, so they didn't notice her momentary unease. Mu Qingyu gave Li Han a reproachful look. The little toe that Li Han was playing with curled its toes a few times, as if trying to break free. But how could she possibly contend with Li Han's strength? She was wearing trousers today, but Li Han hadn't noticed before. Only now, as he held Mu Qingyu's small foot, did he realize? Good heavens, it's Corey's. Li Han stared at Mu Qingyu, his eyes filled with mockery. Mu Qingyu blushed and pretended nothing had happened. After a few minutes, Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran seemed to think that the two of them drinking like this was pointless, so Jiang Qingli spoke up. "How about we play a game? How about combining prohibition with truth or dare?" After she finished speaking, Su Yuran, unusually, agreed with her. I agree. Li Han nodded naturally, and Mu Qingyu did not refuse. Jiang Qingli had drunk a few glasses of wine, and her face was flushed. Her hair was simply tied at the end with a hair tie and fell down from one shoulder. This is a dangerous hairstyle. At this moment, however, she exudes an even more mature and womanly aura. Like a ripe peach, it is sweet and delicious. She parted her thin, delicate lips and said, "The alcohol ban forbids the utterance of the word drink. Anyone who utters the word will be punished with a drink, with no upper limit. For truth or dare, let's roll the dice. The person with the highest number asks the person with the lowest number." Although Jiang Qingli is now being pressured by Li Han to stop going to bars. "But I haven't forgotten any of the things I used to do with my friends in bars." Explaining the rules was also a breeze for him. Although it was a spontaneous dinner, everyone present except Li Han was well off. They bought a wide variety of things, including a van full of drinks and snacks, as well as all sorts of alcohol accessories and toys. Dice, an essential item at the dinner table, are naturally also present. "Okay, I'll go first." Jiang Qingli picked up the dice and confidently shook them. She shook it casually a few times, let go, and opened it directly. 3, 2, 4, 9 o'clock. When it was opened, everyone looked at the dice. Ultimately, it came to a number that was neither too big nor too small. Jiang Qingli knew that this game was basically none of her business. Baby, it's your turn. Jiang Qingli handed the dice to Li Han, leaned against him, and spoke with a sweet breath and seductive eyes. Li Han sighed helplessly. Ever since Jiang Qingli started calling him baby, she seemed to have no intention of changing it back. He picked up the dice and shook them a few times. The number 246 appears when you open it, indicating the time is 12 o'clock. Next up was Su Yuran, who drew 11. Finally, there's Mu Qingyu. When Mu Qingyu opened it, she became the focus of the entire room. 2, 2, 4, 8 o'clock, small. Jiang Qingli shouted excitedly, pointing at Mu Qingyu, you answer. She was indeed very excited. I finally have a chance to get my nemesis. Li Han is 12 o'clock old, so he will ask questions or play dares. He looked at Mu Qingyu, whose small feet, covered in stockings, were still in his hands. After gently pinching the sole of her foot, Li Han smiled and said, Truth or dare? Mu Qingyu blushed slightly and finally said, Truth or dare? She was actually looking forward to what Li Han would ask her. Is the question asking her if she loves him? Mu Qingyu will give a very affirmative answer. When asked who she had all her first times with, she replied. It was Li Han, and nobody else. She had many thoughts running through her mind, but then she heard Li Han speak softly. Is your illness real? Is it cured now? He had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time. Mu Qingyu is indeed ill, he knows it better than anyone else. Even Mu Qingyu's father didn't understand as much as he did how terrified and helpless Mu Qingyu felt when men approached her. Like a soulless rag doll, limp and with empty eyes. He knew this because Li Han had once seen a man throw Mu Qingyu, and Mu Qingyu's terrified eyes and her body instantly going limp. That can't be faked. However, when facing herself, she seemed perfectly healthy. Even at near zero distance, she showed no unusual behavior. That's why he wanted to confirm it. Mu Qingyu was taken aback. He saw the searching look and the fleeting tenderness in Li Han's eyes. Her heart softened immediately. Her usually cool face was now filled with a smile, yet she shook her head. Not done. It's the same as before, but it doesn't really matter. Because my body doesn't reject you, that's enough. Her deep, affectionate eyes made Li Han feel a little guilty. He sighed helplessly. After all, he wasn't a doctor, and he was powerless to help Mu Qingyu with her mental illness. Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran also remained silent for a moment. They naturally saw Mu Qingyu's appearance. Despite having such a severe mental illness, she showed no reaction whatsoever to Li Han. Isn't this a manifestation of love that runs deep in one's bones? They are reflecting on themselves, wondering if they have done this step? If Li Ran knew, she would also sigh. These two silly girls are really something, they're like CPUs to themselves. The game continues. During the event, the four of them got more and more into the game, and occasionally forgot about the alcohol ban, saying the word drink and then punishing themselves with a drink. If you lose a game of truth or dare, you'll drink a lot, and the four of them quickly become intoxicated. Meanwhile, as everyone became slightly tipsy, the questions about truth became increasingly fierce. For example, Jiang Qingli asked Mu Qingyu, Did you sleep with Li Han? She didn't actually know about this. Even after Li Han and Mu Qingyu divorced, she still believed that their relationship was purely a contractual one. But when she saw Mu Qingyu again, Mu Qingyu's heart and eyes were filled with Li Han. Furthermore, Mu Qingyu even developed an extremely affectionate nickname for Li Han. She had had this question in her mind for a long time. She wanted to confirm. Li Han and Mu Qingyu exchanged a glance. Li Han winked at her, letting her decide for herself whether to tell or not. Finally, Mu Qingyu dropped a bombshell. Of course, we had consummated our marriage 6 months before the divorce. Not long ago, we were having sex 7 times a day. As she spoke, she became proud, leaving Li Han speechless. 7 times a day, shouldn't I be the one who's proud? What are you so proud of? Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran fell silent. Then came a deafening roar. Mu Qingyu, I'll kill you. Mu Qingyu, you thief. Chapter 50. Mu Qingyu can no longer hide it. Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran stood up indignantly. In the blink of an eye, he pinned Mu Qingyu down and subjected her to extremely cruel torture. Watching the 3 women fighting, Li Han silently took a sip of his drink. Fragrant, sensual. At this moment, all the curtains in the villa were drawn, and only the 4 of them were inside. Su Yuran's bodyguards and secret guards were all outside protecting her and could not see inside. Under the dim lighting, 3 women were fighting. Li Han thoroughly enjoyed watching it. A little more force would work. For a very long time. The 2 women released Mu Qingyu. At this moment, all 3 of them had messy hair and flushed faces. Especially Mu Qingyu, whose white shirt had 2 buttons undone, exposing a large expanse of white skin, which was very alluring. After sitting down again, Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran looked at Li Han with resentment. They really couldn't have imagined it. Everyone thought they would get the first kill, but Mu Qingyu had already stolen the base. They felt incredibly frustrated. The 2 of them grabbed Li Han's arms, one on each side. He looked at Li Han without saying anything, but it seemed like he wanted to say something. Li Han squinted at them. Together? Get lost. You filthy scoundrel. No. You bad guy. The 2 women cried out in unison and released Li Han. Li Han shrugged. The game continued, but this time, Mu Qingyu became the target of Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli's combined attacks. She was the only one present who had developed a deeper relationship with Li Han. They must be punished. Mu Qingyu was no pushover either, accepting all comers. Whether it's a dare or a truth. She wouldn't even mind doing frog jumps. This shocked Li Han. How could such a cool and aloof female CEO accept doing something as shameful as frog jumps? Although he admired Mu Qingyu's willingness to go all out, he couldn't bear to see her punished alone, so he took the punishment with her. When Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran saw this, they pouted, knowing they couldn't use this kind of punishment on Mu Qingyu. At the same time, they were also envious. To test Li Han, they also punished each other. Li Han naturally followed suit. They are all my women, and I cannot favor one over the other. Since then, punishment has taken on a different meaning. The 3 of them inexplicably started to team up. In this round, Su Yuran punished Mu Qingyu. Go, your punishment is to kiss Li Han for 3 minutes. Qingli and I will time it. At this moment, Su Yuran was already quite drunk, otherwise she wouldn't have called out Sister Qingli. Jiang Qingli was also quite drunk, but much more so than Su Yuran. She took out her phone and started timing. Mu Qingyu was somewhat surprised, but quickly became excited. She went to the sofa behind Li Han. Li Han turned his head to see what Mu Qingyu was up to. Mu Qingyu lay on her side on the sofa and gently pulled Li Han's head back, making him lie on the sofa with his head tilted back. Mu Qingyu, on the other hand, kissed Li Han's lips from the opposite direction. Damn it! Su Yuran was shocked. They can be this intimate. That's so exciting. She wants one too. On the other side, Jiang Qingli's eyes also gleamed with admiration. He's a seasoned veteran who's seen it all. He really knows how to have fun. The passionate kiss, fueled by alcohol, left both Mu Qingyu and Li Han completely intoxicated. 3 minutes later, Jiang Qingli impatiently called for a stop to the 2 of them. She couldn't hold back any longer. She's going to lose the next round. Mu Qingyu glanced at Li Han with seductive eyes and stood up from the sofa. Li Han looked at her, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Logically speaking, Mu Qingyu shouldn't have a very high alcohol tolerance, right? But after drinking so much today, she seems perfectly fine. She was even more clear-headed than Jiang Qingli. Did they know they were going to drink today and take hangover medication beforehand? Li Han didn't think too much about it, and the game continued. Next, Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli both sought to lose. In the end, they all got to try it again and again. Time flew by, and the 4 of them spent the whole day at home. Little did they know that the internet has already undergone a complete upheaval. Multiple trending topics are online, and several have even gone viral. The content all recounts Li Han's acts of saving people. Some netizens, however, have a somewhat rebellious mentality. It's just an act of bravery. Is it really necessary to use so many online resources? Just as doubts arose, a deeper issue behind the act of bravery emerged. Rich second-generation drunk driving and speeding. This term quickly became a trending topic. The 2 events quickly became linked, and their popularity continued to rise. However, the man and 3 women inside the villa were unaware of all this. Or rather, they orchestrated this, but they don't yet know how far it will develop. Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran were completely drunk. The kind where you're completely drunk. Given Li Han's current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to get drunk. At this point, I was just slightly tipsy. He carried Su Yuran and Jiang Qingli into separate rooms and covered them with blankets. Only Li Han and Mu Qingyu remained in the living room. Mu Qingyu's top was half open, revealing her fragrant shoulder, exuding a seductive charm. She reeked of alcohol, yet her eyes were clear. There's not a trace of drunkenness in him. Li Han sat beside her, tilting his head. Their eyes met, and Li Han saw the love in Mu Qingyu's eyes, while Mu Qingyu saw the confusion in Li Han's eyes. What's wrong? Mu Qingyu asked. Li Han pinched her rosy cheeks. Aren't you bad at drinking? I used to be completely out of it whenever I got drunk. What's wrong with you today? You drank so much, how come you're still sober? Li Han already had the answer in his heart. Mu Qingyu's previous drunkenness was all an act. He had already felt this way during the last time he had it 7 times a day. However, I didn't see Mu Qingyu drinking at the time, so I don't know how much she drank and can't verify it. Now, he watched as Mu Qingyu drank 2 whole bottles of brandy. Now he acts like nothing happened. Mu Qingyu pressed her cheek against Li Han's large palm, stroking it incessantly. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling. Looking at Mu Qingyu, who was like a kitten begging for a head pat, and her unspoken expression, he suddenly revealed a strange smile, lowered his head, and looked at her. So, you were never drunk when you were having sex with me before? Are you awake every time? Mu Qingyu's face couldn't get any redder, but a hint of embarrassment at being seen through showed in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck and sat down in his lap. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't know my own feelings back then, and I didn't dare to face you, but I couldn't control my desire to sleep with you. So, every time, I can only bury my head in the sand like an ostrich, pretending to be drunk, and then. She buried her face in Li Han's neck, her warm breath disturbing his neck. After saying that, she playfully licked Li Han's Adam's apple with her little tongue. Li Han listened to her words and noticed her subtle movements. Suddenly I felt like a fool. I'd been with this woman so many times, yet I never saw through her faking being drunk. Smack! Li Han slapped her round face, eliciting a soft moan from her. Honey, I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional, I know I was wrong. I'll make it up to you however you want. Mu Qingyu became increasingly bold, her lips moving from Li Han's Adam's apple all the way up to his earlobe. How could Li Han possibly stand this? They must be disciplined. He picked her up horizontally and carried her away from Su Yuren's villa. After all, doing that kind of thing in Su Yuren's villa was a bit too much. Fortunately, Uncle Shui wasn't here today, otherwise, if he saw Li Han hugging another woman, he probably would have chopped Li Han up on the spot. They arrived at Mu Qingyu's newly purchased villa. The two went straight to the master bedroom. The door was closed and the curtains were drawn. 10,000 words will not pass the review directly. Chapter 51 Husband, you're amazing. Late at night, at Mu Qingyu's villa. At this moment, Mu Qingyu nestled limply in Li Han's arms. The thin blanket covered their naked bodies, and Mu Qingyu thoroughly enjoyed the moment. She found herself becoming increasingly addicted. She didn't know why, but she couldn't control herself when facing Li Han. Li Han gently pressed his chin against her little head, nodded casually, and said, Are you satisfied? Mu Qingyu blushed and softly hummed in agreement. Feeling Li Han's hot, large hand on her waist, how could she not be satisfied? Honey, can't we really get back together? After a long while, Mu Qingyu spoke softly in the dimly lit room. All that answered her was a helpless sigh from Li Han. She knew that there was no way for Li Han and her to go back to the way things were now. From now on, I will either maintain this relationship with him or withdraw from it. She knew this, but she still longed for a miracle to happen. Li Han hugged her even tighter. Mu Qingyu's soft and beautiful body pressed tightly against his. There's no going back. Li Han answered truthfully. He didn't give Mu Qingyu any hope because he knew he couldn't give up other women for Mu Qingyu. Even though he has just realized that he has developed a slight liking for Mu Qingyu. Okay, I understand. Mu Qingyu's voice was soft, with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regained her gentle demeanor. Honey, I won't ask you anymore. From now on, this is fine. She hugged Li Han's other arm, nuzzling her face against it, feeling incredibly safe and secure. She knew she couldn't ask for anything more. Things were good enough as they were. The two snuggled together in bed for a while, until it was past midnight. Just as she was about to go to sleep, Mu Qingyu opened her phone to check if there were any messages that needed to be processed. But suddenly I saw a lot of push notifications from the Red Eye platform. She frowned slightly and clicked on it. Then I saw the top 10 trending topics, which were now dominated by the same type of news. Hashtag rich second generation drunk driver hits person. Hashtag rich kid maliciously hits and runs over pedestrian twice. Hashtag intimate encounter in the car. The outrageous actions of a rich second generation. Hashtag. There were more than a dozen entries, almost all of which included the term rich second generation. Mu Qingyu looked over them one by one. A cold smile played on her lips. These are all related to Wang Heng. The Mu family holds a pivotal position in the entire Beicheng, with its businesses including the entertainment industry and collaborations with television stations and news media. Although Mu Qingyu's current company is not involved in these matters. But when she made a phone call to Mu Tianhua, he was so eager to give his life for his daughter. Especially after Mu Tianhua heard that it was actually his son-in-law, he was even less likely to slack off. They worked through the night to find someone to write an article, and in coordination with Li Han's plan, they released the information little by little to maximize the benefits of the information. There is a limit to how much attention people can pay to the same thing. When the limit is reached, new information needs to be added to increase the upper limit. Li Han's goal was to gradually extend the duration and scope of the entire incident to its maximum. The first step was the news of his rescue. The second step is to bring up sensitive information such as rich second generation, drunk driving, and sex in cars. The third step leads to the rich second generation hitting someone a second time. Fourthly, the arrogant and domineering parents of the rich second generation led to the Good Samaritan being sent to the police station. Starting from the fourth step, public opinion will likely escalate to a terrifying level. The Wang family will likely also actively intervene and begin to control public opinion. Then there are steps 5 and 6. After Uncle Shui took the girl to the hospital for emergency treatment, she is now fine and Uncle Shui is personally taking care of her. At the same time, I also received a lot of information about girls. The girl's background is touching and inspiring. At the same time, she is a good student and is now a junior in college, receiving scholarships every year. A rich second generation bullies a poor, ambitious girl. Once this news is released, it will naturally arouse public outrage without any guidance. Public opinion reached its peak again, and then delivered the fatal blow. Wang Heng was a user of illegal drugs. If this continues, the Wang family will be deeply embroiled in public opinion. Wang Zhongshan's position within the group will likely face collective questioning from shareholders. Although it will not cause substantial harm to the Wang group in the short term, once doubts arise, they will not be easy to dispel. Mu Qingyu reviewed the current progress and put down her phone. What's wrong? Li Han hugged her and asked. This has already caused widespread public discussion. Neither Wang Heng nor his son showed up. They're probably playing dead, waiting for the public outcry to die down. But they certainly didn't expect that this storm couldn't be covered up so easily. I will make them pay the price. When Mu Qingyu learned that Li Han had been taken to the police station by Wang Zhongshan, she was extremely distressed. She was afraid that Li Han would be bullied inside. Although the final outcome was good, she couldn't swallow her anger. Who can bully her, man? That's bullshit. Li Han sensed the aura emanating from Mu Qingyu. This time she looks a bit like that female CEO from before. Domineering, I like it. He gently patted Mu Qingyu's head. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingyu's fierce aura vanished completely, and she transformed into a gentle and adorable little rabbit. Let's wait for them to make their move. In a public relations war, playing dead proves the other side knows how to play the game. If they dare to make a move, it will only push public opinion to a new level, and then will release the information. Li Han said calmly. Mu Qingyu nodded, a strange light appearing in her eyes. I never knew Li Han was so amazing. They are adept at public relations and public opinion management. She increasingly felt that she had been blind and unable to see Li Han's strengths. So he hugged Li Han even tighter. Li Han felt her arms tightening around him and didn't know what was wrong. It's okay, honey. Mu Qingyu hugged him tightly, feeling incredibly happy. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she spoke. Honey, I just remembered something. What? Wang Zhongshan has set up a separate subsidiary for his son. The Wang Group holds a small stake, while Wang Heng himself owns more than 30%. Should we do something about this? Upon hearing this news, Li Han's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He began. How large is this subsidiary? Mu Qingyu responded, about 1 billion or so. Li Han nodded and said. Once Wang Heng's information is exposed, you can force a takeover of him if you wish. It is also possible to make tender offers to some shareholders now. When you control a certain number of shareholders and shares, you can initiate a vote of no confidence. We demand that Wang Heng provide a reasonable explanation and compensation for the negative public opinion caused to the company. Either give money or give shares. The Wang Group will most likely offer assistance, but they won't dare to do so openly. At that time, we can try to find a bank that cooperates with the company to discuss loan matters. Strive to get banks to cut off or withdraw loans, disrupt part of the cash flow, increase shareholders' doubts about Wang Heng, and put continuous pressure on him. If things go smoothly, you might be able to acquire a new company with assets worth over $1 billion without spending a lot of money. Mu Qingyu was stunned by what Li Han said. Is this my husband? How does he know so much? She understands all of these operations and is able to do them. Hearing it from Li Han's mouth surprised her immensely. No, it's shocking. If only I had discovered my husband's abilities earlier, I could have run the company with him. Perhaps the company's assets are more than 10 billion? Honey, you're amazing. Chapter 52 Forced Takeover. In the following days, Li Han resumed his normal daily routine. He still lives in Su Yuren's house. However, since the two burglars lived nearby, she was like a possessive puppy, always staying by Li Han's side. They were afraid he would be kidnapped. Meanwhile, the incident involving Wang Heng hitting someone had already gone viral online. It has already penetrated all major video platforms and various social networks. News of wealthy second-generation individuals, malicious assault, and collusion between officials and businessmen is now rampant. Wang's group's stock also experienced significant fluctuations in a short period of time. Wang Zhongshan is in a real bind right now. In the past few days, as the incident has unfolded, he has been receiving calls from shareholders. Furthermore, some people have bluntly stated that if he fails to handle this public opinion crisis properly, he will bear the consequences. Wang Zhongshan climbed up from the bottom. How could he stand this humiliation? Then, I was just a little angry. Although he is undoubtedly the largest shareholder of the Wang Group, the combined shareholdings of the other shareholders are not to be underestimated. They want to do something collectively, and the group will suffer significant losses. Recalling the source of all this, it was Li Han, and he couldn't help but feel a burning hatred. After taking his son away for treatment that day, Wang Zhongshan contacted an old friend at the Public Security Bureau. The other party promised him that they would deal with Li Han. But there are no buts. Li Han was released completely unharmed. When he asked again, the other person pretended to be dead. This made him very angry. Just as they were about to take another step, public opinion on the internet started to rise. However, at that time, it did not involve him and the Wang Group. But after all, he has been a high-level executive for so many years, so he still has the ability. Knowing this is the right time, don't get involved, wait for the public opinion to die down. As long as public opinion doesn't ultimately fall on the Sun and the Wang Group, there's nothing to worry about. Even if he gets involved in some scandals, he can use various methods to minimize the negative public opinion. At this time, it is best to avoid doing anything unnecessary. So he didn't make a move against Li Han again. I thought things would pass quickly. Unexpectedly, the public opinion intensified. Ultimately, the fire spread completely to him. When he angrily pointed at Li Han on social media, along with the image of Li Han being arrested and taken to the police station, and the image of the girl wearing a ventilator, appeared at the same time. Even without words, people can imagine a similar story. He acted bravely and righteously, but was instead imprisoned by the police by those in power. Li Han became the weaker party, while also taking into account elements such as resentment towards the rich in power. Online keyboard warriors, can you please leave him alone? Of course, we want to make things bigger and bigger. Ultimately, the matter reached the board of directors of the Wang Group. Wang Zhongshan hung up the phone, his face cold. This is yet another shareholder's question of him. Faced with the shareholders' questions, he could only calmly reassure them. Fuck them. These bastards only invested a little money before, and now they're reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, and they dare to question my abilities? Who gave them the courage? Wang Zhongshan kicked the expensive coffee table far away and shouted angrily. Not far away, his wife's face was also very gloomy. She wasn't concerned about the Wang Group, but rather because her son had been bullied, and the person who bullied her son still hadn't been brought to justice. Wang Zhongshan, when can we make a move against this Li Han you mentioned? My son can't be bullied like this. Wang Zhongshan's wife was named Healy, and she came from a wealthy family in Beicheng. Having never suffered any injustice since childhood, her son naturally cannot suffer any injustice either. When Wang Heng's finger was broken, she had an argument with Wang Zhongshan. However, Wang Zhongshan did not understand the relationship between Li Han and the Jiang and Su families at the time, so he did not take action rashly. This time, Wang Han was tricked by Li Han again. He could no longer hold back and kept pressuring Wang Zhongshan with words, urging him to take action against Li Han. Wang Zhongshan looked at his wife of many years with cold eyes. Can you please be quiet for a moment? Is now the time to make a move against Li Han? The most important thing now is to cover up the negative publicity and prevent the group from suffering losses. That's all our money. Seeing Wang Zhongshan's eyes blazing with fury, Li became even angrier. Isn't it because you're incompetent? Otherwise, would our son be subjected to this kind of bullying? I don't care what kind of group or company it is, as long as it's my son, he can't be bullied like this. And that little bitch from the Jiang family, it's all because of her. I want her to kneel down and beg for mercy from my son, and I'll let him play her to death. Li's actions immediately ignited Wang Zhongshan's anger. That stupid woman. Don't you fucking cause me trouble. And listen to what you're saying, does it sound like a mother's? We can't afford to add fuel to the fire in public opinion now, or we'll become even more passive. You just take care of my son and that's all you need to do. Wang Zhongshan's voice was fierce, revealing a chilling aura. Li looked at him and knew that her husband was furious. He snorted coldly and said nothing more. At that moment, Wang Zhongshan's phone rang. He assumed it was another shareholder and answered the phone impatiently. Who? It turned out that the other party was not a shareholder. Instead, he was the CEO of the company he established for Wang Heng. The information provided by the other party was very simple. Someone is attempting a hostile takeover of the company. There are 3 families behind it. The Mu family, the Jiang family, and the Su family. Currently, the shareholders' shares are trading above today's closing price, and 20% of them have been traded outside of the stipulated time. The remaining shares are also being continuously acquired. The information has been released because the number of shares traded was too high. If this trend continues, it's only a matter of time before the entire company is forcibly acquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongshan was stunned. He never expected that this would happen. Although $1 billion or so is not much to the wine group, it is still his property, and he cannot just give it away to someone else for nothing. So he quickly came up with a plan to resist the forced takeover. The simplest and most effective method currently available is to hold a board meeting, issue new shares to dilute the shares held by other shareholders, and for the Wang Group to take a strong stance by acquiring the newly issued shares and gaining absolute control. He gave the order, and the CEO quickly carried it out. The shareholders' meeting was held the following day to announce the issuance of new shares. However, things developed much faster than expected. Several banks that had partnered with Wang Heng's company suddenly announced that they would cut off or withdraw loans from Wang Heng and his company because of the great risks they posed. The company has always been managed by the CEO. However, in order to demonstrate his abilities, Wang Heng did not ask Wang Zhongshan for a lot of funds. Instead, they used their own shares to secure stock-backed loans with banks. Although the company's total valuation is over $1 billion, its working capital is not that much. If an explanation cannot be given to the bank in a timely manner, the bank will auction off the shares through legal proceedings. At that point, it's uncertain who will own the shares. This series of actions made Wang Zhongshan realize the terrifying financial manipulation capabilities of the person behind it all. Moreover, the fact that the other 3 families besides the Wang family were involved was what angered him the most. Is this a case of taking advantage of the public outcry against the Wang family to kick them while they're down? Wang Zhongshan angrily left home, ready to go to the company and fight the other party to the death. Several more days passed. A silent war has ended. Wang Heng lay on the hospital bed, his face ashen, his body wrapped in bandages. He stared gloomily at the information on the computer screen. His company is gone. At this point, the company completely changed its ownership. That name belonged to the person he hated most. Li Han. Chapter 53. Li Han, Chairman Li. Li Han looked up at the towering building. His eyes were filled with helplessness. That day, when he mentioned the acquisition plan of Wang Heng's company to Mu Qingyu, it was just a casual remark. Even if Mu Qingyu wanted to acquire it, it would ultimately have nothing to do with him. But he didn't expect that Mu Qingyu, together with Jiang Qingli and Su Yuran, would launch a blitzkrieg. In a very short period of time, they used their personal connections to launch a crackdown on Wang Heng's company. Ultimately, Wang Heng's company, Huiting Technology, was taken down. The three women also transferred all their shares to Li Han. Li Han became the largest shareholder of Huiting Technology, holding 49% of the shares. Among the remaining shareholders, there are two acquaintances. One is Wang Heng, who still holds 10% of the shares, and the other is Wang's group, which holds 10% of the shares. Li Han knew that these two people would not easily give up their shares. He didn't take it seriously. Today, Su Yuran went to see her sister without Li Han accompanying her. So, having nothing else to do, he came to Huiting Technology to take a look. Although the negative public opinion surrounding Wang Heng caused Huiting Technology's valuation to shrink somewhat, it is still valued at over $1 billion. The three women were so generous that it frightened Li Han. "You just gave away something like this? I'm such a top-notch gigolo." He stepped into the entrance of the Huitank building, and the company employees went to work as usual, without any impact. After all, changes in shareholders are matters at the highest level and have little impact on employees below. "Hello, sir, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" Li Han arrived at the front desk. The receptionist, dressed in a professional suit, looked at the stunningly handsome man in front of her and spoke in a soft voice. The receptionist is quite pretty. But when facing Li Han, she didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. She felt she was not good enough for this man. Would you believe me if I said I'm now a major shareholder of this company?" Li Han leaned against the front desk and said casually. He was dressed casually and spoke casually, like a street urchin. However, despite his casual demeanor, he exudes a captivating charm. The receptionist blushed slightly. "Sir, I believe you." She truly believed it. She now believes Li Han when he says he is the Jade Emperor. "Can you let me in?" "Oh, no, you need an appointment or work permit." The receptionist is very principled. "While I have faith in the company, we still need to follow the company's articles of association." Li Han knew this, so he didn't say anything more. I took out my phone and made a call. Shortly after, she hung up the phone and waited quietly for the person on the other end to come down and pick her up. "Baby." Just then, a beautiful figure rushed into the entrance of the Huiting building. It's Jiang Qingli. Today she wasn't wearing business attire, but rather a white long dress that revealed her fair and slender neck. The skirt hem reached her calves, and she wore a pair of custom-made high-heeled sandals. She wore light makeup and had her hair styled in large curls. She looks both innocent and alluring. As she ran, she attracted the attention of countless men. She ran over quickly and suddenly threw herself into Li Han's arms. Li Han caught her and gently held her, afraid that she would fall. "What brings you here?" Li Han asked. Jiang Qingli hugged him, raised her little head, and smiled. "I'm afraid you're not familiar with it, so I'll stay with you and help you get acquainted." Li Han patted her head, smiled, and said nothing more. The receptionist looked on with envy when she saw this. "I envy Li Han, and I also envy Jiang Qingli. These two look like a perfect match. Li Hanshui goes without saying, and Jiang Qingli is just as beautiful." At this moment, Jiang Qingli was still holding Li Han like a little wife, which was really pleasing to the eye. This has always been her dream. Not all women want to be the leading lady, the domineering female CEO, or the independent woman. There are still quite a few girls who yearn to be a pampered and cherished wife. This is how Jiang Qingli appeared to the receptionist at that moment. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that this young wife is a true leading lady and a powerful female CEO. But these identities and being love-struck don't seem to conflict. Jiang Qingli hugged Li Han for a while, and finally reluctantly let go, instead holding Li Han's hand. She sat with Li Han on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, leaning against him and talking to him in a low voice. Shortly after, a man in a silver-gray suit rushed out of the gate looking anxious. The receptionist looked at this scene with a strange expression. This man was none other than the CEO of Huiting Technology. He was only 32 years old, but he was a very capable man. This man has made significant contributions to the success of Huiting Technology. What could have caused him to panic like this? Could it be that the big boss has arrived? Suddenly, the receptionist seemed to remember something and looked in Li Han's direction. No way. Is he really a big boss? But this big boss isn't as arrogant and domineering as the rumors say. He's really gentle and handsome. The receptionist watched Li Han and Jiang Qingli being all lovey-dovey, her eyes sparkling. Such a person is truly best admired from afar. Li Han turned around and saw the man who had run out of the gate. The other person didn't know him, but he had seen the other person's professional photo. He waved and led Jiang Qingli over. The man saw Li Han and Jiang Qingli beside him and quickly ran over. Hello, you must be Chairman Li? And this is Ms. Jiang Qingli? The man approached Li Han, extended his hands, and bowed slightly. This attitude and emotional value pleased Li Han quite a bit. He smiled and said, "You're Zhang Lei?" Seeing is believing. I'm not chairman yet, as the board hasn't voted on my behalf. Li Han smiled and shook hands with Zhang Lei, and Jiang Qingli nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Lei is the CEO of Huating Technology, overseeing all affairs of the company. He doesn't own many shares. His main income comes from managing the company, not from company dividends. You're joking. The board meeting is just a formality. You own 49% of the shares, and you're not the chairman, so who is qualified? Li Han smiled and stopped dwelling on the issue. All right, stop with the formalities. I'm younger than you. Just call me Li Han from now on, or if you really can't bring yourself to call me that, you can call me General Manager Li of the Building Materials Department. I'm not used to the term Chairman Li. Zhang Lei was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled. The company's largest shareholder seems to be a very easygoing person. I just don't know what my next plans will be. Is it dismissal? Or continued employment? After all, he was promoted by Wang Zhongshan. By this time, the company had changed hands, and the new owner would most likely not keep it. However, superficial work and handover procedures still need to be done properly. Soon after, Zhang Lei led Li Han and Jiang Qingli upstairs. Zhang Lei knows Jiang Qingli. After all, Jiang Qingli is one of the most outstanding female entrepreneurs in Beijing in recent years, and he has seen her in various financial newspapers. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with her, because Jiang Qingli was clinging to Li Han's arm the whole time, acting like a little woman, and it was clear that she wasn't there to be the main character today. Moreover, if he and Jiang Qingli exchanged overly pleasantries, it might upset Li Han. He and Zhang Lei entered the company and took the private elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor. Li Han sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and casually glanced at it. Jiang Qingli also wandered around the entire office floor. Zhang Lei stood in front of his desk and began reporting on everything in the company. An hour later, Li Han had a general understanding of Huating Technology. He gave the order. Could you please convene a meeting of the board members? Okay, Mr. Li. Chapter 54, Has someone kidnapped Li Han and Jiang Qingli? Huating Technology, 35th floor conference room. At this moment, dozens of people were sitting around a huge conference table. They looked at the man sitting casually at the front, their expressions showing displeasure. They are the current shareholders of Huating Technology. Is everyone here? Li Han asked Zhang Lei, who was sitting to his side. Zhang Lei nodded. Except for the representative of the Wang Group and Wang Heng, almost everyone is here. Li Han nodded. At this time, neither the father nor the son will come. Huating Technology still owns shares in them. Wang's group initially invested in Huating Technology, acquiring a 10% stake. Wang Heng initially owned 35% of the shares, but later mortgaged 25% to the bank for funding. Now, that 25% has all gone to Li Han. He is undoubtedly the largest shareholder. Li Han pulled the microphone in front of him closer, leaned forward slightly, and turned it on. Hello? Cough, there is a sound. Alright, everyone should know who I am, right? I've also informed you all about the shareholder change. I'm here today to do 3 things. First, I'll get myself appointed as chairman of the board. Any questions? The entire room fell silent, no one spoke. What can they say? With 49% of the shares, what objections could they possibly have? Okay, first thing done. The second thing is the change in the company's management. After Li Han finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei was jolted, knowing that what was coming was finally about to happen. He didn't actually have any special relationship with Wang Heng and his son, it was just a superior subordinate, employer-employee relationship. However, he also knew that since he had previously worked for the Wang family, it would be difficult for his new master to trust him. Being fired or reassigned is normal. He stood up, ready to listen to Li Han's instructions. However, what was expected did not happen. Li Han said, Zhang Lei's abilities are evident to everyone, aren't they? He's made so much money for you all. Does anyone have any objections to letting him continue as CEO? The shareholders below remained completely silent. So far, Li Han has not done anything to harm their interests, so they have nothing to say. That's how shareholders are. As long as someone makes money for them, they don't care about anything else. But the most shocked person was Zhong Lei. He didn't expect that Li Han would want him to continue as the CEO. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. He bowed slightly to Li Han and said, "Thank you for your trust, Chairman." Li Han smiled and waved to him, "Sit down, we don't do that kind of mundane stuff." Zhong Lei looked at Li Han, feeling extremely grateful. After he sat down, he heard Li Han say again, "Third, the company's management team is currently too bloated, and we will start cleaning it up starting today." These words caused the shareholders present to become restless. Because it involves their interests. Although they do not manage the company, many companies' management teams have vested interests with them. Then one of the shareholders spoke up. "Chairman Li, the company is currently operating normally. Isn't what you're doing somewhat inappropriate?" Li Han looked at him. "Operations are normal, but are internal personnel and finances normal?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the shareholder to Zhong Lei. Zhong Lei gritted his teeth. He knew that it was time for him to choose sides. The company is currently operating normally, but there is chaos within the company, with many parasites planted by the shareholders. If you say something is abnormal, then you are standing against the vast majority of shareholders. In the past, he wouldn't have easily taken sides. But today, Li Han's actions filled him with gratitude. Moreover, he also realized that Li Han might not be as simple as he seemed. You can tell just from his relationship with Jiang Qingli. So he began to speak. The company's Q1 and Q2 financial reports this year were indeed normal, but there are major problems with the company's internal personnel. Many managers are just sitting in their positions without doing any work, taking the money but not the job. And there's the financial auditing process. There's a lot of nepotism in the personnel system. Zhong Lei rattled off a list of many of Huating Technology's existing problems, which made the shareholders' faces grow increasingly dark. Li Han looked at him with admiration. He saw through Zhong Lei's intentions. They also approved of his decision. Shortly after Zhong Lei finished speaking, Li Han looked at the shareholders with cold eyes. "Everyone, is there anything else to say? If not, starting today, the company must begin to purge the parasites. I advise you all, if anyone was brought into the company by you and has caused some financial losses to the company, please persuade them to resign voluntarily as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The company's legal department, cooperate with Zhong Lei." Li Han spoke at length. Every word was like a knife, stabbing into all the shareholders. However, they had no way to refute it. Li Han currently holds an absolute majority of shares, similar to the veto power of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. They raised objections, but Li Han didn't comply, so there was nothing they could do. The board meeting adjourned shortly thereafter. Li Han kept Zhong Lei behind and said something to him. Zhong Lei left with a shocked expression. "Phew, I'm so tired. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." Li Han had long ago vowed to never again associate with the underworld, nor did he want to start a company. But now, he still has some connection to both of them. He used to do everything himself, but now he's just a hands-off manager. Xiao Zhan is in the underground forces, and Zhong Lei is in Huating Technology. He can just sit back and wait to collect the money. Jiang Qingli came to his side, hugged Li Han from behind, and pressed her small face against Li Han's cheek. "Baby, you are amazing. How come we never noticed before that you had the talent to manage a company? How about I hand over my company to you in the future?" As she spoke, she kissed Li Han's cheek with her thin lips. We can never get enough of kissing. Now her face has returned to normal, she has no health problems, and her period hasn't come. She wondered if she should find an opportunity to, well, you know? Li Han, unaware of her ulterior motives, sighed and said, "I don't care, managing a company is exhausting. Wouldn't it be better if I just lay down a little longer?" Jiang Qingli knew that Li Han just wanted to lie low, so she didn't really want him to manage the company. The baby will stay at home looking beautiful and lovely, while she earns money to support the family. Shortly after, the two walked out of the Huating building hand in hand, preparing to have lunch together. After leaving a well-regarded private chef restaurant, before they could get into their car, a van suddenly stopped in front of Li Han and his companion. The car door opened, revealing several fierce-looking burly men inside. "Gentlemen, our boss invites you to get in the car." Chapter 55. That's a different price. "Hey! I didn't get on the bus." I haven't gotten on the bus yet. The van started moving, and behind it came the voices of two burly men, filled with grief and indignation. However, the van ignored him and sped away. At this moment, inside the van, Li Han and Jiang Qingli sat comfortably in the second row of two seats. The driver was focused on driving, while there were two rather intimidating-looking burly men in the third row behind. None of the people in this van seemed like good people. Jiang Qingli frowned and gripped Li Han's arm. I have a feeling that Li Han is one of Wang Heng's men. Jiang Qingli is not a weak little girl. She has encountered similar situations before, growing up. The cutthroat competition in the business world is not as glamorous as it appears in TV dramas. The simplest method is to make the competitors disappear. No financial means are as effective as simply disappearing into thin air. I never imagined that the underground forces would become so rampant, actually arresting people in the street. Li Han pinched her rosy cheek and smiled. It's all right, no matter who it is, we'll be fine. Li Han spoke in a very relaxed tone, as if this was not a crisis at all. Jiang Qingli gripped his arm tightly with Li Han there. She was fearless. The van sped along and eventually arrived at a place called Qingyun Entertainment Club. This club is nothing compared to the Su family's Platinum Club. But though small, it has all the vital organs. Once inside, you'll find all the entertainment options you could want. The environment is not bad, it's very clean. Li Han and his companion were taken to a conference room on the third floor of the club. Upon entering, one is greeted by a dozen or so people. Li Han didn't pay much attention to those people wearing the same clothes. He didn't recognize these people, but he knew who they were. Directly opposite the conference table was a man in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages. This person was none other than Wang Heng. It really is you, Wang Heng. Jiang Qingli's face instantly turned cold as she stared at Wang Heng, her voice icy. Wang Heng scoffed. He watched as the conference room door closed, a cold smile spreading across his face. Li Han, Jiang Qingli, you've finally fallen into my hands. I'll make you taste the pain I've suffered. Li Han looked at the man spouting nonsense with some suspicion. What kind of pain? Isn't this all your own doing? Did I force you to take illegal drugs? Did I force you to run someone over with your car? Li Han was too lazy to bother with this person. He pulled out a chair and gently pulled Jiang Qingli to sit down. He then walked towards Wang Heng. His movement made Wang Heng tense up, and at the same time, the person pushing the wheelchair behind him also adopted a defensive posture. Unlike the others here, the person pushing the wheelchair was a bodyguard hired by the Wang family. Li Han noticed this person seemed to be quite capable. Especially his right hand, which was resting on the wheelchair handle, showed a thick layer of calluses on the other person's thumb, indicating that this person was someone who frequently handled guns. Wang Heng looked at Li Han, who had a calm expression, with a gloomy face. He turned his head and looked at the people on the other side. Take him to the abandoned warehouse we mentioned earlier. Wait for me one night, I have things to do. As Wang Heng spoke, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Qingli, who was diagonally behind Li Han, his eyes filled with lust. Jiang Qingli dressed herself up beautifully today because she was going to see Li Han. Even with just a touch of makeup, she is stunningly beautiful. Wang Heng felt a physical attraction the first time he saw her. You have to understand, he's a drug addict, yet he was able to experience physical arousal at that moment. The group of people in uniform opposite him didn't move, they just stood there, ignoring Wang Heng's words. Wang Heng frowned. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Sorry, we only follow our boss's orders. The one who spoke was a young man in his early 20s wearing a suit. He showed no fear in the face of Wang Heng. This made Wang Heng very unhappy. He was, after all, a member of the Wang family and their employer. As a result, one of the other party's underlings dared to speak to him like that? Zhao Chong crippled him. Wang Heng pointed at the young man and said arrogantly. Before he could finish speaking, he already imagined this defiant young man being crippled by his bodyguard. Moreover, the other party's leader couldn't do anything about it. The reason for finding their gang was simply because they were currently riding high and had a reckless, hot-headed vibe. Apart from a few major gangs, the other smaller gangs in the North City's underground forces are all cowering and barely surviving. This newly emerging gang is very high profile. They've been eating their way through, and now their faction has over 200 official members. The number of members in an underground organization doesn't tell you much, but it can provide another perspective on the gang's development. With 200 people, in terms of sheer numbers, they can already be considered a third-rate force. Wang Heng approached them because they were on the rise and still had a strong drive. He could easily control such a force, and because the other party was inexperienced, they dared to do things that other gangs wouldn't dare to do. After a long while, Wang Heng received no response from the bodyguard behind him. He turned his head and looked at the bodyguard with a puzzled expression. But all I saw was the other person's eyes lowered slightly, their face calm, and their voice flat as they said, "Your father only asked me to protect your safety, not to help you beat people up. That's a different price." The scene was completely silent. Suddenly, someone chuckled. Then almost everyone started laughing. Wang Heng's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He pointed at the group of gang members and shouted angrily, "Shut up!" But nobody listened to him. The laughter continued. A dozen seconds later, the young man among the gang members raised his hand to stop the members behind him. Wang Heng glared at him and snapped, "What are you laughing at? Ha!" He was truly furious. It's one thing for the people you hire not to listen to you, but for your own bodyguard to talk back to you to your face? Is this reasonable? At least try to pretend. The young members of the gang looked at Wang Heng with calm expressions. "Excuse me, young Master Wang. We've been receiving professional training recently and we don't laugh easily." But his business skills are still lacking. The young man said this calmly. Li Han watched the show from the sidelines and found it quite amusing. He remembered both the young man and the bodyguard. They're two interesting people. Damn it! Call your boss over here. He needs to give me an explanation today. Wang Heng shouted loudly. He had barely finished speaking when the conference room door opened. A slender figure walked in. "Who called me?" His figure exuded a powerful aura. Although he looked very thin, the cold light in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. The gang members quickly tidied themselves up and bowed slightly to the figure. "Boss." Xiao Zhan walked slowly into the conference room. At this moment, he was being called boss by his underlings. Although he appeared calm, he was inwardly filled with shame. "Boss? Your real boss is right in front of me." But he didn't dare to say it, and he didn't even dare to look Li Han in the eye when he passed by. Because Li Han made it clear that if you see him outside, you must treat him as a stranger. He passed by Li Han with a sense of panic, and then came to Wang Heng. "You were looking for me?" Chapter 56 Wang Heng's Delusions. Wang Heng is really annoyed right now. Because he has to look up to see everyone. He was furious. It seems like everyone in this room is targeting him. "President Xiao, is this how you treat your guests? Your subordinates dare to disobey my orders, you owe me an explanation." Wang Heng glared at Xiao Zhan, his tone icy. Xiao Zhan looked down at him. "Your request is to bring Li Han and Jiang Qingli to you. We've done it, so is there anything wrong with it? If you have any further requests, that's a different price." Xiao Zhan's voice rang out. After this period of reflection, Xiao Zhan, who is not yet 20 years old, now exudes a certain sense of pressure. All of this stemmed from his growing confidence in the Heavenly King Club and the unique charisma he learned from Li Han while working alongside him. Powerful, mysterious, and fearless. He knew he was far from possessing Li Han's charisma. However, he was already satisfied if he could imitate even a fraction of it. Screw the other price. Wang Heng has gone mad. What happened? He had already heard that sentence once. Is he still the young master of the Wang family? How can a bodyguard and a shady gangster treat him so disrespectfully? He broke down. Everyone was looking at him, and it seemed like Wang Heng had a small red ball on his nose. Wang Heng gasped for breath, trying to suppress his anger. He decided to take back all the anger and humiliation from Li Han and Jiang Qingli. He wants to cripple Li Han. Break his limbs and disfigure his face. May he be a useless person from now on. Be an ugly monster. Wang Heng had long been consumed by jealousy of Li Han's face. That face, any woman would like it, right? If I had this face, wouldn't Jiang Qingli like me? Unfortunately, even the world's best plastic surgeons couldn't recreate Li Han's face. Most importantly, besides his face, Li Han also possesses a captivating aura and subtle facial expressions that are fatally attractive to women. Wang Heng wanted to learn, but he couldn't. After crippling Li Han, Wang Heng intends to completely turn Jiang Qingli into his plaything. This woman not only rejected him repeatedly, but she even dared to hit him. Later, he joined forces with others to take over his company. He needed to vent his anger. He wanted to take the world's strongest drug and torment Jiang Qingli to death in bed. He also wanted to find a group of people to do it together, record videos of her, and upload them online. To utterly ruin her reputation. He wanted to show everyone the consequences of disobeying him, the young master of the Wang family. Seemingly pleased with himself, Wang Hong smiled. He looked at Xiao Zhan and said, "President Xiao, the 5 million has been transferred to your account as payment for bringing these two people here. Next, I will pay another 5 million. You all keep an eye on this man and give him a good beating, but don't go too far. Tomorrow, I will personally break all 4 of his limbs. As for this woman, I am currently unable to move around easily, please help me take her to a hotel owned by our Wang family." "How?" Wang Hong revealed a victorious smile, looking down at everyone present. Especially when he saw Li Han and Jiang Qingli, he revealed an undisguised mockery. "Li Han, weren't you arrogant? Didn't you break my finger and cause me to get beaten up? Tomorrow, I'll show you what hell on earth is like. After I sleep with Jiang Qingli and break your limbs, I will take you to the hotel and let you watch your woman being played with by a group of men." Wang Hong felt increasingly pleased with himself, and his smile grew increasingly arrogant. Xiao Zhan was closest to him, and he saw the dazed look and the smile in Wang Heng's eyes. What on earth is this guy fantasizing about? I need to see the money first, and 5 million isn't enough. 20 million. Xiao Zhan looked at him and held up 2 fingers. Wang Heng's face darkened. Are you fucking looking for death? Do you think I can't live without you? Xiao Zhan shrugged. You really can't live without me now. The video of you asking me to kidnap those 2 is in my hands. To be honest, although Xiao Zhan doesn't have much contact with people and things these days, he knows that when hiring someone to do something, the person in question can't show their face. But that idiot Wang Hong actually went to Xiao Zhan's door in person and told him he wanted to kidnap Li Han. Xiao Zhan wasn't stupid, he immediately ordered his men to plant hidden cameras in the area where they were exchanging information. Furthermore, only Wang Hong was recorded throughout the entire recording. Xiao Zhan only showed one shoulder. With post-production audio processing, Xiao Zhan can completely absolve himself of any responsibility. Wang Hong was stunned. He stared at Xiao Zhan in astonishment and said angrily, "You fucking disregard the rules of the underworld. Delete it right now. Or don't blame me for being rude." Xiao Zhan looked at him with amusement. Did this person graduate from kindergarten? How could someone say such a stupid thing? Wang Hong, the rule of the martial arts world is that there are no rules. The so-called rules are nothing more than the constraints that the strong impose on the weak. I don't consider myself strong, but neither do you. Moreover, I don't need fame, because I don't care about it. In the future, the world of my Heavenly King society will be won by fists. At that time, free and great scholars will debate the classics for me. Now, what else do you want to say? Xiao Zhan's words completely broke Wang Heng's defenses. What's wrong with this world? Can't we afford to take this kind of risk? Suddenly, he turned angrily to look at the bodyguard behind him. No, I remember father saying you're a well-known international mercenary, an expert in counter-surveillance. How could you not have noticed we were being secretly filmed? Bodyguard Zhao Chong remained calm. He spoke calmly. I've found it. Then why didn't you tell me? Wang Hong shouted. Zhao Chong remained calm, rubbing his fingers on the wheelchair handles as if he were bored. You didn't ask, and it's not within my job scope. All I need to do is protect you. The others. You'll have to pay more. Wang Heng's vision went black. Where on earth did my own father find this bodyguard? Ah! He let out a screeching sound like a groundhog, startling everyone. In the end, Wang Hong compromised. I'll give it to you. Wang Hong gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Zhan. 20 million it is, it's not like we can't afford it. His personal assets are more than that, they're enough to make him squander them. Transfer the money first, Xiao Zhan said. Get things done first. Wang Hong retorted. Xiao Zhan calmly looked at him and said, You have no right to negotiate. Grass. Wang Hong cursed again. Another name has been added to his mental death notebook, Xiao Zhan. Not long after, Wang Hong instructed someone to transfer 20 million to Xiao Zhan. Just do your job. Push me over there. Wang Heng's first sentence was addressed to Xiao Zhan, and his second sentence was addressed to Zhao Chong. Xiao Zhan remained non-committal and took a few steps back. Zhao Chong then pushed Wang Hong to Li Han's side. Wang Hong seemed to have regained his home field advantage, and scoffed. Li Han, I will enjoy Jiang Qingli very much. By the way, do you want to watch the live broadcast? I can be merciful and show you. Li Han looked at this person speechlessly. I have a feeling this guy's brain has been damaged by taking illegal drugs. No need, Li Han said. Wang Heng sneered, thinking that Li Han was afraid. Indeed, in this situation, what can a mere bodyguard of the Su family do? Didn't they just watch helplessly as he took Jiang Qingli away? Alright, Xiaozhan, take him away. Wang Heng waved his hand, directing Xiaozhan. However, Xiaozhan remained unmoved. Wang Heng turned to look at Xiaozhan, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But then he saw Xiaozhan looking at him with a half-smile. At this moment, Li Han also looked at Xiaozhan without making any move, but Xiaozhan knew what it meant. All of you, get out, Xiaozhan ordered his men to leave. Soon after, only Li Han, Jiang Qingli, Xiaozhan, Wang Heng, and Zhao Chong remained in the meeting room. What do you mean? Wang Heng hadn't reacted yet. Li Han squatted down beside him, her face warm and gentle. At this moment, Zhao Chong made a move, taking a step forward, ready to attack Li Han at any moment. Li Han had some admiration for Zhao Chong. This guy is hilarious. We will do as much as we are paid for, and we will not do anything unnecessary. That's very principled. Moreover, Li Han knew from the aura emanating from him that he was very powerful. If possible, this person can be recruited into the Heavenly King Society. Wang Heng, if you just stay in the hospital, there's nothing I can do about it. But you just flew right up to me with your dragon, it would be a shame if I didn't take you down. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Wang Heng's good hand. Call. A gust of wind came. Zhao Chong punched Li Han in the face. This punch was fast and powerful. If an ordinary person were hit by it, it would probably kill them. Unfortunately, Zhao Chang's opponent was Li Han. Bang! With a casual backhand strike, Li Han sent Zhao Chang's massive body staggering back several steps. He stared at Li Han in shock, his forearm aching so badly it was almost numb. That was such a terrifying power. You are very strong. Chapter 57: A 30% chance of victory. Zhao Chong looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression. The power of that punch was beyond description. It was utterly overwhelming. He felt a sense of powerlessness. In a one-on-one fight, he has no chance of winning. However, one must take someone's money and do their bidding. He didn't forget his mission, which was to protect Wang Heng. So, after offering a compliment, he quickly pulled out a dagger from behind him and attacked Li Han like a cheetah. He had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, but in close quarters blade combat, he believed he was absolutely among the world's best. How old is this young man? It's already quite good to have one outstanding ability. Surely he can't possibly be able to hold his own in close quarters blade combat as well? He didn't believe it. So he moved his whole body close to Li Han. Li Han, watch out. Not far away, Jiang Qingli watched the scene and stood up with a nervous expression. She was caught off guard by how things had unfolded. The burly man looked menacing and was holding a dagger, which made him seem capable of killing. This made her heart jump into her throat. Amid her gasp, a faint, indifferent smile appeared on Li Han's lips. Zhao Chang's blade moved along Li Han's neck, eyes, wrists, and other vital points. Every cut was terrifying to watch. Xiao Zhan was tense all over. He knew Li Han was very powerful, but it seemed that this bodyguard was even more deadly. Li Han could only dodge, but could not fight back. This bodyguard can fail countless times, but Li Han can only fail once. He gritted his teeth, wanting to step forward, even at the cost of his life. He couldn't let Li Han get hurt. Li Han treated him well, teaching him many ways to operate an underground force. This allowed him to handle things with ease, while also preventing him from falling into a deeper abyss. Just then, Zhao Chong, who had already exchanged dozens of blows with Li Han, stopped. He took a deep breath and stared intently at Li Han. It seems they want to see through the other person. What kind of monster is this? Others may not know, but he, as the person involved, knows it all perfectly well. His knife couldn't gain any advantage over Li Han. Every time it looked dangerous, it was Li Han's perfect control of the distance. That was a form of teasing, a kind of humiliation. Zhao Chong knew that even if he fought Li Han hundreds of times, he would still be powerless against him. It's better to stop now than to do it with some dignity. Li Han knew he had seen through everything, and his entire body stopped moving. He is now standing next to Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli was terrified, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. The once aloof and stunningly beautiful CEO was now nothing more than a little woman afraid that her beloved would be hurt. Li Han put his arm around her shoulder and patted her gently. "I'm fine, don't worry." After saying that, he kissed her fair forehead. To be honest, if Jiang Qingli hadn't gone to awaiting technology with him today, she wouldn't be in this situation now, and she wouldn't have been scared. Actually, he already knew about Wang Hang's plan to kidnap him and Jiang Qingli today. Xiao Zhan told him everything. Then, Li Han thought of turning the tables and taking the opportunity to mess with Wang Heng as well. This guy may not be the brightest, but he's rich, and his dad is even richer. Moreover, Li Han knew that the Wang family had only one son per generation for 3 generations, and Wang Heng was the most valued male member of the family. Even if I'm raised to be a useless person, nothing can happen to me. In particular, one must not allow any problems with fertility. The Wang family truly has assets to inherit. Therefore, life and fertility are very important. The worry in Jiang Qingli's eyes was dispelled by Li Han's gentle kiss. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was the first person to like Li Han. He is also the person who pays the most attention to him. Jiang Qingli had already investigated everything about Li Han thoroughly. But she only found out today that what she found out was just the tip of the iceberg regarding Li Han. This only fueled her curiosity about Li Han. She wanted to understand and drain this man completely, little by little. Even physically drained. "Baby, you're so amazing." Jiang Qingli gently pecked Li Han on the cheek. "But next time, please don't take any risks, okay? I'm afraid something will happen to you." Li Han rubbed her head and nodded. He walked up to Zhao Chong again, and before the other could say anything, he spoke first. "If I gave you a gun, would you be confident you could kill me?" Zhao Chang's calm and composed face was the result of absolute confidence he had accumulated over the years. But now it has completely collapsed. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief at Li Han's strength. Upon hearing Li Han's words, he frowned slightly. His mind raced. Years of fighting on the edge had given him a terrifying level of combat calculation. He didn't know Li Han before, so he thought he could win. Now that he knows the other party's skill level, no matter how he calculates it, he can only come to one answer. There is no solution. He can't win by a single point. A 30% chance of winning. 30%? How did you arrive at that answer? I was several hundred meters away, using a sniper rifle. Thank you. This answer already shows that even with a pistol, Zhao Chong had no chance of winning against Li Han at close range. Only with a sniper rifle can we have a fighting chance. Li Han looked at Zhao Chong and said, "Should we switch employers?" "Can." Zhao Chong answered decisively, without the slightest hesitation. He continued, "I will return the 3 million that the Wang family gave me and follow you from now on." Li Han patted him on the shoulder, somewhat helplessly. "You're about to switch jobs, and you're still going to pay them back? Aren't you just being a beast of burden? Besides, I'm going to squeeze even more out of you later. Your 3 million is nothing. From now on, you'll be with him. Your salary and benefits are up to him." Li Han pointed at Xiao Zhan and said to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong looked at Xiao Zhan, sized him up, and then regained his calm expression. To be honest, he looked down on this so-called gang leader. Too weak. However, he listened to what Li Han said. Okay, Zhao Chong agreed. Li Han noticed his subtle expression and knew that he was dissatisfied with Xiao Zhan. But making him submit is something Xiao Zhan should do. Controlling people weaker than yourself is not a skill. It takes real skill to control those who are stronger than yourself. Among Li Han's subordinates in his previous life, there were many experts who could have killed him. But why are they so devoted to following Li Han? Li Han won people's hearts and minds in every way, and they were even willing to die for him. Personal charisma is very important. This is something Li Han couldn't teach Xiao Zhan, he could only figure it out himself. Li Han squatted down in front of Wang Heng. At this point, Wang Heng was completely terrified. Watching Li Han move like a dragon amidst the flashing swords, he was so shocked he almost wet his pants. Who did he offend? This guy could probably kill him like it's nothing, right? Wang Heng, I just want to live a peaceful life. Why do you keep provoking me? Li Han's tone was full of helplessness. He had no interest in associating with rich second-generation heirs like Wang Heng. But this guy is like a stubborn plaster. She knew he resented her because of Jiang Qingli, but Jiang Qingli was her woman, so he couldn't blame her for attracting other women, could he? That's not his style. Moreover, the beauty of his woman was also his glory. Therefore, he had to handle small matters like Wang Heng's personally. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Please let me go. Even if Wang Heng was foolish, he knew how to assess the situation. This room full of people is all targeting him. If he doesn't admit his mistake, what other options do they have? You don't know you're wrong, Li Han said softly. You just know you're finished. Wang Heng tried to say something, but his bodyguard Zhao Chong covered his mouth and grabbed his carotid artery with one hand, causing Wang Heng to faint instantly. To be honest, Zhao Chong is very perceptive. Li Han nodded at him. Then, he turned to look at Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan, the rest is up to you. How much money you can squeeze out of him depends on your ability. Chapter 58 Trading Life for Money. Wang's Group. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan stared at the computer screen with a gloomy expression. Tell me, how much money will it take to release my son? Wang Zhongshan spoke in a cold voice to the phone on the table. He was only watching a video. In the video, Wang Heng is wrapped in bandages and restrained to a chair. Wang Heng, his face contorted with fear, kept shouting at the camera, but the video had no sound. Wang Zhongshan could see his son's pain and despair, and his heart ached as well. He only has one son. If something really happens to him, it will be difficult for him to have another child now. Moreover, their family's genes were not good to begin with, and their offspring were prone to dying young. Having even one son is already quite an achievement. 1 billion yuan to save your son's life. The voice coming from the phone was altered using a voice changer, but it was still roughly recognizable as a man's. Impossible. 1 billion? Go rob a bank. Wang Zhongshan roared. So what do you think I'm doing right now? The other person replied. Wang Zhongshan remained silent. Yes, they were indeed trying to steal it. It's not robbing a bank, it's robbing him. But it's 1 billion. Although he could produce it, it was like cutting a piece of flesh off his body. Although the Wang Group is worth hundreds of billions, that is the group's valuation. Although he is the largest shareholder, he only owns 1/3 of the shares, which is worth several hundred billion. These 30 billion yuan cannot be converted into cash at all, they are simply considered assets. All he could use was the money he had earned over the years, which was real cash. I can only offer 300 million. Wang Zhongshan made a cut. Beep. The call ended. Wang Zhongshan's face darkened further. Just as he was contacting those people at the police station, he received another mysterious link. Upon opening, it was another silent video. It was still Wang Heng. Only. Wang Heng lost his left middle finger. On the other side, he also slashed. Grass. Wang Zhongshan suddenly stood up, staring at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Son. He seemed to want to communicate with Wang Heng, who had been there just minutes earlier, via the screen. Wang Zhongshan was truly enraged, and truly terrified. Does the other party really not care about the law at all? How dare they openly and brazenly harm his son? He's the chairman of the Wang Group. Just then, his phone rang. The other party was a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, who had been newly transferred and whose surname was Zhou. Hello, Chairman Wang, our Beijing Public Security Bureau has dispatched personnel to search for your son's whereabouts. At the same time, the special forces are on standby at all times. Once there is news, they will rescue your son in the shortest possible time. Please rest assured. Wang Zhongshan said coldly, you must rescue my son. Afterwards, I'll treat Director Zhou to a meal to thank you properly. The person opposite said, this is our duty, there's no need for a meal. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhongshan had barely caught his breath when he received that mysterious call again. 990 million. The other party only gave a number. Wang Zhongshan instantly understood what the other party meant. If Wang Heng has a part of his body cut off, the ransom can be reduced. You're insane. This is China. Aren't you afraid of retribution for what you're doing? Wang Zhongshan roared. The other party remained silent. Suddenly, Wang Zhongshan seemed to hear a sound, and it seemed that the person on the other end of the phone had changed. Wang Chonghai, do you still remember Changcheng coal mine? Wang Zhongshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Wang Chonghai was his childhood name, but he changed it a long time ago. And Changcheng coal mine. He had kept this name in his heart for over 30 years. He thought no one would remember this place, but now, people are actually mentioning it. You used the money from 30 families to earn your first pot of gold for starting your business. You're telling me about retribution? The other person's voice was calm, but you could still hear the hatred hidden in it. Wang Zhongshan was numb. Scenes flashed before my eyes. Finally, he felt a wave of dizziness. Before he could reply, the other party changed again. Chairman Wang, compared to you, we could be considered clean, right? 990 million, you know what I mean. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Wang Zhongshan sat dejectedly in the boss's chair. Time ticked by, but the police department still hadn't given any news. His son has been missing for a full 48 hours. A city-wide search is underway, but there is still no news. The main problem is that the bodyguard he sent to protect Wang Hong has also disappeared without a trace. Wang Zhongshan, who had been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, felt for some reason that a dark cloud was beginning to hang over the entire Wang group. He took out his phone and looked at a special number. The number's remarks only contain one letter, L. He only has one chance. If he calls the other party, he knows he will definitely find his son. However, from then on, he had no further connection with that person in the capital. His act of using someone else's power to bully others came to an end. The reason Jiang Yunfan wanted to marry his daughter to his son was because of the person on the other end of the phone. In the end, he gave up. This opportunity is too precious, he wouldn't be willing to let it slip away like this. Just then, he received another mysterious link in his computer email. His heart skipped a beat. I stared at that mysterious link, hesitant to open it for a long time. But then the phone rang. He answered the call, and the other person's words made his face turn pale instantly. 950 million. The other person's tone was very flat as a robot's. But those words were like knives, piercing Wang Zhongshan's heart. A reduction of 40 million at once? Wang Zhongshan panicked. He clicked on the link and a video was played. It was still Wang Hong. Wang Hong, who has lost his left ear, right eye, and right index and ring fingers. Wang Hong is no longer afraid. Because he was numb and his breathing was very weak. Wang Zhongshan's heart was bleeding. This is his son. If I drag this out any longer, I'll really be tortured to death by the other side. I promise, I promise. 10 billion it is. Please, you must preserve my son's body. I don't want him to become disabled. Wang Zhongshan could no longer hold back and cried out in a pitiful voice. He was a ruthless man, but at this moment he felt a sense of powerlessness. The other party could not be found at all. The links and phone numbers are all transcoded through multiple layers of the external network, and the original addresses have long been lost and cannot be found. The other party's methods were extremely cruel. The money will be deposited into this account. The call ended. A foreign bank account number was sent to me. This bank has absolute confidentiality. Wang Zhongshan quickly instructed his men to transfer the money from his account. The process is complicated, after all, this is a large transaction. Without a clear reason, the bank will consider it a risky transaction and freeze the account. Fortunately, Wang Zhongshan had a professional team, and after several hours, they finally transferred the entire billion yuan. Shortly after, the phone rang again. Wang Zhongshan spoke first. Where's my son? I've already transferred all the money to you. The other person spoke in a flat tone, and I responded to him. The money has been received. As for your son, don't worry, he's safe. However, we will only release him after we are sure we are safe as well. Don't rush. I will send you an address in a week. I guarantee your son will be alive and will not be missing any part of his body. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Wang Zhongshan angrily smashed the entire office. This feeling of being played for made him feel incredibly frustrated. However, he had no other options. We can only wait for news from the police station, or wait until 7 days have passed. Chapter 59 Jiang Qingli Go All In. Jiang Qingli Villa. Jiang Qingli made a soft, whimpering sound like a kitten as she slowly opened her eyes. Her arms tightened involuntarily as she felt that hot, captivating body. She instinctively shrank back, trying to get closer to him. Li Han had already woken up. However, in order not to wake Jiang Qingli, he did not get up and just looked at his phone silently. Seeing that she was awake, he put down his phone. He put the blanket back over the two of them, leaving only Jiang Qingli's small head sticking out. Yesterday, after leaving Qingyun Entertainment Club, the two returned to Jiang Qingli's home. Although she didn't feel anything at the time, Jiang Qingli still felt a lingering fear after returning. If it weren't for Li Han, if Xiao Zhan wasn't Li Han's man, she couldn't imagine what would happen next. Fortunately, Li Han handled everything well. Back home, Jiang Qingli clung to Li Han, saying she was scared and didn't want him to leave. Li Han did not refuse and greeted Su Yuran. After all, he's my boss. Even if I'm having affairs outside, I have to give him some face. As a result, her boss was furious. You used to do this outside, but now you're doing this next door? What kind of woman is this? Therefore, Su Yuran made a decision. I ignored him all night. This punishment is truly severe. Because a night has passed, which is equivalent to a whole night. This terrified Li Han. He knew Su Yuran would be angry, so he made her many promises, which finally calmed her down. Li Han personally cooked dinner for Jiang Qingli. The two drank some more wine and watched a movie until night. Then, nothing happened. You're awake but still want to stay in bed? You lazybones. Li Han held Jiang Qingli's delicate body and said softly. At this moment, Jiang Qingli was only wearing a thin slip dress, and she wasn't wearing anything underneath, so it was practically the same as not wearing anything at all. Li Han could do whatever he wanted without any hindrance. Let me hug you a little longer. It feels so good. Jiang Qingli's voice was soft and hoarse, with a hint of early morning rasping and a strong sense of dependence. Li Han didn't say anything, he just held her like that. But as everyone knows, men are most easily stimulated in the morning. Jiang Qingli had just woken up when she snuggled into his arms, her delicate body constantly rubbing against him. Jiang Qingli's face turned rosy. She looked up at Li Han, her eyes still dazed from just waking up. Li Han, I want it. These 4 simple words revealed Jiang Qingli's determination. She couldn't wait any longer. My period is coming soon. Li Han looked down at her pretty face. Without saying anything, he leaned down and kissed her. Taking a bath. A war broke out with a soft, delicate voice. More than an hour later, Jiang Qingli was pulled into Li Han's arms, her forehead still covered in fine beads of sweat. She bit her thin lip, feeling a slight pain. But the pain couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She finally gave herself to Li Han. Actually, she wanted to do that last night. After all, she had been drinking, which made it the perfect time for this kind of thing. However, Li Han could tell that she had been frightened during the day and was not in good condition, so he spared her for one night. Finally, on this seemingly ordinary morning, she did what she had always wanted to do. Li Han embraced her, his chin gently resting on her small head. His left arm was wrapped around Jiang Qingli's neck, resting on her head, his forearm bent, and Jiang Qingli comfortably held him with both hands. His right arm rested on Jiang Qingli's delicate body, and a large hand gently caressed Jiang Qingli's lower abdomen. Feeling that scorching hot hand, it seemed as if a burning heat was entering my body from that hand, and the original pain dissipated considerably. Jiang Qingli found it amazing. I feel like Li Han is like a giant hand warmer. It feels so good. Actually, this is something Li Han only recently discovered. After practicing that health-preserving boxing style for a period of time, he was able to control an inexplicable energy to gather in specific parts of his body. When they gather together, they generate extremely high heat, and the attack and resistance capabilities of that location will be greatly enhanced. It's like the internal energy of the masters in martial arts novels. Baby, I'm so happy. I've waited so long, and finally we can truly be together. Do you like being with me? Jiang Qingli rubbed her cheek against Li Han's arm and spoke softly. She was covered with a blanket and nestled comfortably in Li Han's arms. At this moment, even if it were the end of the world, she felt there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Han continued to massage her lower abdomen, smiling slightly. Of course I like it. Who could resist such a beauty like you? Besides, I feel like I know you somewhat, but I can't quite place it. Li Han has a very good memory. Whether in his past life or now, his memory is exceptional. That's why I can remember things from a long time ago. During the time he spent with Jiang Qingli, he always had a feeling. He and she had met before that time they pretended to be boyfriends. But Li Han couldn't remember where it was. Jiang Qingli's eyes lit up when she heard his words, and her face was full of joy. Does he remember me? This was a secret she had kept hidden in her heart for many years. She didn't tell anyone, including Li Han. Li Han saved her when she was in junior high school. When the two fell, Li Han was on top of her. Unfortunately, Li Han transferred schools later, and Jiang Qingli never saw him again. No one knows how happy she was when she met Li Han again. And no one knows the heartache she felt when she learned of his marriage. Fortunately, nothing has gotten any worse. Have we met before? Jiang Qingli smiled. I don't seem to remember. Her tone was soft, with a hint of teasing. She said it on purpose. She didn't want to tell Li Han, she wanted Li Han to remember it himself. I guess I've seen you shining brightly on some occasion before, so it feels familiar. Li Han didn't care after all, not everyone you meet needs to be remembered. Jiang Qingli smiled slightly, turned her head, and her pretty face came into Li Han's view. So, now that you've conquered the radiant me, doesn't it feel amazing? Li Han looked at her with amusement, then kissed her lips hard. It was like tasting jelly. I even took a few bites. I feel like you're having more fun than me. Pa. I'm not happy about it. Jiang Qingli recalled their intimate moments. Although it was indeed very uncomfortable at first, later. Li Han, after all, had been through it all. She is skilled and understands women's sensitivities. Moreover, his treatment of Jiang Qingli, Mu Qingyu, or other women in the future was different from that of the women he only had physical pleasure with in his previous life. He was gentle and affectionate. He is willing to kiss any part of his woman's body, such as her forehead, the corner of her eye, her cheek, and the tip of her nose. He was willing to make himself suffer a little so that his woman could experience the happiest moments. But the women I faced in my previous life were just for venting my frustrations. He's happy as long as he's satisfied. He doesn't care about anything else. After all, it was just a transaction. The other party coveted his money and power, while he was simply venting his biological instincts. I won't say anything more. Now he gives all his tenderness to his woman. Jiang Qingli could also sense it. Seeing Jiang Qingli's stubborn snort and her blushing face, Li Han felt that no painting was more beautiful than his woman's shyness. Chapter 60 Su Yuren's anger. Jiang Qingli did not get up. She was a little tired. After the first taste of lovemaking, a feeling of exhaustion followed. Li Han is amazing. Although it was her first time, she had seen some videos of Liu Bei or adult films. She didn't necessarily enjoy watching it, she just wanted to study it. It will come in handy in future real-world battles with Li Han. As it turns out, it seems that it was never actually used. Because watching those things is different from actual combat, she didn't know where to use her strength, so she eventually handed it all over to Li Han. Fortunately, the result was not bad. In those mini Liu Bei movies or short films, even those who are on drugs can't compare to Li Han's superficial skills. His sexually charged body, his perfectly handsome face, and... Oops. Jiang Qingli, why are you acting like you're in heat again? But, he's so handsome. I really want to slide down his abs, hee hee hee. At this moment, Jiang Qingli was alone in bed, feeling embarrassed by the lewd thoughts in her mind. A stunningly beautiful body writhed beneath the covers. Shortly after, her writhing body suddenly stopped. Well. A soft groan of pain came from under the covers. The movement was a bit rough, and she felt a little pain. Li Han was unaware that his second woman in this world was writhing in agony on the bed. After leaving the room, he continued practicing his health-preserving boxing as usual. He recently discovered that his health-preserving boxing technique is progressing faster than before. I don't know if it's because of the relationship between Mu Qingyu and Jiang Qingli. This martial art can be enhanced through dual cultivation and energy replenishment? Then wouldn't I be forced to become a womanizer? TSK. After Li Han finished demonstrating the boxing technique, he muttered a complaint to himself. Not long after, he took a shower, made some breakfast in the kitchen, and then left Jiang Qingli's house and went to Su Yuren's house next door. As soon as I entered, I saw Su Yuren wearing fluffy pajamas, just having gotten up. The moment Su Yuren saw Li Han, her eyes lit up. A pair of rabbit slippers under the plush pajamas had already been lifted, ready to run towards Li Han. However, she suddenly stopped moving. She realized that she had reason to be angry. This guy went out for a night of passion. Why am I so happy to see him? No, I can't be happy. Not even a little bit. So she put on a stern face again, looking like she didn't want to talk to Li Han. I casually walked into the kitchen, grabbed a small bottle of sweetened pork, and prepared to take a sip to calm my temper. But before the water could even enter her mouth, Li Han snatched it away. Li Han tapped her on the head. did you wash up? Drinking carbonated beverages so early in the morning, don't you care about your teeth? Oh dear. Su Yuran almost transformed. She grinned fiercely at Li Han, showing her white teeth, waved her arms wildly a few times, and stormed off to wash up. Half an hour later, Su Yuran, without any makeup, finally came out. She had already changed her clothes. He wore a brown beret, a loose-fitting light blue striped shirt underneath, and an even looser, oversized brown leather jacket on top. She wore a pleated skirt in the same color as her shirt, the hem of which reached her knees, and her exposed calves were covered with calf socks. Su Yuran is a girl who knows how to dress well and is a natural clothes hanger. This oversized outfit is simple yet extremely eye-catching. She looks cute and playful with a touch of retro style. Li Han looked at her with admiration. Su Yuran rolled her eyes at him. Humph. What a scumbag. Su Yuran knew, of course, that his absence that night meant he and Jiang Qingli had been up to no good. Li Ran just smiled and didn't explain. He walked up to her, looked down at her, and saw her frowning, pretending to be angry. So cute. Actually, Su Yuran isn't the cute type, she's more of a cool and edgy type. However, at this moment, her outfit and behavior were really cute in Li Han's eyes. He simply said, "Let's go to Jiang Qingli's house for a bite to eat? I made breakfast there." "I'm not going." Su Yuran pouted, her face stubborn. Although she really wanted to eat the breakfast Li Han made. Since Li Han moved in, breakfast has been bought much less frequently. Li Han prepares it himself. The housekeeper in our family is about to lose her job. "Okay, I'm going now, the porridge will get burnt soon." With that, Li Han turned around and prepared to leave. But Su Yuran suddenly caught up with him and grabbed his arm. "Ugh, couldn't you ask me one more time? Don't you know that girls should be a little reserved?" Su Yuran grabbed his arm and said angrily. Li Han almost laughed. But I also like Su Yuran's way of deliberately throwing a tantrum. It was puffing up, like a little pufferfish. Li Han also liked to tease her. If someone is like a bodhisattva, remaining silent the moment you touch them, then there's no fun in the future. "My dear Miss Su, would you like to have breakfast with me?" Li Han followed her lead. Humph, barely acceptable. Su Yuran raised her proud little head, thoroughly enjoying Li Han's doting tone. Not long after, Li Han led Su Yuran and walked less than 100 meters before entering Jiang Qingli's house. Now, Li Han can easily enter all three connected villas. The high security lock had his fingerprint and facial recognition data recorded. You're the third person, besides the workers, to enter Jiang Qingli's house. Get along well with your sister Qingli, she's a very nice person. Li Han smiled. After all, they were all his women, and he didn't like the idea of female rivalry, so he still hoped they could get along well. Humph, I don't want to. Su Yuran snorted and did not accept Li Han's suggestion. Li Han shook his head and stopped insisting. He went into the kitchen and set the breakfast he had prepared on the table one by one. Su Yuran followed him, looking like she wanted to help. In the end, aside from serving air a few times, I didn't help at all. But it seems she was exhausted. Another day of helping others. She was proud. She sat down at the table first, looking at the simple breakfast dishes that Li Han had brought over. Red date, barley, goji berry, and millet porridge. Brown sugar and red date cake. Angelica sinensis egg custard. Su Yuran's face instantly fell. She's a woman too, so of course she knows what these things are for. It nourishes yin and replenishes qi and blood. These breakfasts are perfect for women who lose HP every month. Moreover, each one looks delicious and appetizing. She looked up at Li Han, her eyes filled with grief and indignation. Li Han also looked at her, seeing through the three words in her eyes. What about me? Somewhat helplessly, he avoided her gaze and went upstairs. Pushing open Jiang Qingli's room door, I saw that she was still lying down. He sat down by the bedside and gently patted her. What's wrong, baby? Jiang Qingli turned around and lay on Li Han's lap. Her smooth back was completely exposed, making her exude allure. Li Han smoothed her messy hair and said softly. Breakfast is ready. Get up and eat something, then continue to rest. Jiang Qingli nodded. She wanted to act coquettishly with Li Han for a while, but she knew that someone from her family had come, so she didn't continue. Shortly after, she finished washing up and came downstairs in loose pajamas. Good morning, Yuran. I was exhausted last night. Now, my whole body aches. Baby's such a bad boy. Li Han had just sat down. He looked helpless. Well done, Jiang Qingli. What's the difference between these words and a direct declaration of war? Forget it, let's just destroy it. Chapter 61. Jiang Qingli felt she had won. Jiang Qingli's witty remarks almost made Su Yuran explode with anger. She glared at Li Han, her chest heaving. Then he looked at Jiang Qingli. In the end, nothing was said. What could she say? Jiang Qingli has to eat it all. Anything she says now sounds like she's jealous. The thing that should make me most angry is that Li Han didn't talk to me first. Why should I? She was no less capable than Jiang Qingli, and her family was also wealthy. She ate her nourishing breakfast while keeping a close eye on Li Han. The escaping resentment made Li Han feel the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. Breakfast turned into a battle of wits and strength. After dinner, the two women sat on the sofa, staring at each other. Li Han took a blanket and covered Jiang Qingli with it. Although women are less likely to develop health problems after their first time, like after childbirth, they still need to be careful. Jiang Qingli herself didn't notice, but Li Han was afraid something might happen to her. In reality, it's no different from a minor skin abrasion. However, Li Han didn't want anything to happen to his woman, which moved Jiang Qingli and made Su Yuran extremely jealous. I want one too. Su Yuran crossed her arms, looked at Li Han, and said angrily. Aren't you hot? Li Han asked back. Why didn't you ask her if she was hot? Su Yuran said, pointing at Jiang Qingli. Li Han smiled helplessly. The little girl's jealous look was quite amusing. Okay, I'll get you one. As he spoke, Li Han went back to get a blanket and covered Su Yuran with it as well. Su Yuran was finally satisfied. Li Han then went to tidy up the kitchen. Having escaped the life of fighting and killing, returning to life itself is a kind of enjoyment for him. Eating, sleeping, and sunbathing are all quite comfortable. He could chat with his woman and flirt a little with her all the time. Life couldn't be more pleasant. After cleaning the kitchen, he wiped his hands and came to the living room. Seeing that the two women were still at loggerheads. Helpless, he could only sit between them. With one arm around each of them, he pulled them into his embrace. Oops. Ah. Two screams rang out. Neither of them expected Li Han to do such a thing. They could accept that Li Han was a scumbag. But I also can't accept multiplayer games. That's what they think. But Li Han didn't think that much about it. He just wanted to ease the tension between the two women. Give me some face, stop making trouble. If you keep making trouble, I'm going to spank you both. Or, I'll go to Mu Qingyu's place, and you two can continue. Before Li Han could finish speaking, the two women simultaneously stood up. You're not allowed to go. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other. Although there was still a hint of displeasure in his eyes, he didn't show it anymore. They both believed that, compared to the other woman, the woman named Mu Qingyu was the biggest threat. Because they could all see that Li Han treated them differently from he treated Mu Qingyu. It's also clear that Li Han seems to prefer Mu Qingyu a little more. Then they couldn't let Li Han and that woman get closer, so they temporarily put aside their grudges and united against a common enemy. Baby, I was wrong. Li Han, I was wrong too. Both women apologized. Jiang Qingli grabbed Li Han's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Su Yuran rested her head on Li Han's lap quite naturally. She had been doing this often these past few days, so it didn't feel awkward at all. Li Han gently patted the two girls' shoulders and said, Actually, I can understand why you two feel awkward with each other. You can even throw a tantrum now and then, but I want to remind you not to let your current possessiveness towards me turn into resentment that makes you enemies. If that's the case, you might as well have chosen to leave me in the first place. It would have been better for both of us. Do you understand what I mean? His words made his meaning quite clear. You can have your little squabbles, but don't get really worked up. Neither of the women comes from a family that's easy to deal with. If things really escalate, it could become a serious matter. The two women understood and nodded slightly. With Li Han's intervention, the two women raised the truce sign. Considering that Jiang Qingli might still be feeling unwell, Li Han carried her upstairs to her room in a princess carry so she could rest a bit more. Su Yuran went back to her own home. She didn't want to see Li Han and Jiang Qingli being all lovey-dovey. Li Han helped Jiang Qingli cover herself with the blanket and prepared to go downstairs, but Jiang Qingli stopped him. Baby, stay with me a little longer. Jiang Qingli's tone was resentful, like that of a young wife who had been abandoned. Looking at her charming appearance, Li Han felt somewhat helpless. He climbed onto the bed and hugged her. Jiang Qingli smiled and turned over to hug Li Han face to face. She wanted to stretch out her long legs and clamp Li Han between them, but she suddenly stopped. In the end, he could only gently lift his calves and entangle with Li Han's legs. Her fair, delicate little feet gently touched Li Han's calves. "Baby, this is how you take care of Mu Qingyu during your first time?" Jiang Qingli wanted to compete with Mu Qingyu in everything, including things like this. Li Han was slightly taken aback, recalling his first time with Mu Qingyu. It was a dark and windy night. Well, it was just an ordinary night. Mu Qingyu suddenly suggested watching a movie she really liked, and Li Han didn't refuse. The two ate snacks and drank alcohol in the home theater, and 2 hours passed. The movie is a romance film, and although it's foreign, it's rather bland. The male and female leads only kiss at the very end of the movie. It was at that moment that Mu Qingyu's face flushed red from the alcohol, and she looked at Li Han with a dazed expression. Is Li Han a good person? That can't be it. He didn't know what Mu Qingyu meant. However, in his eyes, Mu Qingyu was sounding the charge. So he forcefully kissed her. There was resistance, as expected, but it was very weak. When he went further, Mu Qingyu showed some resistance, but it was very weak. Finally, the two naturally ended up having sex. He had intended to hold Mu Qingyu and fall asleep, but Mu Qingyu eventually dragged her tired body out of his room. The next morning, I saw Mu Qingyu with a cold expression. At the time, Li Han felt like it was a dream, because he didn't see anything unusual on Mu Qingyu's face. Still as aloof and unapproachable as ever. Li Han made her breakfast, and the two only exchanged a few words, just like usual. Later, Mu Qingyu left to work at the company and didn't come back for several days. This used to be a common occurrence. Mu Qingyu was a workaholic. She is lenient with her subordinates, but very strict with herself. If Li Han hadn't seen that plum blossom, he would have truly believed that nothing had happened between Mu Qingyu and him. After some time, Mu Qingyu and Lin Yinhua got drunk. He took care of her as usual. However, Mu Qingyu, contrary to her usual aloofness, embraced him warmly and kissed him. Now that he knows the truth, Li Han realizes that Mu Qingyu was also a lovesick woman. Only when emboldened by alcohol did she dare to boldly express her love for herself. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Looking back now, Li Han finds it quite amusing. Listening to Li Han's description, Jiang Qingli felt that she had one. So Mu Qingyu has liked you for a long time. Humph. Foolish woman, she doesn't even dare to boldly express her feelings. In this respect, I'm still better. Chapter 62. Qin Haoyu has a conspiracy. It was already afternoon when I left Jiang Qingli's house. Back at Su Yuran's home, I saw her slumped on the sofa, looking at a pile of documents. Li Han walked over, said nothing, and just quietly stayed with her. Su Yuran was initially a little angry. But slowly, her body softened, and she finally rested her head on Li Han's lap in a very comfortable position. She had taken off her coat, and her slightly thin back was leaning against the sofa, her long legs curled up. Li Han took a blanket from the side and covered her with it. Su Yuran only showed her small head, holding documents in one hand and looking at them. However, this posture is very comfortable, so it is not suitable for studying or working. Su Yuran fell asleep quickly. Before falling asleep, she held Li Han's hand tightly. Li Han was already used to it. Su Yuran's father loved her very much, and she did not lack fatherly love, but she lacked companionship. She has no mother in the past. Her older sister often took on the role of mother. However, her older sister, Su Yuyu, although only 3 years older than her, has shown exceptional business acumen since childhood. During junior high school, he was able to assist his father in managing family affairs. Later, he became increasingly busy, and although he cared deeply for his younger sister Su Yuran, he spent less and less time with her. Therefore, although Su Yuran appears happy, she secretly longs for someone to be with her. Li Han's sudden appearance filled this void. Of course, Li Han is not a substitute for anyone. He is who he is. Su Yuran longed for someone to accompany her, and that person happened to be Li Han. Therefore, she developed a strong dependence on Li Han in a very short period of time. She was even unaware that this sense of dependence was almost surpassing that of her older sister and father, but she hadn't realized it yet. Li Han gently squeezed Su Yuran's fair and slender hand. Her breath hit her hands, warm and ticklish. At this moment, I felt completely at peace and safe. Before Li Han knew it, he had also fallen into a deep sleep. However, half an hour later, his phone suddenly rang. He woke up from his sleep and answered the phone. Hey, he said softly, glancing at Su Yuran, who was still asleep. Hey, brother Han, sister-in-law was invited by Qin Haoyu to meet at a private chef's restaurant. She's been inside for a few minutes now. We're worried something might happen, so we're letting you know in advance. That's Xiao Zhan's voice. Now that the Heavenly King Society has grown stronger, Li Han instructed Xiao Zhan to send his men to keep a close eye on the movements of his 3 women. They don't need to do anything, they just need to keep an eye on things. These people are no match for the Su family's secret guards, but they are still somewhat effective at keeping an eye on people. Upon hearing news of Mu Qingyu, Li Han frowned. Qin Haoyu, he murmured. I understand. Give me the address. He knew that Qin Haoyu had ulterior motives towards Mu Qingyu. However, he never believed that the other party posed any threat to him. I don't think Mu Qingyu would have any feelings for Qin Haoyu. With her face right here, if Mu Qingyu could fall for someone else, then it would only mean that Mu Qingyu is blind. However, Mu Qingyu and Qin Haoyu had been practically strangers lately, yet they suddenly went out to eat together. Li Han didn't think this was just an ordinary meal. He experienced too much in his previous life, and now, even in this gentle embrace, his vigilance remained sharp. After hanging up the phone, he carried Su Yuran into the bedroom. Li Ran. Su Yuran did not wake up, but called out Li Han's name in her sleep. Li Han pinched her cheek, covered her with the blanket, and left the villa. 1 hour ago. Mu Qingyu is currently working at her own company. Qin Haoyu suddenly knocked on the door of her CEO's office. Upon hearing from her assistant that it was Qin Haoyu, a hint of impatience appeared on Mu Qingyu's cold and beautiful face. What's wrong with him? Mu Qingyu has recently stopped talking to her childhood friend. She believes she has made herself clear in her previous statements. From now on, the two will have no relationship whatsoever other than working together. His sudden appearance at her door today caused Mu Qingyu to frown deeply. He said it was some work-related matters, and also, about your mother. Mu Qingyu's expression grew even colder. There aren't many things in this world that can cause her emotional distress. Before, there was only one mother, now there is another, Li Han. She didn't know what Qin Haoyu was going to say, but she was also afraid that he might actually know something. Let him in. Okay. Shortly after, the assistant left the president's office, and Qin Haoyu walked in. As the door closed, a strange smile flashed across Qin Haoyu's face before he returned to normal. Qingyu, it's been a long time. I miss you so much. Actually, Before he could finish speaking, Mu Qingyu's face turned icy cold, interrupting him. There's no need to waste time on this nonsense. You're talking about my mother. What is it? Tell me. She didn't mince words and spoke coldly. A subtle, unusual glint flashed in Qin Haoyu's eyes. This woman is so beautiful. Moreover, she is extremely wealthy. Whether it's herself or the Mu family behind her. As long as I can get her, nothing will stand in my way in the future. It is about your mother, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it here. I only feel at ease in a completely private place. That secret is very important. It involves the feud between your mother and your father. I am afraid of revealing it. You know your father's methods. Qin Haoyu appeared very frightened, as if he was afraid that the secret would be exposed and could really lead to his death. Mu Qingyu looked at him, as if trying to see something in his eyes. However, Qin Haoyu's acting skills were really good, and Mu Qingyu didn't see anything. She really wanted to know why her mother was pushed down the stairs by her father. Tell me a place. Mu Qingyu said coldly. Qin Haoyu's face lit up with joy, but he quickly concealed it. He lowered his head slightly and said, a private kitchen called Jinjai Actuan is very secretive and my uncle will never know about it. Okay, go book the place and tell me the time. Qin Haoyu responded and left the president's office. As soon as he left, he revealed a smug smile. At the same time, his eyes were filled with an irrepressible desire. Mu Qingyu, this time, you can't escape. Marriage? So what? As long as I take photos of you cheating, won't I still force you to divorce me? At that time, you will only be with me. Your body and your wealth will all be mine. Qin Haoyu shouted in his heart and quickly left. He didn't notice his assistant walking past him at all. The assistant felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Qin Haoyu's expression. That's not the expression a normal person should have. So she pushed open the door and entered the CEO's office. What's wrong? Mu Qingyu asked when she saw her assistant come in. Mr. Mu, Did Qin Haoyu say something to you? His expression was off when he went out just now. He looked disgusting, the assistant said. Disgusting? Mu Qingyu frowned. Yes, it's that kind of, the face of a lecherous thief in a movie, with a smug, triumphant look. The assistant recalled Qin Haoyu's expression and said. Mu Qingyu nodded and said. I see. 10 minutes later, Qin Haoyu's message came through. He made a reservation at the restaurant. Chapter 63. Mu Qingyu is in crisis. Mu Qingyu frowned slightly. You booked the restaurant so quickly? After thinking for a moment, she finally took out a paper cutter from under her desk. Soon after, she drove to the private kitchen that Qin Haoyu had booked. Qin Haoyu wanted to go with her, but Mu Qingyu disliked other men getting into her car, especially Qin Haoyu, so she refused outright. Qin Haoyu gazed at Mu Qingyu's graceful figure, his eyes burning with lust. He gritted his teeth and snorted. In less than half an hour, let's see how arrogant you are then. In the end, he chose to drive his beat-up car to his destination. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, Mu Qingyu and Qin Haoyu entered the private room one after the other. Mu Qingyu was about to tell him to get to the point. But then a waiter came in, and Qin Haoyu quickly took the menu, saying with a fawning expression. Qingyu, is there anything you'd like to eat? It's my treat today, eat whatever you want. Look at this. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Qingyu said coldly. Do you think I need this meal from you? Get to the point, I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. She actually has time, but she won't leave it for this man. A hint of displeasure flashed in Qin Haoyu's eyes, but he still said. Qingyu, things are not that simple, and it can't be explained in a short time. How about we talk while we eat? I know what you like to eat, so I took the liberty of ordering it for you. Qin Haoyu ordered several dishes from the waiter, who then bowed and left. Mu Qingyu stared at Qin Haoyu without saying anything. Qin Haoyu gently closed the door and began to stroll around the private kitchen. This is a very elegant private kitchen, and the owner has excellent taste. Look at this artificial landscape, it's clearly the work of a master. And these top-grade incense sticks are specially imported from the island nation, with only a few thousand produced each year, making them extremely precious. Qin Haoyu introduced the items in the room to Mu Qingyu one by one. Mu Qingyu felt increasingly strange. His suspicions about Qin Haoyu grew stronger. She unconsciously gripped the paper cutter in her pocket. Hurry up and tell me about my mother, don't waste time. Mu Qingyu said coldly. Her body was tense at this moment, a state she was in when she was highly focused. Having navigated the business world for many years and encountered all sorts of things, her ability to remain unscathed today is all thanks to her meticulous attention to detail. Besides the knife in her pocket, she had also set up timed dialing and message sending on her phone before she came. Unless you manually cancel it, your phone will make calls and send messages after 5 minutes. She will delay every 5 minutes. Previously, her emergency contact was Lin Inua, but now it's Li Han. In addition, there is the Public Security Bureau. Okay, but wait a moment, I forgot to order one of the dishes. With that, Qin Haoyu ignored Mu Qingyu and left the private room alone. The door to the private room closed automatically. Mu Qingyu frowned. As of now, it's unclear what Qin Haoyu's intentions are, perhaps she's overthinking it. She relaxed a little. However, she didn't see that not far from the dining table, the burning incense stick, which smelled of pine, suddenly started burning faster. Not long after, Mu Qingyu felt a wave of discomfort. She suddenly stood up, but immediately felt weak and couldn't stand up. With a thud, he collapsed onto the sofa in the private room, his phone falling to the floor. Qin Haoyu. You really wanted to harm me. How could Mu Qingyu not know what had happened? She was weak at this moment, which was clearly due to a drug. She just didn't know when she had been drugged. Although her body was weak, she still had a little strength in her hands. She reached into her pocket, grasped the paper cutter, and pressed the blade out. Squeak! Then, the door opened. The person who came in wasn't a waiter, but Qin Haoyu. He was wearing a filter mask. Behind him was the waiter, who saw Mu Qingyu's condition and looked somewhat frightened, but that fear was quickly dispelled by Qin Haoyu's words. You did a good job. This hollow smoke is really powerful. The burning speed can be freely controlled, and the smoke spreads very quickly. I will give you 1 million after it's done. Go down and keep an eye on people for me. If anyone comes up, tell them we're talking business. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. Qin Haoyu closed the door to the private room and locked it from the inside. He slowly approached Mu Qingyu, who was slumped on the sofa, and unbuttoned his shirt. Thinking about what was about to happen, he could no longer suppress the lust in his eyes. He looked Mu Qingyu up and down, sizing her up in her business attire. Although only a section of her calf was visible, her graceful figure, fair skin, and stunning beauty stirred his desire. "Qin Haoyu, you beast! You lied to me about my mother's situation? Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything to me, as long as I'm alive, I will tear you to pieces. Don't think you can control me by using my innocence. The moment you touch me, I will cease to live. Killing you will be my only goal." Even in the face of such a predicament, Mu Qingyu remained calm and composed. She had long imagined what would happen if she were kidnapped or even humiliated. She knew she had no chance of surviving. However, anyone who dared to touch her before she died would definitely not have an easy time. That's just her personality. Upon hearing Mu Qingyu's words, Qin Haoyu was taken aback at first, then revealed a mocking smile. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that a woman like Mu Qingyu would be indifferent to her reputation. And so what if you really don't care? He brought more than just sleeping pills today. It also comes with something very addictive. That thing drove him crazy, made him wild, and almost bankrupted him. But as long as Mu Qingyu, like herself, gets infected with that stuff, from now on, I won't be short of money. Mu Qingyu has plenty of money to buy that thing. Moreover, Mu Qingyu would be at his mercy, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. Mu Qingyu, don't say such threatening things, it's useless. Today, I will show you what it means to feel like you're floating on air. You haven't seen my abilities yet, have you? Ha, I'll let you have a good time today. Qin Haoyu approached Mu Qingyu step by step, unbuttoning all the buttons on his shirt. As Qin Haoyu drew closer, Mu Qingyu knew that saying anything would be pointless. The fingers gripping the paper cutter pressed hard against the tip, trying to use the pain to make the limp feeling in his body disappear. Blood gushed out instantly, but it had no effect. She glanced at the clock on the wall again. There were 3 minutes left. In 3 minutes, her phone would automatically dial Li Han's number and the police station's number. All I need to do is stall for time. However, she suddenly realized that it would take Li Han at least 10 minutes to get here, even if she called him. By the time he arrives, the matter will probably be over. Unconsciously, a look of despair and resolve appeared in her eyes. Qin Haoyu saw the despair in her eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, Mu Qingyu, look at yourself, you're just a woman after all? What are you so smug about? From childhood to adulthood, you've always acted aloof and looked down on me. What gives you the right? You only have a good father, right? Without him, what could you have accomplished? He cursed loudly, his body only a step away from Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu felt weak all over. Her mental illness had begun to manifest. She started to panic, her body became even weaker, and her face gradually turned pale. Qin Haoyu was very fond of Mu Qingyu now. It's soft, like a doll that anyone can play with. He looked at the collar of her white shirt and reached out with both hands. He wanted to violently tear apart what was blocking him. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. A tall figure suddenly appeared. He was followed by a dozen or so figures dressed in black suits and carrying standard batons. Li Han. Mu Qingyu was overjoyed when she saw this figure. Chapter 64. 2 hours later, they came to pick him up. Li Han? Qin Haoyu turned around in horror and saw the man he hated so much. What you up to? Looking into Li Han's murderous gaze, Qin Haoyu felt a surge of fear. The killing intent emanating from Li Han at this moment was almost tangible, making Qin Haoyu feel as if he were in hell. His legs began to tremble, he lost his balance, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He didn't want it to be like this, but he simply couldn't control himself. Li Han walked closer. Some of the Heavenly King Gang's men remained at the door, standing guard, while others rushed into the private room and closed the door again. When Li Han mentioned Qin Haoyu felt the terrifying power in his hand. He wanted to say something, but Li Han was gripping his neck, and he couldn't make a sound. His throat was tightly sealed. If Li Han exerts even a little more force, he will be strangled to death. Li Han carried him to the dining table, then suddenly glanced at the still burning incense sticks not far away and said to the Heavenly King Society members around him, "Open the windows to ventilate the room." Yes. The ventilation system in the private room was turned on, and the windows were also opened. The invisible, eerie smoke that had been shrouding the room quickly disappeared. Li Han pressed Qin Haoyu's head down onto the dining table. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Because there's no need to say anything. The person in front of me. He's already dead. He placed Qin Haoyu's head on the side of the table and casually picked up a delicate bamboo chopstick. Whoosh! Thump! A whooshing sound followed by a faint impact. Ah! Ugh! A loud shout came from behind, and the underlings of the Heavenly King Society looked over and turned pale. Qin Haoyu's head was resting on the side of the table, and a chopstick pierced through both sides of his cheeks, pinning him to the solid wood dining table. The scene was extremely gruesome. Glug! The underlings of the Heavenly King Society couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw this scene. They didn't actually know Li Han. All I know is that he was specifically instructed by my elder brother to be someone who absolutely obeys his orders. Although I don't know who the other person is, they must be an important figure. Seeing his ruthless actions now, they were shocked, and at the same time, a sense of awe arose in their hearts. They prefer to submit to force and means rather than power. Li Han won them over. Look at him, Li Han said softly. Yes. A member of the Heavenly King's Society approached Qin Haoyu and carefully examined the chopstick. That's incredible. The chopsticks went straight through his left cheek and out his right, perfectly separating his upper and lower teeth, preventing him from saying a word and leaving him only able to scream. Li Han didn't want to hear what he had to say. Noisy. He quickly came to Mu Qingyu's side. He picked her up tightly and held her in his arms. Mu Qingyu, feeling weak all over, had a look of great joy and relief in her eyes, but she also suddenly felt Li Han's trembling body. Is he afraid? Mu Qingyu's eyes reddened involuntarily. Knowing that Li Han would worry about him, even if she died today, it would be worth it. However, she didn't want to die with her innocence tarnished. Because that would also be torture for Li Han. Even if she dies, she wants to leave this world cleanly. Li Han pressed Mu Qingyu's head down, making her press her whole body against his. Mu Qingyu felt incredibly relieved at this moment, and she whispered. Honey, I'm fine. He didn't touch me. Don't worry. Even though she was about to be persecuted, she still had to comfort Li Han. But she didn't feel awkward at all. In fact, she quite enjoyed the feeling of comforting Li Han. At this moment, Li Han seemed like a helpless little child, which was quite adorable. Silly girl, do you know how worried I am about you? What would I do if something really happened to you? Li Han had to admit that Mu Qingyu's position in his heart was gradually rising. When he heard the news about Mu Qingyu, his heart was instantly gripped. At that time, nothing had actually happened yet. However, he doesn't gamble, nor does he dare to gamble. So he immediately drove there, and what should have been a 10-minute drive took him only a few minutes. As for traffic violations, don't ask. 12 points are simply not enough to cover the deductions. Fortunately, he arrived in time. At the same time, people arranged by Xiaozhan also rushed over from all directions. Okay, I'm fine now, don't worry. But I feel a little weak all over. Can you hold me for a while? Mu Qingyu spoke, her voice extremely soft and charming, gentle and sweet. Li Han's heart melted upon hearing this. Of course he wouldn't refuse. He stood up, holding Mu Qingyu in his arms. With her last bit of strength, Mu Qingyu wrapped her arms around Li Han's neck. Li Han saw the knife in her hand and her bleeding fingers. He sat down again and quickly sent one of his men to find medical supplies. Soon after, Mu Qingyu's finger was bandaged, and only then did he feel relieved enough to pick her up. He looked at all his underlings and opened the door. I also saw the customers, waiters, and owner of the private kitchen. Suddenly, he saw a waiter who was trembling with fear. This person has a problem. Recalling everything that had just happened in the private room, Li Han sneered. He held Mu Qingyu in one arm and took out his phone to make a call. Hello. Help me catch 2 people, they're trying to harm my wife. I've been very busy lately. The Wang family's son has gone missing, and the whole city is searching for him. Want to solve a major case? I'll give you one, how about it? What? Contraband. Where? Jinjiaxuan private kitchen. Wait for me. Li Han carried Mu Qingyu downstairs, and no one dared to speak along the way. The guests, sensing Li Han's aura, all fell silent. The boss didn't dare to argue at all. So what if you kick down a door? It's nothing. If this guy, who looks like a gangster boss, were to target me, would I even have a chance of survival? Li Han placed Mu Qingyu in the passenger seat of her car and covered her with his coat. As he watched her face slowly regain its color, Li Han lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Rest for a while, I'll take you home in a bit. Yes, honey, be careful. Li Han gently stroked her cheek and closed the car door. Soon after, Zhou Ping arrived with a team of security officers. Hello, what's wrong? Zhou Ping quickly stepped forward and asked Li Han. He spoke very politely, as if the two of them had no relationship whatsoever. Only the two of them knew about their collaboration. In public, Zhou Ping didn't want others to think that he and Li Han were very close. Li Han briefly recounted what had happened. Zhou Ping's face immediately darkened. As a man, what I find most abhorrent is someone using drugs to harm women. If the other party had any ability, they wouldn't have resorted to such disgusting tactics. Soon, Zhou Ping personally arrested Qin Haoyu and the waiter, and also took away the evidence from the scene. Just after Zhou Ping got into the car and left, he received a message from Li Han on his phone. They both went through the water at your police station, and were released without charge 2 hours later. I'll handle it myself. Zhou Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this guy really that bold? I'm a deputy director, after all, but this guy's tone makes it sound like he's going to deal with these two people on his own? I'm a sheriff, he replied. Oh. So you're saying you're a good sheriff? That's good. There are always people willing to pay any price to climb the ranks. Zhou Ping frowned, a hint of displeasure rising in his heart. Li Han is threatening him. He sat in the car, thinking for a long time. Final reply. Come pick them up in 2 hours. Chapter 65 Qin Haoyu's Eve of Death. Li Han put away his phone. Looking at Mu Qingyu, who was fast asleep in the passenger seat, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He could tell what kind of person Zhou Ping was from their first meeting. He is a righteous person. However, the justice he pursues is substantive justice. In other words, as long as the result is correct, he doesn't care what means were used in the process. He does not pursue absolute justice in order to achieve his goals, he is willing to immerse himself in darkness. Li Han noticed this immediately. He didn't look down on the other person, on the contrary, he admired him. Compared to those who are purely good, such people can go further and have a greater impact. He is also willing to cooperate with this kind of person. Therefore, he was certain that the other party would not refuse his words. Compared to the minor dereliction of duty in releasing two villains, Zhou Ping was well aware of the relative importance of cracking a contraband case. To Li Han's surprise, the other party seemed to trust him a lot. That makes sense, considering that I am very close to the Su family, and they probably think I will definitely have the Su family's help. Li Han drove Mu Qingyu home. He picked up the sleeping Mu Qingyu in his arms and slowly walked into the villa. He held her very gently and walked very slowly. I was afraid of waking up this sleeping beauty. But he knew that Mu Qingyu still had drug residue in her body, so even if he moved her a little too much, she wouldn't wake up. She didn't even feel anything when doing certain shady things. However, he still held her carefully, as if she were a precious treasure. It might not have been obvious before, but today, he has come to a profound understanding of his own thoughts. He cares a lot about this woman. Li Han carried the delicate beauty as they slowly walked upstairs. They arrived at her room and gently placed her on the bed. Take off the business suit that was restricting her and cover her with a blanket. Li Han, husband. In her dream, Mu Qingyu murmured softly. Li Han held her hand, a gentle smile on his face. This woman. He lowered his head, his face almost touching Mu Qingyu's. Their breaths mingled, warm and tender. It is also oxygen deficient. I'm here, Li Han said softly. In her dream, Mu Qingyu seemed to receive a response, letting out a soft, sweet reply. Her stunningly beautiful face was also tinged with a captivating blush. This scene is a kind of charm that no other man will ever see in his life. She only dared to show her true colors in front of Li Han. The kind of drug Qin Haoyu used wasn't actually very effective at intoxicating people. Mu Qingyu can stay conscious as long as she wants. But the fact that Mu Qingyu dared to fall asleep in this state meant that she knew Li Han was beside her. This is the most reassuring moment in the world. She fell asleep without a care in the world. When Mu Qingyu opened her eyes again, it was more than 2 hours later. In the dim light, she felt as if she were embracing something, a burning body. Her eyes widened suddenly, and her heart tightened. A feeling called despair welled up in my heart. Could it be? I was really. In her dazed state upon waking, she forgot what had happened before she fell asleep and wondered what Qin Haoyu had done to her. Just as she was in despair, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. That familiar, comforting scent. That hot yet incredibly strong body. That slightly warm breath. The large, broad hand resting on his waist. She remembered, and then felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. She embraced that burning hot body. "Husband," she murmured softly. "I'm here." A familiar, magnetic voice rang out, causing Mu Qingyu to pause, and then her eyes reddened. She hugged Li Han even tighter. "Husband, husband." She called out Li Han's name again and again. I'm here." Li Han responded to her voice again and again. The two of them shouted like children playing a bouncing game. Mu Qingyu only stopped after repeating it dozens of times. Just as Li Han was about to say something, Mu Qingyu raised her head and sealed Li Han's lips with her cool lips. Everything is self-evident. An hour and a half later, Mu Qingyu collapsed into Li Han's arms. "Husband, Xin Haoyu lied to me." Mu Qingyu took off her clothes, and with them, her aloofness vanished, leaving her looking like a pitiful little victim. "He's a bad guy, don't be angry, don't be angry." Li Han patted Mu Qingyu's beautiful back as if coaxing a child. Mu Qingyu wrapped her arms around Li Han's waist, and his sexy, muscular waist completely captivated her. She had become obsessed with Li Han's waist after having sex with him several times. It is said that a woman's waist is a deadly weapon. However, in a woman's eyes, a man's sexy waist is also very attractive. Yes, he's wicked. He actually used my mother's story to lie to me. And I clearly felt something was wrong, but I still couldn't suppress the impulse in my heart. I want to know, what exactly happened between my mother and father back then? But I was so stupid, I actually believed him. As Mu Qingyu spoke, her voice lowered. Her soft, delicate voice stirred a pang of pity in Li Han's heart. He hugged Mu Qingyu even tighter. At this moment, the two were only covered by a quilt, and under the quilt, they were completely naked with each other. Mu Qingyu's slender and exquisite body was now wrapped tightly around Li Han like an octopus, with no gap between them. Li Han gently patted her back and said, "It's all Qin Haoyu's fault, it has nothing to do with you. Don't take on everything yourself. That's tiring." Mu Qingyu nodded, "Yes, husband, from now on I won't trust anyone but you." The two whispered to each other for a long time, and Mu Qingyu felt sleepy again. After she fell asleep again, Li Han left the villa. He drove his car further and further away. After driving for more than an hour, we had left the northern part of the city and arrived at a remote mountainous area about 70 or 80 kilometers away. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw several members of the Heavenly King Society, dressed in suits, standing there. Soon after, Xiao Zhan ran over quickly. "Brother Han." Xiao Zhan approached Li Han and bowed. Li Han nodded and glanced at his underlings. "Are they all trustworthy?" Xiao Zhan replied, "There are 12 people in total. They have all undergone rigorous testing and are all trustworthy brothers. Only they know the relationship between you and me." Li Han nodded. His relationship with the Heavenly King Society has not been exposed so far. The group of people who went with him to rescue Mu Qingyu were seen by outsiders as just security personnel hired by Li Han, and had no connection with the Heavenly King Society. Although those people knew that Xiao Zhan respected Li Han very much, they only regarded Li Han as an important figure, not someone directly connected with the Heavenly King Society. Xiao Zhan led Li Han deeper into the mountainous area. On the way, Li Han saw Zhao Chong and nodded to him. Zhao Chong nodded in response. Soon after, they entered the ruins of a deserted village deep in the mountains. The villagers here moved away collectively many years ago due to the merger of villages and towns. He arrived inside a dilapidated red brick house. At this moment, two figures were hanging upside down from the roof beam. It was Qin Haoyu and the waiter who had been released just over an hour ago. The two of them had their mouths covered and their eyes blindfolded. The bloodstains from the two holes on Qin Haoyu's cheeks had dried. They made whimpering sounds in terror, but no one answered them. Li Han didn't say anything. He disliked wasting time talking to people who were about to die. "Is the pit dug yet?" Li Han asked Xiao Zhan. "It's done digging. Hang it in." Chapter 66 Secrets. Ugh. 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 Qin Haoyu and the waiter heard the conversation. That calm tone sounded like a thunderclap to them. When they left the police station, they thought the matter was over. Qin Haoyu, in particular, thought that his father had found out the news and found a way to bail him out. But they hadn't gone far from the police station when they were kidnapped, put into a van, blindfolded, gagged, and taken to an unknown place. They can't see, they can't speak, but they can clearly hear the sounds around them. Night had fallen, and strange noises echoed from the mountains. The only thing that couldn't be heard was the sound of human voices. In this absolute darkness, fear spread, and trembling seeped from the very marrow of their bones. The unknown horrors were slowly gnawing at their minds. After what seemed like an eternity, the sound of a door opening and voices finally came. However, the content of the conversation. Dig a hole? Hang him up? Is there even a question? It's clearly a case of murder to silence them. Qin Haoyu was filled with remorse. How could I have done something so foolish? Even without Li Han, if the incident had actually happened, what about Mu Qingyu's father, Mu Tianhua? Despite his usual kind demeanor, he was a complete doting father to his daughter. Although Mu Qingyu was unwilling to talk to him because of past events, Mu Tianhua never uttered a single complaint, only loving his daughter wholeheartedly. If he knew that he had actually attempted to, Qin Haoyu simply couldn't imagine how the other party would react. But what's the use of regretting it? He had been driven to the brink and had no choice but to do this. At this moment, Li Han's voice rang out again. Wait a moment, I have something to ask him. As soon as he finished speaking, the gag in Qin Haoyu's mouth was removed. The sudden relief made him burst into tears. Li Han. I was wrong, Li Han. I didn't do anything to Mu Qingyu, really. It's all a misunderstanding today, it's all this waiter's fault, he's trying to harm me. Let me go, I promise to leave Beicheng and never appear in front of you and Mu Qingyu again. Snap. A resounding slap interrupted him, and a henchman from the Heavenly King Society shouted menacingly. Shut up. Li Han glanced at the underling with a hint of appreciation. He remembered this person. It was the young man who had confronted Wang Heng at the Qingyun Entertainment Club last time. What's your name? The young man immediately bowed to Li Han. Brother Han, my name is Han Ming. Han Ming's attitude was extremely respectful. Those whom Xiao Zhan had brought here were all his trusted confidants. Although Xiao Zhan had not said it explicitly, Han Ming had already vaguely guessed some of the inside story. Han Ming had already noticed the mysterious figure who occasionally appeared during previous territorial disputes. Now, Li Han's figure roughly matched the person in his memory. He knew perfectly well what to ask and what to keep to himself. Li Han didn't say anything more, but just patted him on the shoulder. Han Ming was flattered and became even more respectful. Li Han walked up to Qin Haoyu, looked down at his disheveled appearance, and felt no emotion whatsoever. He had suffered enough for compassion in his past life and had long since abandoned it. Qin Haoyu, you said you know about what happened to Qingyu's mother back then, tell me. Qin Haoyu seemed to have grasped at a lifeline, his voice trembling with excitement. I'll talk. But if I do, will you let me go? I swear I'll never bother you and Mu Qingyu again. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die. If he had known that Li Han was such a terrifying person, he would never have made a move on Mu Qingyu. Li Han's methods at this moment are even worse than the insults he suffered from gangsters abroad. But back then, those people were just playing around, while Li Han clearly wanted him dead. Li Han's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable chill. You have no right to negotiate. Besides, I'm not that interested in knowing. After saying that, he turned to leave. He wasn't really interested in Mu Qingyu's mother's past. Mu Tianhua, that old man, must know the inside story. If Mu Tianhua was truly at fault back then, it's understandable that Mu Qingyu hates him. If not, why doesn't he explain to his daughter? Mu Tianhua has his reasons. Therefore, Li Han does not intend to get involved. No. Don't go. I'll talk. I'll tell you right now. Qin Haoyu's voice trembled with sobs, pleading pitifully. I only beg you, please don't torture me. He burst into tears. At this moment, no amount of regret could change anything. Li Han's mind was made up, and he was absolutely determined to kill. He had thought the man was just an insignificant nobody, but he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. He was utterly desperate. If he was destined to die, he only wanted a quick death. Li Han paused, turned his head, and waited for what was to come. I don't know much either. But my father knew some of the inside story. He told me some strange things. Back then, Mu Tianhua expanded his overseas projects and stayed abroad for 2 years. During those 2 years, he was almost never home, and his wife stayed in China alone. For a period of time, she used the excuse of traveling to go away for more than a year. My dad said that she was a completely different person when she came back. Once when my dad visited her, he noticed that she looked unusual and very weak. And she always secretly takes out her phone to look at something, and she'll smile as she looks at it. My dad glanced at it by chance and there was a baby on the screen. He was very shocked at the time, but he didn't tell Mu Tianhua about it. So, this secret was only known to him and me. That's all I know. After listening, Li Han had a general understanding of the situation. Mu Qingyu's mother may have had a child with someone else back then. His lips curled slightly, and his expression turned cold. It turns out that the mother Mu Qingyu so deeply misses may have a less than honorable past. Of course, it's also possible that it was all a misunderstanding. That baby might just be a relative's child, whom she simply adored. But if it's true, this must never be told to Mu Qingyu. Having been married to her for 3 years, Li Hantai knew very well how important his mother was to her. If she knew that her beloved mother had a child with another man, thus gaining a younger brother or sister out of nowhere, it would probably cause her more pain than killing her. Li Han suddenly understood Mu Tianhua. Only someone who deeply loves their daughter would silently bear all of this for so many years, even if it means being hated by her. Mu Tianhua knew better than anyone that his daughter's pillar of support was her mother. If that pillar collapsed, Mu Qingyu could very well develop more serious psychological problems, or even lose the will to live. Li Han nodded slightly, deciding to keep the matter to himself and not tell Mu Qingyu. He looked at Qin Haoyu, whose face was ashen, and spoke softly. Although I have no intention of using your information for any transactions. But after all, you've given me some useful information. Originally, I wanted you to die a horrible death. Now, let's change it to generally terrible. Chapter 67 Old Foodie Mu Qingyu. Outside the northern part of the city, in an abandoned village. Beicheng is located in a northern city, and its winters are quite cold. In the old days, farmers liked to build cellars to store food for the winter. Now, in front of an abandoned cellar that can only be entered by one person at a time, Qin Haoyu and the waiter are kneeling on the ground. Li Han looked at the two of them, his expression unchanged. Compared to other top underground leaders, he wasn't exactly ruthless. However, they also have their own bottom lines. Don't touch him, and everything will be fine. But touching him is tantamount to declaring war on him. Death is the only solution. Either he dies, or the other party dies. Throw it in, Li Han said softly. Xiao Zhan nodded, turned around and gave a few instructions to his two underlings, after which the two were kicked off the stage. Brother Han, should we put those things in? Xiao Zhan stood in front of Li Han and said. In fact, this was his first time killing someone, but he knew it would definitely not be the only time. He knew it from the day he agreed to Li Han's request. He also knew that if today's events were exposed, the culprit would be. It can only be myself. Li Han has nothing to do with this matter. He also told these things to his 12 other close associates and promised them many benefits. For example, a large amount of money and security for family members. Many of those who are involved in organized crime come from less privileged backgrounds. A father addicted to alcohol or gambling, a disabled mother, younger siblings in school, and a helpless man. That's practically their norm. However, many people actually yearn for a complete family. The father changed his bad habits, the mother was taken care of, and the younger siblings were admitted to good schools. Xiao Zhan agreed to all of these, and they have already yielded real results. Therefore, they are willing to risk their lives for Xiao Zhan at this moment. They shared the same feelings as Xiao Zhan regarding today's events. Once the truth comes out, they will be the ones who did all of this, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Zhan. Li Han glanced at a black box not far away and said. No. Promise him, let him die a less gruesome death. You decide what to do. With that, Li Han took a step forward, preparing to leave. Xiao Zhan gave a few instructions to his trusted men and then followed them. Brother Han, your wife was almost killed by that kid, just like that? If you ask me, we should continue with the previous plan, release all those rats, and let them eat themselves to death. Let him experience what pain is. Xiao Zhan said fiercely. Li Han chuckled softly. He wasn't offended by Xiao Zhan's ruthlessness. Those who are involved in the underworld should have this ruthlessness. That's good enough. I was angry at the time. Make sure to clean things up afterwards. This is your first time, right? Li Han turned around and looked at him. Xiao Zhan nodded, his expression grave. I knew this day would come, and he looked up at Li Han, his face full of respect. I am willing to do these things for you. Li Han patted him on the shoulder and said approvingly. I knew I was right about you. But if you handle it properly, none of these are problems. What you need to do next is to prolong the dates of their deaths and make it look like an accidental death so that their families won't find out. I won't teach you these things, you can figure them out yourself. Next, I need you to do something else. When you expand the Heavenly King Society, keep an eye out for information about contraband in the underground of the North City. As he was speaking, something suddenly occurred to him. Especially the Platinum Club, or the properties under the Su family. Xiao Zhan nodded and said solemnly. Okay, Brother Han. Brother Han, what are you going to do? A strange light flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Li Han taught him many operational methods in the gray industry, which have recently begun to show results, and he will soon reap huge profits. In this situation, contraband can be completely avoided. Li Han saw through his thoughts and smiled. You think I'm going to touch that thing? You still don't understand me. The reason I didn't let you touch it in the first place was because I personally hated this stuff. I asked you to investigate because I owe someone a promise. If this matter is clarified, the Heavenly King Society will. He didn't continue speaking, but just looked up at the sky, which was dark and looked like it was about to rain. When there are dark clouds, it will rain. When it rains, you need an umbrella. Those without umbrellas are destined to get soaked. As he spoke, he walked to the car, waved goodbye to Xiao Zhan. Watching Li Han drive away, Xiao Zhan's expression turned solemn. Li Han's last words made his meaning quite clear. Therefore, he must handle this matter well. At the same time, he held Li Han in even higher esteem. Li Han is paving the way for him. Whether he can succeed depends on himself. After Li Han left, he drove back to Mu Qingyu's villa. I pushed open the door and saw that she was still fast asleep. Her delicate body was covered by a thin blanket, which outlined her perfect figure. After closing the door, Li Han went to the guest room and took a shower to wash away the bad luck. Once the dampness on his body had dissipated, he returned to Mu Qingyu's side. As soon as he crawled into bed, Mu Qingyu seemed to activate a special ability, automatically seeking out enemies and clinging to him. At this moment, she was completely naked, and Li Han was only wearing a pair of shorts. Feeling the smooth skin of his woman, Li Han gently embraced her. In the dim light, he stared at Mu Qingyu's smiling face. Some things are better left unknown. It's good to just be happy like this. It's tough on that old man, he might be misunderstood by his daughter for the rest of his life. If Mu Tianhua knew what he was thinking, he would probably become sworn brothers with Li Han on the spot. A true friend. Nothing was said that night. Li Han woke up early as usual. Mu Qingyu also had a good night's sleep. She already had a lot of work to do these days, but this accident actually gave her a good night's sleep. At this moment, she lay in Li Han's arms, feeling incredibly happy. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes this morning was the face of the man she loved most in her life, and he was looking at her so tenderly. There is probably no happier time in the world than this. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. Neither of them felt sleepy anymore. However, Mu Qingyu didn't want to get out of bed. She squirmed in Li Han's arms, greedily inhaling the man's scent. Li Han doesn't wear perfume, and due to his health-preserving martial arts, he doesn't have any unpleasant odor. However, it exudes a unique aura. Li Han's women all liked him very much. Zhang Qingli also liked to inhale his scent in large gulps. She looked exactly like a lovesick woman. At this moment, Mu Qingyu was also. Her little face was slightly flushed, and her cute little nose twitched. She was absolutely adorable. What are you doing? Li Han asked with a doting smile. It smells so good. Tell me, did you give me some kind of love potion? Why do I like you so much? Mu Qingyu lay on top of him, the blanket covering her back. Her little head bobbed back and forth between Li Han's left and right collarbones. Li Han smiled slightly but did not answer. Mu Qingyu was still playing when Li Han finally couldn't resist any longer, a smile flashing in his eyes. So you've got a lot of free time, huh? Mu Qingyu looked up and met his gaze. We've been married for so long, how could we not understand? Her face flushed instantly, and before she could say anything, she couldn't utter a word. The best time to plan for the day is in the morning. Chapter 68. Su Yuran is angered. The morning exercise is over. Li Han and Mu Qingyu took a shower together. Originally, Mu Qingyu couldn't accept this, but now she finds everything she does with Li Han so interesting. Even though her face was already frighteningly red, she did not refuse. The two lingered in the bathtub for a long time before finally getting up and leaving the bathroom. After breakfast, Mu Qingyu reluctantly drove to work. The woman who used to be so focused on her work found herself becoming homesick without even realizing it. Or rather, being attached to someone in the family. After leaving Mu Qingyu's place, Li Han originally intended to go find Jiang Qingli. But she wasn't at home instead, she went to the company early in the morning. Since her last conflict with her father, Jiang Yunfan, she has begun to remove the Jiang Group and Jiang Yunfan's investments from her company one by one. From now on, her company will not be manipulated by anyone. Even if doing so would cause the company to suffer significant losses, she didn't care at all. Mu Qingyu was able to achieve what she has today through her own efforts, and so can she. Li Han discovered that all of his women were indeed ambitious. Even Su Yuran is not a rich second generation who just loafs around and does nothing. She is actually quite capable, but because she has a powerful older sister, many things she does well seem insignificant under Su Yuyu's halo. Su Yuran got used to it and never resented her sister. She even idolized her older sister. She's overjoyed to have such an amazing older sister. There's also Lin Yinhua, although the two haven't seen each other since that intimate day. However, Li Han also tacitly acknowledged that the other party was one of his women. Lin Yinhua is also very capable. Her family is a family of officials, but she became an associate professor at a young age by virtue of her own abilities and led her students to win various awards. Compared to them, Li Han felt like a good-for-nothing who was just wasting his life. Then I thought, so many women are willing to support me, so I guess I can be a bit useless. Good looks are the primary driving force. Anyone who disagrees should keep quiet. When Li Han arrived at Su Yuran's home, he saw her wearing loose pajamas, nestled on the sofa, studying intently. Li Han has been going out a lot lately, and she's been bored, so she's been studying non-stop. She used to love extreme sports, but now she feels that doing them alone is meaningless. She wanted to be with Li Han. When she saw Li Han return, a hint of reproach flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by immense joy. Li Han slowly walked over, and Su Yuran knelt on the sofa, stretching out her hands and raising them high. It looks like a kitten begging for a hug from its owner, it's so cute. Li Han smiled slightly, quickened his pace, and came closer to hug Su Yuran. He lay back on the sofa and placed Su Yuran in his arms. Su Yuran lay on top of Li Han, her hands pressed against his chest, and said in a soft voice, "Master Li, you finally decided to come home? How was your time out? How many beautiful women did you spend the night with?" Listening to her imitate the voices from old TV dramas, with exaggerated expressions, Li Han didn't find it pretentious, he just thought it was cute. He gave her a quick kiss on her pink lips, just as she was about to say something. Snort. Su Yuran gave a soft snort. She appeared angry on the surface, but the joy in her eyes was already impossible to hide. "How about we spend the night together?" Li Han looked at the other person's face and casually pinched her earlobe with his right hand. Su Yuran's ears are very pretty, pink and tender, chubby and very round and cute. "I don't want to, you big scoundrel." Su Yuran declined Li Han's invitation to start a game. But her face betrayed her. The blush that quickly spread to her forehead and her rapidly beating heart indicated that although she was refusing, her mind wasn't entirely innocent. Li Han stopped teasing her and gently placed her beside him. There was a small space between the edge of the sofa and Li Han, and Su Yuran was nestled in it. She felt incredibly comfortable and instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Han's waist. For some reason, she always felt sleepy when she was with Li Han. "I just want to sleep on him." Just as her eyelids were drooping, her phone rang. She mumbled, "Li Han, cell phone." Li Han reached out, took her phone, and handed it to her. Su Yuran unlocked her phone and glanced at the messages. His previously dazed eyes immediately cleared. Her complexion grew increasingly grim. She was fuming and clenching her teeth. This time, unlike her previous feigned anger, she was genuinely angry. She muttered, "You defeated opponent, how dare you provoke me? You overestimate yourself." Her slender fingers typed quickly on the phone, but then she deleted all the words just as quickly. She made a voice call directly to the other party. "Mengya, don't think you're invincible just because you broke my record by chance. You can't do it, you know that? 6 seconds is your limit, not mine. If I want to, I can break any record. Fine, I'll come find you right now. Who's getting impatient? Who's getting impatient? Shut up." Li Han rarely saw Su Yuran like this. It seems that some kind of record has been broken by someone else. Moreover, that person was her mortal enemy. The two exchanged warm and friendly greetings over the phone before finally hanging up. Su Yuran sat up and looked at Li Han. Her angry and arrogant expression disappeared, and she turned into a pitiful and wronged look. Li Han patted her head and said, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Su Yuran said defiantly. "My speed climbing record at a climbing gym was broken by an idiot. She sent me a WeChat message mocking me. I refuse to accept this. I'm going to take back the record." Seeing her serious expression, Li Han said, "Then go and get it back. Come with me." Su Yuran's eyes were filled with hope. "Of course." Li Han stood up. "Go change your clothes. I'll go with you." Upon hearing Li Han's reply, Su Yuran was instantly overjoyed. He gave Li Han a quick kiss on the cheek and went back to his room to change his clothes. She left the room in less than 10 minutes. She changed into a light blue, loose-fitting plum blossom tracksuit. Since moving in with Li Han, she rarely wears tight clothes outside. Her favorite shark trousers are usually only worn at home. Li Han noticed this as well, but didn't say anything, though he felt a little touched. Su Yuran's idea was to take care of this scumbag. Li Han couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He could only repay him with a few more kisses. Shortly afterward, the two left the villa together. Li Han drove straight to his destination. More than half an hour later, they arrived at a huge venue called Rock Climbing Club. The venue is enormous, at least the size of a standard football field, with a ceiling height of over 40 meters. It includes all types of rock climbing, such as bouldering, difficulty climbing, and speed climbing. Li Han simply followed Su Yuran, showing no interest in any of this. Soon after, Su Yuran led him to the speed climbing area. At the foot of the 15-meter-high climbing wall, many people gathered to take on the challenge. As soon as Su Yuran arrived, she saw a woman wearing tight-fitting sportswear walking over. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su, the one whose record I just broke?" The woman was about the same age as Su Yuran. She is of above-average looks and could be considered a pretty girl. A man was also following her at this time. He was muscular and wore a tight t-shirt and athletic shorts, revealing his well-defined thigh muscles. Su Yuran didn't look at the man once from beginning to end. Big guy, really ugly. However, the woman who was talking to Su Yuran kept looking Li Han up and down, her eyes gleaming, which made Su Yuran's heart tighten. She quickly grabbed Su Yuran's arm. "This is my boyfriend, Li Han." "Mengya, don't be so arrogant. Today, I'm here to break your record." Chapter 69 Climbing Competition. The woman known as Mengya almost never took her eyes off Li Han. But she still responded. "Stop bragging. How long has it been since you competed with us? After so long, your body must have become stiff by now, right? You think you can break my record? Dream on." Su Yuran stood in front of the rock wall, holding Li Han's arm, a confident smile playing on her lips. She didn't turn around, but her voice carried clearly throughout the entire climbing gym. "Want to have a match right here? Let's have a competition then." Mengya finally looked away from Li Han. "But just competing isn't very interesting. How about we bet on something?" Su Yuran looked at Mengya with a furrowed brow. She was becoming increasingly annoyed with Mengya. The woman just now stared at Li Han so intently that her eyes almost popped out. "What do you want to bet on?" Su Yuran asked. Mengya laughed, a laugh filled with undisguised provocation. "If you lose, you have to make him have a meal with me." She stretched out her arm and pointed at Li Han. Li Han tilted his head slightly, revealing a smile. Mengya's heart pounded as she looked at him. Li Han was already handsome enough, but now that roguish smile on his face, Mengya felt like she was going crazy. How can this guy be so handsome? Is Su Yuran eating that well? No wonder we haven't seen her participating in any extreme sports lately. So that's why they were hiding a Han Chinese in a golden house. Su Yuran was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of anger welled up on her face. Another woman committing a crime. What's wrong with these women? Haven't they ever eaten anything good before? Although Li Han might be the best. But to bring up this bet in front of oneself, isn't that taking oneself too lightly? You're dreaming. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, you wicked woman. Besides, Li Han has his own ideas, and I have no right to make decisions for him. Su Yuran gripped Li Han's arm even tighter, as if afraid that Li Han would be kidnapped. Mengya looked at Li Han, as if asking for his opinion. Li Han said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of eating with strangers." Su Yuran felt great, extremely great. Li Han's refusal was good. However, his words are somewhat unreliable. Do you not have the habit of eating with strangers? She and Li Han hugged and kissed the first time they met, and they made out on the second time. Then let us try another one. Mengya took a few steps closer and said to Su Yuran, "How about I give you his WeChat ID? Let us be friends. Is that alright?" Su Yuran remained silent and looked at Li Han. Li Han raised an eyebrow, letting her make the decision herself. Anyway, whether the other party adds you on WeChat or not is up to them. And what if you lose? Su Yuran replied. I lost. I wrote on my Weibo homepage, Mengya will never be as good as Su Yuran, and pinned it to the top for a year. Mengya looked at Su Yuran provocatively. Su Yuran was stunned. My goodness, are they playing this big? She and Mengya were actually childhood friends. From childhood to adulthood, the two have been openly and secretly competing, always trying to outdo each other in everything. At this point, Mengya's bet could be described as a huge investment. Okay. Su Yuran nodded. The bet is settled. The rock face was quickly cleared, and the two chose the same track to compete. It's 15 meters high, let's see who can finish in the shortest time. The timer reset to 0, and the two put on their gear. Mengya took off her coat, revealing a tight sports vest and smooth muscle lines. She did several stretches, each movement full of power. Su Yuran's approach was much simpler. She merely jumped twice in place and rotated her ankles. Su Yuran is very confident. During this period of learning health-preserving boxing from Li Han, although her progress was not as exaggerated as Li Han's, she had gradually felt the presence of that scorching aura and felt her physique changing day by day. The two decided their order of appearance by playing rock paper scissors, with Mengya going first. Mengya gave Su Yuran a provocative look. Attached the safety rope to the equipment. The staff member on the other side was holding an instrument. Are you ready? Good. Mengya assumed a ready position. After the staff saw that she was ready, they waited a moment and then pressed the timer in their hand. At the same time, the timer screen at the top of the climbing wall also started scrolling. Mengya climbed the rock face like a cheetah. Her initial steps were incredibly swift, and she completed the first 3 rock holds in one go. She walked on the 15-meter wall as if it were flat ground, and quickly reached the highest point. He stretched out his arm and slapped the timer. Snap. 5.95 seconds. Mengya landed slowly, and looking at her score, she smiled with satisfaction. It improved by another 0.02 seconds. After landing, she looked at Su Yuran provocatively once again. Su Yuran didn't say anything and took the safety rope. He grabbed a handful of non-slip magnesium powder and nodded to the staff. Start. At the command, Su Yuran also rushed out. If Mengya is a cheetah, then Su Yuran is a peregrine falcon. Lightweight, yet faster. Every movement she made was graceful and effortless, as light and pleasing to the eye as a butterfly in flight. The rock climbing enthusiasts watching below were stunned. So cool, so beautiful. Soon, Su Yuran also reached her peak. Seeing that the time was still ticking, she deliberately paused for a moment before stopping the timer. Bite. The timer's beeping sound pierced the air as it stopped. 5.87 seconds. A new record has been set. Su Yuran landed slowly, removed the safety rope, and came to Li Han's side. With its little head held high and a proud look on its face, it seemed to be saying, "See, am I amazing?" Li Han pinched her rosy cheeks and praised, "My Yuran is the best." This was the first time Su Yuran had shown such intimate behavior with Li Han in public. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, but she was very happy. She turned her head and looked at Mengya. How is this possible? Mengya murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Su Yuran took the towel Li Han handed her and quickly wiped her hands. Not everyone has talent. Su Yuran made a boastful remark that Li Han found somewhat amusing. Mengya lowered her head slightly, her face full of resentment, but she had to admit that she had lost completely. 5.87 seconds. She doesn't know how many more times she'll have to try to achieve this result. Su Yuran, however, accomplished it with remarkable ease. Just then, the burly man who had been standing behind Mengya stepped out. His name is Chen Feng, an instructor at this climbing gym, and also a suitor of Mengya. His face was ashen. He clearly couldn't accept that the woman he admired had been thwarted in front of everyone. "Kid, want to have a match with me?" Chen Feng deliberately amplified his voice, but his gaze was fixed on Li Han. The room fell silent for a moment. Mengya looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What does it have to do with him what this guy does? But she didn't know. Chen Feng's current actions have two intentions. Firstly, he wanted to please her. Secondly, he wanted to show off his masculine charm in front of Su Yuran. Just like Mengya was attracted to Li Han, he was deeply attracted to Su Yuran at first sight. Although Su Yuran was wearing loose sportswear, her stunning beauty and slender figure captivated him. In his understanding, women would definitely be attracted to a strong masculine presence. And I am a powerful man. Li Han looked at him helplessly. How did the fire end up on me? Su Yuran, who was standing to the side, pulled him along and said in a sweet voice. Ignore him, he's all muscle and has no idea what he's thinking. Chen Feng, are you being polite? Can you two please not speak so loudly? I'm still here. His face darkened, and he said to Li Han again. Are you even a man? If you are, then have a contest with me. Li Han chuckled softly. Sure, but they all have bets, so we should bet something too, right? Li Han asked, his voice calm and even. Chen Feng laughed, a laugh filled with undisguised contempt. If I win, you have to run 10 laps around the stadium while shouting, I am Greyhound. Unlike the bet between the two women. Chen Feng went there specifically to humiliate people. Li Han nodded, okay. Li Han. Su Yuran's face darkened, and she was about to get angry, but Li Han pulled her back. He turned to look at her, his eyes gentle. It's nothing. Chen Feng was taken aback by his quick agreement, then burst into laughter. Good. You've got guts. Let's start now. Chapter 70 Score Control. Chen Feng and Li Han decided to go first by playing rock paper scissors. At this moment, his hands were covered with white magnesium powder. He put on his equipment and safety rope, held up 2 fingers of his right hand in front of his eyes, and then held them up to Li Han. The meaning is obvious. Kid, watch carefully and learn well. Li Han remained non-committal, simply watching him quietly. Soon, Chen Feng began rock climbing. He was very fast, but because the difference was only in milliseconds, most people couldn't tell that he was much faster than Mengya or Su Yuran. But when he pressed the timer, the striking red lettering gave them the answer. 5.81 seconds. Chen Feng slowly descended, looking at the red numbers. 5.81 seconds. This is the result he achieved after giving it his all, even exceeding his usual performance. It's 0.06 seconds faster than Su Yuran's recent record of 5.87 seconds. He was physically very large and not suited for rock climbing. He only accompanied Mengya on the climb to win her over. He even went so far as to obtain a climbing instructor's license. However, although he couldn't compare to those professionals, he was confident he could crush Li Han. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving, and a victorious smile crept onto his lips. After landing, he turned around and looked at Li Han, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and provocation. Your turn. Chen Feng's voice was loud, hoarse from panting. Kid, admit defeat now, and I might consider having the 10 laps. You just need to run 5 laps around the stadium and shout, I'm a Greyhound. Some low murmurs arose inside the building. 5.81 seconds, which is close to the minimum level of professional athletes, and is definitely top-notch among amateur enthusiasts. Can that handsome guy, who doesn't look particularly strong, handle it? Mengya frowned slightly. Although she was unhappy that Chen Feng had stepped forward, she had to admit that the achievement was indeed amazing. She looked at Li Han with a complicated expression. Su Yuran, however, wasn't worried at all. She held onto Li Han's arm and muttered softly. What are you showing off for, Li Han? Crush him. Li Han gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. He walked to the rock wall and, instead of doing an exaggerated warm-up like Chen Feng, simply looked up at the route and stretched his wrists and ankles. This behavior is exactly the same as Su Yuran's. There's an old saying that goes, you can't sleep in 2 kinds of people in one bed. Although the 2 didn't go all the way, they often cuddled and slept together, which fits the saying. Pretending to be something you're not. Chen Feng scoffed. Li Han quickly put on his gear. The timer is reset to 0. Li Han made a move. The moment he started climbing, his movements weren't as explosively powerful as Chen Feng's. Instead, they seemed somewhat casual. But it is precisely this casualness that carries a smooth, flowing quality. His body seemed weightless. With a gentle touch of his hands and feet on the rocky outcrops, he floated upwards. There were no unnecessary movements, no obvious exertion of force. The shift of the center of gravity was silent, and the rhythm was frighteningly steady. Gravity seemed to have lost its effect. "So fast," someone exclaimed. Chen Feng's smile froze, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Mengya's eyes widened slightly as she stared intently at the figure. Su Yuran clenched her little fists excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "He truly is my man, handsome and incredibly capable." 10 meters, 12 meters, 14 meters. Li Han's hand was already close to the top of the timer. At this speed, he can easily break the 5.81 second barrier, and may even achieve an unpredictable but absolutely terrifying result. However, just a split second before his hand was about to strike the timer, he stopped. It wasn't a mistake, but a very obvious and deliberate pause. He was suspended at the top of the rock face, his right hand firmly gripping a rocky point. This pause may only last a fraction of a second, but in the race against time of rock climbing, it feels incredibly long and arrogant. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he casually raised his left hand and slapped it on the timer. Bite. The timer has stopped. The number on the big screen froze at 5.80 seconds. It was exactly 0.01 seconds faster than Chen Feng's 5.81 seconds. The museum was deathly silent. Everyone could see it. This wasn't a narrow victory, it was a controlled win. It was a blatant, precise, and outrageously humiliating act. Li Han was fully capable of being faster, but he only managed to be a tiny bit faster. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they manipulated Chen Feng at will. But Su Yuran couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth, but the smugness and joy in her eyes couldn't be hidden. "My man is not only handsome, but also strong, and he's also very good at annoying people." She was already ecstatic. What makes Mengya compare to her? Mengya watched the man descend from the sky, his elegant figure deeply imprinted in her mind. She sighed softly and glanced at Su Yuran. A hint of undisguised envy flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng's face turned from white to red, then from red to green, and finally as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the number 5.80, his whole body trembling, not from exhaustion, but from anger. He felt Li Han pressing his face to the ground and rubbing it repeatedly. You fucking played me?" Chen Feng squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, his eyes red. Li Han had already released the safety rope, landed lightly, dusted off the magnesium powder on his hands, and spoke calmly. "The competition rules only consider the final time. I won, is there a problem? You could have been faster. You deliberately stopped." Chen Feng roared, almost charging forward. "Oh?" Li Han raised an eyebrow, a half smile on his face. "Are there rules in rock climbing that forbid stopping midway? Can't I adjust my breathing?" "You." Chen Feng was speechless, his chest heaving violently as if it were about to explode. "Hey!" Su Yuran stepped forward, her clear voice echoing throughout the arena. "Chen Feng, the competition is over, shouldn't you fulfill your bet?" She hadn't forgotten the insulting bet this guy had made earlier. All eyes immediately focused on Chen Feng, some with curiosity, some with mockery, and some with schadenfreude. Everyone remembers clearly how arrogantly Chen Feng proposed the bet. Chen Feng's face turned a deep purplish red. He turned sharply to look at Mengya, his eyes pleading, hoping she would say a word for him and smooth things over. Mengya looked at him, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then slowly shook her head. She had actually been somewhat annoyed with Chen Feng for a long time, and this wasn't limited to today. Chen Feng is too much of a male chauvinist, and he always acts like a domineering CEO. So she doesn't intend to care about the humiliation she received today. Moreover, Chen Feng initiated the entire competition, and he personally proposed the bet. She suddenly felt that Chen Feng's behavior at showing off his muscles and speed made him look like a clown in front of Li Han. Chen Feng's red nose had fallen to the ground. Chen Feng saw Mengya shake her head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked around, and every gaze felt like a needle piercing him. Those who had just cheered for his 5.81 seconds seemed to be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He was overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of humiliation. I. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Chapter 71 Couples Challenge. Speak. Su Yuran urged from the side, but Li Han tugged at her. Li Han didn't actually care whether the other person said these things or not. However, he wasn't used to tolerating provocation. Su Yuran was clearly more excited than him, but Li Han stopped her in time, telling her not to be so arrogant. He understood the principle of leaving an opening when besieging an enemy better than anyone else. Li Han generally wouldn't offend someone to the point of no return unless they were someone he absolutely had to kill, otherwise he didn't know what they might do if pushed to the limit. When Li Han broke Wang Heng's finger earlier, he did it quite well. It punished the other party without making them overly angry. But what happened to Wang Hong later? If Wang Zhongshan knew, he would most likely flip the table and fight him to the death. Shen Feng abruptly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, all that remained in his eyes was resentment and bitterness. He practically yelled it out, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. I am Greyhound. After saying that, he couldn't stay any longer. He pushed aside the crowd of onlookers, lowered his head, and staggered toward the stadium exit. Before rushing out the door, he turned around abruptly and glared fiercely at Li Han and Su Yuran, the hatred in his eyes almost tangible. Li Han remained calm and unmoved. Su Yuran snorted. In her eyes, Shen Feng was nothing but a clown who couldn't be brought to the table. Shen Feng's figure disappeared outside the door. The farce has finally come to an end. Looking at Li Han and Su Yuran standing hand in hand, Meng Ye felt a surge of complex emotions. She walked closer and forced a reasonably polite smile. Su Yuran, your boyfriend, is amazing. I admit defeat today, and I'm completely convinced. I will keep my promise on the Weibo homepage. She paused, looked at Li Han, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment and even more probing. Li Han, right? Would you do me the honor of treating you to a meal? Consider it an unexpected encounter that brought us together, and also an apology for my rudeness earlier. Su Yuran immediately hugged Li Han's arm tightly, speaking before Li Han could say anything. No need, Meng Ye, we have other things to do. Just remember to keep your bet, but we can skip the meal. My boyfriend doesn't like eating with strangers. She emphasized the words my boyfriend and stranger very much. Li Han nodded in agreement and said to Meng Yali, I'm sorry. Meng Ye's smile faded. She looked at Su Yuran's possessive posture, then at Li Han's impeccable yet distant handsome face, and the last bit of thought in her mind was extinguished. Although she always liked to compare herself with Su Yuran and wanted to be better than her in everything, only she knew best that in many aspects family background, appearance, and even now in terms of her taste and luck in finding a man she seemed to be no match for Su Yuran. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. Meng Ye twitched the corner of her mouth, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Su Yuran snorted and looked at her man with a proud expression. She asked, if she were even prettier, would you be tempted? Li Han thought for a moment, but before he could speak, Su Yuran angrily said. I knew it. You just ignored her because you thought she wasn't pretty. It has nothing to do with me. You womanizing bastard. Li Han looked helplessly at the sulking woman. There was no explanation. After leaving the climbing gym, Li Han took Su Yuran to play in the shopping street for a long time in order to coax her. Watching movies, buying pretty clothes, eating snacks, playing claw machines. He made Su Yuran do every single thing that couples do. Su Yuran had long since forgotten about that little bit of displeasure. Night quietly fell. The two arrived empty-handed. Their purchases had been packed up and driven back to the villa by Su's bodyguards. I'm starving. I'm starving. Su Yuran patted her flat stomach, her eyes darting around as she searched for a restaurant. Li Han, let's go eat hot pot. I know a new one that's really good. Okay. Li Han naturally had no objections. The two soon arrived at the hot pot restaurant that Su Yuran had mentioned. The store is decorated in a unique, retro style and is very popular. At first glance, it looks a bit like the Chinese New Year celebrations of the old days, all red and festive. As soon as I reached the entrance, I saw a prominent poster. A sweet challenge night for couples. Event period, from now until the end of this month. Challenge 1, couples who stare at each other for 60 seconds without smiling will receive a complimentary serving of our signature duck blood. Challenge 2, boys must carry girls in a princess carry for 10 squats, and receive a plate of premium beef as a bonus. Note, this challenge can be stacked indefinitely. Challenge 3, 2 people share a cookie, leaving no more than 1 centimeter of the cookie, and they cannot kiss each other. In return, you will receive a free serving of handmade shrimp paste. Challenge 4. Challenge 5. Complete any 3 challenges and get 50% off your purchase today. Complete all 5 challenges and your table's bill will be free. Several couples, eager to try it out, gathered around the poster, their laughter echoing throughout. Su Yuran's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Li Han's arm and pointed at the poster excitedly. Li Han, look. There's an event. Let's participate. Li Han looked down at her. The girl's eyes gleamed with cunning and anticipation. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the excitement she had just felt and the anticipation she was now looking forward to. How could he not see through her little scheme? Is Miss Su short of money for a meal? She clearly wanted to use these couple challenges to have some intimate interactions with him. Li Han was not averse to it at all. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Are you sure? Li Han's lips curled into a playful smile. Does Miss Su need this meal to be on the house for free? Oh, it's not about the money. Su Yuran said matter-of-factly, shaking his arm. It's about the fun. It's about the sense of participation. Look how much fun others are having. And it's so prestigious to win. She would never admit that she wanted to do those couple tasks with him. Li Han found her adorable, despite her obvious intentions, and decided to let her have her way. Okay, I'll do as you say. The two entered the hot pot restaurant, waited for a while, and then sat down to order food. After they finished ordering, a waiter came to talk to them about the promotion. Seeing that the two agreed, the waiter led them to a slightly spacious area in the store that was decorated in a romantic way. This place has become a temporary challenge area, where other couples are trying other tasks, and laughter is constant. It was Li Han and Su Yuran's turn to take on the eye contact challenge. The two stood facing each other, very close to each other. The shop assistant was using his phone to keep track of time. Start. Su Yuran raised her small face and looked into Li Han's deep eyes. His eyes were beautiful, with dark pupils like a tranquil night sky, reflecting the warm lights of the shop and her own shadow. As she watched, Su Yuran's heart began to race uncontrollably. She wanted to laugh, really. It wasn't a loud laugh, but a genuine, heartfelt smile of joy when seeing the man she loved. She tried to purse her lips and remain serious, but the knowing yet doting smile in Li Han's eyes made her cheeks start to burn. 30 seconds passed, and Su Yuran felt she couldn't hold on any longer. Li Han's gaze was so focused and penetrating that it made her inexplicably shy. Her gaze began to wander slightly, her long eyelashes trembling. Li Han, however, kept his gaze calm as he looked at her, as if trying to etch her image into his heart. He could see the fine downy hairs on her fair skin, her reflection in her clear eyes, and the hint of panic beneath her forced composure. Absolutely adorable, incredibly adorable.